Sup, my fellas. Don't forget to leave feedback, and enjoy the story. The spears were shining under the moon. Many knights were standing between the trees. The stranger rushed forward. This man was dressed in black and had gray hair. The man ran towards the opponents. He found himself right in front of one of the knights. Then he struck with his sword and an aura raged around him. Then he struck again. A purple aura emanated from his hand. The man lowered his hand and purple energy shot out from under the ground. The earth shook from such force. The knight in armor seemed to be burning because of this aura. In an instant, they were all torn apart and thrown back. Blood was coming out of the young man's mouth. He was holding a sword, and 3 mystical eyes were flying above him. The man opened his purple eyes. He squeezed the sword in his hand. Then the stranger lowered his head. After which he raised it and looked to the side. A knight was standing nearby. A red-haired girl was standing in front of him. She opened her mouth wide and asked him why he made a deal with the devil, and why he betrayed them. The man named Nox stood with his hands on his sword. He looked up and asked if she really thought he betrayed them. The guy smiled and said that he didn't, because it was all about them. The girl watched him as he said that he didn't betray anyone, because they betrayed him. Nox smiled and the warrior yelled at him to stop talking nonsense, and just tell her when exactly he decided to do this. He looked into space and said that this was just the beginning, because he would be back. There was a blue flash. A notification appeared on the screen that the first part of the game was completed. The protagonist was sitting at the computer. There was a lot of trash on his desk. There were a lot of cigarette butts in the glass. The protagonist said that he received quite a lot of items again. He looked at the screen and said that he even completed a couple of secret tasks, and therefore he was happy. He looked at the calendar and said that he would die next month. The action moves 2 years back. We see an X-ray of the head. Yu-chan is sitting opposite the doctor, who asks him not to panic and just listen. Yu-chan's eyes bulged in horror. Then he found himself in another hospital. The young man was holding a piece of paper in his hands. He was in a different hospital, but the doctors told him that they were already the second hospital, and they had done no less tests. But they had the same diagnosis. The protagonist frowned. The doctors said that with the help of medication they could ease his pain. Besides, the doctor prescribed them to the young man so that he would start taking them when things got worse. In his hand, he held a paper with the diagnosis. After a while, he threw a jar of medicine. The jar of medicine fell to the ground. Yu-chan looked up and said that 2 years had already passed. Then he looked away. There were many bags of garbage on the floor. Yu-chan began to cough. He looked at his bloody hand in shock and mentally said that he was really going to die soon. He wiped the blood and thought that it was better not to think about it, otherwise it would be even worse. There was a phone on the table. The protagonist heard a notification and immediately picked it up. He received a message from the hospital that his hospitalization was approved. He swiped his finger across the screen. He had received many such messages before, but he was tired of them. He threw his head back and said that no one would remember him anyway. Besides, he didn't have any loved ones either. The napkin was covered in blood. Yu-chan said that he wouldn't go anywhere in his current condition. There were papers in front of him. He looked at his diagnosis, which said that he had terminal cancer. He crumpled all these sheets. Yu-chan scattered the papers around the room. Sweat was dripping off him. He raised his tired face and looked at the screen. The game offered him to start again, so Yu-chan decided to play the game again, for the last time. He started a new game and chose a name. He smiled a little and wondered who he would like to create this time. Yu-chan looked around his desk. The game asked him to choose skills and he started to say that he wanted to take mana sensitivity, swordsmanship, and martial arts. He looked away in surprise. The game informed him that he would get a penalty for choosing 2 unique skills, but he could reduce the number of unique skills to 1 to avoid the penalty. The protagonist looked at the negative skills and saw that his character would be fatally ill. Yu-chan lowered his head silently and thought. The protagonist raised his head and said that since he was short of time, he would let his character be like this. The game asked him if he wanted to start the game with the current character settings. Yu-chan pressed the button. His eyes suddenly widened. There was a blue flash behind him. He fell out of his chair. Everything around him seemed to be in a fog, and the young man himself was shaking, thinking that he was dying. The monitor screen showed that character creation had begun, and Yu-chan was thinking that he had imagined death differently. We see a luxurious balcony. The game notified the protagonist that synchronization had begun. The action shifts and we see a stranger in white robes. This young man was lying on a bed and breathing heavily. Suddenly, he stood up. Sweat was running down his face. He was scared. The protagonist got out of bed and wondered where he was, because he had obviously seen all this somewhere before. He took a few steps. Yu-chan looked around the balcony and said that he had definitely been here. Then he saw his reflection. The protagonist put his hand to the mirror and wondered if he had just been transferred to the game. Nox was visible in the mirror, and so Yu-chan wondered if he had become the main villain in this damned game, and Yu-chan didn't even think that his final phrase about coming back was related to this. We see 3 swordsmen. One of them is Nox von Reinhafer, who is the Lord of Darkness in the game. We see a luxurious castle. The protagonist explains that Nox's family is closely connected to the most famous criminal organization in the world called Lunatic, and he is the youngest son of 5 Reinhafer children. In his family, for generations, all the children were masters of the sword, martial arts, and magic. He imagined Nox's appearance, and said that this character turned out to be defective. The protagonist looked at the strange statue and said that in order to succeed, Nox made a pact with the devil from a forgotten kingdom, thanks to which he became the Lord of Darkness and the main villain of the game, Inner Lunatic. He grabbed his face and said that he became Nox. A system window appeared behind him. The protagonist saw his characteristics. He smiled with joy and wondered if he even had a status window, but then he saw his characteristics. He opened his mouth wide and wondered why his stats were so weak and why his stamina was only 2. He then looked at his skills and wondered why there were so many negative skills. Yuchan frowned and exclaimed that these were the same stats he had given to the character. He saw the line about a fatal illness and said that his life was short there, so it would be short here. He gritted his teeth and said that when he created the character, he simply had one wish. Yuchan imagined his true self at that moment and mentally said that he simply wanted the character to be like him. He remembered sitting at the computer and then began to think about how he was a character with nothing to lose. No one would love him, he would be gravely ill, and would soon die. Yuchan flexed his fingers and said that he never thought things would turn out like this. A second window of the system opened in front of him, because he had one unread message left. Through the system window, a man greeted the protagonist, calling him by his real-life name. The protagonist frowned and wondered if they knew his name. The protagonist remembered a photo of his parents, and said that his parents had named him that, and he had never even met them. The protagonist put his hand to his chin, and wondered if this was the person who had brought him here, or if it was someone from his past. Yuchan looked through the system window. The interlocutor wrote that Yuchan might not remember him, but he had something to tell him. The protagonist opened his mouth in shock, because the stranger said that he had been following him for a long time. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The stranger also said that he had been following him for 2 whole years, and Yuchan kept coming back to him again and again. The protagonist stood in front of the system window and could not understand why the stranger was congratulating him on his return. He remembered his city and wondered if he was not in his previous world and this place was now his reality. Yuchan frowned and looked ahead. He clenched his fist and said that this was some kind of nonsense, and the stranger wrote that he still could not tell much about himself. The protagonist frowned, because the stranger said that he wanted to help. Someone advised the protagonist to enter the Eldain Academy, train there and gain experience, and also try to follow the original story as closely as possible. He stretched out his hands and exclaimed that this was all the information. Then he grabbed his head and said that he needed to collect his thoughts. Yuchan looked in the mirror and said that firstly, he was reborn as the main antagonist of the game. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He wondered if he couldn't deviate too much from the original plot, although no matter how he interpreted it, the outcome was ultimately the same death. The protagonist remembered the stranger's line and thought that the game had become his reality. He frowned and objected that this did not mean that he could abandon his lost memories. A shining tree grew from the book. Yuchan mentally said that he didn't care what the cost was, but he would stick to the main story, and having restored his memory, he would be able to understand what to do in this world to survive. The protagonist clenched his fist and said that for such a goal he was ready to become a real villain. He imagined the image of Nox from the last playthrough of the game. Then Yuchan smiled and said that if you think about it, there is not much difference between this life and the old one. We see him talking to a doctor 2 years before he lost his memory. He imagined a lot of pills, arguing that he was terminally ill and every minute that passed brought him closer to death, and he lived his whole life in fear of waiting for his end. Only the settings changed. He looked around the luxurious room and thought that he knew this world like the back of his hand. At his request, the system showed him today's date, namely, February 4th, 1812, only a year left before entering the academy. He closed his eyes and said that he did not have much time. Yuchan smiled and wondered why he did not begin the 28th attempt at a perfect pass. He pulled the door handle. Suddenly, a strong pain appeared in his wrist. He raised his eyebrows in surprise and wondered what was going on. The system informed him that he had developed a first-degree inflammation of the wrist due to a fatal disease, and therefore he should rest and get treatment. After a while, the protagonist still walked along the corridor and wondered what was going on with his body. Was he really that frail? A moment later, a maid crashed into him. The dishes broke, falling to the floor. The maid blushed and looked up, wondering who it was. All the maids grabbed their heads when they saw that it was the young master. Yuchan first suffered from pain, and after a moment he examined the maid and realized from her hair and eyes that it was Rona. The girl closed her eyes and began to apologize loudly for daring to hurt him. Yuchan remembered that in addition to being a secondary character, she spread rumors about Nox. Rona was crying and looked so innocent, like an angel, and Yu-chan wondered what this angel in the flesh was saying about Nox. The protagonist smiled and said that he forgave her this time. Then he darkened and threatened her so that such a thing would not happen again. The girl closed her eyes and began to repeat that she understood him. He looked at the other servants, who were terrified. They all lowered their eyes in fear and fell silent. Yu-chan stood up from his knees and mentally said that he even forgot that according to the plot, he was crazy. But suddenly Rona asked him where he was going so early. He looked at her and replied that he was going to the training hall. All the servants opened their mouths in shock. A moment later, the young man smiled and invited her to go with him, which, of course, shocked her, because she thought that he wanted to beat her. The outside of the mansion looked as luxurious as the inside. They walked silently down the hallway. Rona walked behind and looked at the protagonist. Yu-chan looked down and thought about the main thing to survive. He remembered the last event from reality and mentally said that he had already felt death on himself. Tears flowed from his eyes. The protagonist decided that he was not going to die anymore. Then he looked to the side and thought that he needed to get used to the new circumstances as soon as possible in order to survive. He put his hand to his chin and declared that he had a chance. Rona watched him and wondered. Yu-chan presented the map and realized that as a person who had completed the game 27 times, he knew all its pitfalls. Yu-chan held his hand to his chin and decided to open the status window. He saw a golden shield. The protagonist began to tell that this is a game about the confrontation between angels and demons in an empire, which has gathered a lot of fans around the world. He imagined a network underneath him and said that the game's specialty was the huge selection of settings that allowed players to choose different attributes. He saw many icons and said that low-rank attributes like ordinary and talented could be chosen as many times as they wanted. One of the icons was glowing brightly. Yu-chan said that unique skills could only be used once. They walked out of the building and the protagonist mentally said that with unique skills, reaching the top would not be difficult. He lowered his head and said that he even had 2 skills, and this game had a concept of penalty attributes. He imagined the system window. He saw a line with the inscription about a fatal disease and mentally said that when the selected skill exceeds the character's limits, due to the advantage of the system that analyzes the character and selects the appropriate skill, 2 unique ones can be selected. He imagined a man with a sword and said that mastering the sword and martial arts gives the owner the ability to wield the sword, which allows one to reach the pinnacle of a fencing master. On the other hand, there is sensitivity to mana. He introduced a fire mage and said that this skill increases sensitivity to magic, allowing him to cast spells more effectively. The protagonist looked to the side and said that there were many useful skills. He introduced a man and said that there was a skill of the protagonist, such as vision, which opened windows of other characters' statuses for the owner. Then he imagined himself at a ball and said about the acting skill, which allows him to act naturally in any situation. The protagonist went further and thought about the skill of a cool mind in battle, which helps him stay calm and have a clear view of the situation. But there is only one problem. His eyes turned white and he thought about how all this comes with negative traits. But a fatal disease is the worst of all. A system window appeared in front of him with a list of negative skills. He smiled and said that he is a walking disease, and besides, the hospital cries for him. He imagined his foot above the water and thought about how anemic players without warming spells couldn't step on cold surfaces. Then he imagined fainting and said that players with weak immune systems would faint at least once per chapter. Yu-chan grabbed his head and mentally said that he had no chance, and so he would solve problems as they came. He raised his head and looked at the bright sun. Rona looked at him and thought about how they had finally reached the training hall. Then the girl opened her mouth wide. The protagonist looked up. The girl lowered her head. He opened the doors in front of him, thinking about his curse of weakness, because of which he was cursed to be weak from birth, which meant that his development speed would be halved, and his resistance to enemies would also be halved. Yu-chan imagined the appearance of a dark mage and decided that the first thing he needed to do was get rid of the curse of weakness. The wooden sword was pointed upward. The protagonist held the sword in his hands above him. He swung the sword and said that he was definitely finished. A lot of sweat was pouring down his face. The sword fell to the ground. Yu-chan was lying on the ground and trying to catch his breath. He closed his eyes and tried to relax. At the moment, he could not swing the sword more than 10 times, and the curse of weakness only made things worse. The hall was built of stone. The protagonist stood up and looked around the room, and thought that fortunately there was a decent selection of weapons. He presented a blue crest and said that it was because the Reinhafer family lineage stands on swords. When it comes to Reinhafers, there are many words to describe them. Yu-chan turned around and said that the best of them are the House of Blade and Darkness. After all, they were given such a nickname for a reason. It is all due to their skills with a sword and the use of black magic to crush enemies. He presented a man in a red robe and said that the commander's blade is to blame for this. The man had a dark aura around him. The protagonist said that this man was known as the Merciless Blade of Darkness. The head of the family passes it on to his successor, the future head. The tradition of passing the blade on continues to this day. He scratched his ear and wondered what the benefit was for him, because in addition to skillful swordsmanship, a noble family gives many advantages. He sat on the floor and said that the most important thing is money. He smiled and mentally exclaimed that money is excellent. He imagined his family estate and said that the Reinhardt family was one of the most noble families in history and therefore, of course, they were rich. Yuchan looked up and said that even their useless youngest son would never have to work to live. He remembered Theo's appearance and said that the best part was that Nox's father didn't care where or why Nox spent his money. Yuchan imagined Nox's reflection on the coat of arms and said that Nox was not that type of character, because he was the youngest son of a noble family. The protagonist stood up and said that the essence of his personality was completely clear, and he would try to squeeze the most out of it. His knees were shaking. He imagined the maid and thought that while Rona was willing to do his bidding, he couldn't even run. A few minutes earlier, the protagonist and Rona were standing next to each other. The maid brought in a tray of things. She closed her eyes and informed him that the wooden sword, towel, and water were ready for him. She opened her eyes and wondered if he was serious about training. Yuchan extended his hand and motioned for her to come closer, wondering if there was anyone nearby. Rona held her hands out in front of her and wondered why he was doing that. Yuchan smiled awkwardly and asked her what she was even talking about. He grabbed her ear and told her to listen to him. The protagonist moved closer to her ear and started talking. There was a bright flash, and the girl wondered if he really wanted to spend that much money. She then looked at him worriedly and said that everything he just told her was complete nonsense. The protagonist smiled and told her to shut up and do as he said. Rona immediately walked away, thinking that Nox hadn't changed at all. There was no one in the room. The protagonist's sword was lying on the floor. Yuchan was thinking that he didn't know how quickly Rona would handle everything, but in theory, everything should be ready by tomorrow. The protagonist walked over to the tray. He poured himself some tea. Then he picked up the mug and thought about getting rid of this curse and increasing his stamina, because he didn't expect everything to be so bad. There was a man behind him. The protagonist turned around and saw the butler Rudwell. Rudwell is one of the most important managers of the Reinhardt property, and he is clearly not someone who can be dealt with easily, as one would like. Rudwell is kneeling in front of Theo. Yuchan says that this is the advisor to Nox's father, as well as the head of the Reinhardt family, Theo von Reinhardt. That's who Rudwell was. His hand was shaking. He frowned and mentally said that Rudwell was quite dangerous and smart, so it would be difficult. Yuchan looked at the tray and mentally said that he shouldn't care about him at all, or he noticed that something suspicious was going on. Yuchan put the glass on the table and thought that he could handle the situation now. He closed his eyes and asked what Rudwell was doing here. The butler lowered his head and said that he had received some orders from Theo and was here to share news with the boy. Rudwell looked at him and said that he had been told that the protagonist had been ordered to join the dinner tonight. Yuchan smiled, thinking that he didn't know anything about this family, because he was surprised that Theo wanted to have dinner with him. The butler made a dissatisfied face when Yuchan said that he couldn't today. Rudwell lowered his head and said that the mistress of the Stilliner family had come to visit them and wanted to undergo night training. He imagined the girl's fiery appearance. The butler bowed and said that if the young master did not join the dinner, Theo would be beside himself. Yuchan sighed heavily and said that he understood him. Rudwell looked at him with confusion. The protagonist stood with his head lowered. Rudwell said that he was not himself. The butler extended his hand and said that he had never been attracted to swords before, and today, he noticed that Yuchan himself came to the training hall. The man frowned and asked why the protagonist was here. Yuchan looked at him from under his brows and said that he wanted to clarify something. He frowned and said that even though Rudwell was the head butler, he had better not even think about crossing his young master. Yuchan looked at him and said that he shouldn't care what he was doing or what his intentions were, since it was up to him to decide what he was going to do. A drop of sweat rolled down the butler's cheek. He put his hand to his chest and apologized. The protagonist left, and Rudwell watched him go silently. The protagonist closed the door behind him, and Rudwell wondered if Yuchan had noticed something after all, and if so, he should report it to the head of the family. The sun shone across the expanse of the estate. The protagonist's hand was covered in sweat. His eyes widened in shock and he said that he didn't expect something like this to happen. He turned around and wondered what would happen if his possession were to activate. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek, and he wondered what the young mistress of the Stilliner family was doing here. He imagined the appearance of a red-haired girl. Night had fallen. The boys were sitting at the table and talking about how the nobody had finally come to dinner. The protagonist was sitting quietly at the table. In front of him were the twins Hearteyes and Alan, who were making fun of the younger one. Hearteyes extended his hand and said that he couldn't believe that Yuchan had shown up. The twins looked at each other and laughed at the fact that Nox was talking to the maid. The boy frowned and mentally said that he hadn't done anything at all. Then the doors opened and a stranger entered, who said that everyone seemed to be there. The protagonist looked to the side. He saw the head of the family, Theo. A drop of sweat rolled down the protagonist's cheek and he thought that everyone was there, even a red-haired girl had come to dinner. Talia Stilliner smiled and said that she was glad to see them all. Theo then said that the young mistress of the Stilliner family had arrived to undergo night training and would be staying at their estate for now. The twins looked at each other and said something about night training. The protagonist stood in front of Talia. Theo told her to make herself at home, because she was welcome here. The girl smiled, and the protagonist looked at her and thought about the fact that this is the character who opposes the future villain Nox. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. He thought that she would be the one to plunge a sword into his chest very soon. Night fell. Theo frowned and said that Nox seemed to have decided to join them. The protagonist looked away, and Talia watched him carefully with incomprehension. Then they moved on to a sumptuous meal. The twins looked at the protagonist with a smile. Then they turned to their father, and Alan said that it was time to finally decide which of them would go to Eldane Academy. Yuchan immediately raised his head when he heard this. Theo put his hand to his chin and said that the young man was right. We see the Eldane Academy. Yuchan thought about how this is the most important location in the entire game. He saw a sled and mentally said that the students of the academy face various dangers and fight demons. This is the basis of the story of the game. He lowered his head and decided that he needed to get to the academy. He imagined the appearance of some people and thought that in addition to following the original story, he also needed to make allies. Theo was sitting at the table and said that they were all notified that the Eldane Academy only accepts 3 candidates from the family. He looked away and said that this is how they control the influence of the nobles. Besides, 2 candidates from their family have already entered, Theo's first and second son, and therefore only one of them can go to the academy on behalf of the Rainhafer family. The protagonist remembered the appearances of his 2 older brothers. The protagonist smiled awkwardly, thinking that before he had allies he would give his all but be the one to enter the academy. He looked at his youngest son and said that he had decided to follow the family tradition. Yuchan smiled and said that this meant that Theo would arrange a fight between them, the brothers. Theo looked at his youngest son and was surprised that he reacted first. The head of the family lowered his head and confirmed this, saying that it would happen in a month. They would choose a representative of the family through a duel, which would take place in the training hall. Alan crossed his arms and advised the protagonist not to twitch unnecessarily, and not to disgrace himself, and Hardus pointed a finger at him, and said that a weakling who had never held a sword in his hand simply did not have a chance against them. Talia watched silently. Yuchan closed his eyes and said that they were worthless, and it was better for them not to gossip until they won. Hartais frowned and asked Yuchan, did he really think that someone like him could defeat them? Yuchan put his glass down and mentally said that this duel was another test he had to pass to get into the academy, and besides, he wasn't going to listen to his older brother's nonsense. The protagonist then lowered his head. He smiled and declared that he would be the one who got into the academy. Theo watched him seriously but silently. The twins frowned in anger. Talia smiled. She looked at him with a smile and said that young Master Nox seemed confident in his abilities. Yuchan looked at her calmly, but inside he was very worried. The night sky was quite clear. The protagonist at this moment was thinking that he seemed to have attracted her attention, which was very bad. After a while, someone was sitting in the study and reading documents. Theo told the butler that he was right about something changing in Nox. The butler closed his eyes and said that it was noticeable. The head of the family put his hand to his chin and thought that if he had not witnessed what happened, he would never have believed Rudval's words. But he did not understand why Nox suddenly changed so much. The man imagined the appearance of a skeleton in a robe and said that the youngest son of the family was unlikely to be possessed by a demon. He then looked down and mentally said that his attention was already on the boy anyway, and so he asked Rudval to continue watching the protagonist. It was morning. The action took place in the training hall. The protagonist was sweating. The maids exchanged glances and discussed the fact that the duel would take place in a month. Yuchan continued to run, while the maids wondered why he was doing nothing but running. He turned around and wondered why he could hear every word they said, since he didn't remember having unique hearing skills. He continued to run and his stamina level rose by 1/10 of a unit. He opened his mouth wide, trying to catch his breath, and mentally said that he was running because his main problem was stamina. He introduced the swordsman and explained that the condition for using swordsmanship and martial arts was a stamina level of at least 4. He shed a tear and said that it would be easy to use this skill if he wasn't weak, because the curse of weakness hadn't gone away. He stood with his head down. Then the young man smiled and said that in a month he had only managed to raise his stamina to 1.9. He imagined some mage in a black robe and thought about how the curse of weakness was having all his progress. The protagonist opened the system window and mentally said that even after such a run, his stamina had only increased by 1/10, and the side effects of the fatal disease were adding fuel to the fire. Yuchan lowered his head and thought that, unlike others, he would have to put in 4 times as much effort. He looked at his stats and mentally thanked the fatal disease, because of which his stamina level of 15 was his ceiling. There were some items on the tray. Rona closed her eyes and said that she had brought everything he asked for. The protagonist smiled, because she finished faster than he expected. Then he said that now things will go well. He reached his hand to the tray with various artifacts, thinking that he already knew how he would reach the 4th level of endurance. He picked up a vial in his hand, thinking that he would use the knowledge to solve his problem. The action still took place in the daytime in the training hall. Rona stood behind and wondered why he needed all this. She also warned him to be careful with the same poison, and the other things she brought him, ordinary people try to avoid, plus it was all very expensive. Yuchan looked ahead and said that ordinary people do not know how to use these ingredients correctly, and the girl asked him about how to do it correctly. Then he picked up a purple vial. Yuchan drank the contents, which horrified the girl. She opened her mouth wide in excitement, and exclaimed that it was poison. The young man turned pale and mentally said that this poison was, moreover, fatal. He lowered his eyes. The system notified him that he had taken the poison of the 3-headed gorgon, and therefore his health level was temporarily increased by 1.5 times, but at the same time there were 10 minutes left before his death. Yuchan was shaking and holding onto the tray. He put out his palm and stopped the maid from calling the butler. He closed his eyes and bit into something. Nora was horrified and began to scream that this heart was inedible, and the system notified him that he would gradually begin to petrify, since he had consumed the golem's heart. But suddenly some secret recipe worked due to the combination of the gorgon's poison and the golem's heart. Yuchan smiled and said that it worked flawlessly. He introduced the golem's heart and said that the golem's heart was usually used to turn people into fossils or quickly strengthen their defense, or create artificial golems. Then he spoke about the purple bottle that contained the poison of the 3-headed gorgon. He clenched his fist and exclaimed that it was a victory, because the curse of weakness was lifted. Nora held her head and cried. She watched him carefully and asked him if he was okay, but the protagonist had to do one last thing. Yuchan began to take off his shirt, which embarrassed the girl. She blushed, but continued to watch. The protagonist drenched himself in the tears of the Fairy of Memories, and therefore the petrification process due to the golem's heart stopped. Yuchan smiled, because he felt strange, and besides, he temporarily received the skill gift of progress. He looked at the system window and clenched his fist in joy, because now until his stamina reaches level 5, the progress indicators will double. He reached for the scroll, thinking that this is the last step. He tore the scroll into pieces and now his stamina growth has doubled. He put his hand to his chin and mentally said that he had lifted the curse, and since the blessing of progress limited the debuffs from the incurable disease, and he had already used the scroll, his current rate of progress should be several times faster than that of ordinary people. He smiled from the realization that his stamina should now increase faster. Rona immediately pounced on him. She began to cry and asked if he was okay. The girl closed her eyes and exclaimed that he suddenly started to undress, and she thought he had gone crazy. She blushed and looked down. He looked at her with a smile and wondered if he should be gentler with her now that the curse was lifted. Yuchan smiled and said that he was okay, and Rona asked if he wanted to rest for a while and if he really shouldn't call the head butler. He turned around and said that everything was fine. He kept smiling silently even when asked what he was going to do now, and then answered that he was going to run. After a while, it was still light outside. The protagonist continued to run. Rona ran after him with a towel. Someone was watching this from the window. Judging by his physique, the observer was a girl. Talia frowned in displeasure, and wondered why such a weakling would take part in a fight against his brothers. The maid Emma closed her eyes and said that it was improper to glare at the youngest son of the Reincarnates family like that. The girl stretched out her hands and exclaimed that she was not joking at all. Talia frowned and said that he did not wield a sword, he only ran and ran in circles. She remembered 2 male knights of the Reincarnates family who volunteered to help, but the protagonist refused them. She made a displeased face and said that in a month he would be torn to pieces. Talia looked away sadly and silently said that she was sure that it would be so, but then she wondered why she cared at all. Emma's eyes widened in excitement, because she understood what the young girl was feeling. Talia immediately turned away and went somewhere, saying that she would be back soon. The action takes place in the courtyard. A girl's shadow is visible on the floor. The protagonist raised his head and saw someone in front of him. Talia smiled happily and introduced herself to him. Yuchan was outwardly completely calm, but his thoughts were in chaos and he could not understand why she came here. He stood up and asked her what she wanted. A drop of sweat rolled down the girl's cheek and she wondered what kind of attitude this was and why he was acting so cold. She introduced herself as a sweet image and decided for herself that he was probably simply smitten by her beauty. She blushed and asked if he was sure he could defeat his brothers, and that was why he had agreed to take part in the fight. The protagonist looked at her silently. Rona was sitting behind him and was in complete solidarity with the girl, because Talia had said that he had no chance and that running would not help him. She proudly put her hand to her chest and exclaimed that if he asked, she would gladly help him. At that moment, the protagonist walked away and refused, saying that it would be much better if she went somewhere. The girl blushed and angrily began to shout that she was kindly offering help, and he was being so rude to her. Rona put her hands to her cheeks and mentally exclaimed that girls do not like it when they are spoken to in such a tone. Talia frowned and shouted at the protagonist to forget about her offer. She walked past him and shouted at him to do whatever he wanted. Rona stood next to the confused protagonist with her arms crossed, wondering if he really didn't understand. Yuchan watched her go and realized that things were only going to get more complicated now. He glanced at the system window and thought that she was really talented. He looked at the statistics and reasoned that in this game, very strong men had level 4 stamina, so the girl's stamina was incredible. He put his hand to his chin, thinking about it. He imagined his father holding a sword and said that it was certainly nothing compared to the 3 great sword masters of the continent. Then he imagined a stranger holding a staff and said that there were also 4 great mages, but she had every chance of rising to their level. A drop of sweat rolled down Yuchan's cheek, because he realized that she was already capable of killing a couple of demons with her fire element. He saw the girl in the thick of the flames and assumed that the fire element magic that Talia used could awaken the white flames, which would be used to kill Nox, who was possessed by a demon, in the future. He saw a chessboard in front of him and understood that if he turned Talia into his ally, the story would change too much, and therefore he needed to find a way to follow the original story as closely as possible, but at the same time avoid death. He opened his mouth in fatigue, because he could not understand how it was possible to be on good terms with a person who would kill him. Bright rays of sunlight beat through the windows of the house. A month had passed since the previous events. Talia walked through the mansion. She lowered her head and looked upset. She remembered how she trained surrounded by men. They smiled and talked about how she was the pride of the Stilliner family, and grasped everything on the fly. The girl lowered her head. In her memories, she saw the gaze of a woman who looked very similar to her. In front of her stood her short-haired sister. Talia walked forward with her head down. She gripped the hilt of her sword tighter. Her gaze was empty. She wondered if she could become a knight. She imagined an image of a man in armor and began to reason that a knight should never give in to greed, always remaining humble. In addition, he must sacrifice himself, serving for the greater good. In addition, to be called worthy, he must master the arts of wielding a sword and form. The girl looked down and wondered how Yuchan was going to defeat the brothers who had trained and prepared for years. Night fell, the stars were visible in the sky. The girl said that the protagonist's victory in this duel was impossible. The morning of the next day arrived. Bright sunlight penetrated through the windows into the room. The young men were standing in the square. The head of the family stood on the balcony and watched the event begin. Facilia, Theo's first wife, was also sitting there. Rodwell glanced at the head of the family as soon as he called out to him. Theo was tense. He asked what Rodwell thought about the outcome of the duel. Who would win? The butler frowned with excitement. Suddenly, a man raised his hand and asked for attention. Yuchan and his opponent were already holding swords in their hands. The judge announced that this was an official duel to determine who was worthy of entering the Eldane Academy. Yuchan frowned with excitement, because the duel had just begun. Hardus raised his sword above himself, preparing to attack. Bright light entered the manor through the windows. Theo, crossing his arms over his chest, asked the butler what he thought about this. Rodwell parted his lips, saying that, considering the young Master Alan's recent fights, victory was definitely his. The man frowned, saying that he agreed with him. Felicia, standing to the side, also frowned. The butler, straightening up, mentally assumed that the head of the family had a different opinion on this matter. Looking at the youth below, he mentally said that the young master had indeed changed, but even so, it was hard to believe that he would win. It would be blatantly unfair. It was simply impossible. The butler had followed the path of becoming a knight after the head of the family. The art of wielding a blade can be deceptively fascinating, but the essence is terribly simple. No matter how much you train, tying your hands with bandages, no matter how much you hone your skill with a sword, there is only one way to change everything. Putting his hands behind his back, Rudville mentally said that there was only one lever that could turn everything in his favor and bring the one towering over him to his knees, a wall that was impossible to climb over. Yuchan turned his gaze to the butler. The man frowned, not knowing whether the young master was gifted with such talent. He leaned slightly, hearing the master's voice. Theo, frowning, said that there was a possibility of winning. After all, the blood of the Rainhafer family flows in him, so there was a chance that the youngest son was born with the talent of the Emperor of Swords. The protagonist was breathing heavily when the system notified him about the deactivation of the sword and martial arts skill. The young man frowned, not knowing where he managed to spoil his karma so much, and he had high luck indicators. Or were the luck indicators in the negative column? When the guy recently looked at many system windows, he mentally said that he still failed to increase his stamina to 4. The young man ran and sweated heavily. The maid followed him. She cried, asking if she had to run with him. Wiping away the sweat, the protagonist said that she should run. It wouldn't be so funny if she started thinking, turned on her brain, because who would take care of him? Handing over a towel, the young man said that this was another errand for her. The girl puffed out her cheek, being dissatisfied. Yuchan immediately asked her how many times she cursed him in her thoughts. The girl turned away, saying that she bit her tongue. Yuchan smiled. The guy, stopping smiling, mentally said that she, in theory, should have good stamina. Maybe it's worth taking a look? Summoning the system panel, He was shocked to see that her stamina was 4.5. Staring at the stamina stat, he screamed, not understanding how a maid could be stronger than the average man. The boy turned away from the girl, mentally saying that the stamina she started with was higher than his, which he had worked for a month to obtain. Extending a finger, Rona said that it was already evening, and he had a duel tomorrow, so he needed to rest. The boy raised his head, saying that the days were passing too quickly. The next day, he stood in the arena opposite his brother. Alan, smiling widely, said that it was not too late to give up. Pointing to himself, he said that although he was a disgrace to the family, but at the same time, he was his younger brother, he could not fight him at full strength. Yuchan responded by saying that his face did not show that he really wanted him to give up. Opening his eyes, Alan said that he was right, he really wanted to impress the daughter of the Stilliner family, and he would help him with that. The boy looked away, saying that he was not sure that she was a good choice. Looking at his brother who raised his hand, the protagonist saw that his stamina was 8, he could not be defeated by conventional means. The judge, standing between them, said that the duel for the opportunity to enter the Eldane Academy was declared open. Stepping back a little, he said that they would accept the results as they were, no objections were accepted. The protagonist frowned slightly. If he failed now, then it was over, he needed to recover his memories and find out who sent him that letter. He gripped the hilt tighter, mentally telling himself that he would die in a year. The judge, frowning, asked the fighters if they were ready. As soon as the fight began, Alan appeared next to his brother. The protagonist rolled away from his blade. Without waiting for him, his brother kicked him. Yuchan raised his sword in front of him. He slid across the arena. His sword trembled slightly after blocking the blow. Alan, smiling widely, said that it was a good block. The boy, blocking the opponent's attack, mentally said that this is the most annoying, but the main concept of the entire inner lunatic. If he loses now, then it's all over. Gritting his teeth, the boy decided to win at all costs. At that moment the system notified about the increase in his endurance indicator. The boy's eyes widened in surprise. He smiled, saying that if he wins now, then he will be invincible. Alan frowned, saying that it seems like enough blows have already flown to his head. The protagonist blocked the opponent's sword with a scream. Felicia smiled, saying that it was stupid to pay attention to the changes in the younger one. The one who gets into the academy will be her son. The boy fell under the onslaught of his brother's blow. Felicia turned her head when someone called the fight pathetic. Theo frowned, watching the fight. The woman smiled, mentally saying that one day this family will be under her control. Theo, being dissatisfied, said that he was very touched by the changes of the younger one. He was looking forward to this duel with impatience. But what he saw was disappointing. The butler turned his head and asked if it was time to stop the duel, because if this continued, the young master would have a long recovery from the battle. Yuchan was breathing heavily, running back. Theo, looking at Alan swinging his sword, mentally said that the twins were quite talented, but not enough compared to his first son. Garen was able to keep everything under control, coupled with the incredible strength with which he suppressed the opponent. His very appearance on the battlefield was terrifying. Looking at the bowed younger son, the man tried to figure out who to pass the dark sword of dominance to. He closed his eyes. Standing up, he was about to stop the duel, but stopped. The wind around Yuchan raged. His sword and martial arts skill was activated. The youth grinned. Alan, holding the sword in front of him, asked if he had completely lost his mind. Theo frowned sharply as his son activated the Time Lord's skill. Mana gears appeared around Yuchan. The world around him distorted and swam. The protagonist looked at his brother's blurry silhouette. Yuchan smiled, mentally saying that he had heard somewhere that every unique and talented person has their own time, and now is the hour of the unique. Everything slowed down significantly. The skill that allows you to slow down everything in your field of vision did this. The protagonist gripped the hilt tighter. The enemy's movements were now slow, and he in turn could move just as fast, so it would be difficult to squeeze the maximum out of this bonus. Alan raised his sword. Looking at his brother's hands, Yuchan said that it was over. He swung his sword sharply, throwing away his brother's blade. Alan frowned. His sword flew off, and his younger brother smiled contentedly. The sword fell and rolled off the arena. Alan grabbed his hand. The protagonist raised his sword. Looking at his brother intently, he said that it was fun. The boy frowned deeply, asking what he was saying. The boy looked away, realizing that he couldn't relax now. His hourglass only helped him for 5 minutes, and no matter how, he needed to meet the timing. Parting his lips, Yuchan said that up until now he hadn't fought him at full strength. Spreading his arms out to the sides, he said that it was boring. Smiling, he suggested that they finish it quickly, that they should attack him together. The two brothers frowned sharply. Holding the sword in front of him, the protagonist asked his father to allow him to fight both brothers at the same time. Theo raised his eyebrows in amazement and froze. The butler stared nervously at the master. Talia, opening her mouth, asked the boy what he was doing. The man smiled. He saw how his son's energy changed. It seemed he had an ace up his sleeve after all. He should hold off on stopping the duel and watch a little longer. Raising his hand, he gave the go-ahead for a 2-on-1 fight. Felicia stood up from her seat, wanting to intervene. However, Theo didn't even look at her, announcing the start of the fight. Alan reached for his sword. Heart Eyes, frowning, asked Yuchan how he dared to humiliate them right in front of their father. The young man didn't answer and simply grabbed the hilt with both hands. The brothers held their swords out in front of them. A moment later, they immediately rushed at the boy. The blades collided in midair, leaving only gusts of wind. Yuchan parried the brothers' attacks. Heart Eyes, frowning, told Alan to quickly approach him from the left. He leaned forward, telling him to shut up. The protagonist swung his sword to fend off the attack. The system notified him that the Dark family's low-level swordsman's skill had increased due to the activation of the bonus skill. Yuchan smiled, his swordsmanship had increased, and he could see the sword now. The twins continued to attack with even greater zeal. Alan bumped shoulders with the boy. Grabbing his shoulder, he turned around. Talia, who was standing on the second floor, was wary. Looking at the smiling boy, she did not understand how the family's shame could change so much. The twins trembled, horrified by the realization of the change in their brother. They involuntarily exchanged glances. Alan shifted his gaze when Yuchan began to speak. The protagonist, who was next to them, said that he had already told them not to be distracted during the fight. He swung his sword sharply. Heart Eyes had to block his brother's attack. The boy swung his sword, even though his well-being in the game was at stake. Just fighting with swords was very fun. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. He swung his sword again. The spectators on the second floor were shocked. Theo frowned. Alan, opening his mouth, said that this can't be. He fell to the floor of the arena. The twins, having fallen, cursed. Yuchan stopped in front of them. The effect of his skill Time Lord ended. The boy sighed, looking at the opponents. Felicia abruptly stood up, calling her sons. The protagonist, looking at the judge, asked if he had chosen a winner. The judge replied, saying that they had already chosen a winner. With a wave of his hand, the judge announced Yuchan's victory. Alan gritted his teeth, starting to tremble. The sword fell from his hand. It fell to the floor. Theo's lips spread into a smile. The protagonist also grinned, looking at his father. He bowed, saying that he needed to step aside. Turning around, the young man walked towards the exit. Talia turned, looking after him. Looking at his back, she decided that she urgently needed to talk to him. She frowned and walked towards him. The clouds and sky were painted in the colors of the sunset. The events take us to the courtyard of the estate. The protagonist, bent over, was breathing heavily. Blood appeared on his palm. The young man, turning his head, realized that he had used the skill for too long. The bonus skill had a big drawback. It was obvious that he had received a blowback, which happens when the skill use limit is exceeded, starting the gears around himself again. When Yuchan straightened up, the system notified him that due to exceeding the skill use limit, his life was reduced by 2 days and 17 hours. For the guy, this was the worst debuff, because it was impossible to return the lifetime that he removed, and his immunity would also suffer because of this. The boy closed his eyes, silently saying that it was good that the blowback had not happened in front of witnesses, otherwise his entry into the academy would have certainly been ruined. The boy turned his head sharply, hearing someone's voice. Talia, approaching him, asked if he was injured. Frowning, she asked if he had been injured during the fight. Yuchan's face twisted with displeasure. Looking at the approaching girl, he mentally cursed, not understanding why she of all people noticed him. Frowning, he wanted to say something, but Talia interrupted him, asking how such a frail guy could win a duel against two. The boy tilted his head, asking what she meant. Talia blushed slightly. Adjusting her hair, she said that he'd probably misunderstood her. Just a month ago, she leaned her head on her hand, watching Yuchan, who had never held a sword in his hands. The boy bowed his head, holding a sword in his hands. That day he only swung a wooden sword awkwardly. He had no chance of winning. It was just a matter of natural talent. The bright light had fully developed his talent. Running after the boy, she decided to find out how he had awakened such talent and how he had developed it. But after the fight ended, when Yuchan was left alone, he was tired, and blood was pouring out of his mouth. Now, looking at the boy straightening up, she tried to understand what was going on here. She froze, not understanding why he was in such a state. After all, he had just defeated the brothers with his talent and uniqueness. The boy wiped the sweat from his chin. He was not a hopeless loser, as the rumors claimed. A gust of wind ruffled the girl's hair. The boy in front of her closed his eyes and cleared his throat. Reaching out her hand, Talia asked if he was okay. Yuchan pushed her hand away. Frowning, he told her to take her hands off him. His soul grabbed his head at that moment. For the last 2 years he had literally been mired in gaming addiction, so now communication with people was difficult. The protagonist began to sweat, realizing that Talia next to him was his killer. The girl pressed her hands to her chest. Bowing her head, she asked for forgiveness. The young man, surprised, turned to her. Talia, standing in front of him, said that she did not know that he was so serious about owning a sword, and everyone says that he was born a weak child. Remembering how the young man ran all the time, she asked for forgiveness for behaving reprehensibly. Stretching out her fingers, she said that although the role of a loser had become boring to him, in reality he was completely different. Emma said that people tend to make mistakes and jump to conclusions. The guy froze with his mouth open, not knowing what to answer him. This girl was always honest. Even though she had the skills of a knight, and could easily be dressed in armor right now, Talia was the daughter of a noble family, so it was no wonder that she had trouble admitting that she was wrong. Looking away, the protagonist said that if she really thought that way about him, she shouldn't tell anyone about the bed. The girl opened her mouth and said that she would never say that. The boy looked at her and mentally said that now he did not need to worry about anyone finding out about what had happened. As he left, he told the girl to keep her promise. Talia put her hands behind her back, watching him go. The events take us to the headman's estate. Closing his eyes, Theo said that his suspicions were confirmed. Raising his eyelids, he asked the butler if he thought Yuchan was truly talented. Rudval, bowing his head, said that he could not understand why he had given in at the beginning. Imagining all the talented young men, he said that among the young men of his age, including all the young masters, he was probably the best. Theo, smiling, said that he agreed with him. Imagining his son, he said that he himself did not know why, but he was sure that there was more than one talent hidden within him that they would see. Extending a finger, he said to watch the young man's every step, not to do anything, but to always be nearby. The man placed his hand on his chest. Then he looked at his hand, wondering if his son was talented enough to inherit the merciless blade of darkness. He clenched his hand into a fist, saying that they did not have time. Looking at the butler, he said that he was entrusted with a matter of great importance. The man bowed, saying that he would not let him down. Soon, the stars appeared in the sky. Lights came on in the windows. The protagonist sat on the bed and, looking at the system notification that congratulated him on his first victory, said that this world had become reality for him, but the game system was still there. Suddenly, another window appeared. The system reported receiving a reward. The system panel changed, reporting the receipt of free attribute points. The young man raised one eyebrow, saying that he had been trying for a whole month to increase his stamina by 2 points, but in fact, he should have started with exactly these indicators. Yuchan called up the status window in front of him. He poked at luck, increasing its value. A moment later, the luck stat reached 10. The guy smiled contentedly, saying that all this was so that next time he wouldn't have to toil so much tirelessly, and also an inner lunatic. Luck was one of the most useful stats. He glanced to the side and decided to test it out. A few seconds later, 3 system windows appeared, informing him that he had received a neutralization, and he also received 1 random gacha voucher. The guy, looking at the system panels, said that there was a bonus system too. Opening his lips, he decided to use the spin. Suddenly, a slot machine appeared in front of him. Yuchan sighed and smiled, saying that in reality, this thing looked too weird. He touched the handle of the machine. The young man, opening his eyes, said that with maximum luck stats, the chances of getting a middle rank and above were about 95%. The sphere lit up. The normal rank and below were white, the middle was silver, and the high was gold. The boy frowned, saying that the highest rank had different colors. Soon, a sphere fell out of the machine. The ball opened, and light burst out. Yuchan watched everything with a frown. He was happy when a golden scroll appeared in his hand. When he opened the scroll, the system immediately congratulated him on obtaining the high-ranking skill. Supreme Ruler's suggestion. The boy smiled widely. He immediately looked at the skill stat system panel. That skill reduced the enemy's stats by 20% if their total stats were lower than his. The boy's lips stretched into an even wider smile. The boy lowered the scroll, saying that the reward was also good. Looking at the system panel, he said that the skill he would receive was already known. It was one of the secrets kept by the Reincarnates family. To obtain the scroll, he would need this skill. Imagining his father and brothers, the boy decided that he would use it when his father gathered all the brothers in the estate. The system, appearing in the air, asked if he wanted to use a one-time voucher for a certain skill. Opening his lips, the boy asked himself if he would return to the Reinhafer estate. The graduation ceremony from Eldane Academy had recently taken place. Grain, the second son of the family, was there to become a full-fledged knight. He had to go on a journey. The protagonist scratched his head, saying that he needed to find the secret and deal with Grain. There was no time to just lie around. Opening his eyes, he said that now he no longer had to worry about Talia, and this was the only thing that made him happy. Imagining the girl, he said that she would never break her promise. Besides, she had no reason to communicate with him. The events take us to another part of the estate. The next day, bright rays of sunlight penetrated the hall. The protagonist closed his eyes, scolding himself for yesterday's thoughts. Talia stood in front of him. The young man, crossing his arms over his chest, asked what she wanted from him. They seemed to have sorted everything out yesterday. The girl bowed her head, asking to tell. The guy opened his eyes, asking what exactly. Putting her hand to her chest, Talia asked to tell how he suddenly became so strong. Pressing her hand to her chest, Talia was interested in how the protagonist became so strong. Frowning, the guy did not answer. Passing by the girl, the protagonist replied that she had been spying on his training for the entire month. Talia turned around in his direction in surprise. The girl began to catch up with the protagonist, asking to tell how he trained. Yu-chan frowned and remembered Talia's sister, whose recognition she had always wanted to achieve. The guy turned to the girl. I recommend not asking such stupid questions. Looking at his friend, he recommended that she find her talent. Talia looked at the protagonist in surprise. The protagonist thought, knowing that calming people down was not his strong point. Turning to the girl, he advised her to stop comparing herself to others. The guy left and Talia was left alone. The protagonist's words stunned her. Looking after him, she almost cried. Yu-chan went outside. Turning around, he was surprised that the girl did not even run after him. The head of the family was standing at the stable. When the protagonist thought that he could not allow Talia to find out that he wanted to get the family secret, when exactly she would kill the guy. Theo looked around. The young man arrived at the Reincarnates family stable. Looking at the horses, he remembered that here they were the best in the country. Rudval bowed, greeting Theo. Looking at the children, the father was sure that they knew why he called them. The man looked away, saying that today they would choose a horse for themselves, which would serve them for the rest of their lives. Yu-chan smiled, assuming such an outcome. A snow-white horse, which was a holy animal, appeared before his eyes. An image of a groom caring for a horse that would become a companion for life appeared in his imagination. He remembered that at the Eldane Academy they teach horse riding because later there would be many large-scale wars, and if the horse died, they would have to raise a new one from scratch. The protagonist also remembered that movement magic was an expensive pleasure. Folding his arms over his chest and closing his eyes, he thought about the fact that horses play a very important role. Smiling, he was obliged to choose the best one. Theo turned to the protagonist, giving him the opportunity to choose a horse first. The twins looked indignantly at Yu-chan, who had one try. He looked at his brothers with a smirk. He turned around and walked towards the horses. His father watched him. Watching his son enter the stable, he was interested in which horse the younger one would choose. The horses turned their attention to the one who entered. Looking at them, the protagonist thought about how cute they were. Looking at each horse, he looked for another. Turning around, he saw it. The only horse that stood out in color stood behind the others. Yu-chan approached it. Turning to his family, he chose it. The twins were shocked. Theo frowned. Stretching out his hands, he allowed them to choose again. The young man looked at his father with incomprehension. Looking at the horse again, he realized that this was a bad choice. Frowning, the guy thought. Next to the horse, a window of object statistics appeared. It had a high rank. 3 horses appeared before his eyes, and the protagonist remembered that frequently summoned creatures also have ranks, and depending on their age and development, the rank can increase by more than one level. Yu-chan smiled, realizing that this horse can reach the highest rank. Before his eyes appeared the image of an obsidian horse, the rarest species of those encountered. Looking at the frowning Theo, the protagonist thought that if he knew, he himself would have chosen such a horse. The guy grinned. He thought that the horse had enough negative characteristics. Closing his eyes, he thought that there were skills worse than his incurable disease. Looking at the family again, the player decided that he would choose this horse. Frowning, the guy thought that with his knowledge he could save her. The father got angry, not understanding why his son clung to her so much. Yu-chan hugged the horse when Theo thought that the guy saw himself in this animal. The man looked at the main character, hoping that he would not regret his choice. The father turned away, everyone was watching him. The twins started calling him. The protagonist did not expect that Theo would be so unhappy with his choice. Rudwell, putting his hand on his chest, offered to choose a name for the horse. The horse reached for the player's hand. The latter glanced at it. Kneeling in front of the horse, Yu-chan called him Carl, the same name when inner lunatic passed, which meant a lot to him. The sun disappeared behind the stable. The lights were turned on in the houses. Carl was lying under the blanket. The protagonist, stroking his chin, thought that it was better to work without prying eyes. He looked at the horse. It looked back at him. Looking into Carl's eyes, the protagonist saw that they were full of life. Yu-chan smiled, comparing the animal to himself, trying to survive at any cost. The protagonist called Ron. The maid was sitting on the floor, stroking the back of her head. The player, arms folded, caught her red-handed, not understanding why she kept falling. The guy ordered the maid to look after the horse lying in the bed. The girl frowned, because she would have to clean up later. The young man laughed, saying that Carl was sick. The horse watched them. Rona looked at the horse sadly and agreed. Yu-chan smiled, thinking about his next steps, which would shock the girl. The maid went to the horse. 3 days later, something irreparable happened in the mansion. Rona, with tears in her eyes, hugged the deceased Carl. Yu-chan, arms folded, watched her. He remembered how the girl had stuck with the horse, putting a lot of strength into it. The young man looked away, knowing that he would die. He looked at the horse that could not be saved. Standing in front of the girl, the player ordered her not to cry anymore. Looking at her, the guy said that the horse would return soon. The maid looked at the master with confusion, thinking that he was confused. Yuchan closed his eyes, ordering her to stand behind him. Rona noticed the scroll in the protagonist's hand. The latter opened it, placing it on the floor. The protagonist directed his mana into the scroll. The girl was dumbfounded. The guy smiled, looking at his creation. Rona was surprised that the master could use mana, although it was illegal, and in fact, he was bad at controlling mana. Frowning, the protagonist told the girl not to interfere, otherwise Carl would die a second time and it would be her fault. The maid covered her mouth with her hand. The young man concentrated. He directed his mana into the scroll again, although he did not awaken his mana sensitivity skill. The hero imagined a member of the imperial family who could use mana, knowing that the rest could only do so after reaching 15 years of age. The guy raised his head, frowning. He tried to channel as much of his mana as he could into the scroll. His palms pressed to the floor caught a faint stream of energy. Looking at them, he realized that this was mana. The player smiled as he used a one-time voucher for a certain skill. Looking at the open palm, he knew that there was no room for error, so he decided to resort to dark magic by using a certain skill. A book appeared in front of him, held by a skeleton's hand. The horse's head rested on its legs when the system reported that Carl could be resurrected. The protagonist looked at his dead horse. Yuchan remembered the Death Rider in Inner Lunatic, where there were only two types of creatures with the undead skill, the first being creatures that were brought back to life by dark magic or mana. Looking at the horse, he remembered the second type of creatures that returned to life without an ego and were reborn stronger. Looking gloomily at the horse, he knew that it would be loyal to its owner no matter what. The player remembered a family with a dark past and present. The image of a skeleton appeared before his eyes when the hero thought that his family was also considered dark, but they were knights, and the Marveses were the rulers of dark magic, controlling the resurrected. The book in front of his eyes began to turn over the pages by itself when the hero thought that characters who did not belong to this family should not be able to use their skills. The guy grinned, realizing that he had the Necronomicon at his disposal. He looked at the Book of the Dead. Shadows of alien hands began to appear from the magic circle. They were everywhere, pulling the guy down. The hands surrounded Carl. Blood poured out of the protagonist's mouth. Rona was seriously scared. The protagonist looked ahead, without being distracted. The next moment, something went wrong. Yuchan spat out blood. Pressing his hand to the floor, the young man realized that his mana was running out. The player looked up. Carl rose from the dead. The horse began to neigh. The protagonist, looking at it, successfully activated the skill. His pet was resurrected. Carl's eyes were shining. The guy smiled, realizing that everything worked. The maid turned to the master. He stood up. He pressed his hand to his chin, addressing the animal. The horse approached the owner. The protagonist stroked the horse. Carl and Yuchan looked at each other in surprise. Rona rushed to hug the horse. The protagonist was perplexed by what she allowed herself. The girl, hugging Carl, burst into tears. The maid hugged her master too, afraid that he would suffer, having used up mana for so long. Carl turned away. Rona offendedly reminded him how much she cared for him. The protagonist, stretching his shoulders, watched them with a smile. The guy looked away, thinking about what was next on the list of family secret. Several days passed unnoticed for the Reincarnates family mansion. The boy climbed the stairs. The horses were already in the stalls. The hero walked without looking back. The moon lit the way through the leaves of the trees. In one hand, the player held a crystal. In the other hand, there was a piece of paper. Looking at the items in his hands, the boy thought that the road was no different from the one in the game. The young man put the things in his bag. He looked ahead, thinking about the second secret of the Reincarnates family. An image of a ring appeared before his eyes, which would help the protagonist compensate for the debuffs from the incurable disease. Something rustled in the bushes and the young man turned around. He prepared for battle, taking the sword. Frowning, Yuchan thought that he might be too sensitive. The boy looked at the sign among the foliage. Reading the inscription, he thought that this was not a game, but a full-fledged reality. Ahead was the forest of missing children who never returned or died, and the player did not want this for the second time. The hero entered the forest of missing children. A notification warned of death in case of failure. There was a compass on the map. This place was in the territory of the Reincarnates. It is difficult not to get lost here even for an experienced player. The player stopped, looking ahead and concluded that the name corresponds to reality. Then, looking down, he remembered the peculiarity that if an adult kills a monster, he will not see artifacts. An image of an empty chest appeared in his head. A small tremor went through his body, because he had already died here several times. The guy smiled slightly, assessing the difficulty of the level at 2.5 stars. He walked under a branch, thinking that guides would be superfluous, and now the best skill for incurable disease. The boot crushed the branch with a crunch. A torch appeared in his hand. The hero lit it. The fire illuminated the path. Sparks flew forward from it. The player looked at the smoke. It was stretching to the right. The guy smiled slightly, because he knew that he needed to go in the opposite direction from him. The protagonist looked down. Then, he put his hand on the sword, and slightly turning his head to the side, he demanded that the one who was hiding from him show himself. There was no reaction. Yu-chan exhaled, realizing that his companion had decided to play hide and seek to the end. The sword handle was back in his hand. The blade cut the air with a sound. The girl was sitting by the mirror and complaining that her gentleman had not fallen for her beauty. She nervously twirled a strand of hair on her finger. Her maid, standing nearby, begged her to leave the young master. She was worried that she would get it too. The mistress calmed her down. The candle lit the way. The barely perceptible sound of footsteps was heard in the corridor. The maid, putting her hand to her chin, reasoned that her mistress could have been the heir if not for her older sister. She sighed, not understanding her mistress's behavior. Emma went to the door, thinking that her mistress was already asleep. The girl entered the room. Then she stopped in horror. The candle in her hand trembled. The light came on in the house. The maid woke everyone up, suspecting that the young mistress had followed Master Knox. The leaves of the tree trembled. Talia appeared from behind it. The guy was surprised. Talia laughed embarrassedly and said hello. Yu-chan asked what she was doing here. The girl pulled down her nightgown. The young master was looking somewhere down. Then, grabbing her, he ordered her to stand behind him. First, paws appeared. Then a tail flashed. The wolf, baring his teeth, growled. Talia looked at the beast with concern, realizing that this was his territory, and that she was not armed enough. The animal moved slowly. It did not take its eyes off the people. Then it threw back its head and howled. A full moon appeared in the branches of the trees. The wolf opened its mouth. The warrior was ready to attack. The girl watched what was happening anxiously. Her protector took a few steps forward. The animal was attacked. The beast felt severe pain in the neck area. Then it fell not far from the feet of the young lady. She was amazed by what she saw and the strength of her protector. Then, she looked at her companion seriously. The guy turned around and met her gaze. He looked closely at his interlocutor and asked what she was doing there. Talia twirled a lock of hair around her finger, saying that it was a night walk. The interlocutor, picking up a torch from the ground, said that in that case he was leaving her alone. The girl was scared. She grabbed her companion by the hand. He looked at her carefully. The young lady seemed to turn into a child in his eyes, saying that he impressed her with his strength, and she followed him to find out about his secret training. The player closed his eyes. Then he looked up again, thinking that the girl had an inflated opinion of him, could not assess danger, and did not pose a threat to him. She was still standing, holding his hand. He exhaled, ordered her to follow him. His boot hit the ground. The hero slightly raised his head, saying that they should clarify everything. Turning around, he said that he was not helping her, but simply wanted to get out of the situation innocent. Talia looked down and apologized. Yu-chan turned away, deciding that there was no more danger to be expected from her. Suddenly the girl stopped and called him. The guy turned around and the young lady thanked him. The player looked closely at his companion. Her cheeks turned red and she wanted to add something, but she stopped mid-sentence. Many pairs of eyes appeared from the darkness. The wolves stood a few steps away from them. Talia trembled, hiding behind her companion. But he abruptly ordered her to step back. Then he explained that she was preventing him from using his sword. He looked at the animals, concluding that he should be extremely careful. The warrior was a few steps away from them. The protagonist carefully looked at the opponents, thinking that although there would be no mega-strong monsters, he could meet an elite opponent. The animals were slowly approaching, and the thought flashed through his head that this knowledge would not help in battle. And then the animals rushed to attack. A moment later, the player used the sword. The wolves continued to attack. The warrior was attentive. Another beast jumped on him. The swordsman assumed a fighting stance, thinking to himself that sometimes it was worth letting one opponent know that they were all cornered. This was his tactic from his past life. The hero took the sword with his other hand and swung. Time seemed to stop during the counterattack. The guy exhaled, feeling weak. The witness of the incident was delighted, assuming that her companion had attacked half-heartedly. The girl looked at the wolf's carcass, wondering if her brother had fought them before. Her hands tightened around the torch. The thought that her ally thought she was weak upset the young lady. Talia was tense. A strong wind blew. Yu-chan raised his head. A paw appeared. Then another. Elite wolves came out to them. Light fell on the foliage. The servants were looking for the missing. The light fell on the sign with the sign. Someone noticed the tracks. One of the servants, squatting, concluded that the young master had entered there. The maid was horrified to hear that Talia was with him. She frantically began to think about what to do now. But a man's voice interrupted her, saying that it was impossible. Emma turned around. Rudval, thinking about the map, reasoned to himself that the place was unexplored and only children could enter it. He looked away, not understanding why the young master had done such a thing. The butler looked again at the young master's cautious footprints, reasoning that the mind-controlling monsters could not have lured him there. He looked at the starry sky, concluding that no one had crossed the mana barrier of the estate, so the boy went there voluntarily. A gust of wind blew leaves on itself. The man clenched his fist, realizing that he was wrong. He looked up again, concluding that the young man had become strong. The butler took a few steps forward, noting out loud that the children could only return in 2 ways, and the young master should be resourceful. An image of Yuchan appeared in his mind. Emma's eyes filled with tears. The servants stood motionless in the silence of the night. The maid trembled, feeling guilty. Her hand grabbed the hilt of the dagger. Talia was ready to defend herself. Yuchan noticed this out of the corner of his eye and ordered her not to make any sudden movements. Then, frowning, he advised her to save her strength for escape, on condition of defeat. Ta looked angrily ahead. The guy looked into the glowing eyes of the animals, arguing that they were not that dangerous, but the girl should remain attentive. Talia still held the torch in one hand and the dagger in the other. The warrior looked at his ally again, not trusting her to cover his back. Then he turned his gaze to the enemies, and used the spell of the Lord of Time. The wolf with a scar on its eye looked at him. The allies froze. The animals behaved differently. The hero clenched his teeth. The animals rushed to attack. The warrior defended himself from one of them. The rest of the animals stopped. Yuchan could not believe his eyes. The wolf with the scar calmly watched him. Suddenly they attacked in a crowd. The swordsman cut one of them. Another one broke through behind his back. But then he howled in pain. The guy turned around. He immediately had to dodge the carcass falling on him. He looked at his savior, pleasantly surprised. Talia, looking at him with a serious look, demanded to be careful. The girl was sitting on a tree, where the wolves could not reach. She was watching what was happening intently. The young gentleman looked at her, thinking that she wanted to help. The girl, holding a torch, asked if the young man was okay. The hero did not turn around. She, opening her mouth, asked if he had hurt her. The guy, opening his mouth, thought that his companion could somehow help. His gaze suddenly turned to the side after hearing a roar. Immediately after, the fighter cut down another wolf. The protagonist held the blade in front of him. The knight, turning around, replied that he was fine and realized that now was not the time to relax. The ally looked down and noted that she was happy to hear this. The warrior, looking forward, assumed that she had managed to see his pathetic side. The guy opened his mouth. Looking at the trembling blade, the hero realized that the recoil from the skill had already begun. Another wolf stepped onto the grass. Its eyes glowed bright yellow. The young man, smiling, thought that it had finally deigned to get up. The enemy did not approach him. Its head was turned towards the man. They looked at each other. Then suddenly the animal began to bare its teeth. The wolf immediately rushed to the attack. The guy's eyes opened wider. Immediately his gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The opponent ran past. His mouth opened in surprise. Looking closely, the hero could not believe that his opponent was going to do this. The warrior immediately looked away when thoughts about his slowness visited his head. The wolf ran right past him. There was blood on its paws. The girl, with her mouth open, called out to the knight. The monster began to run away again. The protagonist held his shoulder with his hand. The young man, gritting his teeth, could not believe that these were really 2.5 stars and that a reassessment was clearly required. The fighter was still standing in place. This enemy appeared in the bushes when the hero was arguing that this elite gray wolf was much smarter and more agile than in the game. The guy, holding the blade in his hands, thought that this was really some kind of surprise. Looking around, the warrior realized that he should have guessed earlier that the rest of the wolves obeyed him and that he would definitely take advantage of his advantage in orientation on the territory. Leaves from one of the bushes appeared. Something was approaching the hunter. The guy, opening his eyes wide, realized that he needed to hold the defense well. Immediately after, the hero struck with his sword. The wolf dodged it. His eyebrows were furrowed. The enemy bared his sharp teeth. The opponent immediately opened his mouth to attack, and the protagonist realized that he had been counting on this, because he was simply waiting for the swing. The knight, holding the blade in his hands, realized that he would be open for an attack. His teeth were clenched tightly. His mouth suddenly opened after realizing that the skill had begun to kick in. The monster was already right next to him. The young man, looking into his mouth, realized that he could not have foreseen this and overestimated his capabilities, because he had already completed this game many times in the past and apparently believed that he could do anything. Looking up in fear, the guy realized that only complete idiots reason like that. Immediately after, the fighter closed his eyes. Suddenly his mouth opened when he heard the roar of the monster. Some blade was sticking out of his eye. The girl held her hand in the air when the hero realized that if the enemy could pick the right moment, then they were worse. Talia had a serious face when the boy realized that she was the one who took advantage of the opportunity that had suddenly appeared. The blade in the hero's hand flashed. The young man, rushing to attack, screamed. Immediately after, the blade pierced the wolf's body. The monster, opening its mouth wide, growled. Its body began to fall to the ground. The hero also lowered his hands. The warrior crouched next to the defeated enemy. The girl, opening her mouth, called out to him. Her gaze was directed downwards. 2 more wolves appeared there. They suddenly began to run away. Then the companion jumped down from the tree. She, approaching him, asked if he was okay, and the fighter answered in the affirmative. The hero tried to wipe the blood from his face with his hand and said that he was alive, thanks to her. His mouth was still open. The boy, looking at her, realized that he had just almost thanked the enemy, who would soon kill him. Turning away, the young man said that she had nothing to worry about. There were 3 deep wounds on his arm. The girl, crying, screamed that he had just been wounded and asked again if he was okay. The knight, getting up, explained that these were just a few scratches and that his condition was normal. She, smiling, noted that it was good that he was not so seriously injured. Suddenly, Talia noticed something on her shoulder. Her gaze was directed straight at the spider. The young man turned around when he heard some fuss from the side. His companion suddenly jumped on him. The guy, looking at her, asked what happened. His comrade, looking away, explained that there was a spider. Her gaze again turned to this creature. The spider was crawling on her clothes. The protagonist's eyes turned white after another loud scream from her, and then he tried to understand how long she was going to hang on him. Smiling, the guy realized that she was really too afraid of spiders. Taking it off his hand, the young man asked her why she had to follow him into the forest if ordinary spiders scared her so much. His companion, looking away, asked if the hero himself wasn't afraid of them. The warrior winked at her with one eye and noted that she would definitely not become a knight with such fears. She answered negatively with her mouth wide open, and the warrior noted that she had finally gotten off him. The young man covered his mouth with his hand and began to cough. The girl, looking in his direction, asked what had happened to him. The guy, closing his eyes, reminded her of his words that there was no reason to worry, and realized that these were only reasons for giving in. The hero, looking in the direction of his companion, realized that she had also contributed to this victory. Smiling, the young man knew that he was still alive only thanks to her, but her frightened scream did not count for that. Looking at her, the guy mentally thanked her once again. The sun had already appeared from behind the thick crowns of the trees. A ring appeared near the wolf's paw when the warrior thought that they only had to get out of this forest. The sun rose even higher. The woman, covering her face with her hands, said that the blame for the death of the young mistress lay on her shoulders. Someone was standing next to her. The man, looking up, could not believe that they could not and realized that Talia's disappearance would undermine the relationship between the families, because more than one child had already disappeared in this forest. The butler, closing his eyes, knew that many were already quietly saying that this happened because of the family's unprofessionalism. Someone pointed a finger forward and asked them all to look there. Many people watched as the fog began to dissipate. The assistant, his mouth open in surprise, realized that the forest of the missing children had been completely explored. The maid, getting to her feet, explained that she was not sure of what was happening, but noted that all the mana here began to dissipate in the air, and the man answered in the affirmative. The butler, looking forward, said that this meant that the forest had been completely explored. They all watched as Rudwell spoke about how what they could only dream of had become reality. The maid closed her mouth, crying. 2 children of the families were shown in front. The boy opened his mouth a little when someone shouted that the young master was returning. The assistants, standing behind, said that this man had managed to explore the forest, which was unbelievable, because the child was walking as if nothing had happened. The butler, raising his hand to his face, realized that he could not hold back a smile. Looking at the protagonist, the man knew that there was no longer any doubt, and the hierarchy of the Reinhafer family would have to undergo significant changes. The young man, looking to the side, asked why so many people had gathered here. The maid, opening her mouth wide, called out to the girl. Hugging her, the woman explained that they were all too worried, while the man noted that his family was no less shocked by the disappearance of his son. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, asked how they could worry about such a mediocrity and added that the family's reputation as one of the strongest dark families would soon collapse. The maid wiped her tears with her hand. She suddenly grabbed the girl. The woman, with her eyes closed, said that she would remind her of each of the 71 rules of her family and asked her to go. The girl, with her mouth open, apologized to her. Emma, holding her by the clothes, explained that she could not blame her and said that the head himself would clearly teach her to follow the rules. The boy, introducing his maid, thought that something told him that Ron also had more than enough stamina. The maid, bowing her head, thanked the knight for protecting the young lady. The girl, with her mouth open, listened to his words that he really did not want to cross paths with her once again. The young man, looking in her direction, asked her not to blame herself, because without her, nothing would have happened. Her eyes widened in surprise. The crown of a certain tree was visible. The family estate appeared behind it. Things were lying on the chair. The hero, taking off his jacket, said that he would finally be able to rest. The protagonist, rubbing his head, also realized that he did not expect to meet Rudville with the knights at the entrance to the forest. A smile appeared on his face. Immediately after, his hand went into his pocket. Taking the ring in his hand, the guy thought that now he had a family secret, and immediately a notification appeared, which said that he had received an accessory, a ring of dark flame. This thing appeared and 2 more messages appeared. The first one spoke about its main characteristics, and the second one said that the conditions for using this thing are that the user must be the owner of dark mana. Imagining the skull above his hand, the young man knew that the effect of this ring manifests itself if the wearer defeats the target, while simultaneously using the ring. Then there will be an opportunity to take a little of the defeated person's life force for himself, and the higher the rank of the defeated person, the more life force can be obtained. The hero, smiling, understood that this is the only artifact that can steal life force from others, and this is the ring of dark flame. Squeezing the thing in his fist, the guy knew that even owning this artifact will not prolong his life. Holding it between his fingers, the young man thought that life cannot be prolonged forever. The knight, looking forward, remembered that you can only take a little life force, but this will not be enough to get rid of an incurable disease. Putting it on his finger, the guy knew that he needed to continue trying and develop further, and immediately a notification appeared that they had put on the ring of dark flame. Smiling, the young man thought that this is still much better than living in hopeless fear of death. The hero, clenching his fist, will feel how his life and mana are increasing. Turning around, the protagonist called out to the assistant and asked her to come in for a minute. The door opened. The girl, looking in, asked if the young gentleman could really see through objects. The guy, looking at her, said that it was quite possible. The assistant, covering her face with her hands, shouted a question about whether this meant that he could see her body through her clothes. The fighter, showing her his fist, asked what she was talking about. The maid, rubbing her head, noted that it now seemed to her that his flicks had become even more painful. The warrior, opening his mouth, asked her to give him her hand. The girl, closing her eyes, asked if he would honestly raise her salary if she won again. He answered affirmatively. They joined hands. There was a smile on the guy's face. The young man immediately put her hand on the table. The maid, looking down, asked about what just happened. She, with her mouth open, said that it was not fitting for the son of a noble family to cut the salary of a poor servant by 20%, and the young man agreed with her. The assistant hid her gaze when the hero said that everyone already thought that he was a disgrace to the family, and now he was wondering who it was thanks to. The guy, smiling, explained that this is why he decided that there was no need to worry about such trivial things as honor. Suddenly, his eyes widened after receiving notifications that the action of the weak immunity skill was activated and he received a second-degree inflammation of the wrist. Frowning, the hero thought about how idiotic these negative skills were, as he received another message that he also received the first stage of flu. The girl, with her mouth open, listened to his words about how they would cancel the reduction in her salary, and also his request that he be brought ice and a wet towel. Smiling, the warrior realized that he was too happy that he finally managed to get this ring and decided to rest a little. The image of the protagonist was visible and someone's words were heard that he had already heard the name Yuchan. The family estate appeared and the young man thought that 6 months had passed since he received the 2 secrets in the form of Carl and the ring of dark flame. The fighter, closing his eyes, also realized that, unfortunately, he did not have a chance to use them. A sign appeared with the words that the young man was punished. The hero opened one eye. Holding the handle, the knight noted that he did not have any problems because of that prank, because he managed to explore the forest of lost children and asked how they could punish him after that. Turning around, the warrior asked Rona to confirm this. The girl, raising a finger, said that she was a servant who served the family and her salary would be cut if she spoke badly about the head. The protagonist, raising both hands, said that, putting his hand on his heart, he swears that her salary will not be cut if she does not adjust to his preferences. The assistant said that the boss in this situation is clearly wrong and asked how he could not understand him. The young man, sitting down in the chair, understood that in any case, he tried hard to get along here and led a very productive life, watching Carl grow up. Looking to the side, the guy realized that he cannot sit still any longer, because his life is getting shorter and shorter, and then a notification appeared that due to the effect of an incurable disease, he has 147 days left to live. The protagonist bowed his head and thought that this system was interested in his life even more than he was and thanked it for the tactful and sweet reminder. The player rose from his chair and said that he had had enough and needed to ask his father for permission to go out somewhere. The girl opened the door and noted that she had just heated up the water for the bath and immediately there was a knock on the door. The man put his hand on his chest and addressed him. The servant bowed his head and explained that the head was eager to see his son. The guy was sitting on the chair with his mouth slightly open. Many corpses of people appeared on the floor. The man was holding a bloody blade in his hand. The fighter was staring somewhere upward. Silhouettes of some monsters were visible in the sky. They were flying at the man. The monsters attacked him from above. Suddenly, the blade in the warrior's hands began to change color. The knight's gaze was still directed upward. At that moment, something purple struck these monsters. The father, closing his eyes, remembered that it was a huge number of demons. The man, sitting on the chair, knew that they were people who were imprisoned in them, and the night was becoming more and more crimson with each passing second. Opening his eyes, Theo realized that it was just a nightmare in reality. Something black began to emanate from his body. Imagining a certain sword, the head of the family thought that one day one of his sons would be strong enough to handle the merciless blade of darkness. The old man, rubbing his neck, knew that one cannot simply hope, because one needs undeniable talent, since the chosen one will have to kill the father. The family coat of arms hung on the wall. Someone was standing in front of the door. The butler, entering, explained that the young master would soon arrive to him. The man, looking away, asked to hurry his son. Remembering the sign in the forest, Theo could not understand how it was possible to investigate the forest of missing children, and if his good-for-nothing son could do it, then he should be rewarded. Introducing some people, the father knew that he had delayed the reward for a reason, but because of the fundamental objections of the family advisors, who did not believe that the incompetent guy had suddenly changed, and then organized an investigation to check whether it was really the son's doing. The man, looking at the document, understood that even he had no opportunity to ignore the opinion of the family advisors, and therefore an investigation was simply necessary. Someone opened the door. The hero, bowing his head, expressed respect to his father. The leader, sitting in a chair, asked him to rise. The young man, looking down, listened to Theo's words that he should understand that his actions were unacceptable, and the knight agreed. The old man, folding his hands in front of him, explained that it was his duty as a patriarch to reward achievements, even if it was a non-entity, and added that he had called him to discuss the reward. The boy's mouth fell open in surprise when his father began to talk about a certain request. The man, looking ahead, said that he would only fulfill one request, no matter what it was. The hero, looking ahead, could not believe that his father could actually do this. Looking at the chapter, the protagonist remembered that he had been playing this game for days, but for this man to reward someone was the first time he had ever seen. Looking away, the fighter knew that he was usually so majestic and stern, and he felt as if someone had hit him hard on the head or cut his head clean through. The young man, opening his mouth, asked again. His father looked at him silently. The man, rising from his chair, replied that he would provide absolutely everything he could wish for, and added that this was the word of the head of the Reincarnates family. On the wall was visible the coat of arms when the patriarch spoke about promising to fulfill any request, and swore by the centuries-old history of the family, and the merciless blade of darkness. The guy, looking at it, could not believe that the interlocutor was saying this seriously, but assumed that even this could be possible. The man, putting his hand on the table, noted that his request would be useless, then the opinion of his son would remain the same, and added that he hoped that he would not allow such stupidity. The hero, smiling, answered affirmatively and asked to give him time to think it over carefully. The father, opening his mouth, gave him permission to do this and explained that now he was allowed to go beyond the estate, and also asked him not to find trouble on his head anymore, as happened last time. The protagonist, smiling, said that he would not do anything like that. The estate appeared from the street, and the headman's words were heard, so that he should always remember that he was a representative of the Reincarnates family. The entrance to the estate was visible. Many people gathered near it. There was a smile on the face of the maid. The girl, opening her mouth, said that they would see each other at the Eldane Academy. The guy was looking in a completely different direction. The friend, closing her eyes, asked if they would meet again then. The servant, looking at the hero, said that he needed to answer the young lady's question. The young man, opening his mouth, explained that this would happen if his companion became a real knight by that time. The girl, raising her hands, asked what kind of knight she needed to become. The protagonist, looking to the side, said that she should become one who, for example, is not afraid even of huge spiders. The friend immediately closed her mouth. Suddenly, she hit him. The boy's eyes turned white after realizing that he should have talked about wolves. The young man looked up. The girl, with her mouth open, screamed that none of this mattered and that upon her return, when she became a real knight, the comrade should prepare his head. The boy's eyes turned white again, as it seemed to him that this girl really wanted to kill him. The assistant, with her eyes closed, thanked the master for everything, and the hero asked what the servant of the Stilliner family should thank him for. She, with her eyes open, explained that it was gratitude for saving the young lady. The hero looked at her silently. The knight, with his eyes closed, said that it was not that he wanted to save her and asked him to leave her alone and finally leave. The carriage was already at the open gate. The fighter, looking in that direction, realized that he had one less problem. Raising his head, the young man could not understand why it seemed to him more and more that he was getting used to this hectic life. Smiling, the guy realized that he even liked it, and immediately a notification appeared that due to the effect of an incurable disease, he had 146 days left to live. The protagonist's mouth fell open from the realization that he simply had no time left to idle. The family's estate appeared. The servant, with her mouth open, said that he should definitely find a new maid and new servants. The hero, rubbing his chin, thought about it. The butler, bowing, wished the gentleman a good morning, and the latter asked about the reason for his arrival. The man, raising his hand, said that the Eldain Academy had sent him a maid to help him pack his things, and from that day on, this girl would serve him. The girl, closing her eyes, introduced herself and explained that from that day on, she would be his maid. The young man, looking to the side, also said his name. In his eyes, reflections of notifications were visible. Right in front of this maid, windows of the system with her characteristics and features appeared. The positive ones were master of support and determination, and the negative ones were duplicity, that this person is pathetic, superficiality, a brilliant liar and a spy, and another message appeared, which said that she had activated a skill due to which she was currently evaluating the player by order of the head of the family. The estate was visible, and a notification also appeared that due to the effect of an incurable disease, the player had 140 days left to live. The young man, buttoning his shirt, realized that when a person's time is extremely limited, it flies too quickly. Immediately in front of him, a window with his characteristics appeared, and the guy thought that one of the advantages he has is that he has a fairly fast development, despite the abundance of all kinds of negative effects. The hero's gaze was directed somewhere. The knight, standing by the window, understood that he would soon be accepted into the Eldain Academy. The assistant, holding something in her hands, said that in just 2 months the gentleman would already be at the academy, and asked if he was worried. The fighter, turning around, asked if she was really so happy that he would leave her. Rona, closing her eyes, screamed that she already missed him. The protagonist, looking at her, asked her not to overdo it, because her salary would not be increased anyway, and immediately realized that he did not even have time to mock her. The hero, looking away, understood that if he did not manage to raise his statistics at least a little in the next 2 months, then he would simply not survive in the academy. Having imagined the emblem of the school, the young man remembered that it was the best in the empire, and it was where the strongest students from all over the country gathered. Imagining himself in the future, the knight knew that he first had to survive this training, and then begin the main storyline where he would have to play the role of a villain. The boy, looking down, did not understand why everything here was so complicated. The maid, smiling, said that she would support him and help him with all her might, but the knight realized that no one would let him calmly pack up and leave. The young man, remembering his father, knew that he was one of the main villains and the strongest beings in the world, and many, interested in how he was able to achieve his current position, assumed that all this happened thanks to his skillful possession of the sword, but he is so comprehensively developed that doubts creep in about the unambiguity of his judgments. The maid's clothes appeared when it was told that in fact the main reason that allowed this man to take a place at the top of the 7 Reincarnates was his eternal suspicion of everything and everyone that surrounded him. The man stood in front of the assistant. The leader, with his mouth open, said that he relied on her very much. The girl, without looking up, answered affirmatively. The man, looking at her, noted that he had heard that the Lovell family had put her at the bottom of the list of heirs, and if she did well in the task, the Reinhardt family would do everything in their power to support her as the heir. The assistant, closing her eyes, said that she would serve the young master faithfully. Her eyes opened when Theo answered negatively. His gaze was directed straight at her. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She, placing her hand on her chest, explained that she would watch his every move and report everything to the head. A certain door appeared. Someone's hand was leaning against it. The maid, closing her eyes, knew that she must not forget who her master was. She raised her head a little. The assistant brought her hand to the collar. A certain pendant appeared in it. The girl looked at it and realized that she simply could not have any room for doubt. There was someone's photo there. The walls of the estate appeared. The lights were still on in the windows. The young man lay on the bed, thinking about the spy. Frowning, the boy knew that his father wanted to make sure that he was his real son. Imagining a possessed woman, the hero knew that such creatures were quite common and widespread in this game, and his character was just one of such characters, because in the original storyline, his body was possessed by the number 1 demon. Getting up, the protagonist realized that he had nothing to fear as long as Theo did not know who his son really was. His eyes opened. Remembering the new maid, the knight thought that she could become a real problem for him. Immediately after, the young man imagined a certain tree and realized that this girl was not yet involved in the main story, and it would be stupid to get rid of her like that. He also remembered the book with her family and thought that in the original, she was supposed to become the next head of the Lovelia family. Imagining a certain man with a sword, the guy remembered that her father and mother were killed by her uncle. Remembering her tear-stained face, the hero realized that she had lost her rights to become the next head of the family, and what happened next was obvious, and in order to escape from her family, the girl came to the Reinhafner house and became a maid. Imagining her now, the protagonist realized that she was outwardly friendly and always smiling, but inside she was all exhausted and nasty, and her character was on the verge of despair. Looking up, the knight thought about her last decision before the beginning of the first part of the main story. Imagining her falling, the guy remembered that her decision was suicide. Putting his head on his knees, the young man tried to understand what he should do. The fighter looked at his hand. Looking away, the warrior thought that he should probably deviate from the intended story and save the one who should be dead, even if he knows that this will put a noose around his own neck. The sun was already shining over the estate. 2 girls were standing in the room. The guy, with his mouth open, said that from today on they would be hunting local monsters and they would have to accompany him and help him with this. Rona's mouth suddenly fell open in surprise. The assistant, raising her hand to her face, asked again about hunting monsters and added that she would probably have to leave them, because she was not feeling well. The second girl, with her mouth open, agreed with his order. The previous assistant, taking her hand, said that she should not agree to everything so easily. The protagonist, looking forward, understood that it was absolutely normal for a maid to be afraid of hunting monsters, and this statement in itself was quite stupid. His eyes were caught by the trembling hands of this assistant. The hero, crossing his arms over his chest, explained that he knew that the first assistant had already used up all her sick days and would not be able to leave today. Her eyes immediately turned white after his words. The knight, opening one eye, asked if she had forgotten that he was a mediocrity, and explained that if the maid did not do what she was ordered, her salary would be cut, and noted that they should start with half of her salary. The girl, crying, asked what kind of weapon he preferred. A smile immediately appeared on his face. Jitri, looking at the master, turned to him. The assistant, opening her mouth, asked if she could report to the butler that they were going to leave the estate before the start of packing. The protagonist, putting his hand on his head, thought about something. Looking at the ring, the knight knew that now the most important goal for him was to prolong his life. They galloped through the forest. Someone looked through the window. It was the head of the family. A bright sun appeared above the treetops, and it was told that the events were taking place in the forest of missing children, which was now indistinguishable from an ordinary forest. The wolf rose on its hind legs and growled. The hero pulled his hands back. Immediately after the blow cut the enemy, and a notification appeared that the user had stolen the smallest amount of the grey wolf's life energy. The guy looked somewhere ahead, receiving a message that he had received 2 more hours of life. Looking to the side, the knight wanted to know if all the wolves here had been killed. Looking at one of the corpses, the young man realized that he had earned 2 hours of life in one such hunt. Several more corpses also appeared, and he thought that this was a good result. The girl, holding the vessel in her hands, said that the gentleman had been hunting non-stop all day and asked if he was tired yet. His eyes immediately closed. Opening them slightly, the knight realized that without using the Time Lord, the hunt lasted too long. Reaching out for the bottle, the guy thought that in the end he had only knocked out an hour of life. Bringing it to his mouth, the protagonist realized that he suspected that the calculations would be far from ideal. But not that much, and he simply did not have the opportunity to go out and hunt monsters every hour. Standing next to these corpses, the knight also remembered that the main problem is that the monsters are definitely not infinite. The maid looked at one of the corpses in fear when the hero thought about the fact that in the last couple of days he had most likely killed most of the wolves living here. Crying, the young man realized that the plan to extend life was falling apart. The warrior, opening his mouth, said that he could not have imagined that the lack of monsters in the area would be a problem. The assistant, smiling, noted that it was surprising that he was upset by the small number of monsters in the area, because if someone heard this, they would certainly think that the master was crazy. The hero silently looked at her. Bright rays of sunlight were breaking through the foliage. The knight, closing his eyes, said that they had nothing more to look for here and suggested that the assistants return to the estate. Jitri, with her mouth open, asked if it was worth preparing a warm bath for him and added that she would select the most favorable water temperature for him. The protagonist, looking in her direction, said that he wanted to take a bath before dinner and told her to hurry up, and immediately realized that this was her skill as a support master. The maid, smiling, asked him to rely on her. Rona, with her mouth wide open, shouted that he should not forget about her and said that she would clean his room. She grabbed her weapon and quickly ran. There was a smile on the face of the second assistant. The hero, standing in front of her, called her name. The guy, with his mouth slightly open, said that he was interested in learning something. She folded her hands at her apron. The young man, looking at her, asked whom she served. Her eyes widened at his words. Remembering her support master skill, the protagonist understood that the beauty and power of the sword did not matter, and if he did not have the ability to use it, it would be thrown away without hesitation. She looked away. The boy, looking down, asked if this was her answer. The maid, with her mouth open, explained that she had not said anything at all. The girl, standing in front of him, tried to say something else. The knight, looking at her, said that he knew what her next words would be and asked her not to worry, because he did not want to continue this interrogation any further. Jitri, with her head down, listened to his words about how he was grateful that the 3-story lie had bypassed his ears. The young man, with his mouth open, said that he didn't care who she served, because the girl would be considered his property anyway. Her eyes were wide open. Passing by, the hero explained that if she suddenly needed him, she had the opportunity to twist him as she pleased. The knight walked away from her. Without turning around, the fighter tried to understand whether mutual use of each other would turn into torture for them compared to unconditional trust. She was still standing in the same place. The full moon was visible. The family estate appeared. Rona, lying on the bed, asked if their master was going too far. The girl imagined him with horns and his question about how if she didn't run with him, then why else would he laugh, and said that this happened every training session. The second one, turning around, agreed with her. Immediately after, her gaze was riveted to the window. Jitri, putting her hand on her chest, realized that she had already heard about how the young master had suddenly changed, because they had been discussing it all in the Lovelia family. Looking ahead, she remembered that she had not paid attention to gossip, because people rarely changed beyond recognition. The girl immediately remembered his blow and realized that everyone was only talking about how he had defeated 2 brothers at once and received the right to study at the academy. Imagining him, the assistant realized that this man was one of those who strengthened the greatness of his family, which was the complete opposite of it. Imagining herself in the clothes of a maid, she also realized that she had fallen so low, being the legitimate heir of her family. The maid's mouth fell open. Memories of him and his words about how she could twist and turn him as she pleased immediately appeared in her head. Holding a pen in her hands, the assistant tried to understand what he meant. The window of the estate appeared. There were many people in one of the halls, and it was said that among the inhabitants of the Reinhafner house there was an incredible rumor that Jitri was expelled from her own family. A girl appeared against the background of broken glass, and it was said that now this person has no right to serve this family. In her hand was some paper. There were words of appeal to her. Squeezing this sheet, the girl remembered that it was written that she did not deserve to be the next heir, since she betrayed her family and would be held accountable for her sins. Crying, the maid also remembered the words from the letter that she was deprived of all rights as a representative of the first line of the family. She, opening her mouth, realized that she would not stay in this family for long either. Imagining 3 people with blades, the girl remembered that this family is one of the main dark families. She also remembered her father, and realized that she was working here as a maid of a talentless son simply because she lost her family. Jitri, leaning against the door, knew that she had no right to serve this man. Taking hold of the door handle, the maid understood that she would soon be thrown out of here. Walking through the estate, she realized that later she would be serving someone else. Opening the door, the girl greeted someone. The other workers looked at her, and it immediately became clear to her that they definitely already knew everything. Smiling, the maid thought that she had long been accustomed to condemning looks. Her eyes widened when someone called out to her. Rona, running up to her, said that she had already looked everywhere for her. The maid, looking at her friend, assumed that she probably did not yet know what had happened. She was immediately taken by the hand. Her mouth fell open in surprise when she thought that perhaps this man was just pretending, or thought that they really were friends. Jitri, following her, understood that whatever her reason was, she was doing something stupid now. Looking ahead, she understood that they were all doing something stupid. A balcony of one of the rooms was visible. The young man was sitting on a chair and thinking that the end was most likely inevitable. There was a letter on the table when he realized that most likely the end was not only for the girl, because her father should have received this message by now. Looking down, the hero knew that all the accusations about the crimes of the maid's father were actually lies. Noticing the butterfly, the knight realized that he was unable to help her. Looking up, the warrior understood that this was all because it was impossible to predict what consequences the butterfly effect would entail. An image of her dead body appeared in his head. Birds were flying above the treetops. Another wound appeared on the wolf's body. Immediately after, his body fell to the ground. Looking at the warrior, someone asked if the companion had noticed that the young master was even more merciless than usual that day. Rona, peeking out from behind a bush, explained that he was usually at least a little more merciful. The girl, raising her hand to her face, began to say something. Her friend, looking at her, asked if she really thought so. Opening her mouth, the maid thought that everything was too complicated. Blood smeared on the sword. The young man shook it off onto the ground. Looking away, the protagonist knew that someone should appear soon. Imagining 2 animals, the guy remembered that in the forest of missing children there is a monster that comes only when about 20% of the total number of monsters remains, and it is a hidden boss of monsters. Putting the blade in the sheath, the knight knew that he would like to believe that killing such an enemy would raise his stats quite well, but this was apparently not destined to come true. Suddenly, the foliage began to tremble. His mouth immediately fell open in disbelief at what had just happened. Immediately after, something appeared near his face. Swinging his blade, the fighter realized that his enemy really did have unimaginable speed. Smiling, the young man thought that it was just like the secret boss. In front of him was an elite royal wasp. The guy, swinging his sword, understood that it would be difficult for him to deal with her, but not so much that he would not be able to kill her. His gaze turned to the side when someone called out to him. The assistant's eyebrows were furrowed. Suddenly, the monster attacked her. Looking at her, the knight realized that he would have been able to dodge such an attack without her help. Opening his mouth, the fighter could not understand why she had to save him. Looking at the enemy, The warrior did not know who else would dare to rush at the monster that suddenly appeared in front of his nose. Continuing to look at the maid, the hero decided to use the skill and save her. The protagonist immediately clenched his teeth, activating the skill of the Time Lord. The girl, sitting on the floor, was crying. Someone asked why their sweet daughter was constantly falling. The interlocutor agreed and added that the abrasions on her knees never completely healed. Looking at the family, she realized that her parents always told her that her knees never completely healed. Looking down, the assistant assumed that they predicted such a future for her, because the abrasions on her heart also never healed. The image of the master appeared in her head again, who asked her who she served. Opening her mouth, she thought about it. A certain man appeared. There was a smile on his face. The man, holding a blade, said that this was now his family. Imagining the master's father, the maid could not understand who she should serve. The hero, with his mouth wide open, looked down and called Jitri, and immediately notifications appeared that the user had defeated the monster, and thanks to this, exclusive rewards were obtained. The protagonist, gritting his teeth, asked her to hold on a little longer. The young man, sitting next to her, said that everything was already over and she would soon be taken home. There was a smile on her face. Looking away, she did not understand whether people who were going to use her could do this. The silhouette of the master began to blur. A tear flowed down her cheek. The father, holding a paper in his hands, said that this was an extremely difficult situation. The butler, standing next to him, explained that according to the research conducted, this letter was true and the Lovell family had decided to expel their new maid. The head, looking away, remembered that he had accepted her in the first place because this could be an opportunity to capture her family. But due to the loss of the head, their position is now very precarious, which causes the suppression of this family. As the patriarch presented her, he realized that the family was currently in a state of instability that was negatively affecting the heir's position. Theo, imagining the chessboard, knew that the Reincarnates could subjugate them with their intervention. Looking at the letter, the man realized that this could not be done now, since Jitri had been thrown out of the family before the opportunity to implement this plan arose. The leader, raising his hand, said that nothing could be done about it and asked what they should do with her now. The butler, with his mouth open, explained that it would be incredibly unfortunate to leave a nameless servant near the young master, since the academy would not understand or approve of this, and therefore they needed to resolve this issue quietly and without unnecessary attention. The man, lowering his head, agreed with him. Suddenly the doors opened and someone called out to the leader. The assistant, turning around, asked why he was barging in without permission, and the messenger apologized. The father, looking away, listened to the words of the newcomer, that the young master had brought a maid who had been wounded while hunting. The young man, with his mouth open, said that she had been poisoned and was in a critical condition, and then the son, without asking, had given her an expensive antidote. The butler, looking at him, asked if it was a healing potion of mandrake, and he answered in the affirmative. The old man, putting his hand on his head, said that the potion was too expensive. The father, looking down, assumed that his son had become so attached to an ordinary maid so quickly, and who knew what such feelings would lead to. The estate appeared and someone was heard calling out to the assistant. Rona, with her mouth wide open, shouted a question about whether she had woken up. The girl opened her eyes, listening to her friend's words about how happy she was that she had woken up. Jitri, with her mouth slightly open, tried to understand what had happened and whether the young master was okay. Remembering how she had exposed herself to the blow, she did not know why she had done so at that moment. Her friend, crying, explained that the master had given her a healing antidote. Remembering the situation with the doctor, the maid said that he had ignored the doctor's refusals and said that if he wanted to live, he should use this potion, and apparently an insignificant part of him was still alive. The girl, looking away, realized that it was a mandrake potion, but still did not know why the master was doing this. Grabbing the sheet, the assistant remembered that he was holding it for his own benefit. Her friend, raising her hands, said that she still needed to rest and asked if her wounds hurt, while Jitri asked where the protagonist was now. The maid, putting her finger to her face, explained that he had gone to look for the chamberlain and also noted that he had asked her to notify him when the wounded woman came to. She, holding on to the door, said that she would be back soon. Immediately after, the door slammed. The assistant put on her slippers. She opened her suitcase. The girl began to put the books inside. She did the same with her clothes, thinking that she did not belong here, and she knew it very well. Standing in front of the suitcase, the maid understood that she did not deserve to be here or anywhere else. She took her necklace. There was still a photograph of her parents there. Immediately after, the girl took it out. The maid put it next to a letter that said that this thing would have to cover the cost of the medicine in full. Lines of gratitude for saving her life also appeared in this letter. The suitcase was already in her hands. The room was visible through the window. Her hand was shaking. Her mouth dropped open in surprise when someone asked her where she was suddenly going. The hero was standing in front of her. The guy, with his mouth open, repeated his question. The estate was visible and a question was heard about whether a person really cared about the price of medicine when a person was literally dying. The doctor, with his mouth slightly open, explained that this was not the case at all. There were jars of medicine on the table when the man said that he simply could not give this antidote without the permission of the head. The girl was lying on a hospital bed. The knight, with his mouth open, asked whether Rudville really stood above him in the family hierarchy. The doctor, leaning over a little, asked again. The warrior, frowning, said that he would immediately personally report everything to his father, and ordered him to do his job. The man, reaching out for the flask, replied that he understood everything. The assistant, standing by the bed, asked if everything would be all right with her friend, and the doctor explained that they had already neutralized the poison and her life was no longer in danger. The boy was looking somewhere to the side. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, called out to him. The warrior, leaving, asked to report to him when the maid woke up. A window of one of the rooms appeared. The father, looking down, asked what the matter was, because his son really rarely looked for him, and immediately asked another question about whether it was connected with that maid. The young man was sitting in front of him. The knight opened his mouth slightly, using his acting skill. The man, with his mouth slightly open, listened to his words about one request. The hero, bowing his head, said that he remembered that he said that he would fulfill one of his requests, and the father answered affirmatively. Introducing the girl, the protagonist asked to give him the maid, because she no longer belonged to her family anyway. The leader looked down. Introducing his father and the maid, the warrior understood that this was a butterfly effect that would affect the course of the story and immediately realized that his problem with the spy was now solved. Remembering the situation on the hunt, the guy thought about how he understood something when he saw her rush to save him. Memories of looking at her also appeared. Introducing her before this situation, the young man understood that the answer that was never given to him, and the act that put everything in its place. The hero looked ahead. The father, looking at him, replied that he understood everything, because if this was his wish, then it would be fulfilled. The knight began to rise to his feet. Suddenly, the player froze. His legs suddenly turned. Standing in front of him, the protagonist said that his worthless son would like to say something. The leader, with his mouth slightly open, asked him to continue. The warrior, closing his eyes, began to say something and immediately a notification appeared that the skill could be interrupted due to his emotional state. Opening his eyes, the fighter asked him to stop playing with his son's people. The man was still sitting in his office. A dark room of the estate appeared. The hero, standing in front of his assistant, asked where she was going. The girl, trembling, answered that she was leaving, because she no longer belonged here. Her hands were still shaking when she thanked him for everything. Suddenly, the trembling stopped after the master began to speak. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked why his servant was running away instead of doing her job. She, hiding her eyes, explained that he already knew the answer. Jitri, crying, said that the head ordered her to watch her son and therefore deceive him. The guy silently looked in her direction when the girl asked why he didn't just let her go. The assistant, with her mouth open, screamed that she had lied to him. Tears streamed down her cheeks again after screaming that she had no questions and no request to throw her out right now. Smiling a little, the knight realized what kind of person this person was behind the mask and that she was the one who decided not to give up and fight no matter what. The young man, with his eyes closed, noted that people constantly deceive each other. She, with her mouth open, screamed that she had committed a real crime against him. The guy, looking forward, began to say something. The player, pointing his finger at himself, asked if she really thought of just leaving without paying for her actions after the betrayal and also asked who allowed her to leave the walls of this house. Jitri, with her mouth open, asked again. The fighter, holding out his hand, explained that she was staying here and added that he had no idea what his father had in mind on this matter, but he did not care that she belonged to the Lovelia family. The hero, putting his hand on her chest, said that he needed her abilities. As he passed by, the warrior also added that he wanted her to help him until he paid for his own crime. The girl's eyes widened after he said that she was his maid until then. Tears began to flow down her cheeks again. Standing in place, the assistant replied that she understood everything. Turning around, the maid explained that she would be on his side until the very end. Smiling, the guy said that this was great, and she reminded him that he had once asked her a question. Turning around, the young man listened to the repetition of his question about whom she served. The assistant, smiling, asked if he knew the answer now. The hero, looking in her direction, answered affirmatively. The family estate appeared. Rona, standing by the bucket, said that the young master had indeed threatened the doctor, and was even going to kill him. She immediately winked. The guy, standing next to her, asked her not to get on his nerves, at least in his presence, and the girl asked if he had really heard everything. The young man, closing his eyes, said that apparently the assistant had even stopped making excuses. The girl immediately covered her mouth with her hands. The maid, opening her mouth, asked if everything was okay with Jitri and asked her not to overexert herself. The hero looked at her. The knight, rubbing his head, asked why she was causing him nothing but trouble. The player raised his hand and asked if she remembered that she was going with him to LD Academy in 2 months, and the maid replied that she had already started preparing for the move, and then the warrior asked again. The maid closed her eyes and explained that she had collected essential things for him, namely books, medicine, clothes, and a special uniform for travel. She raised her hand to her chin, intending to say something else, and then the master realized that this person was no longer forcing a smile when he saw her. Remembering her earlier and her words about how she was already tired of always pretending, because she did not like it at all, he immediately realized that now it was much more pleasant with this person. Looking at her, the hero thought that now he wouldn't have to put on a show, exchanging politeness and meaningless conversations. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. The guy, opening his mouth, realized that when they were cornered and when they were standing back to back, they would never betray each other. A smile also appeared on his face from the understanding that it would be better for both of them. The assistant was holding a teapot in her hands. A shelf with books was visible and someone's question was heard about whether the young master was okay. The hero immediately looked away. The maid, standing next to him, explained that an unpleasant rumor about him had spread through the estate. The protagonist, sitting down in a chair, asked again and realized that this was something new and now he was even interested in what could be worse than the existing ones. Chitri, looking away, said that they were all talking about the fact that he left her as his maid because he fell in love. His hand slid over the chair. The young man, looking ahead, thought that most likely his character would be embarrassed by this news. The player, looking at his interlocutor, apologized and explained that he himself gave ground for gossip, but she replied that she had not told him this because of that. The girl, opening her mouth, explained that she thought that he might be embarrassed because of this. The knight, closing his eyes, said that she had nothing to worry about, because surely she had not heard what was said about him and reminded him that there were rumors that the young master was an incompetent idiot and a disgrace to the family. The assistant, looking away, noted that everything was not so bad, but the young man said that if she lied, then death would overtake her. Closing her eyes, the maid replied that she had heard that. The maid opened her mouth and explained that they also said that the young master was a pervert. The hero immediately covered his face with his hands when she asked if it was true. The protagonist, putting his hand on his head, realized that his reputation was still below zero, but while he had previously been called a weakling who was incapable of anything. Putting his finger to his face, the guy thought about how he was now called a capable upstart. Looking away, the young man knew that this was not enough. Looking at his hand, the player remembered that his character was a villain, and his task was to remain a villain so that the protagonist could appear in all his glory. Clenching his fist, the fighter understood that the protagonist in this game already existed, and it was someone else. The warrior, closing his eyes, asked her to forget, because there was enough talk and gossip. Her mouth opened after he said that there was a certain task for her. The guy, leaning his elbow on the table, explained that in order to survive in the academy, it was obvious that not only she but also he needed to prepare in advance. The maid, slightly tilting her head, asked what he meant by preparation. Hiding her smile with her hand, the young man knew that Jitri's unchanging heart skill said that she could completely trust a certain person and therefore it would not be a sin to share his plans for the future with her, and it would be to his advantage if she learned a little more about him. The hero, opening his mouth, said that he wanted to start studying magic before starting training at the academy, and she should help him with this. The girl, opening her mouth, asked if he really didn't know that this was prohibited by the law of the empire. The protagonist, closing his eyes, answered affirmatively. The maid called him impudent. The same one added that he was already a mediocrity, and also lustful. The assistant, slightly opening her mouth, said that apparently the gentleman was offended. His eyes immediately opened. The girl, looking at him, explained that she was sure that he had good reasons to take such risks, and added that she would look for books that could possibly help with this. Smiling, the knight realized that everything was fine, because this was what he wanted to achieve. A window appeared and shouts were heard from behind it. The warrior, looking in that direction, tried to understand who was shouting. The maid also looked in that direction when someone shouted that they would all get into trouble if they made a mistake with the preparation. The protagonist rose from his chair when he heard a shout that young gentleman Grain had returned and then realized that he had returned after graduating from the academy. Looking at the carriages in the yard, the warrior realized that he had already forgotten about such a great event. Smiling, the fighter thought that his chance to prolong his life had arrived. The young man, putting his hand on the table, called out to his assistant. The hero, looking at her, explained that he would probably need to leave right now. Chitri closed her eyes, asking what he had in mind this time. They were standing on the roof of the estate. The windows of one of the rooms were visible. There were already dishes and glasses on the table. The father, bringing the vessel to his mouth, congratulated his son on graduating from the academy. The gentleman, smiling, thanked him. The protagonist, bringing the food to his mouth, remembered that this man was the second son of the head and also one of his character's older brothers. His pupil immediately began to glow purple. The system windows started to appear in front of him, which told about the basic information about this person and also about his activated skills of true motives, and another window with characteristics. The positive ones were adaptability and precise calculation. The negative ones in turn were hypocrisy, arrogance, and class discrimination. Then the player realized that this was a depraved burr who blossomed as soon as a real woman appeared in his field of vision. There was a smile on his brother's face. The young man, sitting with them at the table, understood that the only reason why no one had yet revealed the rotten nature of this person was that the mediocrity of his character was even worse. Grinning, the guy realized that he was extremely good in the company of politicians and talk about his worthless brother. Imagining Grain playing chess, the knight knew that he, using his ability to twist politicians, graduated from the academy. Having imagined many people, the player remembered that this academy is really very famous, but graduating from it is a very difficult task, because the upcoming entrance exams will be able to pass less than 1,000 applicants, and at best half of them will be able to graduate. The father, raising his hand, asked if the departure date for Chatters is known. The spoon in his hand trembled. The son, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively and added that he is leaving for the south in 3 days. The head, closing his eyes, noted that apparently at this time of year he will be hunting monsters. Having imagined the map, the hero remembered that Chatters is an independent territory in the south, which borders the possessions of the Reincarnates, and its eastern neighbor is Tagilin, which is limited by the desert. He also imagined the bones of animals and realized that it is dangerous there not only because of the drought, but also because of the huge number of monsters that swarm the desert. The young man, remembering the emperor, remembered that the imperial family had instructed his brother to get rid of the monsters tormenting Chatters, because the law of the Akum Empire states that it is mandatory to complete the first mission on behalf of the emperor in order to be awarded the title of knight, approved by the imperial family itself. Grain, raising his hand, said that with the arrival of winter, that place is filled with various vermin, and it seems that the leading family decided to take measures to solve this problem. The father, looking in his direction, noted that while their land is barren, other territories suffer no less from this. The man, opening his mouth, asked him not to disgrace the honor of the family. The son, putting his hand on his chest, said that these words will become his motto in life. The hero, looking at the plate, understood that the mission in that place is not a simple monster hunt, because this is not an ordinary non-plot scene, since this location will appear more than once in the main storyline. Wiping his mouth, the boy knew that he could get a lot from her. The protagonist, looking at his brother, asked if he was leaving for Chatters, and Grain answered affirmatively. The boy, smiling, asked if he could take him with him, because he realized that he would have to personally participate in the conquest of that location. The man's mouth fell open in surprise. The brother, grinning, asked what he was saying, because he really didn't know what Chatters was. The hero, tilting his head, explained that he had heard that it was a neutral territory, subject to systematic attacks by monsters, as well as a favorite hiding place for various criminal groups. The brother silently looked at him. Grain, looking ahead, noted that his brother's name had been on everyone's lips lately. The elder, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if it was true that he had been able to study the forest of missing children together with the second daughter of the Stilliners. The boy answered affirmatively with his mouth open and thought that the true motives this man possessed helped him easily determine the motives of a person if the target's stats were lower than his own, and it was with his help that his brother cleared his way into the world of political games. Smiling, Grain noted that he had also defeated the twins and taken in an ordinary maid. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, answered affirmatively and received a notification about the successful activation of a cold mind to resist true motives. The brother, with his eyes closed, added that the protagonist had also achieved a lot recently. Grain, pointing his finger, said that it was simply impossible to take him, who had not even graduated from the academy, on a mission, because he did not want to carry his corpse in his arms later. His eyes widened when his father said something. The leader, standing up, asked him to believe that such a thing would not happen. Theo, looking back, ordered him to take the hero with him on the mission. The son, with his mouth open, called out to the man. The father, frowning, explained that this was an order. His gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The boy also looked in that direction when the patriarch spoke about the family providing everything necessary for the mission. They rose from the table, listening to his words about how they should prepare to leave in 3 days. The door was already closed. The young man, looking at it, could not believe that he had let him go so easily. An image of his father's expression appeared in his head. Standing, the protagonist tried to understand what he was planning. His gaze turned to the side when his brother asked him what he was doing. Grain, frowning, asked if he had gone crazy. The guy, closing his eyes, explained that no matter how crazy he seemed now, this was still better than his old self. Suddenly, his brother grabbed him by the collar. The interlocutor, standing in front of him, told him to watch his actions. The knight, with his mouth open, said that it would be terribly annoying if he suddenly suffered right before the trip to Chards. Suddenly, someone dropped a glass. The guy immediately turned around. Behind him was a maid. The assistant, closing her eyes, began to apologize and added that she would wash everything off and asked him to go into the room to fix it. Grain, frowning, watched this. The protagonist, adjusting his collar, apologized for his maid. Her eyes were closed. Leaving, the knight said that he was forced to leave him. Turning around, the hero noted that they would see each other again, because they would go to conquer Chatters in 3 days. The brother clenched his teeth in anger. One of the rooms of the estate appeared. The guy, taking a step, said words of gratitude. The young man, closing his eyes, explained that thanks to the girl, he managed to avoid unnecessary troubles, and she noted that he had a talent for finding problems for himself out of nowhere. The assistant, opening her mouth, asked if he was sure about Chatters. The hero, turning around, answered affirmatively and asked her not to worry. They looked away when they heard someone call out to the young gentleman. Rona, with her mouth wide open, shouted a question about where he was going. The guy, looking down, thought that apparently she had completely lost her memory and forgot where her place was. The protagonist, raising his hands, explained that everything had already been decided and suggested that the sudden joining of the family's mediocrity to the mission in Chatters sounded so surprising. Jitri, putting her hand on her chest, noted that she completely agreed with her. With her mouth slightly open, she said that that territory was too dangerous, because it was simply teeming with all sorts of monsters and criminal gangs. The knight, looking at her, replied that he knew what he was getting into, because he knew that this was the perfect chance to prolong his life. Closing his eyes, the young man added that he was going there without them. The maid, with her mouth open, apologized. She, standing in front of him, explained that this was simply unacceptable. Looking ahead, the girl said that she simply had to help him, wherever he was, and that she needed to go with him. The fighter, with his mouth slightly open, noted that she could get seriously injured. The maid, bowing her head, agreed with him and added that the same applied to him. Standing in front of him, she explained that Rona had told her how weak and always sick he was. Her words began to hit him like arrows, as she said that the master always forgot his things and that someone had to wash his clothes, because how could he go on such a long trip alone? Jitri, closing her eyes, asked if he would really do all this himself. The young man raised his hand to his head. Smiling, the guy realized that she was right, because during the game he did not even have to think about such trivial concerns. Looking at her, the hero knew that if he died, her position in the Reincarnates family would be shaken. Looking away, the protagonist realized that he simply had no choice and she would have to follow him. The girl smiled when the master agreed with her. Raising his hand, the knight explained that she would have to obey him and she would also need to learn to ride a horse. Turning around, the maid replied that she understood everything and added that she had already become more or less friends with Carl, and Rona asked again. Her friend, grabbing her by the shoulder, asked how she was able to do this, and Jitri explained that she spent half of her salary on high-quality sugar cubes for horses, and he happily opened up to her. Holding dried grass in her hands, Rona asked about when hay ceased to be food for them. The hero smiled when she said that her friend was the same monster as the young master. Turning away, the knight also noted that Rona would still be staying, and the second assistant would be helping him, and ordered her to get ready. The boy turned around. Looking at the maid, the boy understood that she was so worried about him, but he did not know if everything would be okay with her. The door to the room was visible. They all looked at it. The butler, bowing his head, said that the head wanted to give his son something. The boy, looking back, did not understand what he was going to give him. Remembering his father and his words about the family providing everything necessary to complete the task, the boy assumed that he was talking about this necessary, but he still did not understand why Theo sided with him at dinner. Night had already fallen over the estate. The fireplace in the study appeared. The man, opening his mouth, greeted his son. The hero, bowing his head, explained that he was informed that he wanted to see him. The father, closing his eyes, answered affirmatively. There was a sword in the box, and the leader added that it was up to the son to receive this relic. The knight's mouth fell open after the other man said that it was the sword of the ancestor of the Reincarnates family. The boy immediately looked up, thinking that it was too unexpected. His father was watching him closely. Introducing this blade, the player remembered that during his game, this sword was never mentioned, although he had completed the game from start to finish 27 times, but did not know about this weapon. Standing in front of the table, the hero could not understand why his father would pass it on to him. Clenching his fist, the young man realized that he needed to touch the sword. His gaze was fixed on this weapon. The man, sitting at the table, noted that it might seem worn out by time to him. Introducing the swordsman with this equipment, the leader said that it was this sword that accompanied the ancestor throughout his life, and this same sword was with them to this day. The boy raised his hand and asked his father to tell him what he needed to do to get it, and his father asked him to try to hold the weapon in his hands. The boy silently looked somewhere. Immediately after, the knight grabbed the handle. The hero took it with both hands. Suddenly, the blade began to emit some dark purple glow. Opening his eyes, the protagonist realized that this weapon was absorbing his mana. The blade turned black. The boy, continuing to hold it, noticed this change. The father, putting his hands on the table, noted that he thought that he had already begun to master mana. The son looked up. The man, closing his eyes, said that he had foreseen this. The leader, looking away, explained that this sword absorbs the owner's mana and emits it several times more powerfully. The knight, opening his mouth, noted that he would clearly have to try hard to handle such a thing. His eyes suddenly opened wider. The blade began to emit even more of this dark energy. The hero, gritting his teeth, received notifications that his mana was being absorbed too quickly. Looking down, the protagonist knew that he would be in trouble if the weapon continued to devour his mana at this rate. His father, with his mouth open, began to say something. The young man turned to him, listening to the words that if he wanted to get this sword, he needed to hold this stance for 10 minutes without letting go of it. Sweat was running down his hands. The man, looking forward, said that this sword was called the Thunderer. Looking at the dark sword in his hand, Yu-chan saw information that this weapon was called the Thunderer. The system showed messages that this blade's element was darkness, and the skill allowed him to absorb the wearer's mana after each kill in order to take it into his stats. The protagonist frowned. The protagonist noticed that the information written on the system screen was that once the sword absorbed a large enough amount of the wielder's mana, it would release it and unlock its full power. The guy thought, tightly gripping the handle, that this information was not the most important right now. The system showed a notification that the mana reserve had completely run out, so now the energy resource was changing. The young man looked up. The message contained information that the player's life force was being converted into mana. The sword began to be covered in a red aura. Sweating, the young man noticed the system's warning that his life was rapidly decreasing. Holding the Thunderer in both hands, the boy realized that it was time to stop this. Looking at the weapon, Yu-chan was surprised that he could not let go of the sword. Baring his teeth, the protagonist cursed the sword. Theo looked askance at his son's efforts. The old man looked away. Imagining his hand reaching for the sword, the man understood that this magical blade bestowed enormous power, which was proportional to the harm caused to its owner. Remembering the ancestor, the father knew that this weapon helped him found his family, but none of the Reincarnates heirs were able to fully master the sword. The man crossed his arms, remembering that 9 out of 10 people would fail the test immediately after holding the blade, so holding on for 10 minutes would be no easy task. Theo, remembering how he was lying on the floor, knew that even he couldn't hold on for more than an hour. Imagining his son, the old man understood that he had forced his son to hold the sword. Imagining Jitri's face, the man remembered that the boy had saved the maid. Remembering Talia's face, Theo noticed that Yu-chan was involved in all the recent incidents. Imagining his son's face, the old man was sure that this was not a coincidence. Looking at the way the protagonist was kneeling, the father realized that he was growing faster than expected. Looking down, the man guessed that the protagonist's talent was on par with the Emperor of Swords himself. Seeing the boy grab the hilt, Theo was glad that he had decided to test him. Looking down on him, the old man was sure that if the young man could hold out for 10 minutes, he had every chance of becoming the strongest head of the family in history. The boy shook the ground with a blow of the blade. Looking at his son's tired face, the father hoped that he would be able to surpass him. The boy bared his teeth. Looking at his relative's angry look, Theo expressed hope that he would be able to kill him. Holding his hands behind his back, the old man said that Yu-chan was hiding his strength. Turning his head, the protagonist could not understand what his father was talking about. Without turning back, the man said that the sword now belonged to the protagonist. The boy made a puzzled expression. Sweating, the young man thought that he did not need anything except his lost life. 3 days later, a group of people on horses set out on a mission to conquer Chatters. Sitting on a horse, a girl said that she needed to collect a lot of things. Smiling, Jitri was glad that the bag was roomy, thanks to which everything fit. Yu-chan looked ahead. Lowering her brows, the maid could not understand why her master was not in the mood if he was so eager to go on this mission. Lowering his head, the protagonist thought about the fact that Theo gave him another weapon besides the Thunderer. Frowning, the protagonist decided that after the life force taken away, he was not going to thank his father for such gifts. The boy widened his eyes, thinking about how Grain usually took a lot of things with him. Looking at how his brother smiled, the young man realized that this time he even went too far, because this time the young man agreed to carry things for the mission. Noticing something ahead, Yu-chan heard someone shouting. The boys looked ahead with interest. Pointing his finger, the traveler argued with his comrade about where they should go. His brother frowned as he listened to the words about how they were not sure when they would arrive. Grain reminded Ron with his mouth wide open that he had assured everyone that he knew this road like the back of his hand. The fighter lowered his head and apologized, as he had never walked here before. Pointing his finger, Grain called his subordinates idiots for getting lost. Holding on to her master's clothes, Jitri addressed the young master. Turning his head, the boy explained that his words were addressed to the brainless fools standing before them. The young man grabbed the reins. The horse's legs began to tremble. The maid listened to Yu-chan's words with her eyes wide open. Turning her head, Grain heard the words about how they had gotten into a mess. Raising his hand, the older brother declared that it did not concern the younger one. Bowing his head, the protagonist noticed that the leader of the group had lost his way. Grain opened his mouth and repeated the words about it being his own business. Smiling, the protagonist stated that he would lead the team to the right place himself. Baring his teeth, the older brother could not believe what he heard. Looking at the boy, the leader thought that a boy who had spent his entire life in a mansion would not be able to find the right path. Looking away, the young man asked his brother to hire him as a tracker, since even the family advisors praised his talent. Raising an eyebrow, Grain assumed that the words about advisors were a lie. Looking away, Jitri could not believe that this could be true. Clenching his fist, the older brother thought that this was a great opportunity to undermine the younger one's excessive self-confidence. Smiling, Grain offered the boy to lead them forward. The young man looked away. Looking at the dense forest in the rays of the sun, the young man said that they should go there. A fire was burning in the fire. Someone opened their mouth and asked if everyone had finished setting up their tents for the night. The fighters leaned over and listened to the cries of how it was impossible to find the right road so quickly. Grain opened his mouth wide and said that this area was an unexplored part of the south where even experienced guides had a hard time finding their way. The older brother frowned and couldn't understand how the younger brother had managed to carry out his plan. Yuchan turned his head and listened to his relative's cries of how it was impossible. Exhaling, the protagonist realized that he had known the road from the start, so for an experienced player, this was nothing. Imagining the drawn village, the protagonist thought about how he had been to Chattis many times, since this location was the location of all the events. Opening her mouth, the maid asked her master how he had found the road. Pointing his finger, the guy asked if the girl could see what was on the ground. Looking at the ground, the boy explained that these were the tracks and feathers of an owl bear. Crossing his arms, the young man explained that the monsters with the head of an owl and the body of a bear usually clustered at the border of South Chattis. Raising her hand to her mouth, the maid asked about the safety of setting up camp near the monster's habitat. Looking at the inhabitants of the camp, the young man stated that these creatures were afraid of fire. Facing each other, the men listened to the conversation about how the younger son was much better than the second, who graduated from the academy. Baring his teeth, Grain wished for everyone to be silent. Tilting his head, the boy asked Schultz if it was true that Hardis and Alan lost to his brother. Opening his mouth, the butler stated that this was exactly what happened. Frowning, Grain expressed a desire to assess the boy's strength. Smiling, the assistant said that he had a suitable weapon. Holding out a small bag, Schultz declared that this was the weapon. The bastard smiled slyly. Looking at his brother and his maid, Grain was sure that Yuchan would have a hard night. Many tents were visible. The coals in the fire began to smolder. The guard lowered his head. Rustling sounds came from the forest. Someone approached the tent. The protagonist closed his eyes. Sitting on the floor, the protagonist realized that something had started. The guy took the thunderer. Turning his head, Jitri asked her master where he was going. Leaving the tent, the young man asked his friend to wait inside. Fallen leaves swirled above the trees. Several ogres stood in front of the protagonist. The monster held a spiked mace in his hands. Yuchan frowned sternly and thought that there were 4 opponents here. The guy looked away and realized what was going on. There was a piece of earth lying near the tent. The man was holding a bag in his hand. The young man remembered that there was soil mixed with the pheromones of the female monster, and that now their mating season had begun. A pungent smell oozed from the scattered earth, which attracted males. The ogres looked at their fellow. The knight assumed that Grain decided to intimidate him in this way. The swordsman took out his weapon and greeted his life forces. The system reported that the artifact reacted to the mana and will of the owner. The monster bared its fangs and rushed to attack. The protagonist got into a fighting stance when the club appeared in front of him. Yuchan bounced off the ground. He jumped into the air to dodge a powerful blow. The guy raised his sword above his head. The young man landed on the back of the monster and plunged the blade into it. The ogre behind him swung his mace. The knight looked away sharply. He managed to deal with the monsters in a few blows. Blood gushed from the monster's severed hand. A dark haze enveloped the blade. The swordsman mentally called it very good. The protagonist smiled and realized that he was wrong to be afraid that the weapon would start devouring mana as quickly as it did that time in front of Theo. Yuchan cut the monster's body with his sword. The guy confidently frowned and thought that the pliable thunderer was going exactly along the trajectory he needed. Standing next to the corpses of the ogres, the young man noticed that there was one more enemy left, and even got upset about it. The frightened monster backed away. The monster turned around and started to run. Raising his hand to his mouth, the knight decided not to let it do this, and called out to his friend. Carl raised his head and frowned menacingly. His mane began to glow. The swordsman jumped onto his horse on the move. The horse rushed forward. The protagonist resolutely frowned and swung his sword. A powerful blow left a wound on the ogre's shoulder. Blood stretched behind the blade through the air. Yuchan lowered his weapon and looked around. The system reported that the user had earned 1 day and 9 hours for killing monsters. Jitri peeked out of the tent and asked if everything was okay. The girl's mouth fell open in fear. The boy got off his horse and reminded her that he had told her to wait in the tent. The woman asked where the monsters could have come from at the entrance to the forest, and whether she should wake up the night watchman. The young man raised his eyebrows and concluded that someone had deliberately lured the ogres here. The maid shuddered and asked what that meant. In the memory, Grain smiled slyly. The knight blamed him for everything. The swordsman spread his arms and explained that his brother had used his knowledge of the ogres to make them attack them, and pitched his tent so far away. The servant frowned and asked if the young master was trying to scare them. The protagonist patted Carl and confirmed this. Darkness fell on the city. Yuchan told him that the nobleman decided that he did not know how to get into the ranks of worthy candidates for the family heir, so he decided to test his abilities in advance. The boy introduced his brothers and decided that the nobleman, who was not strong enough, had no choice but to obtain information with such pathetic methods. The young man knelt down and realized that he had to let him know that this would not work on him. The knight took a potion out of his pocket. Jitri asked what he was going to do. The swordsman smiled and asked if she knew how to attract more ogres. The protagonist collected the monster's blood in a vial. Yuchan shook the bottle and thought that the blood should not be wasted. The boy stood up and concluded that the monsters were very similar to humans, so they would definitely want to avenge their fallen relatives. Moonlight illuminated the tent camp. Clouds floated above the treetops. The crystal ball lying on the pillow trembled. Grain looked around and wondered what the mana detection crystal was reacting to. A turbid energy appeared in the sphere. It was a magical artifact that could detect the mana of monsters in close proximity. Scratching his chin, the heir assumed that the ball was broken and thought that they were still at the entrance to the forest, so there could not be strong monsters that controlled mana here. The nobleman shuddered in fear when a loud roar was heard. The nobleman looked away tensely when someone called out to him. Schultz burst into the tent and shouted that they needed to leave here right now. The scoundrel came outside and asked what was going on. At this time, the soldiers were fighting the ogres that had attacked the camp. Grain gritted his teeth in horror and realized that things were bad for them because they weren't supposed to be here. The sun rose over the mountains. There were corpses of monsters lying near the destroyed tent. Someone asked to move the wounded and sort out things. The heir pointed at the servant and expressed indignation at his behavior. The nobleman frowned sternly and asked if they had really scattered earth on his tent. Looking away, the man denied it and said that he clearly remembered scattering it on the young master's tent. The protagonist stretched his arms up and yawned widely. Smiling, Yuchan called the morning very refreshing and asked if his girlfriend agreed with this. Jitri closed her eyes and said that it was time for him to eat. The guy sat on a box and invited her to his place. The girl replied that she could not eat at the same table with him. The boy smiled and reminded them that they were on a mission, so preparing a separate meal would only cause trouble, especially if more monsters appeared. The knight raised his index finger and said that a crowd of ogres could suddenly appear like in front of his brother's tent. The woman stared at him in amazement. The swordsman asked what was wrong, and the maid put her hand to her head and called him shameless. The protagonist took the bowl and told her to get used to it. Grain waved his hand and ordered his subordinates to pack up the tents. Yuchan licked the spoon. The tent was stained with blood. The boy concluded that it should be thrown away, because otherwise the monsters would chase them. Looking at the master, the servant asked what they would do now and offered to help the others. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked why they would do that. Jitri's mouth opened in surprise and asked what that meant. The knight imagined the ogres following the campsite and said that the enemy would find them no matter how many times they moved. Closing his eyes, the swordsman continued eating and realized that this was exactly what he wanted. The protagonist leaned over the bowl and thought about how he needed as many monsters as possible to prolong his life. Yuchan rose to his feet and decided that he had to kill them as soon as possible. The boy put his hands on his waist and looked at the sun. A rock nearby trembled. The young man smiled and said that they needed to get going. The monster stood in the middle of the forest. Someone was watching him from behind, from the bushes. The ogre looked back when he heard a rustle. Suddenly, the monster raised his hands as the ground beneath him fell away. Traces of blood appeared in the sand. On the second day, the sun was shining on the mountains. A stick hit the ground next to a hoof. The knight raised his hand to his forehead and thought that he had managed to study the entire nearby area. The men rode forward on horses. The swordsman realized that Chatters was still quite far away, which was a bit of a nuisance. Grain rode up to his younger brother and called out to him. The heir frowned and asked if he could handle the ogres that were following them. The protagonist smiled and confirmed it. Holding the reins in his hands, Yuchan explained that they could start a large-scale massacre right here, but that would only attract more monsters, so they should make every effort to get out of the forest as soon as possible. The nobleman narrowed his eyes in displeasure. The boy stated that there would be no unnecessary problems if they dealt with the enemies outside the forest. The servants looked at the young master happily. The nobleman was surprised that he managed to take command. The stick hit the ground again. The soldier rode up to the youth and asked why he kept hitting the ground. The knight raised his eyebrows and replied that the monsters could appear at any moment. The warrior shuddered in fear and asked what that meant. The swordsman looked down and said that it could happen right here. Suddenly, the horses reared up as the ground shook beneath their hooves. Chitri's eyes widened in fear. Something had shattered the ground and burst forth from beneath it. The protagonist furrowed his brows and shouted that it had appeared. A giant worm rose up and opened its ugly mouth. The soldiers dismounted in front of him. This monster was known in Inner Lunatic as an ugly, undeveloped dragon. Yuchan frowned and remembered that this snake did not possess magic, but was nevertheless famous for its enormous strength. The ogre opened his mouth in horror. The boy realized that an earthworm would be much more troublesome than 10 ogres. The monster grabbed the horse. The young man thought that this is what he needed. The knight closed his eyes and decided that the soldiers would not be happy if they knew that it was the knocking on the ground that caused the beast to come out. The swordsman turned his head and ordered the others to prepare for battle and hide in the bushes. The soldiers surrounded Grain's horse and asked what about the attack. The protagonist smiled and realized that he should let his enemies defeat his enemies. In memory, Yuchan raised his eyebrows and explained that there would be no problem if they dealt with the ogres outside the forest. The frightened soldiers looked back. The boy thought that he never intended to get rid of the ogres. Enraged monsters emerged from a cloud of dust. Chitri turned around and called out to the young master. The girl narrowed her eyes and reported that a whole crowd of monsters was coming towards them. The young man shook his shoulder and said there was no need to worry, because he had a plan. The knight looked back and asked if his friend knew what the worm loved and hated most. The woman raised her eyebrows and asked what they were talking about. The maid pressed herself against her master when she heard a loud roar. The ogres pounced on the snake, and it turned out they were sworn enemies. The monster bared its fangs furiously. The swordsman explained that they were the basis of the dragon's diet, but then always took revenge in return. The protagonist confidently frowned and explained that an experienced guide always knew exactly how to benefit from this. The earthworm opened its mouth and roared loudly. The snake pressed the monster to the ground. The ogres pounced on it and began to beat it with clubs. The servant's eyes widened in surprise and realized that they would kill each other. Grain opened his mouth in shock. The heir clenched his teeth and wondered how his brother knew so much. Yuchan put his hand to the ground. Chitri, sitting next to him, asked if they could only wait. The monsters continued to beat the dragon with clubs. The guy threw stones forward. One of them touched the monster's shoulder. The stones crashed into the ogres. The girl opened her mouth in amazement and asked why the young master was doing this. The earthworm fell on the ogres. The system reported that the user had extended his life by 8 hours. Throwing a stone, the young man mentally apologized to his friend and thought about how he needed to defeat the monsters to gain experience points. Suddenly, the knight shuddered and looked ahead. The snake ate the corpses of the monsters. The swordsman realized that everything was already over. Grain opened his mouth in surprise and thought that this was a good idea, but the ogres still lost the fight. Gritting his teeth, the heir wondered what to do now and realized that they would not be able to defeat the dragon, which meant they needed to run. The protagonist grabbed his sword and ordered the hidden soldiers to prepare for an attack. Yuchan looked back and explained that they should aim ignited arrows and spears at the enemy's mouth. Ron furiously opened his mouth and ordered everyone to obey the young master. The archers pointed their weapons at the earthworm. The monster began to writhe and scream. The boy pulled his sword out of its sheath and decided that it was his turn. Waves of golden energy enveloped the clock. The arrows froze in midair. The man pointed his sword forward and froze. The young man dashed forward, leaving his allies behind. He kicked off the ground. The knight jumped up and dealt several powerful blows to the enemy. Numerous cuts appeared on the monster's body. The swordsman lowered his head and landed on his feet. The clock hand moved. Blood spurted from the wounds on the snake's body. The system reported that the user had 122 days left to live. The corpse of the earthworm fell to the ground. The protagonist was glad that he was given 10 whole days to live for killing it. A dead ogre lay nearby. Yuchan concluded that they would not have been able to kill the dragon without their help. The boy raised his eyebrows in surprise when the gift of progress skill disappeared. In the memory, the young man broke the spell and activated the secret recipe along with the curse of weakness. The knight clenched his fist and was happy that he finally raised his stamina to 5. Ron approached him and asked if everything was okay. The swordsman confirmed it and praised his comrades for their excellent work. The soldier smiled widely and shouted that it was amazing. Raising his eyebrows, the protagonist said that it was nothing special and suggested changing formations. The ground next to the corpse trembled. Yuchan immediately turned around. The soldiers looked around tensely. Another worm burst out from under the ground. The boy opened his mouth in amazement and wondered how this was possible. The young man looked to the side. The soldier asked him to step back immediately. Suddenly, someone cut off the monster's head with one swing of the sword. The unknown person held the weapon in front of him when blood spurted. The knight took a fighting stance and wondered what it was. The man narrowed his eyes slyly and smiled. He stood with one foot on the monster's corpse. Grain opened his mouth in confusion. The swordsman frowned and remembered that he was the strongest character in Inner Lunatic, one of the 3 sword emperors on par with Theo. Paracelsus smiled and said that he deserved a word of gratitude for saving the Duke's life. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure and remembered that this man hated nobles with all his heart. Schultz pointed at the master and asked if the scoundrel could not see who he was talking to. The warrior scratched the back of his head and apologized. The servant asked who he was. The mercenary looked away and introduced himself. Yuchan looked at him and thought that his hatred for nobles was understandable, considering what he had to endure as a child. In the memory, the opponents crossed swords. The boy remembered that they were supposed to meet for the first time at the Eldane Academy, and realized that their meeting had never happened before in any of the playthroughs. The young man clenched his fist and decided that something had gone wrong again. The man crossed his arms over his chest. The butler asked him for identification. The knight concluded that there had been a mistake somewhere. The cavalry moved further along the path. The Sword Emperor looked back when Grain called out to him. The heir smiled and asked if he was heading to Chatters. Closing his eyes, Paracelsus confirmed that this was his first stop, and explained that at this time of year, there was plenty of monster hunting there. The swordsman thoughtfully put his hand to his chin. Frowning, the protagonist remembered that this character traveled to different places before classes began so as not to interrupt his training, and assumed that he decided to train in different territories. Raising his hand, the noble called the savior quite young and confident in his abilities, and asked what made him travel alone. Grinning, the nobleman offered him to join the mission to conquer Chatters under his command and promised to make sure he was well paid. The mercenary looked at him condescendingly. The man turned away and said that he was very curious about what Theo's sons were like. Yuchan looked back and gave him a stern look. Schultz frowned with displeasure and was indignant at the tone in which the Sword Emperor spoke. Grain asked him to calm down and decided to give the savior time to think about everything. The guy looked down and sighed. The heir thought about how he should lure the man who was able to defeat the worm with one blow to his side. The nobleman grinned maliciously and realized that this way he could divert the soldier's attention from his brother. The sun was setting behind the forest near the camp. People were walking along the streets of the small town. The youth raised his eyebrows and announced that they were there. The cavalry approached the gates. The knight noticed that the city seemed emptier than when he played. Rats sat next to an overturned bucket. The nobleman frowned in displeasure. The little girl clenched her fists and asked if they had any food. The scoundrel gave her a disdainful look. Grain rode on silently. The heir simply looked away. The child lowered her eyes and began to cry. Paracelsus narrowed his eyes and looked at her thoughtfully. Suddenly, the Sword Emperor shuddered and opened his mouth in surprise. A man stood in front of the horses. Taigon put his hand to his chest and introduced himself as the one responsible for the safety of the village. The man closed his eyes and concluded that these were Theo's sons. The warrior raised his eyebrows when the guard reported that he had been warned of their mission and their arrival in advance. The protagonist turned to his brother. The mercenary thought that he had expected a lot when he heard that the famous Rainhafer family had personally set out on a mission to conquer Chatters. In the memory, Yuchan had struck an earthworm with a blade. Paracelsus decided that it was a demonstration of worthy swordsmanship. The guy looked down. The Sword Emperor assumed that they were still nothing more than the young masters of another noble family, who were carried around in everyone's arms. The warrior frowned and realized that this was very annoying. The sun's rays illuminated the tower. The state of the city left much to be desired. Taigon smiled. The soldiers were busy only finding ways to fill their bellies at the expense of the townspeople, and the people were unable to defend their lands from the monsters. The children were hiding around the corner. For them, even a piece of bread was a reason for joy. Under the sun was a large building. Gesturing to the side, the man promised to fill the guests in on all the details of the mission tomorrow and hoped that they could have a good rest at the inn after their long journey. The servants stood next to the horses and discussed the remaining rooms. Grain looked back as the mercenary approached him. Paracelsus placed his hand on his chest and wanted to return to his earlier proposal. The heir smiled and asked if he had made a decision. The Sword Emperor raised his eyebrows and refused. The nobleman frowned in displeasure and asked what he would do next in that case. The knight looked at them sternly. The nobleman hoped that their savior would not fight dozens of monsters alone. Bowing, the warrior said that he would return to his original route and wished his allies luck on the mission. The scoundrel called him an intolerable commoner. The mercenary looked away and explained that with skills, one can always achieve success, because that is how the world works. The swordsman frowned sternly and thought that they would meet again, even sooner than it seemed. The stars were shining over the city at night. The light from the lantern illuminated the stairs to the second floor. The protagonist closed the door and asked his friend to rest because they would be setting out again tomorrow. Yuchan narrowed his eyes in displeasure when he was left alone. The shutters on the window were open. The boy approached them and looked out onto the street. A fire was burning in the courtyard of the inn. The children were sitting by it, trying to warm up. The girl looked up when someone called her. The young man approached the children and asked if they were hungry. The knight opened a bag full of fresh bread. The swordsman took out a piece and gave it to the boy. The orphan smiled widely and asked if this was really food for them. Looking down, the protagonist confirmed it and thought that he could not save everyone, so this would be an act of generosity. The street girl wiped away her tears and thanked him. Yuchan frowned and wanted to secure a future where they wouldn't have to beg for food. Standing in front of the homeless children, the boy realized that in order to make his plans come true, he would have to survive in shatters. Someone was standing next to a barrel lying on the ground. The girl hid around the corner. Holding the bag of food, Jitri concluded that the young master was pretending to be so cold on purpose. In the morning, the sun shone on the forest near the village. It turned out that the southern region of Chatters was infested with monsters in the winter. Taigon raised his hand and explained that they constantly needed the support of the imperial family. Grain pointed at the fence and asked if this was all they had to protect the village. The man confirmed it, and added that even this wall needed repairs. There were cracks and marks from blows on the wooden stakes. The knight sighed heavily and thought that if the monsters attacked, this fence would last for at most an hour before it was razed to the ground. The logs rushed upward. The swordsman remembered that in the game he had a choice whether to save this village or not, and his choice was always obvious. The protagonist grinned and thought that saving Chatters was always worth it, because in the future this territory would become a very expensive and tasty morsel. The village chief looked around and said that something was wrong with the monsters this year, because the number of extremely dangerous creatures had increased significantly compared to previous years. Yuchan scratched his chin and realized that they did not yet know that these dangerous monsters would become their trump card in the future. The heir and his subordinates opened their mouths when they heard that some had seen a griffin in the area. The aristocrat raised his hand to his chin and said that this only made the situation worse. The noble asked where he was seen. The guard raised his hand and said it happened at the entrance to the desert. The boy thought that the success of the mission to conquer Chatters would depend on whether they could drive out the griffin. The king of the desert spread his wings. The boy frowned and realized that he had to defeat him. Ahead of them was a gigantic wasteland. Taigun frowned and explained that this was the territory that bordered Tahalin and the neutral zone, also known as the Barren Land. The knight looked down and said that this was strange, because griffins were not usually found near Chatters villages. Crossing his arms over his chest, the swordsman added that they were most often found near Tahalin and asked why they had suddenly appeared here. The soldiers stared at him tensely. The protagonist frowned sternly and thought that he had one guess about who would treacherously stab them in the back. The sun was shining on the area outside the village. Yuchan wanted to deal with the most neglected part of the settlement first. Clouds were floating above the inn. Schultz was leafing through documents. Suddenly, he squeezed the paper into a ball. The man gritted his teeth and was indignant at the fact that he followed the scheme of the youngest son Theo and lost Grain's favor, despite the fact that before that everyone considered him a mediocrity. Frowning angrily, the servant realized that it took him a lot of effort to earn his favor, and promised to take revenge on the young master. Chitri went down the stairs. The girl looked away thoughtfully. The butler was sitting at the table next to her. The woman turned away. The scoundrel remembered that she was an ordinary commoner. Suddenly, Schultz slammed his hand on the wall next to her. The man stretched out his hand. He grabbed the maid by the hand. The servant frowned and asked what he wanted. The butler grinned and replied that he wanted to talk to her alone. The villain squeezed the fragile hand hard. Jitri broke away from his grip. She pulled away and doubted that there was anything to talk about in private. Clutching his head, Schultz asked her what she didn't like and explained that he, too, should have at least some entertainment in the service. The man put his hand on the girl's shoulder and declared that they were the same. The woman's eyes widened in fear and realized that she could not refuse him, because then her young master would lose the favor of his older brother. The light fell on the main character. The maid decided that this would lead to unnecessary problems and unnecessary attention from the family. The servant closed her eyes and realized that she did not want her friend to suffer. The butler grinned and said that she should pay for the fact that because of her master, more than 10 years of his efforts were in vain. Suddenly, someone hit him on the hand and promised to pay for it. Jitri burst into tears and looked away. The protagonist lowered his bloody sword and asked the soldier to tell him everything. Yuchan's eyes flashed and asked how he should repay him. Schultz grabbed his severed hand and shouted that he couldn't do anything. The man opened his mouth wide and said that Grain would not allow his brother to do anything to him. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if the servant was trying to intimidate him. The young man cut off his other hand as well. The butler bowed his head and screamed loudly. His eyes were bloodshot. The scoundrel said that the young master would answer for this, despite his origin. The knight raised his sword and said that he was not one of those who did not understand where his place was because his family was behind him. Schultz's eyes widened. The tip of the blade pierced his back. Throwing up her hands, the girl asked what the young master had done and said that Grain would not let it go. The heir ran into the room and asked what was going on. The nobleman frowned sternly and asked if his brother had killed his butler. The swordsman closed his eyes and confirmed it. The nobleman pointed at him and asked how such a mediocrity dared to kill his soldier with his own hands. The protagonist said that he did not know the full picture of what was happening. Yuchan raised his eyebrows and asked if he should have asked him about the details of the incident first. The scoundrel grabbed him by the collar. Grain narrowed his eyes menacingly and said that he would be punished if the reason did not justify itself. Jitri folded her hands together. The boy told about hearing Schultz harassing his maid. The girl frowned sadly. The young man said that he could not stay away. The heir opened his mouth wide and called her an ordinary commoner. The nobleman opened his eyes wide. The knight asked if his brother was ready to take responsibility for his words. A powerful energy enveloped his body. His eyes lit up. The noble wondered if this was really his strength. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes tightly, because he couldn't believe that the shame of the family, the youngest of all the brothers, was so talented. Grain looked down and explained that he should have reported it first. The swordsman reminded him that he was considered the weakest. The protagonist adjusted his jacket and said that he was not one for waiting or reporting. Yuchan frowned and suggested leaving the matter to their father. Gritting his teeth, the heir wondered what he wanted and agreed to leave the judgment of the incident to Theo. The boy smiled and called it a wise decision. The youth looked back and called out to the servant. They walked outside. The nobleman wondered since when his younger brother had become so strong. The nobleman turned around and thought that he had seen the sword in his hand somewhere before. The knight looked down and asked his friend if everything was okay. The villain concluded that he could no longer underestimate him while they were on a mission. The heroes stood in front of the well. The remaining soldiers made a noise. The swordsman frowned and thought about how they were already divided into two camps when they were faced with the choice of which side to take. Several warriors stood behind Grain. The protagonist looked away. Jitri stood with her back to him and was trembling. Yuchan asked if everything was okay. The girl lowered her head and answered in the affirmative. The woman looked back and asked if everything was definitely going to be okay with the young master. The maid, with tears in her eyes, asked why he did this, and explained that if this continued, he would make even more enemies because of her. The guy looked at her in surprise. The young man approached his friend and asked if she really didn't know who her master was. Frowning, the knight called himself a disgrace to the Reincarnates family, and asked his subordinate not to dare to bow her head. The servant frowned sadly. Jitri wiped away her tears and promised not to do it again. There was a burning candle on the table. Someone placed a mug on the table. Gritting his teeth, Grain wondered how the younger one could turn against him and thought that he was like a different person, because before, everyone considered him just a small nuisance. In the memory, the protagonist picked up the sword. The heir assumed that it was probably a coincidence that his weapon was very similar to his father's. Frowning, the nobleman realized that he had to be more careful and wondered who he could trust to spy on his brother now. The door of the room opened. Ron put his hand to his chest and reported that the problem on the first floor had been resolved. The man scratched his chin and said that the young master was much different from how he was known from rumors. The nobleman looked at him suspiciously and remembered that this man was supposed to be the head of a knightly order that had been protecting the local lands for a long time. In the memory, the squad was riding horses. The scoundrel could not believe that Yuchan, who only did what he was content with books, knew the area better. Grain gritted his teeth and thought about how he needed to squeeze the maximum out of this order, while the monsters did not bother them too much. The heir raised his hand and asked his subordinate to make sure that all the groups and monsters in the area were gotten rid of. The nobleman raised his index finger and ordered to report if his younger brother suddenly started to do something or just behaved suspiciously. Ron frowned and agreed. The stars were shining in the sky at night. The guy was holding a vial in his hands. Jitri approached him and asked if he had really been inspecting the village fence all day. The young man confirmed this and said that the fence was barely holding up. The girl raised her hand and asked how they could hold back the monsters. The knight closed his eyes and asked her to come with him. The woman looked at him in surprise and asked where they were going, saying that the inn was in the opposite direction. The swordsman smiled and said that he wanted to add someone else to their team, thinking that even in a small village forgotten by everyone, one could find a strong character. The sorceress raised the vials in the air. The protagonist accepted her into the team every time he visited Chattis because she was unrivaled in potions. Yuchan stepped in a puddle and called her his personal potion maker. The heroes walked through the sewers. The maid raised her eyebrows and asked if a genius alchemist was really hiding in such a place. The guy looked back and confirmed it. The servant said that she did not understand why someone with such strength and talent would live here. Looking up, the young man replied that she had her reasons for that, and thought about the secret path to saving Chatters. There was a spider web hanging in the corner. The thing was that in the future, Alina would work for another empire. The web sparkled. The knight realized that if he did not use the secret path, then it would be impossible to lure the sorceress. There was a ladder above the water. Frowning, the protagonist said that they were going this way, and asked his friend to keep up and watch her step so as not to fall. Raising her eyebrows, Jitri agreed and doubted that such a talented person would live here. A bright light was visible in the doorway. The girl opened her mouth in surprise and assumed that they were in place. The alchemist took a sip from the bottle and was indignant that she had to be stuck in this place. Sitting on a chair, the potion maker wondered how her life had come to this. The heroes looked into her room. Yuchan smiled and realized that he had found his potion expert. Alina jumped up from her chair in horror and asked who they were. The woman's eyes widened in amazement. The sorceress shouted that there were no normal people here. The sorceress fell to her knees. The maid asked if the young master had really been talking about this drunkard all this time. A dim light was burning under the ceiling. The potion bottle sparkled. An empty bottle lay on the floor. Closing her eyes, the alchemist apologized and explained that she did not know that they were from a noble family. Sitting at the table, the guy said that he came here to talk and asked her to listen carefully. Imagining the potion maker using magic, the young man thought that at the moment she had an incredibly high potential for development, and concluded that he should recruit her. Alina closed her eyes. The knight remembered that she had her own shortcomings. A status window appeared in the air, and the negative trait drunkard was highlighted in a bright light. Covering his face with his hand, the swordsman decided that this was expected, and wondered who else could be a talented character who was lured to his side by the shame of the Reincarnates family. The protagonist removed his hand and mentally called her an unimaginable genius. Yuchan realized that he had no choice anyway. The sorceress trembled and apologized for angering him. Jitri leaned towards the young master and said that it was dangerous to get involved with such people. Frowning, the boy replied that he knew this, and explained that they had no other options. The heroes turned their heads when the sorceress asked why they needed to look for her. The alchemist narrowed her eyes tensely. The young man suggested getting straight to the point. The knight frowned sternly and invited the alchemist to join him, promising to give her what she needed most. The potion maker opened her mouth in surprise and asked what that meant. The swordsman's eyes lit up. Alina clenched her fists in fear. Looking down, the half-elf apologized and explained that she could not accept his offer because she had important things to do. The sorceress's eyes widened when the protagonist suggested that it was all about her friend. The sorceress asked how he knew this. Yuchan crossed his arms over his chest and explained that Mei would be executed in the near future. The alchemist jumped up from the table in horror. The potion maker raised her eyebrows in confusion when the boy said that he could save her if she accepted his offer. The young man raised his hand and asked what her answer was. The knight smiled slyly and suggested that his friend had changed her mind. Wastewater flowed through the grate. Alina sat at the table, hugging her shoulder. In the memory, the swordsman raised his hand and declared that he could save her friend. The half-elf looked down and thought. In the past, Mei, spreading her arms, was indignant that the villains wanted to take even more money from them, and said that they had already raised taxes this month. The sorceress stood behind her. The girl explained that people were dying, and the wall was still not repaired, despite the fact that the emperor allocated them funds. Taigon looked down at her with disdain. The sorceress looked down, and thought that it would be better if she was taken away. A tear fell on her chest. The alchemist began to cry and realized that she could not save her friend on her own. Some time ago, the protagonist walked away. The potion maker wondered if he would be able to do it. Alina looked up and realized that that day would remain in her memory for a long time. There were many people in the tavern. There was a lantern on the wall. The soldier took a sip from his mug. The warrior put it on the table. The guard smiled and asked what was wrong with this grain. Sitting at the table, Ron called him another fool. The man scratched his head and told them that they just pretended to be a knightly order, and he believed them. The guys bowed their heads and laughed loudly. The guy put his hand in his pocket and said that they had not searched the order's home in vain, because he managed to find something. The young man took out a gold token and concluded that with this they could find an even better job. The soldier threw it on the table. The captain realized that he should give it to the Reincarnates family, and then he would be accepted as the leader of the order and given all the privileges that came with it. The warrior smiled and said that it was good that they even had the same name. The commander put a seed in his mouth and suggested taking grain hostage and asking for ransom, asking what his men thought of it. The guard looked away when he heard the noise. Sweat was running down his cheeks, asking if they were sure they wouldn't get into trouble for this. The soldier frowned in alarm, explaining that they were talking about one of the 3 most influential families in the country, adding that he had never heard of a single group that had survived an encounter with them. The men looked at him menacingly. The scoundrel raised one eyebrow and called his comrade a coward. The warrior pointed at him and said that was why everyone thought he was stupid. The guy pursed his lips in fear. Ron raised his hand to signal to his comrades that it was time to stop. The man stood up from the table. The captain grinned and asked where they were. The commander imagined the sunset over the city and explained that even the emperor himself had forgotten about chatters. He raised his hand and offered to take grain hostage, get the money and flee to the east. The sun's rays illuminated the palace. The scoundrel explained that no matter how influential the Reincarnates family was, even they were powerless in the enemy state surrounded by sand. The soldier clapped his hands when Ron wanted to take refuge there and live a full life. The youth raised his eyebrows and asked if even the young master had not discovered them yet. Scratching his chin, the man concluded that this guy was quite dangerous due to his hot temper, and asked to tell the others not to mess with him until this was over. The warrior smirked and said that he saw no point in standing on ceremony with a mere puppy. Smiling, the captain agreed and offered to drink to this. A candle was burning in the lantern. Suddenly it went out. The squad members looked around tensely. The guard opened his mouth wide and asked what was going on. The soldier ducked and asked who had turned off the light. The commander asked them to be quiet. Suddenly his face was splashed with blood. The villain touched it. He looked at the bloody hand and felt a strange smell. Ron looked away in horror. The severed head of his comrade lay on the table. Blood splashed in front of his face. The chair fell to the ground. The man frowned furiously and asked what was going on. The captain took a step forward. The warrior looked at the corpse of his friend in fear. The commander's eyes widened and he realized that there were enemies here. The guard opened his mouth and asked who was here. The protagonist appeared behind him and asked the enemy not to be rude. His purple eyes lit up. The villain jumped back and turned around. Yuchan frowned and was indignant that they were hiding here like rats in a barn. The frightened members of the squad stood behind Ron. The guy asked how they dared to even think about robbing Reinhafer. The man smiled nervously and assumed that there had been some misunderstanding. The young man narrowed his eyes and said that he already knew all of their crimes, including stealing money from the fund with Taigon. The captain gritted his teeth in displeasure. Raising his hand, the commander asked what he wanted and explained that if they got rid of Grain, he would take a higher position in the family. The knight raised his eyebrows in surprise. The soldier frowned confidently and said that he just needed to close his eyes to what was happening, without unnecessary risks for himself. The assassins approached the swordsman from behind. The killer snuck up on him. The protagonist said that the scoundrel was talking nonsense, revealing his bloodthirsty nature. The sword in his hands was enveloped in a dark aura. With one blow, Yuchan chopped off the guard's head. The guy smiled and asked if the enemy really thought there was such a naive person who was ready to believe him. The villain opened his mouth wide and ordered the others to grab him. The soldiers rushed into battle. The young man deftly dodged their attacks. The knight struck back and killed several opponents. Ron stood in the far corner of the tavern. The man gritted his teeth and realized that the young master had been hiding his strength all this time. The captain grabbed his sword and decided that he had to end it right now. Blue energy enveloped him. The commander's eyes flashed and declared that his enemy would die because of his own arrogance. The soldier rose from the ground and whispered that this was the end. The warrior swung his sword and sent a powerful wave of energy forward. It came very close to the swordsman. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and realized that the enemy was more stupid than expected. Yuchan tightly gripped the hilt of the thunderer. Its blade cut through the wave of aura. The enemy's attack was shattered into pieces. The villain opened his mouth in shock. His subordinate raised his eyebrows in surprise and asked how he managed to break Chada's special technique. The tip of the sword pierced his back. The boy swung the blade and sprinkled blood on the ground. The young man walked towards his opponent. His clothes were covered in blood. The knight asked how the impostor dared to ask what he wanted. Ron shuddered tensely. The system reported that the user had successfully mastered the southern sword technique. The swordsman, covered in a blue aura, declared that he already had everything he needed. The protagonist swung his sword. The man stared at him in amazement. Bright energy swirled around Yuchan. His blue eyes shone. The boy closed them and wondered what it meant to be a genius. The boy imagined himself in a completely white space. The knight opened his eyes and asked if it was enough to just stand out from the crowd. The swordsman took a step forward. He reached out his hand to his reflection. The air applied it to the invisible wall and assumed that it was about those who were capable of reaching incredible heights that most would not even see in their dreams. The glass cracked as soon as the protagonist began to risk his life. This question firmly stuck in his head. A huge hole appeared in the wall. Yuchan again asked himself what it meant to be a genius. A smile appeared on his face. His eyes sparkled. The guy thought that this technique was not that powerful compared to those he had to learn. The young man sent a strong wave of energy forward and decided that this would be enough for now. The shock wave injured the soldiers. The warriors ran away in horror. Ron fell to his knees. His face was stained with blood. The man opened his mouth in shock and said that he spent 10 years to master the southern sword technique. The knight stepped on his blade. The swordsman cast a disdainful look at his opponent. The captain opened his eyes wide and screamed. The commander jumped back and said that Taigon would not let this go so easily. The protagonist lowered the corners of his lips and said that there was not a single witness who would confirm his guilt. The soldier frowned furiously and shouted that every survivor had seen it. Yuchan raised his index finger and explained that he would simply get rid of them. The scoundrel widened his eyes in horror and asked what that meant. The guy grinned and said that if there was no living soul who could tell the story, then everyone would take it for a political assassination. The young man swung his sword. The knight closed his eyes and added that everyone would believe the only version. A fire was burning in the dungeon. There were marks from shackles on the prisoner's hands. May closed her eyes and sighed heavily. Taigon pulled on his gloves and was indignant that she did not want to work and did not want to be sold to the nobles. The man slapped the hostage on the cheek. The elder frowned and asked if she had changed her mind. The girl smiled and said she wasn't going to listen to him. The soldier grabbed her face. The warrior smirked and asked where she got her courage from. The guard narrowed his eyes in disdain and said she should be content with just kicking on the ground. The woman spat on his chest. The scoundrel looked at his dirty breastplate with displeasure. Taigon looked up and asked if the prisoner knew what she was doing. The man hit her in the face again and offered to sell her to a black magician. The commoner looked down and began to breathe heavily. The teacher folded her arms over her chest and explained that her potion had been prepared incorrectly and that abilities played an important role. Holding the tray in her hands, Mei heard that she had no innate gift and asked how that was possible, since she had no talents since childhood. The orphan looked down and thought about how she could not find herself in either alchemy or in the use of weapons. The teacher clasped her hands and asked what merits they had earned such a diamond. Holding the potion in her hands, Alina smiled happily. The girl raised her hand to her chin and was upset that her ward did not belong to a family of at least second-class nobles. The woman stroked the child's head and decided that she at least had a chance to get out of the orphanage. The commoner raised her eyebrows and thought that her friend was a genius, and noticeably different from the others. The half-elf looked down. Her aura seemed to sparkle and shine. The sorceress looked away. The sorceress grabbed her friend by the hand and offered to play together. The smile on her face was brighter than the sun. Mei's eyes widened in surprise and realized that she envied her the most. The girl looked down and realized that she had sacrificed herself for her, because the alchemist would be able to achieve a lot. The woman smiled and said that those born to crawl could never fly. The commoner looked at Taigon and asked what he would do with her after she died. The orphan stuck out her tongue and said that she did not care. Blood dripped onto the ground. The man gritted his teeth and swung his hand. Suddenly, she shuddered. The village chief looked back. The prisoner narrowed her eyes when someone said that Alina would be upset if she saw her corpse next time. The protagonist walked through the dungeon. The soldier grinned and asked what brought him here. Yuchan raised his eyebrows and replied that he was sentenced to death by the will of the imperial family. The warrior stood behind the bars. The guy explained that he had been given authority and that the enemy had better surrender right now because Ron was already dead. The scoundrel closed his eyes and asked what this unfortunate incident was. Taigon looked to the side and asked if the young master had really come here alone. The young man narrowed his eyes and confirmed it. The man smirked and guessed that the nobleman had underestimated him a little. The village chief extended his hand and asked if the heir really thought he could handle him alone. The soldier placed his other hand on the hilt of his sword. The knight smiled and said that he saw no reason not to. The warrior frowned in displeasure. The guard abruptly drew his blade and said that events were unfolding faster than expected. The armored men ran forward. They stopped at the entrance to the dungeon. The swordsman was surrounded. The scoundrel opened his mouth wide and ordered them to kill the young master. The enemies rushed to attack. The protagonist stood silently and looked at them. Yuchan closed his eyes. He lowered the corners of his lips and sighed. At that moment, his eyes lit up. Golden gears began to spin around him due to the fact that the hour of genius was activated. The guy walked forward, killing all the soldiers in his path. The young man walked behind the enemy. An angry grimace froze on his face. The knight narrowed his eyes and looked away. In the end, he walked past the enemy. The swordsman touched Mei's face. The protagonist gave her a blue potion to drink. The girl opened her eyes slightly and asked who it was. The world before her eyes was blurry. Yuchan introduced himself. The guy looked down and explained that everything would be over by the time she woke up. The woman closed her eyelids. Taigon gritted his teeth and asked how the enemy managed to deal with all of his subordinates. The man's eyes widened in shock. The elder rushed forward, but something went wrong. The soldier fell to the ground. His legs were cut off at the knees. The warrior looked back in fear and asked what it was. A few swings of the sword cut his subordinate into pieces. Powerful attacks threw the guards in different directions. Blood splashed the walls of the prison. The villain frowned in fear. The young man asked him not to think that he would be able to die so easily. Taigon turned his head and frowned tensely. It was as if a high white wall had appeared in front of him. The night was reflected in his eyes. The swordsman lowered his weapon and looked down at the enemy. The man opened his mouth in fear and wondered if this was really happening. The protagonist took a step forward. The village chief could not believe that he had lost to some child. His face was covered in cold sweat. Yuchan, standing in the shadows, looked at him silently. In his memory, the wall in front of him collapsed. Now the soldier was pounding it with his fists. The boy again asked himself what it meant to be a genius. The young man pointed the tip of his sword at the enemy. The warrior silently opened his mouth and widened his eyes. The knight looked down and realized that Nox was now a genius. The swordsman brought his weapon behind his back and wondered what this meant to him. The protagonist opened his burning eyes wide. Blood splattered in the darkness. A few moments before, the scoundrel had imagined the back of his father, who was the most prominent man in the village. The little boy raised his eyebrows in surprise. Everyone wanted to be like his father. Chad threw his wife to the ground. The man grabbed her by the hair. The mercenary looked at his son and asked if he knew why people followed him. The child looked away and said he did not know. The captain placed his hand on his head. The commander smirked and said it was all because of strength. The woman closed her eyes and screamed. The scoundrel explained that if a person had superior strength, he could do whatever he wanted, because that was the law of the city on the border of the Archon Empire. Taigon looked up and asked if his father was the strongest man on the continent. Chad frowned menacingly and flinched. He raised his hand. The man let go of his wife and answered in the negative. The mercenary looked down at his son and said that his strength was nothing on this huge continent because there were so many incredibly strong swordsmen. The captain put his hand on his shoulder and said that there were even children his age who were geniuses who surpassed him. The boy's eyes widened. The commander explained that this was how things were on a continent where there was a war. Dark energy enveloped the blade of the sword. The scoundrel said that he was only able to survive because he decided not to fight them. The protagonist swung his sword. At that moment, the man rose from the ground and assumed that in front of him was one of the geniuses his father had spoken of. Yuchan's eyes sparkled. The chieftain realized what an unparalleled talent was that nothing could compare to. The soldier smiled tensely and said that the only reason he was going to die now was because he decided to fight him. A dark flash flashed in the air. The boy plunged his sword into the enemy's back. Blood splashed onto the warrior's head. The young man frowned sternly. Alina was sitting on a chair in her office. The half-elf looked around when someone called her name. Mei entered the room with Jitri. The girl closed her eyes and smiled happily. There was a round, half-empty bottle under her hat. The sorceress hugged her friend and said that she was very scared for her. The woman said that everything was fine now. With tears in her eyes, the commoner asked for forgiveness and thought about how selfish she had been. The alchemist clenched her teeth and realized that she was ready to give up everything and live on her own. The maid smiled, watching them. Looking around, the potion maker asked where the young master was and said that she should thank him. The servant folded her hands in front of her and said that he was sorting out the situation through dialogue. Alina asked what that meant. Jitri put her hand to her chest and suggested that it was time for the brothers to talk face to face. The girl looked away and thought that this was not his true intention. A bright light illuminated the stairs. A lamp was burning in the inn room. Grain tapped his finger on the table and asked how much longer Ron wanted to keep him waiting. Leaning on his hand, the heir wondered how the mercenary dared to make the representative of the Reinhardt family wait and hoped that nothing had happened. The nobleman looked back and saw a silhouette behind the door. The nobleman asked who it was, and the protagonist entered the room. Yuchan bowed his head. The boy approached the table and said that they needed to talk if his brother was not busy. The scoundrel gritted his teeth and asked if they had anything to talk about. The boy's clothes were covered in blood. The knight frowned menacingly. His eyes lit up. The swordsman declared that this was very important. Grain tensely pursed his lips, and then asked him to sit down. Clouds floated above the mansion. Someone was holding a document in his hands. Standing before his master, Rudville reported that they had received a message that the youngest son had cleansed Chatters of corruption and punished the culprits accordingly. The servant folded the letter and added that the young master had asked for a special reward for this. The butler handed the letter to the duke and apologized for not being able to understand what the boy meant. Theo opened the note and thought about how corruption in Chatters was growing more and more every day. A bloody sky hung over the cemetery. The man realized that no one touched this place because it was unprofitable. The head of the family frowned and decided that it was not that simple, since this village brought a lot of headaches to the imperial family. Crosses were marked on the map. East Chatters was the last line of defense. Gold rained down from the terrible monsters. If this place fell, the monsters would begin to move towards the center. This was the reason why the emperor spent a large amount of money and sent many troops there. The soldiers were engulfed in flames. Chatters was a useless region that could not be forgotten. The sword emperor scratched his chin and thought about how this wasteland had no value. The butler frowned. The knight explained that all the bandit groups, including Vermin and Taigon, were very dangerous, so even Grain would not be able to deal with them. The advisor closed his eyes and agreed. Theo crossed his arms. Rudville stated that if the Ron gang attacked them, the situation would only get worse. Introducing the men with weapons in their hands, the man said that his children would be unworthy of the Reinhardt name if they could not cope with the threat, and reminded them that he had sent the Black Sword Knights with them just in case. The head of the family placed the letter on the table and suggested returning to the conversation about his youngest son. The Sword Emperor covered the note with his hand and explained that his heir was not so magnanimous that he was willing to help get rid of corruption for no reason. The letter stated that the protagonist wanted the imperial family to give him the rights to this wasteland. The knight asked what this place would give him. It went on to say that Yuchan was willing to give up his rights as a member of the Reinhardt family if his demand was not met. Theo raised his hand to his chin thoughtfully. The servant frowned and asked if the master would really refuse him. The man narrowed his eyes suspiciously and decided to agree. The butler looked at him silently. Sitting in front of him, the head of the family explained that he could get the rights to this place if his son could actually deal with the villains. The Sword Emperor smiled and said that this was actually a good opportunity to see how the boy would handle managing the territory. The advisor closed his eyes and said that he could send a letter to the Empire and begin negotiations to obtain Chatters. The knight agreed and Rudville bowed to him. Theo covered his mouth with his hand. At the end of the note was the protagonist's signature. The man frowned and wondered how far he had planned this. Yuchan smiled slyly. Birds were flying above the house. Grain trembled and asked if Ran and Taigon really wanted to make him their pawn and kill him. Sitting at the table, the boy confirmed it. The heir put his hand to his forehead and remembered that the family had definitely checked their identities. His eyes turned bloodshot. The aristocrat wondered how dare they use him, a member of the Reincarnates family. The nobleman looked up and decided that he had more important questions. A purple haze enveloped the boy. The knight smiled and asked why his brother was looking at him so strangely. Clenching his fist, the scoundrel called it incredible and assumed that the younger one wanted to quarrel with him. Putting his hands together, Grain realized that he had to hold on and realized that he could not become a warrior if he did not pass the test. Closing his eyes, the heir sighed and thought about how he could only accept his brother's offer. The nobleman asked what he needed. The swordsman, spreading his arms, was amazed by his quick analysis of the situation and said that he did not expect anything else from him. Raising his index finger, the protagonist stated that he did not need much and asked the elder to give him the right to command the soldiers. Frowning sternly, the nobleman agreed and decided that even if this did not happen, his life would still be in his hands. Yuchan crossed his arms over his chest. The scoundrel admitted that he still did not know how strong he was. Grain looked at him sternly and asked his brother to guarantee his safety and cede him the profit in return. The boy bent 2 fingers and listed his demands. The young man smiled and said that these were 2 requests. The heir angrily clenched his teeth and promised to give him the rights to the minerals and artifacts from his mine. The nobleman asked the younger one to sort out the situation. The knight stood up from the table and asked his brother not to think that this was a deception, because it was a small price to pay for his life. The swordsman smiled and said that he would be in the care of the elder one while he was in chatters. The protagonist narrowed his eyes slyly and hoped that he would not act rashly. There were many flasks on the shelves. Holding the recipes in her hands, Alina said that she had never made a potion of metallization and corrosion, but she decided that she could handle it. Sitting in front of her, Yuchan said that this was a good answer. Jitri asked if everything would be alright. The maid explained with a sad frown that the plan was too dangerous, and asked why the young master wanted to kill the griffin in the first place. Mei opened her mouth wide and said that they couldn't lose their hero. The boy placed his hands on his knees and asked them not to worry, and said that he wouldn't have brought up the topic if it was impossible. The young man looked down and thought that he understood the reasons for their worry. The girls looked at him with concern. The knight realized that he couldn't tell them the truth and suggested that they not bring up the topic again. The swordsman looked at his friend when she promised to do her best to prepare everything necessary. The servant frowned. The protagonist remembered that killing the griffin at the beginning of the game was almost impossible. Mei and Alina pursed their lips in displeasure. No one had managed to do it before. Yuchan smiled and concluded that he would succeed. Taking a wand in his hands, the boy decided to explain the plan and asked his friends to listen to him carefully. There was a map of the area on the table. The griffin's eyes flashed. It was impossible to kill it with ordinary methods. The young man frowned and thought that the hidden path was only revealed to veterans of the game. The women looked at the map in surprise. The knight pointed to the edge of the continent with his wand and mentally called himself a veteran who had passed Inner Lunatic 26 times. The swordsman frowned and asked if everything was clear to everyone. The girls confidently knitted their brows and answered in the affirmative. They resolutely pursed their lips. The protagonist realized that this was the reason why he wanted to kill the griffin in chatters. Yuchan smiled and concluded that she could get a good reward for this. The sun illuminated the fortress scene. The guy said that this was the end of the explanation and suggested acting according to the plan. Carl chewed a carrot. The young man stroked his head. Holding the weapon in his hands, the knight realized that he could not survive without putting his life on the line. The swordsman looked to the side and decided that this was the world of Inner Lunatic. There was a large puddle in the middle of the forest. The monster stepped into it and moved on. The monsters were approaching the fortress wall where the protagonist stood. Mei and Alina frowned sternly when Yuchan asked them to prepare. Grain narrowed his eyes in displeasure. Standing in front of the soldiers, the boy asked them to remember that they only had one chance. His hair fluttered in the wind. The young man felt as if he was experiencing this moment for the first time. The warriors looked menacingly forward. The knight assumed that this was all because he became Nox and the only strategist. His comrades stood behind him, awaiting orders. Jitri frowned worriedly and asked if everything would be okay. The swordsman raised his hand when the maid repeated that it was too dangerous. The protagonist smiled and asked her to trust her master. The servant opened her eyes wide. Yuchan promised to stay alive. The boy jumped off the fortress wall. As he fell, he spread his arms. The boy smiled and realized that this was the moment he made a promise that he couldn't keep because of his incurable disease. The knight swung his blade. The swordsman stabbed it into the wall and pushed off. A vial of potion flashed in his hands. It crashed into the stone golem's head. Purple liquid spread over its body. The protagonist cut it in half using the Southern Chatters technique. Swings of the sword cut the monsters into pieces. Yuchan's eyes widened with fire and decided that he wouldn't have made a promise if he could actually die. There was a crowd of goblins ahead. The boy dashed forward and destroyed them. The soldiers opened their mouths in fury. The boy grinned at the moment of impact and thought that he could enjoy this game that had become reality for a little longer. Suddenly, a huge shadow loomed over him. The griffin flew high above his head. The knight stopped and looked up. The swordsman narrowed his eyes slyly and wanted to begin. The red eyes of the Desert King lit up. The monster opened its beak wide and screamed. The protagonist confidently frowned. His comrades watched him from the fortress wall with excitement. There were many enemy corpses lying on the ground. The monster flew towards Yuchan. With her mouth wide open, Alina declared that she had never seen a person who could fight like that and asked if such a thing was even possible. Mei frowned and wondered who would have thought that they would not be able to follow his movements at all. The girl looked away and asked who the Reincarnates family was. The woman looked back when Jitri explained that it was a family famous for its swordsmanship, as well as a place where countless internal fights took place over the right to inherit the black sword. The maid put her hand to her chest and said that this was the Reincarnates family. The servant frowned menacingly. She opened her mouth furiously and declared that her master was the most worthy candidate of all. Grain put his hand to his head and felt pain. The girl looked away and thought that she still did not understand why the young master did not pay attention to the bad rumors about himself. The commoner lowered her gaze and concluded that the rumors were not true. Leaning on her hand, Mei assumed that he had his own reasons for pretending to be good for nothing and said that she did not even have any idea what they could be. Jitri smiled and agreed with her. The maid took a step forward and asked her comrades to play along with him. The servant bowed and expressed her confidence that this was just the role the young master decided to play. The half-elf grabbed her by the shoulders and said that she could hide his true face. The sorceress closed her eyes and asked her friend not to worry about it. The commoner said that they would remain silent. The woman closed her eyes and smiled. The griffin opened its beak furiously and screamed. Grain clenched his teeth in fear. The soldier's eyes widened in horror. The heir placed his hands on the railing and looked forward. Biting his thumb, the nobleman wondered if his brother was really going to fight this creature and concluded that he had gone mad. The Desert King swung his claws to grab the prey. The protagonist raised his sword to strike. The monster flew into the air. The monster flew over Yuchan's head. The boy looked back and cast a menacing glance at it. The nobleman clenched his fist tightly. The villain gritted his teeth and knew he had to do as he was told. Grain raised his hand and asked the soldiers to simply wait until the enemy was near the fortress walls and fire the ballistas when ordered. The heir frowned furiously and asked if everyone understood. The soldiers opened their mouths wide and confirmed it. The nobleman looked ahead. A giant ballista stood behind him. The monster spread its wings. The huge arrow flashed in the sun. It shot forward when the nobleman ordered to open fire. The arrow headed straight for the griffin. The Desert King's eyes widened in fear. The projectile pierced his wing. The monster immediately fell to the ground. Holding the potion in his hands, the young man thought that in order to defeat the bird, he must deprive it of the ability to fly. The knight uncorked the flask. It fell to the ground. The swordsman wiped his lips with his hand. The system reported that thanks to the metallization potion, his stamina had temporarily increased by 1. Some time ago, Grain put his hand to his chest and asked how his brother dared to ask him for something so insignificant. The heir spread his arms and suggested asking someone else to make the ballistas. The protagonist closed his eyes and scratched his chin. Yuchan raised his index finger and said that then he would have to fight the griffin alone. The aristocrat looked away thoughtfully and asked how many ballistas he needed. The boy approached the Desert King and decided that his brother had good instincts, which could be useful. The monster opened its beak and shuddered. The young man wanted to test the potion's effect. The knight's crazy eyes widened and decided to prove himself. His reflection flashed in the monster's eyes. The bird rose into the air. The griffin turned around and tried to fly away. The wound on its wing began to bleed. The Desert King looked back tensely. After that, the monster fell to the ground again. Standing in a cloud of dust, the swordsman assumed that the enemy was worried that everything was not going according to plan. His hair covered his eyes. The protagonist said that usually such wounds did not affect him in any way. Yuchan looked forward resolutely and realized that he was a high-ranking creature. The monster rose to its feet when a shadow loomed over it. Blood flowed from its wound and dripped onto the ground. The guy squinted slyly and explained that the ballista that pierced its wing was soaked in tons of poison. The griffin lowered its head and began to breathe heavily. The young man waited for what would happen to it, because in 5 minutes the real pain should begin. The king of the desert swung his paw. The knight smiled smugly. The hands of the golden watch froze at the number 12. The swordsman raised his eyebrows and declared that he did not need more. Sharp claws froze right in front of him. The protagonist frowned and felt pressure, not like in the game. A smirk appeared on his face. Golden gears began to shine around the monster. The monster's eyes widened. Blood gushed out from the many wounds on its body. Yuchan swung his sword and said that he would never die, at least not today. The boy looked away and called out to his brother. Grain gritted his teeth and wondered if this was the man he knew before. The heir clenched his fists. The noble raised his hand and ordered the soldiers to open fire. Huge arrows pierced the griffin's wings. The boy smiled widely and sighed. His sword was enveloped in dark energy. The knight held it out in front of him and declared that it was time to finish. The Desert King raised his head and opened his beak. The warriors frowned tensely when they heard his cry. Alina walked up to the fence and looked down. The swordsman pointed his weapon at the enemy. The protagonist cut the air with his blade and used black execution. The monster rushed forward. A wave of dark energy touched it. The severed paw flew into the air. Blood splashed on Yuchan's face. The monster looked away in horror. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword with all his might. With one blow, the young man cut the enemy's body in half. The dead griffin fell to the ground, and the knight put the blade in its sheath. The clock hand moved. It stopped at 12. The swordsman tensely wiped the blood from his chin. Suddenly, he looked up. The monster standing in front of him trembled with fear. They immediately ran in different directions. The protagonist smiled and turned his head. The locals joyfully raised their fists. People began to hug each other. The system reported that the user received 60 days for defeating the griffin. The girls smiled happily. Yuchan confidently frowned and assumed that it was pretty good. Grain placed his hands on the railing and wondered how this was even possible. The monster's green eyes glowed. The heir remembered how the Desert King had backed away and asked how a high-ranking creature could be afraid of a child. The nobleman gritted his teeth and thought that to defeat such a monster, one would have to be at least at the level of an academy professor. The nobleman lowered his head and concluded that he would have to acknowledge its strength. The boy stood at the foot of the fortress wall. His brother stood by the family crest. The scoundrel realized that there was a huge chance that his younger brother would be the next head of the family. Grain frowned in displeasure. While everyone was rejoicing, the heir held on to the railing of the fortress wall. He sharply tensed his fingers. The nobleman lowered the corners of his lips and said that he needed to be in good standing with his brother. The young man went upstairs, where he was met by delighted locals. The corpses of the monsters lay in pools of blood. The dead griffin opened its mouth. The nobleman crossed his arms and said that he would be carrying the remains and asked the younger one to distribute the rewards. The knight raised his eyebrows in confusion and remained silent. The scoundrel turned away and asked him to rest. The swordsman turned away and looked at the door. The protagonist smiled and concluded that he had scared his elder one well. Yuchan called the system window and wanted to use the hidden reward. The notification described the basic information about the griffin heart. It turned out that it could be used to create an elixir that changed stamina and agility. The gate was closed. There were various vials on the floor. Holding the heart in her hands, Alina explained that the power of the wind could be detected in it, and added that they would be able to create elixirs that they had previously only heard about from gossip. Standing next to her, the guy said that he was going to use it right away and asked how long it would take. There was a recipe on the floor. The half-elf said that it depended on the specific situation, but with her current tools, it could take a long time. Crossing his arms over his chest, the young man promised to provide everything necessary and decided to use this chance to make an offer to his new allies. May and her friend's eyes widened in surprise when the knight offered them to become servants in the Reincarnates family. The girl pointed at herself and reminded them that they were commoners. The swordsman asked if that was so important. The protagonist frowned and explained that they had all the talents he needed and that they had no reason not to use him. Yuchan narrowed his eyes and declared that he would never allow a dog to bite its owner. There was a lock on his heart. The guy thought about how at this time no one knew how to properly use the core of a monster, especially if it was an item that dropped from a hidden boss, the defeat of which was originally not implied. Suddenly, the lock lit up. Creating something like this is only possible for a genius. The sorceress put her hand on her chest and said that this man had saved them and promised to trust him and follow him for the rest of her life. The young man smiled and said that he liked this answer. At that moment, the lock opened in front of the heroines. The knight realized that he had already managed to get 2 genius characters. Closing his eyes, the swordsman said that they would leave in 3 days and explained that the elixir would be created in secret after returning home and that no one should know about it. The door slammed shut. Jitri followed the young master. The heroes walked down the corridor. The girl caught up with her comrade. Suddenly, she stopped. The protagonist looked back. The woman said that he was completely different from what the rumors made him out to be. His shoes were stained with blood. Yuchan asked what they were talking about. Raising her eyebrows, the maid said that she knew for sure that it was not true, that her master was an arrogant man who did not care about anyone, and asked if he could promise her something. The servant lowered the corners of her lips and said that no one knew when this might happen. Putting her hand to her chest, Jitri asked her friend to let her know if he needed help, and added that she did not understand at all why people did not like him. The boy tensely pursed his lips. The young man turned and promised to contact his subordinate if something like that happened. The girl froze in place. The knight asked if she really intended to stand there like that, and asked her to go faster before they got sick. The woman smiled happily. Another day, the maid closed her eyes and pursed her lips. Lying in bed, the swordsman said that he was ashamed and asked his girlfriend to keep quiet. The servant replied that everything was fine and that such things sometimes happened. The protagonist narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Above him hung notifications about receiving the negative effect cold and chronic cough. Yu-chan thought that this was too ridiculous. A few days later, the servant opened his mouth wide and shouted that the young masters had returned home. The cavalry entered the gate of the estate. The boy rode up to revel. May and Alina looked away when the man asked if these were his new servants. The people gathered on the street discussed how the youngest son still had not changed and that all the rumors about him recently were lies. The young man frowned and realized that he could not get rid of the role of a good-for-nothing person, despite all his efforts. The knight clutched his head and asked if they had nothing else to do, and suggested that they had a lot of free time since they were here to rest. The locals ran away in fear. The swordsman shuddered when the butler approached him. The advisor introduced Theo to the heir behind his back and said that the patriarch had requested a personal meeting with him. The protagonist frowned sternly and realized that this was it. The door to the office opened. The protagonist stood in front of his father. Theo turned to his son, frowning. Yu-chan dropped to one knee, saying that he heard him calling him. The man narrowed his eyes, saying that he had something to tell him, and he was sure that his son had something to share as well. The boy nodded. Putting his hand on the table, Theo said that he heard about his success, how everyone was able to return from Chad, and how he managed to clear it of trash. Corpses were lying on the floor. That day, the Dark Wing opened. Imagining Garen, Theo said that even his older brother recognized his abilities. The boy parted his lips, asking if that was true. Looking at the document on the table, the man said that Garen said that if it weren't for him, he wouldn't have been able to finish his nightly practice. The boy narrowed his eyes, not understanding what he was even talking about. Taking the scroll, the leader said that he had not called him here for idle talk. Looking at the scroll, the man said that he had proposed the impossible, done it, and brought honor to the Reinhardt family. Taking the scroll in his hand, the leader said that this is why he had fulfilled the conditions he had set. The young man took the scroll. Unrolling it, he looked at the seals. The boy's lips parted. He smiled, realizing that Chad was now his. Bowing, the protagonist thanked the leader for his generosity. The man knocked on the table. Then he rubbed his chin. The protagonist, straightening up, realized that his father wanted to talk about something else. Theo turned his gaze to his son. He lowered his hand, asking if Yu-chan wanted to take his place. The boy's eyes widened in shock. The leader narrowed his eyes. The protagonist frowned and cursed silently, not understanding why his father had suddenly started acting like this. A seagull flew over the tower in the desert. The young prince looked at the artifact in his hand. Various scenes of battle were visible in the mirror. At the very end, the corpse of a griffin appeared. Clutching the artifact, the boy said that the griffin was dead. The subordinate, approaching, said that the people of Reinhardt had made their move, they had received Chad. The chess piece took its place. Now the youngest son was the player with the chessboard. It was to him that Chad was handed over. The prince, turning away, ordered Kremser to prepare for war. The man, thinking, asked if they would be okay. Looking into the distance, the young man said that this family had stolen something important from him, and he had nothing more to lose. Kremser bowed, obeying the order. Soon he opened his eyes. His lips stretched into a grin. He took the girl by the hand. The red-haired beauty looked at the old man. He, crouching in front of her, said that the time would come soon. Touching her hair, he said that the day when he would receive this kingdom was near. Smiling at the girl, he said that the day she would wake up was also near. The events take us to the office of the head of the Reinhardt family. The man looked at his son with a searching gaze. The boy bowed his head. He raised it slightly and looked at his father. Raising his hand, the butler told the patriarch that perhaps it was too early for him to ask the young master such a question. He knew how hard it was to be the patriarch of the Reinhardt family. Theo, closing his eyes, objected. Then he looked at his son, saying that it should happen now. Yu-chan froze when the butler, apologizing for his impudence, said that he believed that the young master was not ready for this yet. Besides, there was still the first young master. Theo slammed the table and said that it was not up to him to decide everything. The protagonist, putting his hand to his chest, said that he did not want the position of patriarch. He was afraid of the number of responsibilities that would lie before him. The armrest reflected a ray of sunlight as Theo asked his son, "Is he still afraid of this position as his son?" The boy stared at his father and asked why he couldn't be afraid. The man frowned slightly. He closed his eyes. Turning away, he said that he would accept his opinion for now. Theo clasped his fingers and said that genius talent could not be hidden. Humans were weak creatures who would always test it. The boy opened his mouth and froze. He bowed to show his respect, then Theo said that he could go, he must be tired after traveling. The man closed his eyes as Yu-chan thanked him for his concern in front of him. Looking at the sky through the window, one could only see clouds. The maid approached the master and asked him if the patriarch had scolded him. He replied by telling him not to worry, everything was fine. Jitri, being worried, looked away. The boy looked at her when she said that she had prepared Alina and May's chambers. The young man, hearing her, said that she had done a great job. The girl, approaching the master, said that she was simply doing the work of his maid. Yuchan, hearing her, said that if the whole world was built on the concept of should and should not, people would hate each other and would not be able to interact at all. Jitri involuntarily touched her lips. She curtsied and thanked the young master. The young man, slightly bowing his head, thought, "The best place for education for magicians and knights is Eldian Academy. The protagonist should have become the best there among all the magicians and knights." The butler put his hands behind his back. Theo, closing his eyes, said that this is exactly what he expected from a conversation with his son. Raising his hands, Rudwell said that he felt it was too early to talk to the young master like this. If he truly knew the meaning of his position, his answer might have been different. Raising his eyelids, Theo said that it was not like that. His eyes were the eyes of a man who had already decided what he would do in the future. When Yuchan said that he was afraid of something, it was not his position or Theo himself. It was as if he was alone in the darkness. His eyes seemed to say that he was experiencing fear, similar to that of a person looking into an abyss. The man frowned, not knowing why his son was so afraid of death. Raising his hand, Rudwell said that he might be wrong, but it seemed that what happened to Madame was a possible reason. Theo frowned even more as he sat in the chair. He chuckled and said that this boy might blame him for this. Introducing his son to his mother's painting, he said that to him, he was just a weakling who had failed to protect his mother. The butler put his hands behind his back again, saying that young Master Garen had started to act with something even bigger. The man's smile immediately stopped. Many bodies, both monsters and knights, lay on the ground. Demons flew through the air. A sharp gust of wind rushed towards them. The swordsman, holding his sword in his hand, looked up at the sky. Garen, holding out his hand, asked his father to simply agree and give him the power of the Duke. Talia was trying on another dress. Her maid hurriedly put away the dresses she didn't like. The girl turned around and asked Emma if the dress suited her. The maid, taking the cape in her hand, asked the girl if it wasn't the same dress she had seen 20 times already. Talia began to walk around the room, choosing a dress and accessories for it. Emma looked at the shoes and asked the girl if she was that excited. The girl smiled, saying that they were talking about her entering Eldian. The maid sighed, saying that she was not talking about that. Imagining Yuchan in the mirror, she said that she was talking about the young master. They would meet for the first time after they were engaged. Talia froze. She slightly bowed her head, saying that she should be a little more luxurious. Putting her hands on her hips, Talia began to scold Emma for answering her completely and sincerely. Was she really that indifferent? The maid, looking away, said that this always happens. The books were neatly arranged on the shelves. There was a mini laboratory in the room. The young man turned his feet. He turned around, being in a formal uniform. The young man noticed the girl sleeping at the table. Alina barely raised her head, noticing the arrival of the guy. He approached her and asked if she was okay, as she didn't look very good. May, crossing her arms over her chest, said that it was always like that with her when she focused on something, and that she kept an eye on her at such moments. Raising her hand, the elf said that they needed to look at the results of her labors. The guy turned his gaze to the side. The elixir standing on the table was shining. Yuchan's hand reached for the elixir. When he took it in his hands, the system gave him the characteristics and effect of this potion. Alina, clasping her hands, asked how she made the potion. At that moment the system reported that the effects of the potion were increased by 200%, due to the fact that he made her a genius alchemist. The young man smiled. The elixir of wind not only increased stamina by 1 point, but also the hidden stat of agility. Calling up the system panel, the guy decided that agility and an hour of genius were the perfect combination. Thanks to the slowing of time, the griffin almost froze in the battle. Then he was able to appear behind him. However, his heart was still shackled. Now, looking at Alina, he mentally said that if she had not joined him then, it would have been hard. He grinned and praised the alchemist. Then he picked up the flask with the potion. A moment later he drank it. Mana bubbled around his body. A satisfied smile spread across the young man's face. Looking to the side, he said that since the preparations were finished, it was time for him to go. So he, accompanied by Jitri, headed to the academy. Along the way, the boy called up the system panels, checking his characteristics. The events take us to the academy. The coachman stopped the horse. The protagonist got out of the carriage. He began to look around, while Jitri curtsied, saying goodbye to the master. People looked at each other, recognizing the youngest son of the Rainhafer family. Some called him a troublemaker, but immediately closed their mouths, afraid that he would hear. Yuchan chuckled, hearing the whispers of the people. Stroking his neck, he asked where the dog was barking. The men immediately closed their mouths and fell silent. Then they turned around and walked away. Jitri sighed. Her eyes widened in surprise. Another carriage stopped near the academy. A young girl got out of it. Emma smiled, noticing Yuchan. She nodded to him, greeting the boy. The boy turned away slightly and said nervously that it seemed like they had arrived early as well. Emma raised her hand and said that they had been discussing the academy's entrance ceremony the entire time. The maid turned to the lady and asked her to come out and greet the young master. Emma was a little confused when the girl began to move around the carriage, telling him to wait for her for a bit. Soon, she stepped onto the ground. Talia carefully stepped out of the carriage. The protagonist, who was standing in front of her, mentally said that she was originally the ambassador, but he did not expect things to turn out like this. The boy narrowed his eyes. The sword fell from his hand. Yuchan pointed at the maid and asked her what she had just said. The boy imagined Talia when Rona said that they were planning to marry him to Lady Talia and everyone already knew about it. The boy abruptly grabbed the girl by the shoulders, saying that this was a big problem and he did not know about it. Yuchan closed his eyes, mentally saying that after checking everything, it turned out that their families really did agree on this engagement without even telling them. Fixing her hair, Talia greeted the boy. He looked away, seeing how the girl was beaming. Jitri grabbed his hand, saying that this must be Lady Talia, his fiancée. The boy responded by saying that he already asked her not to say anything about it. Opening her lips, the bride asked the groom how he was doing. He, trying not to look at her, said that everything was fine, but what about her? Talia smiled, saying that everything was fine for her. Suddenly, the horse neighed. The boy and the girl immediately turned around. The carriage stopped right next to Yuchan. Yuchan frowned, recognizing the owner of the carriage. One of the genius characters of the academy appeared in front of the protagonist. She is the star of trade and the head of the Revelin family, which dominates the entire continent. Gold and diamonds passed between her hands. Eleanor, holding the hand of a servant, went down. She smiled involuntarily, saying that she did not expect to see them. Closing her eyes, she told Yuchan that she did not know that he was entering Eldian, but she was glad to see him. Yuchan himself mentally said that this woman was very aggressive towards the old owner of the body. The young man turned and asked the girl if her name was Eleanor. Nodding, the lady said that it was her. She was a noblewoman from a family of merchants that he looked down on as a child. Then the little girl froze in front of the boy. She froze, staring at the boy. Smiling, Eleanor said that she did not expect to meet him like this. The protagonist froze, looking at the girl in front of him. Eleanor was the only child of the Revelin family whose wealth could influence the entire continent. She was also one of the stars that would dominate the financial market in the future. Eleanor was called the Fox of Wealth, so she would sometimes hold a white fox in her arms. Yuchan frowned, realizing that this girl had dated him when he was younger. The girl unconsciously touched her face. The protagonist did not move, frowning. The little inexperienced girl looked around while at the banquet. Turning around, she noticed a young man. Knox crossed his arms and asked how someone so insignificant could be considered a noble. Could status be bought with money? And they thought that would change her family's past? The boy and the girl froze in front of each other. Some girls whispered, telling Eleanor to just leave. The girl could not hold back her tears from the ridicule. That's why Yuchan frowned. He understood her current mood towards him. The boy looked behind him. Talia looked at Eleanor with a puzzled expression. They did not know that they were both the people who drove the sword into Yuchan's heart. Give such an opportunity to the smiling Eleanor, and she would happily take it. Opening her lips, the girl told the boy that he did not usually act like this. The boy, crossing his arms over his chest, asked how he usually acted. Putting her hand to her cheek, the girl said that she thought he knew himself. Or was he the kind of person who liked to hear the truth from others? The boy narrowed his eyes. He could not catch his breath. Waving his hand, he told Eleanor to leave if she was going to make a scene. The lady closed her eyes, saying that nothing had changed. Yuchan, opening his lips, asked what she wanted. Was it his confession? Eleanor, continuing to smile, said that she did not need anything from the good-for-nothing from the Reinhafer family. The system panel started to appear in front of the guy while he was thinking about how Eleanor didn't see anything good in him. Then he should have looked at her features first. The girl opened her eyes when the boy started to look through her information and her characteristics. Looking at the skills, Yuchan saw skills such as Genius Accountant, Genius Actress. These skills allowed her to make gold fall to her by itself. The protagonist frowned. Her features were not much different from what he knew. The Rivali family, their middle name Dill was bought by Clarkson, Eleanor's father, who was also a merchant. Although Eleanor despised her status, she had no choice but to use it. She realized a lot when she was a little girl. Now she became the embodiment of anger. Her blades were naked, and old Knox stirred up a snake nest. Gritting his teeth, the boy whispered that from her side, Knox was really the worst person in the world. Eleanor bowed, saying that she would leave here. Unfortunately, she did not think that they were able to wish each other good luck. Yuchan, who was standing in front of her, said that he could not do this and did not do it to such a lowly person like her. The girl smiled and said goodbye to him. Talia looked after the girl, then Yuchan told her that it was time for them to go, because the entrance ceremony of the academy would soon begin. The girl wavered, agreeing. The protagonist, walking with Talia, mentally said that he could not get rid of her. After all, they were engaged, he just needed to use her to the maximum. Raising his head, the young man decided to be on the alert. Soon he entered the academy. The first thing the guy saw was a huge chandelier. Many nobles shook their heads, looking around the academy from the inside. The protagonist, who went inside, said that the children of outstanding families had gathered here. Looking at the crowd, he mentally said that some of them could be quite useful. He needed to recruit them without affecting the story. The youth couldn't help but imagine the 5 strongest characters. He rubbed his chin, saying that if he recruited them, it would change the original story, so he needed to approach it with caution. Lowering his hand, he asked the maid if he was being paranoid, but it seemed like many people were looking at him. The girl responded by saying that many nobles were indeed looking at him. Some of the nobles were looking at the youth with hatred and cold fury. Jitri closed her eyes, saying that he seemed to be quite popular. The youth crossed his arms and said that he was definitely popular to some extent. Talia, who was standing next to him, said that they seemed to be looking at him with malice, and that couldn't be called popular. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out in the hall. All the nobles froze. Talia looked at the groom in surprise when he said that it had all begun. The servants and maids immediately retreated to the back of the hall. A young lady with white hair walked into the hall. Her legs were wrapped in bandages. She suddenly raised her hand, greeting everyone. The nobles were taken aback, not understanding where the professors were, and what such a small girl was doing here. The people, seeing her stand on the podium, tried to figure out what this child was doing at the sacred entrance ceremony. The protagonist, looking at the crowd in front of him, called them fools. Nanwan, standing with a lollipop in her hands, was a real monster. Only a suicide could anger her. Summoning the system panels, Yuchan looked at her stats and skills. Stroking her chin, he decided to appear in a good light in front of her. Raising his hand, he told Talia to just be quiet if she did not want to die. Smiling, Nanwan introduced herself as the new dean of the academy. She extended her finger, saying that there was something they didn't know yet. Sharply releasing her aura, she said that if she heard anyone call her little again, they would die. Afterwards, the dean smiled sweetly at all the new students. The crowd of students froze as she announced the beginning of the entrance ceremony. One of the boys raised his hand and said that they had never heard of such a rule. Nanwan stopped smiling and said that it was the new dean's rule to weed out the trash. Suddenly, the floor beneath them began to glow brightly. A huge magic circle formed right on the floor. Nanwan extended her hand and said that she hoped that they would be able to survive. The protagonist looked at the magic circle in horror. He frowned, realizing that it was starting. The boy raised one eyebrow. Suddenly, all the people turned into blurry silhouettes. The entire crowd moved into the forest. The man clenched his jaw and inhaled. He yelled, telling everyone to get up. He raised his hand and asked them how dare they sleep right in front of him. Were they completely nuts? The nobles were trembling all over. One of them stood up. The man frowned when he saw him. The silver-haired youth in front of him was the only one who remained conscious. Yuchan gritted his teeth, somehow managing to resist, but he couldn't just ignore the side effects of being forcibly teleported. Bernan narrowed his eyes. The boy barely approached him. He swallowed. The man's bald head was as glowing as in the game, as if he had a halo above his head. In the story, it was written that he once had long hair. Bernan was a combat instructor and a student who graduated from the academy back in the old days. The players gave him the nickname, Takoyaki Bernan, a very disrespectful nickname given to him because of his bald head. The boy frowned, knowing that nothing bad would happen if he got close to him. Meanwhile, the instructor was also frowning at the student. He pointed at him sharply, asking why he was looking at him with such pity. The boy closed his eyes, saying that he didn't feel anything. The man in front of him told him that he should remember that he had very good instincts, and if he thought badly of him, he would regret it. Raising his hand, the boy asked him to tell him about the entrance test. They could talk about the rest later. Looking at the unconscious nobles, Bernan said that before that, they needed to wake up these idiots. He should cover his ears, otherwise they might explode. Yuchan covered his ears. Mana gathered in the instructor's palms. He slammed his weapon into his hand. The sound that spread made the students wake up. One of the nobles jumped up and yelled, asking what kind of idiot did this. Bernan immediately hit him. Frowning, he asked the boy if he had any problems with it. His bald head glowed again. The students narrowed their eyes, looking at him. The man, crossing his arms over his chest, asked if he was really so brave that he not only cursed, but also frowned. The students who had not woken up were transported to a safe area. Raising his hand, the man said that he would now tell them about the entrance test to the academy. The protagonist stared at him. In short, on this island made with magic, they must hunt monsters. As a reward for this, various crystals will fall from them. The less mana they contain, the more expensive they are. The question arises, isn't it better if they contain more mana? Such crystals glow from the amount of mana. The young man grinned. He knew that it was not that simple. At the entrance test, the teachers look at two things. The first is their sense of mana with their hand. This has already been partially tested and recorded after they were forced to teleport, and they were all lying down. Then the protagonist could barely get up. The second part of this test would be how they could sense the smallest particles of mana, an ability that helped mages perform well on the battlefield. The boy narrowed his eyes, saying that they were initially sifting out gems from stones. The instructor standing in front of the crowd said that this place was a labyrinth created by the dean of the academy. There were many monsters around that brats like them would definitely not be able to handle, so he would make an exception and let them choose teams. The students immediately began to look at each other. Handles began to appear near the boys. Many had swords and daggers in their hands. Frowning, Bernan said that there could be a maximum of 8 people in a group. A bird flew over the group. The students looked at each other, not understanding how to begin forming teams. Bernan, turning around, said that he would wait for them at the top. The nobles looked at each other, and some looked after the professor, asking him to answer the question. Paracelsus, stroking his chin, thought. Eleanor and the 2 girls to the side also thought. Suddenly, one of them raised her hand. The princess's bodyguard raised her hand, asking if there was anyone who wanted to help the princess with her. Eleanor, smiling, said that if they worked together with her during this test, she would reward them. All the nobles immediately looked at the protagonist. He turned around and left alone. He smiled involuntarily. He knew that normal results would not help him survive in this game, would not help him break the shackles. Walking through the clearing, the young man said that the most important thing is knowledge. In order for his sick body to become stronger, he must monopolize all the advantages. Soon he was near the cave. He immediately rushed forward. Yuchan smiled, saying that in order to achieve his goals, he needed to go alone. Meanwhile, the professors were standing on a hill. Bernan put on his cap. Stroking his chin, he said that no matter how much he thought about it, he still couldn't understand how this new student could not only withstand the dean's magic, but also decide to go into the forest alone. He couldn't help but remember how the boy stood up and looked at him. Then he separated himself and went on his own. Putting his hands behind his back, the man asked if this student was really that fearless. He shook his head, saying that it wasn't quite like that. Imagining Yuchan, he said that this guy simply had no fear. It seemed like a diamond in a dung heap was still a diamond. Now he was wondering what the hidden dragon of the Rainhafer family was capable of. The man frowned. The blade was stained with blood. The wolf fell dead. Yuchan left behind only corpses. A huge number of crystals remained untouched by him. A lone figure followed him. The girl smiled. She looked after the boy. Then she walked after him. Blood spurted out from the wound. The wolf fell to the ground. The 3 girls confronted the goblins. Talia, sweating heavily, tried to understand where her fiancé had gone, and she was going to go with him. Suddenly, the girl next to her screamed, saying that she must protect the princess, so she must devote herself to killing monsters. Soon, all the goblins were killed. Penelope, taking the crystal in her hand, said that they had found a crystal of the highest rank. Her bodyguard did not agree with her, saying that this was still a test for Nanwan, one of the 4 elders. There must be something else. The princess nodded, agreeing with her. Afterwards, she looked away sadly. The students were breathing heavily after the battle. In their current state, it was difficult for them to get up. They barely stood on their feet, wiping away sweat. Ichina frowned, saying that she could not give up so easily. Looking at the princess, she mentally said that she promised her that she would help her take the highest position. The current arcane empire was rotten to the core. Penelope must sit on the throne to restore the empire to its former glory. Hina, rubbing her chin, thought, telling herself that she must help Penelope in any way possible. Talia, who was standing next to her, asked the princess if she was ready. If so, they could gather those who were not too tired and move on. The girl looked into the distance. She tightly clutched the crystal. Then she moved her hand back. Bowing her head and imagining her brother, Penelope said that they would have to endure a little longer. The protagonist inhaled the cold air. Rubbing his palms, he began to look around. The system immediately informed him about the imposition of negative effects from the cold. The boy closed his eyes. He knew that this would happen. The young man raised his hand. A moment later, a ball of flame formed above his hand. Warming himself from it, the boy summoned the system panel. The boy stared at the panel, mentally saying that if he wanted to use this body, he first needed to get rid of the cold. He looked up, saying that he seemed to be close. The boy walked forward. His feet left a trail behind them. Raising his head, Yuchan said that this is exactly what the ice witch Nanwan did. He smiled, saying that he understood that this was the top of the mountain, how there was somehow too much ice. The boy lowered his head. After that, his eyelids lowered. The protagonist sent mana along the ground. Although this place looked like an ordinary island, in fact, it was not. Cracks appeared on the ice. Yuchan's mana spread throughout the mountain. He knew that Nanwan created this place, the artificial labyrinth Noah. Everything here was made of magic. All the living beings and monsters that appeared here were also made of magic. The protagonist straightened up, amazed at how much mana the dean had. He smiled involuntarily. Clenching his fist, he said it didn't matter. The cracks began to spread and grow. The roar scared the birds, causing them to fly. The huge ice troll struck. A group of monsters stood in front of the protagonist. Ice trolls were known for their huge amount of health and regeneration. This was one of the monsters that killed a lot of newbies. Opening his lips, the boy said that this did not apply to him. The troll suddenly struck. The second monster behind Yuchan swung to strike. The boy ducked, dodging the attack. The third monster swung to attack. The club rushed straight to Yuchan. The boy frowned and blocked it. The boy blocked the monster's club. His eyes flashed. Even though Nanwon was obsessed with talented students, she would not drive applicants into a corner. Looking at the forest, he said that ice trolls could not be killed by some students. They were at least mid-low rank. If such a thing happened in reality, the students would simply be cut to pieces. The protagonist became serious, not understanding what all this meant. He stood in front of a group of trolls. The girl stood behind him, watching the battle. Yuchan dodged all the attacks, saying that in this test, the monsters have an attack pattern. The first attacking troll was always in the center and would start with a vertical attack. The second would perform a horizontal attack. Although the radius was larger, the attack speed was lower. The last troll would perform a piercing attack. It was the weakest. The guy parried his attack with a smile on his face. A moment later, he was behind the troll, inflicting wounds on him. The young man swung his sword, intercepting it with both hands, and plunged his sword into the troll. Blood spurted from the wound. The protagonist had to retreat and move behind the monster. Blood gushed from the huge wound. The guy calmly looked at him. Soon, the last body of the troll fell to the ground. The young man extended his hand. He took a gray crystal in his hand. Looking at the crystal, the protagonist mentally said that it was because of them that he did not pay attention to the other crystals. The gray crystal was a hidden item that Nanwon hid here. He could exchange it for the scroll that he needed the most. The youth squeezed the crystal, intending to strengthen his skill after this part of the story. The girl took the crystal in her hand. Eleanor, like the others, looked at the crystal. The girl smiled, saying that they probably already took first place. Opening her lips, Eleanor praised them, but mentally cursed, these students said as if this was enough for a good result. Remembering how Yuchan left alone, she did not understand why her heart was so uneasy. The lady narrowed her eyes. The father, grabbing his daughter by the shoulders, asked why she quarreled with the young master of the Reihafer family. Standing in front of his daughter, he said that in order to become a family that no one would look down on, they had to try hard. He frowned. The girl cried when her father said that they had to go much higher. She had to win him over even if she had to give up everything she had. Tears rolled down Eleanor's face. The man in front of her had never thought of her as a daughter. The girl rubbed her chin, wondering why the boy had disappeared. If it was better to take this test with a partner, was it possible that he knew the secret of this test? A shadow covered Eleanor's eyes. She raised her hand, saying that she wanted to make them an offer. Putting her hand to her chest, she said that if they went higher with her, the reward from the Rivali family would be incredible. The noblewomen began to exchange glances, saying that if they went higher, they might get hurt. Eleanor closed her eyes and smiled, saying that there was a great reward for taking such a big risk. Several of the nobles immediately agreed to go with her. Raising his hand, the boy asked for permission to go with them. Eleanor bowed her head. It all came down to money. She didn't know what Yuchan was thinking, but nothing bad would come of checking. She smiled again, saying that it was time for them to go. The events take us to a winter forest. The protagonist, standing in front of the orc corpses, said that the reason he took such a big risk and went alone was simple: the game was worth the money. The chances of enhancing the Hour of Genius are close to zero. If it weren't for the hidden dexterity characteristic he discovered, it would be almost impossible. Now only the scroll would help him. Looking to the side, he said that even if he attracted attention, nothing could be done. The young man turned his head sharply. With a swing of his sword, he blocked the blade. The boy turned to the side from where the sword flew. His opponent smiled, saying that he didn't expect to meet him again in such a place. Paracelsus, putting his hand on his chest, said that he was glad that they met again. The boy's eyes widened in shock. He froze, looking at his opponent. The latter was smiling, looking at him. Yuchan gritted his teeth. This should not have happened. Looking at Paracelsus in front of him, he looked at his characteristics. This ash-haired man with a monocle was one of the strongest characters and one of the 3 emperors of the sword. In this chapter, he was supposed to fight the protagonist, and the protagonist was supposed to inspire him by deciding to save Eleanor, who was in danger. Now it was unclear what Paracelsus was doing here. The boy's eyes widened from one guess. Paracelsus threw a dagger. Yuchan blocked the dagger, mentally asking where the protagonist was, who was supposed to fight this guy. The swordsman grabbed the hilt of his sword and told the boy that he was interested in what he was carrying, so he would have to give it to him. The protagonist frowned sharply, calling Paracelsus a pathetic worm. The boy retreated, dodging the enemy's attack. As he blocked the attack, he realized that the protagonist who should be in this world did not exist. The sword passed centimeters from his face. Yuchan frowned, realizing that he had to stop the enemy here. He shouted, asking if he would take responsibility for throwing history off course. The boy in front of him said that he did not know what he was talking about. But he immediately found something suspicious because when they met in Chad, he was already able to handle a sword perfectly. The protagonist frowned and asked what he was talking about. Paracelsus closed his eyes and said that he seemed to be worried about something. In that case, he should just give him the sword and they would go their separate ways. The black crystal was the key to getting the highest grade. The boy looked up at the sky and asked what would happen if he refused. The other boy answered by saying that he would have to do everything possible to take it from him. Both boys lowered their swords. The protagonist, looking at Paracelsus in front of him, said that he was too vile. The boy smiled, saying that he probably couldn't do anything since he had already been caught. Yuchan frowned, mentally saying that this boy might become one of the strongest characters, but his talent had not yet taken shape. He might be a genius, but if the boy used the hour of genius to break the shackles, he would definitely win, but he couldn't use it in that fight. The boy's pupils flashed angrily. If there really was no protagonist in this world, he would have to save Eleanor. The boy pursed his lips, saying that it might be a lottery, but alas, he had no choice. Opening his lips, the boy told Paracelsus that he was not the only one who knew the secret. The enemy smiled, saying that since he remembered his name, he was unlikely to ask him to be gentle with him. The boy moved, calling out the name of the boy's mentor. Paracelsus nodded, smiling contentedly. Pointing his weapon at the enemy, the boy said that he knew that he entered the academy to uncover the secret of his master's death. The boy suddenly stopped smiling and frowned. The boy, smiling, asked his interlocutor if he was ready to talk now. Eleanor's group climbed the mountain. The girl raised her head. Penelope, who appeared in front of her, called her full name. She turned to her, saying that she knew that she would get here. The girl bowed, saying that she would not dare to stand in her way. Then she straightened up, saying that she wanted to confirm something. Meanwhile, the protagonist and Paracelsus were desperately fighting. The swordsman, in anger, rushed to attack. His sword passed near the head of the enemy. Penelope turned around, saying that they did not plan to engage in meaningless battles. Ichina immediately objected, but the princess cut her off, saying that to be objective, unless they were seriously injured, it would be very difficult to defeat these two. Besides, if they decided to team up due to their interference, they would be in danger. The protagonist frowned at the enemy. Paracelsus gritted his teeth. Ichina lowered her hand. Yuchan tightly clutched the gray crystal in his hand. Ichina, closing her eyes, told the princess that she would follow her instructions. Eleanor, looking at the battle, mentally said that this was very strange. The Yuchan she knew should be good for nothing. She gaped, not understanding when he had become so strong. The two groups froze, standing opposite each other. Talia watched her fiancé fight someone. Ichina, standing behind her, asked if she was watching the battle. Standing next to Talia, Ichina said that she did not know that the destroyer would be among the students. I think his name is Paracelsus. The red-haired girl, surprised, asked if she knew who Yuchan was fighting. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she knew him. Looking at Paracelsus swinging his sword, she said that he was called the Grey Wolf, known for killing countless bandits in the east since his early age. Then she looked at Yuchan, saying that the fifth son of the Rainhafer family appeared in a new light to her. Crossing her arms, she said that she did not expect him to be so good with a sword. If he were not a lustful, good-for-nothing animal, he would have made an excellent knight. Talia, leaning down, said that she did not think Yuchan was that lustful. Frowning at the girl, the bodyguard asked how she knew. Paracelsus frowned as he struck. The youth, dodging the attack, mentally said that the boy was hesitating. This was a natural reaction. Celsus was his only teacher and the one who spent time with him. The man frowned. He knew that he was going to die soon. Dodging the attack, Yuchan mentally said that he would die because of that bastard from Millis Academy. Taking a stance to attack, Paracelsus said that he would stop being polite. He attacked sharply. The boy smirked, asking what happened. Holding back the enemy's onslaught, the protagonist said that it was not he who killed his teacher. Paracelsus' blade deflected to the side. The boys began to move around the battlefield. The protagonist frowned, realizing that the attack pattern had become simpler. He may be a genius character, but he was still young. Yuchan easily deflected the enemy's blade. He jerked his sword sharply. A moment later, a knee strike hit the enemy's body. Paracelsus cried out in pain. His body was thrown back. The boy covered the place of the blow with his sword. He smirked. A moment later, he rushed at Yuchan. Parting his lips, he said that he would see if he could repeat it. The youth chuckled, saying that he would easily repeat this. The boy's legs were shaking. He saw that the enemy's attacks were becoming sharper. He could not drag this out any longer. Dodging the enemy's sword, Paracelsus poured mana into the sword. When he uses his teacher's sword technique, then the protagonist's defeat will be inevitable. After all, it is not for nothing that this is the technique of the Sword Emperor. The youth gritted his teeth. He had to block the enemy's lunge. His sword bounced up. The boy clicked his tongue in anger. He frowned, saying that considering how he was trying to take away someone else's, he really was just a lowly commoner. Raising his eyebrows, Paracelsus said that those who made the world like this are the nobles. The protagonist, continuing to parry his attacks, said that this is just ridiculous, he just needs someone to hate, he is just wasting his time. The blades clashed. Paracelsus's sword deviated from the trajectory. Yuchan smiled, asking if he was okay with it ending like this. It seemed like he didn't want to hear anything about his teacher. The boy narrowed his eyes. Looking at the group behind him, he mentally said that he needed to stall for a little while longer. The monster that was attacking Eleanor would appear at exactly 9 in the evening. Raising his hand, Paracelsus said that he could get information from him even after cutting off a couple of his limbs. The boy, frowning to the side, asked if he thought that he would get away with harming the nobility. Paracelsus, looking back, said that he would think about it later. He didn't think they had too many spectators. The protagonist, looking at the enemy, said that he didn't care about anything, the next attack would be the last. The swordsman rushed forward, saying that he wanted to test his confidence. The silhouette of the boy appeared in his pupil. The boy was smiling. He suddenly accelerated, finding himself in front of the enemy. Paracelsus turned his gaze to him. The protagonist parted his lips and told him to get lost. The protagonist was behind his opponent in an instant. A shadow flashed across the battlefield. Eleanor's eyes widened. She saw him suddenly speed up, even though he was fighting the strongest student. The girl froze, shocked. She involuntarily turned her gaze. She saw a black shadow. It was approaching her very quickly. Eleanor opened her mouth and was horrified. The night prowler burst out of the ground. Eleanor froze. She did not have time to dodge. She could very well die here. The monster's eyes were shining brightly. The girl covered her ears. Something flashed past her, terrifying the girl. Suddenly, the darkness around her dissipated. The protagonist appeared in front of her and tore the monster apart. Looking up at Eleanor, he said that she looked pathetic. Soon, the monster's body dissipated. The girl parted her lips, asking why he did this. Sheathing his sword, Yuchan said that he couldn't believe that they couldn't defeat even one monster with a team. It wasn't surprising, the Night Walker was a high-class monster that rushed towards the girl. Besides, it wasn't even in the Noah labyrinth originally, but it stood in front of the girl. But the real monster was the protagonist, the man who killed Paracelsus' teacher, the reason why he got involved in this. Yuchan thought, mentally saying that Eleanor should have died because of him, but her cold personality softened after the protagonist saved her. Looking at the group approaching him, he mentally said that it didn't matter now. The boy frowned, mentally saying that everything was meaningless, because the protagonist no longer existed. The girl gritted her teeth. The princess approached the boy and said that he was speaking cruelly, even though he had saved Eleanor. What had just happened was abnormal. Yuchan bowed, saying that she must be the princess. Penelope raised her hand and said that the instructors Eldian and Nanwon were responsible for this situation, because ordinary students would not be able to defeat the Night Wanderer. The protagonist looked at the group and said that their enemies did not choose their opponents. How strange. He thought that she, the princess, understood this better than anyone here. Ehaina waved her hand and said not to insult the princess. The girl stood in front of the princess, asking Yuchan if he did not agree that this was abnormal. Wasn't that why he helped? The boy stared at the frowning girl. He recognized her. She was the princess's closest assistant and the future head of the Janes family. The Snake of Greed, that was her nickname. She was not close to the Rainhafer family. After all, why would this dark person communicate with the Holy Family? Yuchan crossed his arms over his chest and said that he had nothing to say to the dog of the Holy Family. The girl, parting her lips, asked if he was insulting the Janes family. The man in the hill looked at the youths. He shouted sharply, ordering them to stop swearing among themselves. Bernan came down to them. The youth, looking at him, asked if the test was over. Frowning, the man said that the test was stopped. The guy handed the instructor a black crystal, he replied, saying that he did not think that someone would still get the black crystal, and it was surprisingly incredible, and it was full of surprises. A shadow covered half of the guy's face. He frowned when the instructor said that he would get first place in the entrance test, and everyone who got the purple crystals would share second place. Penelope, who was standing to the side, became serious. She raised her hand. Parting her lips, she asked what about the attack of the Night Walker. They took it into account. She did not think that such a monster should be here. They demanded an explanation. Bernan raised his hand, saying that they would investigate. He looked at Eleanor, saying that he understood that this was not enough. After all, a cadet was in danger, so Cadet Eleanor would receive special compensation. The man frowned, telling Yuchan that he would receive a special reward for saving another cadet. The youth, turning around, said that he did not need it. The protagonist looked away, mentally saying that he shouldn't interact with Eleanor anymore, no matter how things would turn out due to the fact that there was no protagonist in this world. He shouldn't deviate too much from the original plan, especially since if he accepted the reward, he would have to admit that he did it deliberately. The girl looked after the boy. Clenching her fist, she asked Yuchan why he saved her. The boy narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that he knew that it wouldn't be possible to escape so easily. Turning around, he said that he dealt with the monster, and she just happened to be nearby. The girl raised an eyebrow, puzzled. The protagonist turned around and began to leave. As the nickname of the wealth fox implies, she was cold and calculating, and she also believed that everything in this world can be bought, even loyalty, even a person's heart. She was currently riding in her carriage. Looking out the window, she asked why Yu-chan saved her. He even refused the reward from the instructor. She couldn't help but remember how he looked at her and said that he had dealt with the monster, and she just happened to be there. The girl squeezed the scroll in her hand tighter, saying that it was a ridiculous lie. The guy sitting opposite her said that he doubted that he was going to do that. Raising his hand, he said that she herself said that he was good for nothing. The girl, looking at him, said that now she doubted it. It was not a lie, he must have had other reasons. Eleanor narrowed her eyes, not understanding the meaning. She frowned and said that they needed to look into it further, and the boy, hearing her, said that he would investigate. The boy was surprised when his mistress said that he shouldn't do it. Opening the scroll, she said that she would do it herself, because if they found out that they were looking into the Rainhafer family, things would not go so easily. The scroll contained a schedule of lessons. The girl's servant chuckled and closed his eyes. The carriage continued to drive through the forest. The events take us to the academy. The sun's rays, falling on the roofs, reflected, creating glare. Jitri approached her master. The girl, worried, parted her lips, asking if he was really okay. He was so pale. Did his hands and feet really get cold again? The young man, sitting with his eyes closed, said that he had already recovered from it, so she should not worry. In fact, it was worth worrying. Someone would have to take on the role of the missing protagonist. This was necessary in order to recover his memories and understand who sent him this mystical message. He could not allow any more deviations, but Nox was a villain. The boy was sitting with his eyes closed, being thoughtful. He suddenly opened his eyes. Jumping up, the young man said that there was still a way to do this. The protagonist smiled widely. He found a way to take on both the role of the villain and the role of the hero in this world. The battlefield was filled with corpses. Luna stood among the corpses. The smell of burning and smoke rose into the air. Daff, approaching the lady, said that the demonic people began to move. He bowed his head, saying that he would awaken. Parting her lips, Luna said that a storm of blood would sweep over the continent again. Turning around, she ordered Daff to get ready. They must reach their goal. The girl put on her coat. A moon badge was attached to her shoulder. Daff followed the lady who said that they would do anything to destroy the Arkham Empire. The boy was sitting at the computer. The monitor was reflected in his pupils. There was one thing that gamers who had played countless games thought about in a similar way. They knew that the protagonist and antagonist were not so different, just like Inner Lunatic. Nox and the protagonist were almost the same. And yet they seemed so different. One holds a shield and sword to protect his loved ones, to overthrow the villain. The other looks at him arrogantly, despising him and wanting to achieve his goal. They both go through many similar situations, including a boss monster that is absolutely evil and a demon. In most recent games, the villains have experienced some kind of trauma, which makes them similar to the protagonists. To put it simply, even villains have reasons for acting the way they do, even Nox. The boy bowed his head. People have always been crazy about villains. Now Yu-chan came out to the square. He involuntarily parted his lips. He knew that it couldn't be said that the protagonist and the villain were completely identical. The villain would always remain a villain. He couldn't become the protagonist, but they were each other's reflections. The boy smiled, saying that this only applied to games. In a world that was heading towards destruction, and in which there was no hero, the villain would only have one option to survive. That was to destroy reality, and become both a villain and a hero. The boy stopped, approaching a place filled with mana. The youth put his hands in his pockets. Right in front of him was an icy road. He sighed, saying that he didn't like to risk his life, but he had no choice, it had to be done. The greatest villainous organization in Inner Lunatic was a group that wanted to overthrow the Imperial family. The protagonist stretched out his hand. Mana began to accumulate in his hand. Suddenly, the alley in front of him began to shine brightly. Bernan frowned, sitting near the professors. The other professors sat across from him. Nanwon sat at the head of the table. The girl rested her head on her hand, bored. Bernan asked Lars if it would be dangerous. He frowned and said that he had been watching the test. Had he made another mistake? The man gritted his teeth, saying that he had told him he hadn't done anything. The girl puffed out her cheeks. She broke her chopsticks, asking what they were doing. Bernan hugged Lars, saying that they weren't talking about anything. He nervously, smiling, told them to continue where they had left off. The girl snapped at the professor, saying that she had already filled everyone in. Hadn't they been listening? The old man adjusted his glasses. Raising his hand, he said that the dean had talked about an enemy that had appeared during the entrance test. Nanwon waved her hand. Looking at the professors, she said that this man wanted the Eldian Academy to fall, like the entire empire. Eleanor was just the beginning. Introducing the girl, she asked if they knew why they were targeting the young star of the financial world. Lance, frowning, said that it was because the merchants, controlled by the Revelin family, were responsible for 70% of the Arheim Empire's trade. The combat instructor, frowning, said that if the enemy was deliberately targeting the Revelan merchants, then they already had their next target. The girl lowered her hands, saying that what just happened was both a warning and a challenge to the academy. They must prepare for what was to come. The professors nodded. Nanwon stood up from her chair. Then she sat down again. Extending her hand, she said that there was another person who could be dangerous. Bernan, turning his head, asked who the dangerous person was. The girl looked away. She had followed Yuchan as an ordinary girl a while ago. She had seen him kill monsters with ease. Smiling, Nanwon said that the most dangerous of all the applicants would be the most talented. The man jumped up, asking who it was. Then he frowned, mentally asking if there was anyone whose talent she recognized. This was the first time since the princess. Closing her eyes, the girl at the head of the table called out Yuchan's full name. When she stood up, Lars asked if she was talking about the good-for-nothing Reinhafer. Nanwon confirmed it. She remembered how the boy smiled. The girl touched the door handle. She smiled. Sharply raising her head, the dean said that the boy could be stronger than her. The professor jumped up from his seat. The men began to exchange glances. Lars began to sweat profusely. The doors of the establishment opened. The protagonist entered the bar. Kirin frowned, asking why he was here. The guy looked at him and mentally said that it must be Kirin. To the outside world he was the owner of the tavern, but his true face was a little different. Sitting at the bar, he said the key. The man frowned slightly. Yuchan raised his eyebrows. Kirin grimaced and said that although he had no idea why the man gave him the secret code, he had received permission. The guy smiled, asking if he was going to introduce himself. The man closed his eyes and introduced himself. The guy turned around and left. He stood in front of the liquor cabinet. The young man rubbed his chin, mentally saying that in order to get into the lunatic headquarters, he needed to figure out the combination. The guy touched the jug. Then he touched another jug. The protagonist took one of the bottles. Mana flowed towards him. Suddenly, mana rushed towards the cabinet. Yuchan frowned. He was affected by high-level magic. His mana temporarily reversed its flow. Mana enveloped the young man. Teleportation carried him away. The protagonist, barely opening his eyes, mentally said that his stats were still too low. The boy's eyes widened. The blade of the sword was pointed at Yuchan's throat. Luna held the sword in her hand. Parting her lips, she asked who he was. A drop of blood came out of the wound. It rolled down his neck. Smiling, Yuchan said that he came to her, the leader of the lunatics, the only one of the 3 sword emperors whose face is unknown to anyone. He came to her. Luna, parting her lips, asked if he really knew not only about their secret headquarters, but also about her. So who is he? The young man, raising his hand, introduced himself. He raised the doors of his hand, saying that he wanted to join the lunatics. Luna brightly illuminated the night. Paracelsus sat on the windowsill. Looking out the window, he said the name Nox. Squinting, he said that this guy seemed to know something about the death of old man Celsus. When they fought, he already knew that his teacher had died. It was impossible for him to think that one of the sword emperors had died by accident. Looking at the moon in the sky, the guy said that this Reinhafer family was blatantly lying, calling the young man good for nothing. Maybe for just a second, the enemy became faster than him. In his life, Paracelsus had never seen anyone so fast, not counting the old man. The young man looked at his reflection. He assumed that all the information about him was initially manipulated, the rumors about him and his behavior, all lies, but he broke the glass. Paracelsus stood up. He lay down on the bed, asking why this happened. Opening his lips, he asked why the Reinhafer family was hiding someone so talented, although it was none of his business. The young man narrowed his eyes, mentally telling himself that no one would stop him on his way, especially not the nobility. Then he looked at the moon again. The scars on his chest reflected the moonlight. The young man closed his eyes. The man opened his mouth and said that Empress Esteban had gone mad and tried to rule the country with tyranny, which led to the imperial family's power being divided. Her daughter, Penelope, was known as a benevolent princess and was gathering strength to confront the first prince in the political arena. They were fighting for the crown, both reaching out for it. The boy raised his head. The man said that he would have to choose a side in order to survive. The mentor, standing in front of Paracelsus, said that they should enroll in the Aldean Academy, think about who he wanted to join while he was there. Paracelsus thought about it when the mentor in front of him said that this was his last task. The boy's body twitched. The mentor, holding out his hand, said that he had taught him everything. A moment later, he fell dead. Paracelsus froze in horror. The man, lying on the ground, apologized for being the first to leave this world. The guy jumped up abruptly and grabbed his face. He looked over. His tattoo on his arm lit up. Scratching the back of his head, he said to leave him alone since he was dead. After that, the young man stood up. Approaching the closet, he asked why the dead man kept appearing in his dreams. Luna stood with a sword pointed at the guy. He, looking at her, called up the system panels, studying her characteristics. The girl was one of the sword emperors, a monster standing on par with knights. Having reached the peak at 20, she easily chopped everyone, Her mastery is incredibly difficult to achieve. The protagonist narrowed his eyes, mentally saying that unlike the dark art of the sword, which he can learn only by becoming a patriarch, he will be able to learn Luna's techniques if he earns her trust. Luna, parting her lips, asked why the son of a noble family is interested in a criminal organization. Blood flowed from the wound more actively. The boy opened his mouth and said that he wanted the empire to fall. Luna frowned, then the boy said that in order to crush the empire, they first had to crush the academy. Putting his hand on his chest, he said that he would become her personal spy. The girl chuckled, asking if he was sure of his competence. The boy, moving his lips, said that he was. Luna's eyes stared at the boy. Lowering her sword, she asked the boy's name. He, rubbing his neck, introduced himself. Daff appeared and knelt down on one knee at the first call. He closed his eyes when the lady ordered to prepare the lunar test. The man opened his eyes. Looking at the boy in front of him, he said that he would do everything. Holding out the clothes, he told him to put them on and follow him. Yuchan nodded, taking the cloak. Soon they were at the altar. The boy, raising his head, mentally said that everything was going according to plan. Pointing at the altar, Daff said that he needed to climb the altar, then kill all the enemies that appeared there, and remember that the robe should not fall off. The young man, parting his lips, asked why he needed to do this. Frowning, Daff said that it was because it was the only way to prevent the berserk from affecting him. The guy leaned slightly, mentally saying that he actually knew why he should wear this robe. One of the worst features. In exchange for the player's madness, it increases all skills to an incredible level. Crimson Luna, when exposed to its light, most people go crazy, or rather, they go berserk. The protagonist, looking at the moon, said that you need to be under the light of the crimson moon and beware of the status it imposes. And after all, it was still necessary to defeat all the monsters. Initially, there was no information in the game on how to pass the test, because in the world with the protagonist, no one would want to join an evil organization, but now the guy was standing in front of the altar. The young man looked into the distance. No one knew how to pass the test. He smiled involuntarily, thinking that he would succeed. Luna, closing her eyes, said that now one of two things awaited him. Smiling, she said that either he passed the test and became a member of the lunatics, or he died right here. The guy looked at her. Her lips stretched into a smile. Turning around, he said that we will see about this. Daff cut his palm. His blood fell on the altar. It glowed brightly. The pentagram on the floor glowed from mana. The man turned his head. Monsters began to approach the altar. The protagonist, looking at the monsters, realized that this was not the level he could handle. All the monsters were chimeras, at least of the average level. The boy grabbed his hood. He suddenly threw off his robe. His lips stretched into a grin. Luna frowned, not understanding whether the newbie had gone crazy. The boy's body trembled. The system informed him that the berserk effect had been cast on him, and he would not be able to return to normal. The boy's eyes lit up. All his stats increased by 50%. The blonde, standing outside the altar, tried to understand whether the brat had gone crazy. The boy was smiling. Daff, frowning, said that he could not believe that he had thrown away his robe. It was the same as saying goodbye to life. Maybe he should stop him? The girl parted her lips, saying that he was one of those people who did not care about warnings. Moving her lips, she said that whether he died or not, it did not matter to them. Opening his mouth, Daff said that he was from the Reincarnates family. Theo could become a problem if he tried to harm the lunatics. It would be bad. He couldn't help but imagine the head of the family. The girl smiled, saying that it wouldn't happen. With a smirk on her face, she said that it definitely wouldn't happen. Tilting her head, she said that she doubted that Theo had much fatherly love. Daff, turning his head and looking at her, said that he agreed with that. Looking back at the guy on the altar, she said that they should watch. She narrowed her eyes, saying that this idiot definitely had a plan. Mana enveloped the sword. The monsters approached the altar. A moment later, they rushed forward. The demon opened its mouth. Yuchan dodged the attacks of the beasts. He swung his sword. Then he lowered his blade. Blood gushed out from the wound. The whole world was drowned in red. This is a description of the entrance exam of the lunatics. The boy sighed and said that many of his stats had increased, and that was not all. His body had also become a little bigger. The boy's sword was covered in darkness. It was not so easy to deal with it now. The monsters opened their mouths, rushing forward. The young man swung his sword. He cut off the head of a beast with one swing. The boy abruptly turned his gaze to the side. With another swing of the sword, he cut off the head of another monster. The head fell on the altar. The boy sighed and straightened up. The monsters stopped and trembled. Luna and Daff stood aside and watched. The protagonist stood in a stance. The berserk status was one of the worst statuses in Inner Lunatic, and it can only appear under the Crimson Moon. The boy grinned. He was originally going to use it. The boy's eyes widened. Thanks to two genius characteristics, the negative effect of the Crimson Moon was neutralized. The genius of the sword and battle, and the genius of mana sense. Now the aura of the berserker enveloped him, helping him. The protagonist extended his hand, mentally saying that if you look at the level of these talents from this world, it was unfair, because he was the only one who benefited from them. Gripping the hilt tighter, he asked who cared. He jumped sharply. Raising his hands, the youth used black execution. His sword cut off the heads of many monsters in an instant. Luna frowned. Daph also frowned. The protagonist smiled widely when the system reported that due to the effect of the artifact, his life was extended by 2 days and 7 hours. Yuchan rushed into the crowd of monsters. Luna, opening her mouth, shouted something. The guy, gritting his teeth, said that it was too noisy here. The darkness that enveloped his sword reached for his hand. The boy sighed. He stepped to the edge of the altar. The boy stood in front of Luna. Frowning, he asked if the test was over. A little earlier, when the boy rushed into the crowd of monsters. Smiling, the blonde said that they should recognize him as a member of the lunatics. Daph, turning his head, said that there were not many people on the continent with such a level of talent. Raising her hand, the girl shouted, telling Yuchan that he had finished the test, now he can return. The boy, raising his sword above his head, slashed at the monster. The girl frowned, asking if madness had consumed him. The man, clenching his fist, said that they should kill him. Blood gushed out from the wound. The protagonist swung his sword and pushed away the drops of blood. Then he slowly walked to the edge of the altar. The boy narrowed his eyes. Luna and Daph stood silently. The boy stood in front of them. Frowning, he asked if the test was over. Luna, who was standing in front of him, said that Theo was a monster. Daph, turning his gaze to the mistress, said that she was right. The guy smiled, he succeeded. The blonde, tilting her head, smirked and gave an order to Daph. The man nodded, accepting the order. Picking up the robe, he said to take it, because only members of the lunatics can wear it. Yuchan happily took the robe. He received the lunatic's robe. The system reflected the information about the received item. Putting on the robe, the guy read the characteristics, as well as the description of the moon oath. The protagonist clenched the sword in his hands and was upset that the moon oath can only be used at night, because a passive skill that increases attack is rare in Inner Lunatic. A status window with stat values appeared in front of him. Willpower had reached 12 points due to the user receiving 6 extra points. Yuchan closed his eyes and thought that he had the best results. The boy looked forward. Luna looked at him, puzzled. The girl put her hands on her waist and suggested that her friend wanted something else from her. The young man frowned and said that he had shown the best result in the lunar test. The knight looked away and said that he would like to receive a well-deserved reward. The woman crossed her arms over her chest. Smiling, she called the newcomer impudent and wondered how much longer he could be so impudent. The captain turned to his subordinate and asked him to bring it. Daph handed her a white mask. It was enveloped in bloody energy. The commander explained that it was an artifact that the lunatics had recently obtained. The mask hovered in the air. Luna explained that this item could create clones. The girl looked down and decided that it would help her comrade in his espionage activities inside the academy. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked if it was enough for him. The swordsman bowed and answered in the affirmative. The protagonist smiled and was happy that he had finally gotten it. Yuchan took the moon's shadow in his hands. His eyes lit up when he put on the mask. The system began creating a clone. A double appeared next to him. The guy thought about how he had gotten involved with the lunatics so early for this very reason. The young man lowered the sword and realized that this artifact was so important because now he had the opportunity to play both the role of a hero and the role of a villain. The knight took off his mask and thanked his ally. Frowning, the captain asked him to listen carefully and told him that there were 5 ranks in the lunatics, 2 of which were the leader and vice leader. The commander introduced the people in black robes and said that the newcomer had received the 3rd rank, since he had just joined the organization. The swordsman nodded in agreement. Standing in front of him, Luna asked him to wait for his first mission. The girl turned her head and hoped that the new member of the group would not disappoint her. The main character approached the portal and bowed. The woman smiled and called him quite an interesting child. Daph bowed his head and agreed. The man scratched his chin and asked how he did not go crazy under the crimson moon. Standing under its light, the captain said that she understood why this could be misleading, since people who are not geniuses cannot last even 5 minutes. The commander confidently knitted her eyebrows and decided that even a genius would hardly fight without a robe. Luna grabbed his shoulder and concluded that Yuchan was ready to put his life on the line. The subordinate approached her and agreed. The girl looked at the corpses of the monsters and suggested that they watch the newcomer for now to assess how useful he would be to the organization. The guy entered the building using the portal. While wiping the bowl, Kirin realized that he had already finished his business. The young man frowned and confirmed this. A smile appeared on his face. The knight thought that others would definitely question him about his decision to risk his life on the altar. The swordsman narrowed his eyes and realized that he had not actually done so. The blood moon was shining in the sky. The protagonist remembered that the berserker could be resisted by having 2 genius traits. An image of cards with the image of the genius of the sword and battle and the genius sense of mana appeared in his mind. Holding the dark sword in his hands, Yu-chan realized that he could use the power of the Crimson Moon. The man closed his eyes and assumed that his friend got what he wanted. The boy raised his eyebrows and asked if he had any business with him. The innkeeper frowned and called it unfair that he still did not know the name of the customer. The young man opened his mouth in surprise and asked what this meant. The bartender smiled and explained that people usually say their names when they meet. The knight looked away and introduced himself. Standing in front of him, the tavern owner promised to see him later. Raising his hand, Kirin decided that keeping up with the academy schedule was hard enough and guessed that it would be even harder for his comrade to hide his strength. The swordsman opened the door and walked out of the tavern. Looking after him, the man asked his friend not to stand out too much. The dorm windows were lit. The protagonist opened the door to his room and concluded that everything was going according to plan. When he entered, Jitri was already waiting for him. The girl put her hands to her chest and asked how the young master dared to run away on the first day of training and leave her alone. Yu-chan's eyes widened in shock. The guy approached his subordinate and thought that she was definitely asleep. The woman closed her eyes and reminded him that he shouldn't do so many dangerous things because there were already bad rumors about him within the family. The young man turned away and sighed in relief. The maid said that he still had a chance to rehabilitate himself. Looking away, the knight asked how her day was, and remembered that all the servants also went to class. The servant covered her with one hand with the other. Jitri looked down and replied that nothing special had happened. The swordsman narrowed his eyes suspiciously and realized that this was not true at all. Scratching his chin, the protagonist wondered if there was anything he could do about it, and realized that even the lower nobility could easily pick on a commoner. The girl silently looked at the floor. Yu-chan handed her a bag and asked her to open it if there were any problems during class. The woman took it in her hands. The maid leaned over the bag and asked what it was. The boy smiled and explained that it should be opened when she was in trouble. The young man put his hand to his chest and added that this item could resolve any situation. The servant raised her eyebrows and asked if it could be opened now. The knight closed his eyes and answered negatively. Jitri curtsied and promised to open the pouch if such a situation occurred. The swordsman smiled and asked her not to hesitate if the need arose. The girl looked up and agreed. The heroes looked at each other in silence. Suddenly, a notification about successful enrollment in Eldian Academy appeared in front of the protagonist. Yu-chan opened his mouth in surprise and was glad that it finally happened. The boy pressed the button to open a new message. The boy's eyes widened in amazement. An angel appeared in front of him, clasping his hands. The knight stood in front of the notification with the message. The swordsman pressed a button and read that the sender was very happy that he managed to enter the academy without any problems. The protagonist scratched his chin and realized that the message was written in such a tone as if its author could see right through him. Yu-chan frowned and thought that this person probably knew him. The guy was standing by the window. The stranger decided that his ward had already faced many difficulties, but what was waiting ahead would be even more difficult. The young man tensely pursed his lips. The stranger wrote that only he could cope with everything, because he knew the end of this story. Blank pages flew out from under the knight's feet. The knight held his blade in his hands. The author of the letter promised to help him as much as possible. The swordsman sat on the bed. The sender hoped that the young gentleman would accept the gift attached to this message. The protagonist squinted with displeasure and decided that this time the content of the letter was again not very helpful. The system window dissolved into thin air. An unknown person poured out messages on the user's head. The fact that this person can influence the system and send him these messages leads to the conclusion that this is the creator of Inner Lunatic. Yu-chan frowned and realized that he should focus on completing the main story. A film strip with lost memories and a walkthrough of the game flew past him. Sitting in front of the system window, the guy decided not to think about problems that were not yet under his control. The young man looked at the message icon and wanted to see what gift the stranger sent him. The knight pressed a button to show the character system. The swordsman's mouth opened in amazement. A window appeared in front of him to choose from several names. The protagonist's eyes widened. He pressed the Talia button. Several notifications popped up in front of him. One of them was a photo of a girl. Another was an image of Theo and all the information about him. Yu-chan smiled and called this ability simply incredible. A silhouette of a man appeared in his eyes. The boy thought that in Inner Lunatic you need to see your target to use the insight skill. The young man clenched his fist and realized that he could check the status of any character he met at any time. The knight smiled and was glad that the author of the letter sent him this gift. Suddenly, the swordsman frowned and decided that his father was a real psychopath. The status window said that his stamina was 25 units. The protagonist was surprised that he managed to raise the show in such a short period of time. Yu-chan introduced Theo and wondered if the Sword Emperor was still getting stronger at his age. The guy looked down and remembered something. There were documents next to him. The young man realized one simple thing when he looked at the characteristics of the head of the family. The knight saw his past reflection in the mirror and decided that this world only looks like a game, but in fact it is not so at all. The swordsman raised his hand and said that everything is very complicated. The protagonist took the documents and was glad that at least the choice of classes went smoothly. On the paper was a list of disciplines, among which were horse riding, history and team techniques of combat and magic. The guys gathered in front of the academy building. The servants gathered in one of the rooms. People were whispering behind Jitri's back. The girl lowered her gaze when she was called a commoner. Looking at her, the stranger assumed that she had no shame at all, since she decided to come to Eldian with her young master. The servants smirked and said that their colleague was probably looking for a chance to get back into high society. The woman looked away as they took in her pretty face. Their eyes lit up, the apprentices calling her the maid of that good-for-nothing child of the Reincarnates 7. One of them crossed her arms and suggested that the young master was not shy about taking advantage of her. The scoundrel raised her eyebrows and asked if it was not obvious. The servant smiled broadly and said that she did not need to worry about her because her family was in a forgotten place. The maid folded her hands together. She frowned and thought about how she had already heard hundreds of insults because fallen nobility had no future. Jitri looked down. The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that she could not allow her master to be insulted. The woman took a step forward. The maid approached the gossiper and asked if she had a free minute. The strangers looked at her with disdain. One of them pushed her friend away and smirked. Giselle put her hand to her chest and introduced herself as the count's daughter who served young Master Kane. The scoundrel crossed her arms and said that she had no time to communicate with a commoner. The maid frowned and said that she knew they were spreading rumors about her young master. The noblewoman raised one eyebrow and asked what was wrong with that. The noblewoman put her hands on her belt and said that it was not her fault that the whole society spoke negatively about him. Giselle smirked and added that she would not apologize for it anyway. Jitri frowned sternly and realized that the protagonist was right about status being of great importance in this place. The girl put her hand in her pocket and realized that she had no other choice. She took out a bag and untied it. Yuchan appeared from a cloud of smoke. The woman's eyes widened in shock. A projection of a guy appeared next to her. The villain raised her hand and screamed in fear. The young man crossed his arms over his chest in displeasure. The maid bowed her head. The knight frowned and said that he did not know what happened here, even if it was unimportant. The maid looked at him tensely. The swordsman said that he was sure of only one thing: if his girlfriend decided to open this bag. The protagonist pointed his finger forward. The aristocrat opened her mouth in surprise. The noblewoman covered it with her hand and realized that in front of her was the son of the Reincarnates family. Grinning, Yuchan called her a dead woman and warned that he would send her severed head to her family. After that, the hologram dissolved into thin air. The heroines silently looked at each other. Jitri raised her eyebrows and wondered if this was the normal way for her young master to solve the problem. Giselle gritted her teeth in fear. She fell to her knees. The scoundrel looked up and asked the girl her name. The woman closed her eyes and told her name. The noblewoman broke out in a cold sweat and realized that the Reincarnates family could wipe out her entire lineage in a second. The noblewoman bowed her head and apologized for such disrespectful behavior, promising to never do it again. All the other people surrounded her and stared at her in amazement. The maid folded her hands in front of her and realized that the problem was indeed solved, but now there would be even more bad rumors about her young master. The maid looked away and wondered what he was thinking. Jitri walked past the offender. Giselle looked back and watched her go. The heroes were walking through the academy grounds. The girl looked at her master and asked if everything was okay. The protagonist looked down. The woman noticed the dark circles under his eyes. Yuchan rubbed them and replied that everything was fine. The guy smiled nervously and remembered how he had to deal with disciplines. Suddenly, a stranger appeared in front of them. The boy adjusted his cap. He took it off and greeted the youngest son of the Reincarnates family. The young man frowned and asked him to state his name. Bowing, Rick apologized and introduced himself. The butler smiled and said that it was a great honor for him to meet him in person. The knight looked at him puzzled. The swordsman frowned sternly and wondered what was going on here. The heroes stood silently opposite each other. The protagonist activated the genius actor skill and realized that a dangerous character from the first half of the story had approached him. In his mind, the servant's demonic eye lit up. He was enveloped in dark energy. Yuchan remembered that this man, being a devil worshipper, would betray the Revelin merchants in 3 months to develop the main plot. An image of a frightened Eleanor appeared in his head. The boy narrowed his eyes in disdain and realized that he would hit the mistress in the back. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and thought that an inner lunatic, the rule of the enemy of my enemy is my friend, does not work. The boy took out a box and said that it was a gift from his mistress. The blue box shone in his hands. The knight looked down and asked him to leave. The swordsman frowned sternly and decided that he was interested in what kind of artifact it was, but the poison apple should not be taken. Rick opened his mouth in surprise and asked what it meant. The protagonist grabbed the sword and asked if he needed to repeat it. The butler's eyes widened in shock. Yuchan gave him a stern look. The boy abruptly sheathed the sword. He turned and left. Jitri ran after him and asked the master to wait for her. The girl frowned in worry and explained that his weak body might not be able to handle the fast walking. The young man looked away and asked how weak she thought he was. The woman remembered sitting by his bed and said that when he had a cold, his whole body was covered in goosebumps and his hands and feet were cold. The maid frowned and said that she never thought anyone could be that weak. The knight closed his eyes and said that he was fine now. The swordsman looked at his friend and said that he would not die so easily. The maid looked down and explained that it was still hard for her because her master was always in the center of things. The protagonist raised his eyebrows in surprise. Yuchan looked up and called himself quite popular. Jitri looked away and pursed her lips. Their eyes met. The heroes continued to walk forward. The boy thought about how Nox had saved her life. The girl looked at the floor. The boy remembered that characters with the straightforward trait always worry about their loved ones. The woman turned to him and asked why the young master acted like that with that man. The knight narrowed his eyes menacingly and asked if it was about Rick. The maid remembered how he grabbed the sword and stated that her master was much more emotional than usual. The swordsman placed his hand on her shoulder and asked her to listen to him carefully. Standing in the middle of the garden, the protagonist stated that no matter what happened, that man could not be trusted. In the memory, Eleanor raised her eyebrows. The maid wondered if this was related to her. Jitri frowned and concluded that the young master had a good reason for acting like that. The girl bowed and promised to stay away from him. Yuchan lowered his gaze and encouraged her. The boy walked away and thought that in the future he would have to keep his distance from them too, because otherwise they would attract too much attention. The young man looked ahead confidently and said that they would have to be much more careful now. People gathered in the lecture hall. The knight gritted his teeth and wondered why he had to get into such trouble again. The man put his hands on the table and explained that today they had to form teams that they would have to work with for the rest of the year. The old man frowned and added that the most important thing in the process of forming teams was to get to know each other as well as possible. The swordsman frowned in displeasure and realized that he had been too optimistic. The protagonist put his hand to his head and was surprised that he had problems due to the lack of friends in the game. The teacher adjusted his glasses and asked the children to form teams of 4. The boys looked at him carefully. The professor said that he was giving them 30 minutes to do it. Yuchan closed his eyes and thought that he would fail, because such an outcast would not be able to recruit 3 more people to the team. The boy raised his hand and asked what would happen if they failed to form a team. The teacher looked up and said that they would get an F and would not be able to repeat the course, so they should be more careful. The man turned his head and said that they could not work alone and asked if he understood everything. The boy looked down and confirmed it. The knight presented the academy crest and thought about how difficult it was to graduate from Eldian, and those who received an F were immediately expelled. The knight frowned and realized that he could not allow this. The boys began to approach each other to form a team and prove that they could be useful. Someone approached Leon and suggested that they team up. The swordsman covered his eyes with his hands and realized that he had to think of a way for an outcast to make friends. The boy approached Eleanor and asked her to join his team. The girl put her hand to her chest and said that she would be more suitable for her teammate. The girl walked down the stairs, ignoring them. Suddenly, she stopped. The woman crossed her arms over her chest and called out to her classmate. The merchant smiled and remembered that he did not like her gift. The protagonist swallowed nervously. The merchant raised her eyebrows and asked if he would give her a chance to repay the debt. Yuchan looked at her and asked what they were talking about. Eleanor tucked her hair behind her ear and asked him to join their team. The boy frowned tensely and thought about how he immediately realized that he would have to join her in the end, even though it sounded arrogant. The girl smiled confidently, waiting for an answer. Talia put her hand to her chest and said that she also wanted to join his team. The young man looked at his classmates and concluded that he had another burden hanging over him. The girl extended her hand to him and suggested that they team up. She looked back, and the knight realized that he had completely forgotten about her. The student folded her hands behind her back, embarrassed. The swordsman imagined them standing back to back, and assumed that she was probably sad that he had become her fiancé. The student looked away, still driven by the desire to help her friend. The protagonist closed his eyes and declared that they would kill him at this rate. The woman scratched her chin and said that this was unexpected. Yuchan looked up and asked what they were talking about. The merchant smiled and was surprised that such a person had friends. The guy frowned with displeasure and remained silent. The young man smiled nervously and decided that he had nothing to refute this with. Given how Nox had behaved up to this point, the sorceress asked if he had made a decision. The merchant put her hand to her chest and said that they needed one more person. The knight narrowed his eyes and concluded that his opinion no longer mattered. Eleanor reminded him that he had no choice at all. The swordsman gritted his teeth and confirmed this. The boys walked around the lecture hall. The protagonist thought about how he needed to stay in this academy and show good results in order to regain his memories. Yuchan frowned sternly and realized that he needed to get into the top 10% to pass the first episode. An image of a flaming archdemon appeared in his mind. The guy imagined himself in front of the mirror and remembered that the battle with the devil would be the first event in which he would need to play the roles of both the hero and the villain. The young man looked sternly ahead. The children gathered in groups of 4. They smiled and laughed. Pell extended his hand and said that he would be happy to work with them. The knight looked at the system notification and was glad that the last member of their team was an ordinary person. The active skill blessing art appeared in the status window. The swordsman smiled and thought that it was pretty good even though he had average stats. A bright light illuminated the angel's wings. It turned out that the power of blessing was one of the strongest skills in Inner Lunatic. The warrior extended her hand towards the star. This ability forcibly awakened the talent of the party members. The system window disappeared. The protagonist was upset that this skill could not be used directly on the protagonist. Looking around, Yu-chan called it strange and wondered why an ordinary character had such a rare skill that usually only appeared on saints. The boy smiled and said that he was looking forward to working with them. Eleanor put her hand to her chest and hoped that they would work well together. Talia blushed and said that she was very happy to be part of this team. Frowning, the boy asked if there was any point in introducing himself, and hoped that the others would not drag him down. The man placed his hand on the table and noticed that all the teams had been formed and asked the boys to get to know each other better by the beginning of the next week. Standing behind the table, the old man explained that the team composition could only be changed at the end of the semester and declared that the lesson was over. The young man narrowed his eyes in displeasure and called him crazy. The girl warned him that he said this out loud. The student said that swearing at the professor was not very nice. The knight headed for the exit and said that he did not care because they had already formed a team. The student ran out after her friend and called out to him. The sorceress smiled and asked what his class schedule looked like. Talia approached her friend and said that she was just curious. The swordsman was surprised that she seriously asked him about it. Poking her in the forehead, the protagonist asked if she really wanted to know which subjects were the easiest to get good grades in and said that he would not tell her so easily. The girl shouted that it was not that. Yu-chan turned away and decided not to let her extract free information from him. The boy silently left, leaving his classmate behind. People were walking along the streets of the city. The heroes approached a shop. Chitri said that they needed to buy a lot. The girl opened her notebook and added that they needed grimoires, equipment, and textbooks. The woman decided that it was no wonder that commoners had such a hard time graduating from the academy. The boy took a few potions and said that it did not apply to him. The knight looked at his reflection in the flask and realized that in fact, a person with talent would be able to graduate from the academy anyway, because even commoners could get sponsors. The maid paid the merchant. The swordsman concluded that money would not be a problem for people with talent. The maid hugged the bag to her chest. Screams were heard. Chitri frowned and said that it had become somehow noisy in here. People gathered at one of the stalls. The protagonist explained that this area was a place where all sorts of people gathered, so anything could happen. Yu-chan looked around and said that they shouldn't pay attention to it. Suddenly, the boy's eyes widened in surprise when he saw someone. The stranger pouted in displeasure. The man pointed his finger forward and said that a customer who was not going to buy anything should leave. Next to him stood the son of one of the 3 main dark families. Leon picked up a potion. The young man assumed that he was currently out of money because his family had recently gone bankrupt. Frowning, the knight called him a good man and hoped that everything would work out. Putting the potion on the table, the boy apologized and explained that he was just trying to make a reasonable purchase. The merchant was indignant that he was simply touching his goods. Gritting his teeth, the owner of the store asked the visitor to leave and concluded that the standards of the Eldian had noticeably dropped since they accepted a beggar. The student lowered his head. His green eyes lit up. A bright aura appeared under his feet. The student summoned skeletons in front of him and declared that he could not forgive someone calling his family beggars. The swordsman opened his mouth in shock and decided that his classmate had gone crazy. The protagonist rushed forward and was surprised that someone could provoke him. Yu-chan frowned sternly and wondered if he really wanted to use mana in front of everyone. An ominous aura surrounded the necromancer. Chitri opened her mouth wide and called out to her master. The boy looked back as he ran and explained that he needed to stop his comrade before something bad happened. The girl asked if the master could really tell that from just one look. The young man narrowed his eyes sternly and declared that he had seen this very often. The woman frowned in confusion. The skeletons headed towards the frightened stranger. The man gritted his teeth and asked if the customer knew what he had done. A dark cloak flashed through the air. The knight covered the merchant with his body and asked him to leave right now. The swordsman lowered his head and said that otherwise he would die. The shop owner opened his mouth in displeasure and asked if he really didn't know who he was. The protagonist took off his hood. The local's eyes widened in shock. Yu-chan frowned and asked the same question. The setting sun illuminated the academy building. Emma frowned sternly. The girl closed her eyes. Talia asked why her friend did not want to reveal his schedule to her, even though they were on the same team. The girl looked out the window and asked if this was all because of the adolescent syndrome. The student turned around and asked her friend to answer her. She had a sad look. Putting her hand to her chest, the woman replied that she did not know what he was thinking and suggested that he calm down a little. The student stepped forward and explained that she was trying to be mature and not judge people too quickly. In memory, the sorceress blushed embarrassedly. Then the boy killed a huge wolf. Talia lowered her eyes and said that she did not want to interfere with him. The maid looked at her worriedly. The maid closed her eyes and wondered what she should do, because if this continued, her mistress would be sad for at least a few days. The carriage entered the estate. Emma realized that she would not have said anything like that if she had known that this would happen. The wheels of the carriage stopped. Sitting inside, the girl asked why her fiancé was so cold towards her. The woman replied that he was currently experiencing adolescent syndrome. The student asked what it was. The girl closed her eyes and explained that boys always act like that at that age, grumbling all the time and pushing people away. The maid turned away and realized that she had begun to develop feelings for the young man around that time. The student looked out the window. The maid thought that this would not be a big problem, but suddenly realized that she should have just kept quiet. Emma brought her fist to her mouth and concluded that her mistress liked the heir of the Reincarnates family. The girl smiled and explained that these were not the young master's true feelings. The sorceress asked what this meant. The woman looked down and assumed that her fiancé was trying to separate his personal life from his studies at the academy. Suddenly, Talia grabbed her hand. The girl smiled broadly and said that she knew her friend was an expert in relationships. Pulling her along, the student said that her words were filled with experience and decided to always ask her for advice in the future. The student closed her eyes happily. The maid frowned in confusion. The maid pressed her hands to her chest and thought about how she had never dated anyone. Someone knocked on the door. The heroines looked around tensely. Emma raised her eyebrows and wanted to know the reason for her visit. Eleanor smiled and said hello. Putting her hand to her chest, the girl explained that they were on the same team as a classmate and said that she wanted to know if she had a free minute. The sorceress looked at her friend in surprise. The woman frowned and asked the guest to set up an official meeting for another date. The merchant smiled and said the name of the main character. The heroines shuddered and froze in place. The merchant confidently knitted her eyebrows and said that she wanted to talk about him. The door of the room opened. Talia saw her classmate in front of her. The girl's eyes widened in surprise. Eleanor fixed her hair and said that today was their second meeting. The main character frowned and asked if he should introduce himself. The frightened locals watched what was happening in the square. The stranger opened his mouth wide and asked if this was the son of the Reincarnates family who had recently entered the academy. Yuchan said that he did not like to repeat himself. Throwing up his hands, the man apologized and explained that he did not recognize him because of the robe. The guy looked back and asked him to leave right away. His eyes lit up. The young man hoped that he would not have to repeat this again. The merchant ran away in horror. Leon frowned in displeasure. The knight approached him. The boy said that they had been talking. An ominous aura enveloped the living dead. Suddenly, the skeleton pounced on the swordsman. The protagonist immediately hit him in the skull. He looked at his classmate from under his brows and asked if it was really necessary to use black magic for this. Purple energy enveloped the monster's head. At that moment, his skull shattered into pieces. Bone fragments fell to the ground. Yuchan turned around and asked if his comrade really wanted to be arrested. The student raised his eyebrows in surprise. The student looked at his hand and remembered that they were forbidden to study magic until they came of age. Bowing, the necromancer apologized and thanked his friend for his help. The boy took out a bag and asked his classmate to buy everything he needed and leave. The young man threw it into his comrade's hands and said that it was a gift in case he suddenly lacked money. Inside the bag were gold coins. The sorcerer looked at them and smiled awkwardly. Leon looked away and asked why his friend was helping him. The boy frowned indifferently and said that he would not be able to make him a debtor. The knight frowned and explained that it was nothing to him. The swordsman gritted his teeth and added that in any case, he was doing it for a reason. The skeletons came out in front of their master. The student turned away and agreed. The living dead man bent in half. The monsters' bodies began to turn into dust. The student took a step forward. The necromancer looked at the coin and concluded that this money was needed to silence him. The sorcerer showed it to his classmate and said that he felt a unique power from him, which belonged to the Marva's family. Suddenly, the coin sparkled. It hung in the air. Leon declared that there would be no deal. The boy looked askance at his friend and asked where he got this power from. The heroines were sitting at the table drinking tea. Talia put her hand on the table and asked what her classmate wanted to talk to her about. Eleanor looked at her and concluded that she was not at all what she thought. The girl wiped her lips and assumed that the knight had feelings for her. The woman smiled and decided that this could not be. Imagining her friend with a letter in her hand, the merchant realized that for such a person, an engagement was not a limitation, and thought that she would have to speak directly. The girl raised her eyebrows in surprise when the merchant called Yuchan a dangerous person. Holding a cup in her hands, Eleanor explained that he was the son of one of the 3 dark families. She took a sip and added that there were many bad rumors about him. The student lowered her gaze. The student frowned sternly and said that she did not agree with her. In the memory, the children approached each other at a ball. The tense guests began to whisper. The girl looked away sternly. The woman closed her eyes and said that there were people who shared her opinion. The sorceress opened her mouth in amazement. Sitting in front of a classmate, the merchant called her a strange person and wondered why she liked a knight no one needed. The merchant frowned and saw anger in her eyes. Talia was enveloped in fire. The girl furrowed her brows sternly and explained that her friend was not perfect, but she did not think that he would do anything bad. The student narrowed her eyes and added that it was difficult to understand him because of his cold manner of communication, but that was only a small part. Eleanor pursed her lips tensely. The girl frowned and said that one engagement was not enough to blindly support him. The woman put the cup on the saucer and reminded that marriages between noble families are worthless. The student opened her mouth wide and said that she trusted her fiancé not because of that. The merchant smiled and explained that people cannot change so easily. Sunlight illuminated the room through the window. The merchant looked away when the sorceress remembered how the swordsman saved her. At that moment, a terrible monster jumped on her. The main character dealt with it. If he had not been there, Eleanor would have definitely died. Then the girl widened her eyes in amazement. Talia raised her eyebrows and asked why her classmates still treated him like that. The woman narrowed her eyes in displeasure and remained silent. The merchant closed her eyes and concluded that she had said something unnecessary. Getting up from the table, the merchant suggested ending their conversation here and thanked her friend for taking the time to talk to her. The girl frowned sadly and said goodbye to her. Eleanor closed her eyes and headed for the exit. White clouds floated above the houses. The girl stood by the fountain, hugging herself. Rick approached the lady and called out to her. Smiling, the boy asked how the conversation had gone and noticed that she looked upset. The woman looked down and asked what he thought was the most important thing for a merchant. The butler raised his hand and replied that these were the eyes that questioned everything. The merchant frowned sternly and thought about how she had earned the nicknames of the Fox of Wealth and the Star of the Financial World precisely because of her doubt. She imagined gold coins falling around the predator. Eleanor remembered standing by the window and wondered if the night had really changed. Then the child pressed her hands to her chest and realized that she should not deceive herself. The girl grabbed the hem of her dress. The woman squinted and decided that this simply could not be true because too much time had passed. An ominous energy enveloped Leon. The protagonist looked back and asked the locals to leave. Yuchan clenched his teeth and shuddered. The people ran when they saw the green aura. A dark haze enveloped the boy. Looking to the side, the young man noticed a magical barrier and concluded that the situation had become complicated. The knight frowned sternly and thought that his classmate could not use his family's secret power in front of others for so long. Holding a coin in his hands, the boy explained that if his comrade wanted to negotiate, he needed to take something for it. The student asked if he really needed to offer something. The swordsman smiled and decided that he could not bribe him with anything if it concerned his family. The student looked at him sternly and said that he spoke as if he knew him well. The protagonist frowned sternly and told him that his family was one of the top 3 dark houses, like the Reincarnates family, and that it had great influence. Green energy swirled around them. The necromancer did not like his comrade using the past tense. Yuchan said that his family was far from what it used to be. The sorcerer frowned tensely. The boy imagined a bloody battle and stated that he knew that Sylvester used the territorial war to overthrow the Marva's patriarch and take most of their lands. Leon pursed his lips in displeasure. The boy looked up and asked if his classmate was trying to use the fact that he had more information and his desire for revenge. Closing his eyes, the youth denied it and said that he was not interested in such stupid goals. The knight imagined a chess piece in his comrade's hands and explained that he wanted his family to be resurrected, for him to be recognized as the new patriarch, and for his line to once again stand at the head of the continent. The swordsman smiled and asked if that was not his true goal. The student lowered his head and concluded that his classmate knew him well. The student raised his hand and asked where he got the powers of the Marva's family. The protagonist replied that he got them by accident, and only recently found out who this power belonged to. The necromancer turned away and said that he believed him. Yuchan asked if he was not going to ask questions. The sorcerer looked down and said that he had already heard what he wanted. The guy pursed his lips and realized that this man did not really want to know where he got this power from. The young man frowned sternly and realized that his comrade wanted to understand what he knew and why he decided to interfere. The dark energy around the heroes dissipated. The knight was glad that his friend received an answer to his question. Ash rose into the sky. Leon thanked his classmate for his help and promised to repay him in the future. Turning away, the swordsman asked him not to worry about it and said that he did not expect anything from him. The next day, the sun's rays illuminated the palace. The floor of the room was covered in ice. The protagonist walked onto the long bridge and thought that this day had finally arrived. Nanwon smiled. This was salvation for Nox. Golden gears spun above Yuchan's head. A satisfied grin appeared on his face. The hourglass lit up. Hour of Genius was the strongest skill among the protagonists of Inner Lunatic, which could only be possessed by those with the genius trait. The guy was sitting at the computer. It was a kind of DLC for the game, the system reported that the user had completed Inner Lunatic 10 times and was able to pass on the Hour of Genius skill. The girl was sitting in front of the ice golem. The young man remembered that Inner Lunatic was his favorite game, but even he did not know what was in this DLC, and he realized that he would have died long ago if not for this decision. The knight smiled nervously, because just thinking about it gave him goosebumps. Holding a lollipop, the woman said it was amazing and asked if her student was a monster raised by Rainhafer. The swordsman approached her and said it was rude to call a person a monster. The dean asked if it was not. The professor touched the floor with her foot. An icy energy enveloped her. The sorceress asked how it could be explained that a student would fight a monster without fear. Nanwon narrowed her eyes and said that she did not understand why such a talented person was looked down upon. An image of a frowning Theo appeared in her mind. The girl asked if the head of the family was really that blind. The woman bit the lollipop and said that it could not be. Frowning, the protagonist realized that she had doubts about him, and thought that it was logical because in the original, Nox was no good. Yuchan smirked and activated the skill master of acting. Standing in front of the throne, the boy suggested that the teacher should not think about what kind of person he was in the past. The dean confirmed this. The professor smiled and added that she could not help but be interested in such an outstanding talent. The sorceress narrowed her eyes slyly and explained that it practically made her want to steal it. The young man frowned sternly and decided to pretend that he had not heard anything. In the past, Namwon was watching him from around the corner. There was a smile on her face. The knight extended his hand and said that she had transformed and was watching him. The girl crossed her arms over her chest and was surprised that he noticed this. The scroll sparkled. The woman offered to test how long the student could hide it. The swordsman smiled and was glad that he would finally receive it. The parchment opened. Holding it in her hands, the dean explained that it was a very valuable thing that increases the effectiveness of one of the abilities to the maximum. The professor threw the scroll to the student. The protagonist said that he heard about it for the first time. Yuchan reached out to grab the artifact. The guy grabbed the parchment and suddenly clenched his teeth. The sorceress looked down and smirked. The young man frowned menacingly and felt some kind of tingling. The knight unrolled the scroll and assumed that this was a harbinger of what would happen next. The golden letters began to shine. The system reported that this was a skill enhancement scroll. The swordsman put his hand to the system window and agreed to improve his ability. The protagonist pressed the Hour of Genius button. Powerful energy enveloped his body. The system reported that the skill had been improved. Streams of golden aura swirled around the room. The effect of the skill was doubled. The hands of the giant clock began to move. The skill time was increased by 10 minutes. Yuchan smiled contentedly. The boy looked at his watch and thought that Hour of Genius was very difficult to develop, since the ability was originally cheating. The parchment was consumed by flames. The boy realized that receiving this artifact at an early stage was the best gift. Nanwon looked at him with a smile and asked if he got the desired result. Looking away, the knight realized that he could not continue this any longer and answered in the affirmative. The girl closed her eyes and assumed that the student was probably tired during the test. The swordsman remembered how he destroyed the shadow monster and realized that he could not lie anymore. The protagonist closed his eyes and said that everything had already happened. Yuchan turned away and explained that he was not going to gossip. The woman asked him not to worry about it and wished him a good rest. The dean raised her eyebrows. The boy thanked her for her generosity. The boy walked out the door and concluded that their professor was very dangerous, so he would have to be more careful. The sorceress was sitting in her office in front of the ice golem. Snowflakes were flying in the air. Namwon bit into a lollipop and wished to quickly find out what kind of monster her student would turn into. A magic circle appeared behind her. Cumulus clouds floated above the palace. Standing at the table, the man asked the students to study the properties and characteristics of each element. The knight leaned on his hand and thought that the Empire's magic foundation was not discussed in such detail in the original, and was not an important discipline. Lars frowned sternly. The swordsman studied his characteristics, and realized that this character played a key role in this episode. Sitting at the desk, the protagonist decided that his abilities were not very strong. The wizard looked away and offered to start the lesson. Yuchan was surprised that he managed to reach his position with such weak skills. The children were sitting in the lecture hall. The professor noticed a student who was ignoring his classmates, and wondered what skills he had. The teacher raised his fist to his mouth and explained that not only those who entered Eldian, but all the people on the continent had their own attribute. The boy sat behind Talium and ignored him. The teacher explained that today they would learn what their own attribute meant and go through the process of manifesting it. The boy looked up when the man called out to him. All the boys turned around and looked at him. Lars asked what his attribute was. The knight replied that it was darkness. Without taking his eyes off him, the wizard asked what the characteristics of this attribute were. The swordsman frowned and said that unlike the four main attributes, darkness was turbid and did not mix well, but its basic destructive power was very high. In the memory, Leon used black magic. The protagonist added that the number of families and magicians who possess such an attribute and can use it correctly is limited, since it is difficult to handle. The children looked at their classmate in amazement. The professor asked what attribute is opposed to darkness. Yu-chan answered that it is the divine attribute. The teacher tensely pursed his lips. The teacher smiled and asked which of the two attributes would surpass the other in a clash. The boy looked away and answered that the divine would be stronger. The man with trembling hands said that usually family members do not belittle their own attribute, and assumed that the student thought himself special. Lars raised his index finger and asked what he would do if a person with a divine attribute wanted to fight him. The youth smiled slyly. The knight clasped his hands and declared that he would kill him without regret before the enemy noticed anything. The cadets' mouths opened in shock. The wizard's eyes widened in surprise and he wondered what all this was about. The swordsman looked ahead with satisfaction. The sun was shining over the academy building. Rick was sitting on the bed in his room. His cap was lying next to him. The boy tied the bandages and picked up the syringe. He bowed his head and sighed loudly. The red liquid entered his veins. His crazy eyes lit up. The butler threw the empty syringe down and stood up. On his chest was a tattoo of a goat's head. The servant put his hand to the mirror and wished to become a real demon, not a fake. A devilish hand appeared from the mirror. A voice declared that everything would be exactly like that. The monster bared its fangs and explained that soon its admirer would cease to be human. Rick smiled widely. The monster said that people like them never age and live much longer than ordinary people. The boy, covered in bloody energy, promised to do everything possible to revive the Archduke. The demon grinned maliciously and disappeared into the shadows. The butler picked up the cap. He put it on his head. The servant looked up and smiled. All the children in the lecture hall turned around and stared at their classmate. The protagonist confidently frowned and answered the professor's question. The teacher frowned and said that he did not expect such an answer. Raising his hand, Yu-chan apologized if his words seemed incorrect and explained that, in his opinion, this was the most effective way. The man looked at him sternly and noticed an unwavering gaze and stately posture. The guy frowned sternly. Lars realized that his words were sincere and wondered why the dean was so interested in him. The assistant's mouth opened in surprise when the wizard asked him to prepare the demon. The professor looked back and explained that they had to conduct a test for magical abilities. The young man sat quietly at his desk. The teacher wanted to get rid of him and his arrogance. The teacher scratched his chin and concluded that in order to forge a sharp sword, you need to sharpen it hundreds of times in a row. The assistant brought a cart to the lecture hall. The boy tensely lifted the blanket. The cadet's eyes widened in fear. The man raised his hand and said that in front of them were demons of the lowest level recognized by the association. In the cage sat an angry imp. The student tensely spread his arms. Lars explained that these creatures are very aggressive, but not dangerous, so the cadets will definitely cope with it. The students gathered around him. The boy clenched his teeth and reminded that it was still a demon. The girl said that she did not expect anything else from Eldian. Leaning on his cane, the wizard asked them to concentrate, and asked if they themselves did not decide to study at this academy. The professor introduced the cadets using magic and explained that their ultimate goal was to destroy all the demons that existed in this world. The teacher raised his index finger and said that in order to do this, they needed to get used to the unknown essence of the devil. The cadets looked at each other and nodded confidently. The protagonist approached the cage. The teacher asked the children to subdue the imp with magic. Yu-chan frowned and felt a very strange feeling of discomfort. The monster bit his lower lip. The guy thought that in the original, practices using demons were not carried out until at least the second year of study. The student looked back when the man asked him to concentrate magical power in his palms and direct it to the target. Lars took out his watch and said that he was giving them 15 minutes for the test. His eyes sparkled. The wizard decided that his student definitely did not expect to see an imp in the first lesson, and assumed that the first year would definitely tremble from the demonic whispers. The young man looked at the cage with confidence. The professor realized that this test would put an end to his arrogance. The teacher angrily clenched his teeth, his face covered in sweat. The monster covered his head with his hands and trembled with fear. The teacher opened his mouth in shock and asked what was going on. The man looked back and saw Talia run away, declaring that she would never do that again. The girl put her hand to her forehead and felt strange. The woman said that she felt dizzy. The student hugged the cage with the imp and admitted that she was wrong. The knight raised his hand and asked for forgiveness. Taking a look at the cage, the swordsman asked to change the monster for him and explained that it was scared, despite the fact that he had not done anything yet. Lars opened his mouth wide and sighed heavily. The protagonist frowned menacingly and wondered what was going on in this classroom. The wizard suddenly smiled widely and beamed with joy. The professor raised his hands and asked how the student was able to scare the imp. Yu-chan replied that he hadn't even started. The teacher clapped his hands and felt stupid for underestimating his talent. The teacher frowned and decided to give him a chance. The man pointed at the student and asked him to listen carefully. The boy's brows furrowed tensely when Lars offered him to be his main disciple. A drop of sweat rolled down his cheek. The young man wondered what this could mean. The knight imagined scenes from a drama and concluded that this was someone like an office slave. The cadet smiled widely and envied his classmate. The girl said that he should definitely agree. Raising his hand in front of him, the swordsman refused and asked if a main disciple was the same as a servant. The wizard leaned towards him and asked what he was talking about. The professor's mouth fell open in horror when he heard the refusal. The cadets surrounded them, not understanding how they could answer like that. The boys looked away in confusion. Penelope and her servant frowned tensely. Echina put her hand to her chest and wondered what the hell this man was doing. The protagonist nervously looked away. A few hours before, Bernan ran up to a colleague and shouted that this student was incredibly strong. The teacher clenched his fist and called him reckless. The man said that he was an ordinary first year. The teacher frowned sternly and explained that the cadet had exceeded expectations, but they should not judge him based on just one performance. The brute smiled broadly and said that his colleague was too serious, and that even the dean thought so. Lars imagined the image of the protagonist. The sorcerer explained that he definitely had talent, and that 4 wise men confirmed it. The wizard raised his hand and said that he had to verify it himself, and asked his comrade not to talk about it in vain. The professor narrowed his eyes and looked ahead. Bernan suggested that they check it out together. The teacher opened his mouth in horror and asked if the cadet was really refusing. The teacher trembled with tension and asked why he had decided so. The boys approached them. Someone said that a classmate could not pass up the chance to become the main student, since he had already been chosen. The children surrounded the heroes and began to discuss the fact that the disgrace of the Reincarnates family thought too much of himself. Yuchan looked away and thought that he would not change his mind anyway, no matter what they said. The boy grabbed his head and wondered why he should care about all this farce because of Eleanor. The assistant raised his hand and said that he had a question. Looking at his classmate, the assistant asked why the mentor had decided to give him a chance to become his main student, and said that there were many other suitable students for this position. The boy pointed at Penelope and suggested that this position was more suitable for her, because they studied magic in this subject. The young man crossed his arms over his chest and was indignant that his classmate was trying to get close to the royal family in every possible way. Raising his eyebrows, the knight sighed and decided to remember him. The man brought his fist to his mouth and explained that the choice of the main student was his alone. The boys frowned tensely. Lars said that it would be suspicious if he just chose someone, and that a scandal could break out even because of his preference for Reinhafer. The wizard looked sternly ahead and declared his confidence in his choice. The professor's eyes widened and he wanted to share with the others why he had chosen this particular student. Sparkles appeared between him and the swordsman. The protagonist frowned and wondered what this madman was doing. The teacher spread his arms and suggested talking about the effect of his magic on the imp. Clouds floated above the palace. Yuchan raised his hand to his chin and thought hard about what had happened. The imp was sitting in a cage with chains. The guy realized that he did not know how he had managed to defeat the monster so quickly. A magic crystal began to shine in the man's hands. The young man thought that he had interested the teacher, because even low-level demons were difficult to deal with. The knight looked down and concluded that his skills included genius of magic perception. Lars was writing something on paper. He had been studying magic for a long time and could easily distinguish an ordinary student from a genius. The man raised his hand and listed other reasons. The wizard folded his fingers cunningly and declared that only the best of the best could become his main disciple. The swordsman refused again. The professor spread his arms in front of him and declared that he had time to change his mind. The teacher placed his hands on the student's shoulders and asked him not to make premature decisions. The protagonist noticed that he was drooling. Turning away, Yuchan said that his classmate would be the best candidate and asked the mentor to leave him alone. The teacher opened his mouth in horror and called out to him. Eleanor and Echina frowned tensely. Talia and Leon looked away worriedly. Penelope clenched her fist and declared that this man was different from all the members of her family. The servant frowned and asked if she was really interested in him. The girl looked down and explained that she wanted to get to know him better. The guy looked back. The woman put her hand to her chest and wondered if this man would bring light to the imperial family or become darkness that would cover it. The young man walked out the door and began to breathe heavily. Wiping his chin, the knight was indignant at Lars's behavior and expressed dissatisfaction with the fact that he was almost licked. The swordsman closed his eyes and asked why there were no normal characters in Inner Lunatic. The protagonist stared at the ceiling and assumed that everything would be easier now that he had refused the wizard. At night, the lights were on in the dormitory windows. Yuchan leaned on his hand. Jitri asked if something bad had happened at the academy. The guy smiled awkwardly and confirmed that something bad had happened. Sitting behind him, the professor asked the student to become his main disciple. Sitting at lunch, the teacher made the same request again. The young man went to the toilet. The teacher looked into the stall and put forward his proposal to him again. The other cadets standing in the toilet looked around. The knight came out of the stall. Lars asked if he was ready to change his mind. The swordsman said that everything should be in moderation. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said that irritation only adds charm to him. The protagonist scratched the back of his head and told his friend about the wizard offering him to become his main disciple. The girl suggested that he had good reasons for refusing. Standing by the desk, the woman asked if this professor was really the first in magic theory. Yuchan confirmed it. Raising her eyebrows, the maid remembered that he had a good reputation and wondered why he was acting so strangely. The guy leaned on his hand and suggested that his teacher was just crazy. The system reported that one of his traits was obsession. The young man looked out the window and stated that the teacher had problematic characteristics. The stars shone above the palace at night. The guards raised their weapons and ordered the intruder to stop. Blood dripped from the tip of the sword. Garen walked forward confidently, shrouded in dark energy. Standing in front of him, the soldiers explained that the master had ordered that no one be allowed in here. The man smirked and said that it was sad. The heir took a step forward. He found himself behind the warrior and closed his eyes. The nobleman extended his hand to his father and asked how much time had passed. Theo replied that he did not care. He was shrouded in a demonic shadow. The Grand Duke was always by his side. The nobleman promised to take everything upon himself when the time came for his weakness. The head of the family frowned and was indignant that it sounded like his son wanted this. The scoundrel closed his eyes and said that it was not difficult for him to do so. Garen looked down at his father and asked where the sword was. The patriarch frowned menacingly and asked what they were talking about. The man narrowed his eyes angrily and replied that he was talking about the Thunderer. The protagonist clutched a dark sword in his hand. The man with long white hair was shrouded in darkness. The heir presented a blade of black steel and asked where the weapon that belonged to Jean was. Theo raised his hand and was indignant that he dared to mention the name of the one who founded their family. The nobleman smiled and asked what it mattered if he had every right to receive the blade that gave strength and power. The head of the family threw him a stern look and said that his son knew nothing. The heroes stared at the nobleman in amazement when he asked why his father left the woman to die. Rudville's eyes widened and he realized that he could not have this conversation with him. Sitting at the table, the patriarch asked which woman they were talking about and asked his son not to speak so rudely about his mother if he meant her. The scoundrel narrowed his eyes angrily and said that Scylla was his mistake. There were flowers in front of the photo. Garen explained that his mother was only a guest for the Reincarnates family. The Sword Emperor looked down and asked him to leave. The heir frowned and tried to say something, but Theo chased him away. The man looked at him from under his brows and said that he did not want to personally cut his son's throat. The nobleman looked away and said that he would regret it. The head of the family and his butler watched him go. The nobleman opened the door and warned that soon everyone would find out that everything in the Reincarnates family belonged only to him. The patriarch frowned sternly. The servant asked if everything was okay with him. The Sword Emperor closed his eyes and concluded that it was his fault. Standing before him, the advisor introduced himself as the one who had decided to dedicate his entire life to this family, and explained that if the public learned that Garen had conspired with the demons, it would affect their reputation. Rudville raised his hand to his chin and added that his master should quickly choose his successor. Theo lowered his gaze and thought about it. There was a letter on the table. The butler reported that good news had arrived. Holding a scroll in his hands, the servant said that the youngest son had won first place in the entrance exam to Eldian. The man remembered that the academy had a new dean. Namwon stood in front of the magic circle. The advisor opened the parchment and said that the four sages recognized the young master's abilities. The head of the family looked away and thought about his son. Rudville clenched the scroll in his hand. The patriarch assumed that the night was still growing slowly. In the memory, there was a fight between the brothers. The Emperor of the Sword realized that he saw his potential back then. The butler frowned sternly. The servant presented an empty chair and concluded that one day the young swordsman would sit in this place. Lars smiled and again offered the student to become his main disciple. Sitting in front of him, the protagonist replied that he did not need it. The man promised to give him subsidies, and then he would be able to graduate from the Eldian Academy for free. Yuchan put his hands on his knees and explained that his family was very rich, so he had enough money. The wizard said that it was a great honor. The guy frowned with displeasure and called the honor nothing more than stupidity. The professor suggested that he at least try. The young man closed his eyes and thought that his ears would soon bleed because of his words. The knight looked away and sighed heavily. Some time ago, Jitri approached the young master and asked him to listen to her very carefully. The girl raised her eyebrows and said that the teacher used to be completely different. The swordsman looked at her sternly. The woman added that he was a persistent teacher who taught inferior students. Putting his hand to his head, the protagonist realized that he could not escape this fate and assumed that Lars would immediately refuse when he saw his shortcomings. The man's mouth dropped open in surprise when Yuchan wanted to change the subject. The boy explained that he did not understand why such a great man wanted to teach him. The wizard raised his hand and began to speak. The young man cut him off with a downward slant of his lips and stated that he wanted to hear the real reason. The knight raised his eyebrows and asked why he needed an outstanding student in the first place. The professor narrowed his eyes and asked if he had much time. The sun's rays illuminated the room through the window. The swordsman assumed that his mentor knew that he was considered untalented. The protagonist clasped his hands and said that he had enough time. The teacher closed his eyes and laughed loudly. Sitting at the table, The teacher wanted to talk about old times and asked the student to drink herbal tea of the highest quality. Lars poured it into a mug and explained that he needed it not because he was an outstanding cadet, but because he needed to finish his research. Yuchan asked what he was talking about. The man looked up and said that he was trying for the sake of weak people who could not use magic power. The wizard looked down and said that this research was the purpose of his life, for which he needed a main disciple. The professor looked at his reflection and added that he could not watch innocent people die without being able to do anything. The teacher narrowed his eyes and remembered his son. The boy looked at him sternly and remembered that players of Inner Lunatic cannot know the stories of all the characters. The teacher imagined himself in his youth. Then he did not have any special abilities, but he managed to enter Eldian and rise to a high rank. Lars studied documents. He always had mediocre grades in practical classes, so other students ignored him. The cadet smirked. The disdain did not disappear even if the man was recognized as the best in the theoretical exams. The girl put her hands on the groom's shoulders. The wizard raised his low self-esteem with the help of research, and so he managed to get his current position and get married. However, people turned away from him. His achievements remained unrecognized, and all his works were published under a false name, since everyone ignored him. The woman held a baby in her arms, whom they loved very much. The boy smiled. He managed to enter the Eldian Academy and graduate with honors. After that, the boy put his hand to his chest and promised his father to help glorify his name. The professor was incredibly happy. Dragons attacked the castle. The teacher's son fought in the emperor's detachment, wanting to win and raise the flag with his name to bring glory to the family. The warrior lay in a pool of blood. The teacher said that his son died in that war. A magical trail pierced his shoulder at the very beginning of the battle. There were many dead soldiers lying around. Lars asked if the student understood why he continued to do research for guys who did not have magic. The protagonist looked down and thought that in the world of Inner Lunatic there were hundreds, if not thousands of similar stories. Yuchan looked away and wondered why this was so. The man approached the window. The guy realized that his back in the monitor, and now felt completely different. The wizard looked at the sky. The young man was imbued with his loneliness. Approaching him, the knight apologized and explained that there were more qualified students who could help him. The swordsman extended his hand and said that he needed someone who would listen to his stories more seriously and attentively. The professor opened his mouth in surprise. The protagonist opened the door and promised to see him at the next lesson. The teacher silently looked at the photo frame standing on the table. There was a picture of his dead son. The teacher smiled and concluded that nothing had changed. At night, clouds floated above the academy. Sitting on the bed, Yuchan was shocked by one piece of news and asked his friend to repeat her words. Jitri frowned and said that Garen had returned to the family and that the Guardian Knights had held a funeral service. The guy opened his mouth in amazement. The young man frowned sternly and thought about his brother. The young man imagined the grinning heir and remembered that he brings one of the worst endings along with the first Prince Louis. The young man looked out the window and sighed. The maid obediently stood opposite. The hero thought about who brings one of the worst endings. The girl shuddered. She was asked if she had recently visited the family. She bowed and said that the butler Rudwald contacted her and asked her to come for a while with Rona. The guy frowned. He was irritated by his second wife, who especially loved Theo, and not Priscilla. He imagined the NPC in his head. He didn't know if he hated him or not, but if so, he could hurt his maid. Yuchan shook his head and asked himself, why did this idiot make enemies? The master looked at Jitri and asked, what did this Garen do this time? The girl looked away, embarrassed, couldn't answer right away. She put her hand on her chest, closed her eyes and said that Mr. Garen offered her a job offer. The hero grimaced in surprise. Jitri smiled embarrassedly. Words were difficult for her. Garen caught her talking with her friend. He passed by. The girls immediately bowed their heads. Then the man noticed them. Jitri was already continuing the conversation. The master did not remember whose maid she was. The girl responded and looked at the master. He approached the maids and said that he had not seen the new girl before. The girl bowed, said hello, introduced herself and said that she was Mr. Yuchan's personal maid. The man looked at her sternly and told her to stop bowing. He came closer and asked her to be his maid, because he knew that she had abilities. He smiled contentedly and noted that she had everything to please him and that she was ambitious. Jitri looked away and apologized. She holds the position of Mr. Yuchan. Garen looked at her with displeasure. She replied that she would have to refuse him anyway. The master shook his head and asked if she really didn't know who he was. Why was she acting like this? The maid lowered her eyes. The master asked if Yuchan really gave her a lot of money. Jitri plucked up her courage and said that it was all because she decided so. Garen twisted his mouth from such impudence and said that such things were unacceptable for a commoner. The girlfriend looked at her interlocutor in surprise. She agreed, but Mr. Yuchan values her and that's why she asked for forgiveness. After all, she doesn't even know what kind of person he is. A smile blossomed on the girl's face. Moreover, she herself really wants to court Mr. Yuchan. Garen sighed with displeasure and looked away, promising to give her 3 times more than he did. Jitri bowed to the floor and asked for forgiveness. A vein swelled on the master's face. The hero looked at his maid in surprise. She was telling him this story. The young man frowned and asked, "What amount were we talking about?" The girl closed her eyes and answered that it was 3 times more than he had. The hero looked at her in surprise. He had money, but the main story hadn't even begun yet. He couldn't spend too much money now. The maid was amazed. She considered the master's strange thoughts about wanting to let her go. The guy sighed irritably. He extended his hand to her and said that if Garen gave her 3 times more, then he could give her that much. Jitri stared at the master. He asked her not to worry and asked her to concentrate on her work. Suddenly, the girl giggled. The player looked at her in surprise and she urgently apologized. Bewilderment froze on her face. The worker dared to laugh at him. He put his hands in his pocket and asked if she had already moved to Garen, but unexpectedly the girl said no. She smiled and explained that she would not move to Mr. Garen, and she did not need an increase in her salary, because she was satisfied with everything. The hero lowered both hands and asked why the lady was laughing then, but she could not answer. Then Yuchan folded her arms across her chest and said that this was an order. Jitri simply laughed because she thought of something funny. The master frowned and noticed that the maid was lying to him very badly. She only sighed with a slight smile. The young man turns away, noticing that Jitri hasn't left him in any case. He says out loud that if that idiot Garen catches her, he won't let her go. The master walked to the door, deciding to make a note to himself that he will do this only when he becomes stronger. Everyone has already gathered at the training ground. At Elbian Academy, there are 5 mandatory courses for first-year students. The first is the history of the Arheim Empire, the history of Arden, the creator god who united the kingdoms. This history is now forgotten by people and this course is taught orally. The second course is horse riding. The third course is etiquette and chivalry in academic life. The fourth course is the basics of imperial magic. Yuchan looked ahead heavily, the last, the hardest and most difficult course for him. He was catching up with his classmates who had run far ahead. The young man was sweating all over. He hated physical education. His skinny body barely dragged behind the others. His hands were shaking on the horizontal bar. The hero fell on the grass and reached for the flask. His physical strength was at its limit. The teacher approached him and said that no matter how much he thought about it, it was strange. The guy choked on the water, hearing that he was not strong in everything. He wiped his chin and asked, "What is this guy talking about?" The teacher scratched his beard and said that although the gentleman shows high results in terms of exams, he thinks that he has a precise limit to the growth of his physical abilities, as if there is some kind of wall that he cannot break through just like that. The breeze picked up a few leaves, as expected from Eldian's teacher. The hero presented the limit of his growth. It was 15 or half of his maximum health due to the peculiarity of the time limit. Yuchan stood up and said that despite the fact that he was a teacher, he still allowed himself to speak out against him. The teacher immediately apologized and said that it was better for him to listen to his words. He spread his hands and explained that it was dangerous when he had so little strength. This could lead to a shortening of his life. The young man looked at the system window with displeasure. How could he not notice this if there was a countdown in his heart? The system reported that his life expectancy would shorten even faster. Yuchan smiled nervously and cursed under his breath. Paracelsus quietly watched him from the side. He chuckled and said that no one really knew him. The hero took first place in the entrance exams, and now he was simply hiding his strength. The hero walked in the other direction. The Sword Emperor continued to watch him and decided that it was all definitely related to how stupid he was acting. Yuchan was going to drink some more, but noticed someone staring at him. He smiled and asked if the poor guy wanted to fight again. The market was bustling with life. The hero threw on a black cloak and entered the crowd. He turned around. A child's voice said that he never thought he would meet him in such a place. A boy in a cap approached him and asked if this was really the youngest son of Mr. Reinhofer? The hero gritted his teeth in anger. He turned away, not understanding why the boy was pestering him like that. Yuchan turned around. He recognized the boy. His name was Rick, and his real name was Ostschultz de Nefer. He imagined a demonic berserker. Rick was the same as Lewis, the worst creator of bad endings. The system showed a bunch of information and interaction windows. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. Rick then attacks Eleanor, trying to kill her. He is a traitor hero and should be avoided first. The gentleman frowns and says that he gave him a gift earlier, but what does he want? The boy smiles and says that it is nothing special. He just saw the young gentleman reign hover, a nobleman walking alone and without guards. The hero frowns at him and says that it is none of his business. Rick laughs and agrees. He claps his hands and says that their meeting is fate, so he offers to help him with his shopping. There is still time in any case. The gentleman smiles. He thinks that this is not what the head of Rivaln ordered him to do. The young man puts his hand on his chest and bows. He says that a good nobleman is one who can turn a blind eye to the fact that a servant does not follow certain orders. His eyes sparkle slyly under his visor. The nobleman looks back at him angrily. He thinks about finding out his true intentions, because there is a reason why he decided to contact him. He turns slightly and says that he does not like it when people talk too much, and he agrees. He bows obligingly and promises to remember his wishes. Meanwhile, in the mansion, the servant gives Eleanor the materials she asked for. She accepts them and thanks her friend, after which she carefully studies the writings. On the table lay the case file on the hero's character. The lady lowers her gaze and tries to understand why the hero saved her. She sits quietly alone in her office. Her gaze frowns. She understood that Yuchan had no reason for this. She looks at the map and remembers that there are no friendly deals between the Renhover and rival families, and if he wanted to win, he could have immediately accepted Coach Vernon's offer, but he did not. Her hand clenches with tension. The Reinhofer she knows would never save her. Eleanor turns around. After the situation in the Forest of Lost Children, he obviously changed his behavior, and she does not know why. Silence in the office again. The girl sighs nervously. An image of a cunning boy appears in her head. The smile never left his face, and his recent behavior is very strange and his strength is growing. Eleanor looks at the inscriptions again. In any case, she cannot do anything about it. Her hand touches the yellow folder. The merchant gets up and goes to the window. For a while, she looks at the surroundings. Then she closes her eyes, still thinking. She remembers the man who shouted at her and asked why she did it. His figure loomed over her, shouting that she should have just kept quiet. His hands squeezed her small shoulders. Memories darkened the church. The mourners gather at the altar. Little Eleanor stands next to her aunt and looks anxiously at her tears. She looks away and looks at the altar. Her mother lies on a pile of flowers. The girl lowers her gaze. Tears flow from her heavy gaze. Many years later, she stands by the window in her office. Meanwhile, Rick and Yuchan began their adventures in the market. A bunch of artifacts were put on the counter. In fact, there is no need to buy good quality magic spheres that are used in magic lessons. As you rise in the class rating, they will be given better things. A potion was bubbling in the cauldron. The merchant recommended buying utensils for alchemy. Rick walked between the counters and said that basically all the things are in the classrooms, so the hero needs to have only the bare minimum. Pleased, he points to a pile of things and says that the store behind belongs to Eleanor. They supply goods at low prices. The boy looks around and thinks. Yuchan carefully watches him, although he does not want to admit it, but Rick definitely has goods. His feature is a swindler, and his passive skill is negotiation management. The hero watched in surprise as the youth spoke. If he had not been the demon's minion, he would have recruited him. He decided that it was worth thinking about it. The servant approaches him, and it already seems to him that they have bought everything they needed. The master agrees, this will be enough. For some reason, he frowned to the side. Rick is surprised. The hero asks if he still does not want to tell him the real reason why he found him. Suddenly, Reinhofer grabs him by the collar, presses him against the wall. A cold look looks at the boy from under the hood and asks what he wants from him. Rick smiles nervously and asks what the master is talking about. The nobleman again slams him against the wall and demands not to waste his time. The youth lowers his gaze and says that this is absurd. He thinks that their conversation will be quick. A grin appears on his face again. He decides to say everything directly. A bloody aura appears around. Yuchan sharply turns his head. His assistant has created a barrier that blocks sounds. The boy's face turns crazy. He leans towards him, grabs his hands and asks him to betray Reinhofer and then begin to serve Prince Louis. His hands are shaking. Yuchan frowns with displeasure. He rips off the buttons of his shirt and sees a growing stain on the boy's chest. Reinhofer's eyes shine with cold steel. He declares that he does not serve Prince Louis. Rick opens his eyes in surprise. The nobleman says that he serves a demon. His smile falls from his face. A bloody aura appears around the wall. It seems that the master knows a lot. Veins swell and fill with black. The hero looks tensely at his enemy. He smiles. Behind his back are the eyes of a demon. The child says that his master will not like all this. The boy bows his head, says the name Bal. A fiery face appears in the shadows. The hero asks if the boy really believes that the master will fulfill his wish. Rick smiles and says of course. He lets go of the master's hands. He looks around. Yuchan warms up his hands and hopes that the child will not regret it. Rick buttons his shirt and looks innocently at the nobleman. He turns around and says that if he dares to insult him or his family again, he casts a cold glance and promises to kill him. Rick smiles nervously and promises that he will remember this. The couple goes about their business. After a while, the instructor gathers the students in the forest and offers to begin the lesson. The students exchange glances and ask if this is really the crazy instructor. One of the students adjusts his glasses and asks to be careful. Everyone looks at him. The student explains that calling a person who has hair bald is normal, but if you call a person without hair that way, it can be regarded as an insult. Bernan nervously compresses his lips. His head is shiny, and he is stern. He understood that he cannot scold the children just because of his head. He looks around the group. For starters, he He was going to tell them about the location of the first lesson. He points to a picturesque area behind him. They were called the Clario Plains, the famous place of the Eldian Academy, where many amazing plants and trees grow. He smiles and says that here they will learn the basics of horse riding. Behind him are horses. The instructor offers to mount the horse he gave them or the horse they brought with them. The students began to exchange glances. Some did not even have time to look around, and some did not expect that they would have their own horses. Many were worried, while the stately young men mannerly kept to themselves. They shrug their shoulders and make faces. Some do not understand why they came to this academy, but the smartest of them say that they have no choice, because this is a compulsory subject. The hero approaches his horse and calls it by name. Carl approaches the owner, and he puts his head on his neck. Everyone begins to sit down in the saddles under the professor's commands. Yuchan notices Paracelsus and notes that he is holding up well. Yuchan makes a dissatisfied face. Considering that Paracelsus lived in the east, he must have ridden a horse or a camel more than once. The hero jumps on the horse. Many of the students look at his horse with envy. Carl slowly looks around. A blue aura runs along his mane. Someone notes that Reinhofer is quite rich, although not as much as Rievelin. The player smiles contentedly. He knows that Carl is indeed a great horse. The breeze brings a few leaves over his head. His horse is a privilege of the veteran player. The plains spread for many miles around. One of the students jumped on the horse and rejoiced at his victory. Bernan adjusted his saddle. He told him to praise his horse and tried to take a few steps. The man smiled, looked. Everyone managed to saddle their horses. Everyone looked at the bald man in amazement, because he announced that it was time to start the race of this lesson. Bernan proudly folded his arms on his chest. Someone reasonably noted that some of them sat on a horse for the first time. Some pointed at the horses in horror and said that they tried to kill them and that it made no sense. The student with glasses looked at the teacher and assumed that he was taking revenge for the offensive nickname. Then the gentleman appears behind him and hits him on the back of the head, knocking his glasses out. The student falls face down in the grass. The professor turns around and says that the rules are simple and everyone will ride their own horse. He points to the forest in the distance and says that they need to get to the nameless forest, which is on the edge, after which they will need to go back. The students looked at him thoughtfully. The professor says that the first one to return will receive additional points. Yuchan watched what was happening from the side. He understood that the only thing simpler than these rules was his hair. He turns around and says that it doesn't matter anyway, which Talia notices. She comes closer to ask what Yuchan was talking about, but he tells her to get down to business. Although horse riding is an ordinary activity that all students attend, a very important event is about to happen. In this episode, a demonic man appears for the first time. And according to the plot, the main character must deal with him. Ruger is a demonic man who will appear in this episode. He will imprison all the students in an unnamed forest, after which the protagonist will defeat him along with the rest of the cadets. This is a classic course of events in this episode. The hero squeezed the reins. Now the hero was not there. He imagined the talented guys of their group and he was interested in how the situation would develop without a leader. The guy's eyes flashed purple. He understood that he needed to act carefully, but he definitely couldn't sit on the sidelines. The girlfriend came closer again and asked if he wanted to go with her. She smiled shyly and said that she was not afraid, just that something might happen, because the forest was a dangerous place. Eleanor walked by and noticed that the hero was so confident in himself that he was ready to worry about others during the race. Yuchan angrily looks at her and asks her to just leave him alone. The merchant simply frowned in response. She turns around and goes to her horse. Talia smiles gratefully and says that it looks like this is really a race and it is better to return as soon as possible. She is embarrassed and asks the hero to go ahead, because she does not treat the horse very well. Yuchan looks ahead gloomily and says that the race is not important now. His girlfriend looks at his back in surprise. She thinks, trying to understand Reinhofer's words. Bernan looks at the students and shouts attention. At the command march, the horses galloped forward. The horses drove forward. Scraps of grass from under the hooves rose into the air. The riders hurried the horses and they accelerated even more. One of the students turned around and shouted that he would not lose to commoners who had never even ridden a horse before. At that moment, the commoner looked ahead in fear. Carl's eyes behind him filled with mana. The hero looked at him and said that he knew everything. A red magic circle appeared under the student's feet thanks to the character's ingenious sense of mana. The drawing began to radiate energy. The students looked around in fear, not understanding what was happening here. Yuchan looked at them and said that it was teleportation magic and told them to stand still. His face remained calm. He added if they did not want to die. There was a flash. The young men screamed. The circle began to emit red smoke and hum terribly. The subject grass swayed from the energy around. A red foot stepped on clean ground. A man with horns appeared from the void. He smiled, felt the energy around and said finally. Rudger continued to look around. He had an opportunity to take revenge. The hero meanwhile let Carl run and shouted that he was counting on him. The students looked at the red flashes around the circle and did not understand what was happening. Columns of red smoke hit the air. The forest trembled from the terrible power of magic. The students found themselves in a clearing. They grabbed their heads and tried to understand where they were. Everyone turned their heads in different directions, not believing that they were teleported. Only the hero stood steadfastly in the middle of the chaos. He felt energy flows towards him. He looked up and his doubts that it was teleportation magic disappeared, but it was different from the dean's magic. The formula was very unstable. The princess approached him and asked if he really knew what was going on. The hero turned around and replied that he was trying to understand, but he was sure of one thing: people not involved in the academy were to blame. The princess's bodyguard stepped forward and asked what the guy was talking about. If he knew anything, then let him tell the others. Yu-chan looked at her and told her to know her place, because she was not a princess. He bit his lip in anger and said that he had no reason to answer her. Ichina winced in anger. Eleanor looked at Reinhofer and asked again about what he was telling. She stepped forward and asked what the hero thought. Talia shuddered. She was also curious why Yu-chan decided so, because it could just be a test arranged by the professor. The nobleman sighed. That's why people who lived in comfort and couldn't survive were too complacent. He imagined a pile of corpses in the clearing and reminded himself that they were in a game that was known for its difficulty. He looked at his classmates and explained that the magic looked too unstable. The system had activated the genius actor skill. The guy recreated the magic circle and explained that its formula was not organized, and the proof of that was the fact that the formula did not take into account the safety of the subjects being transferred at all. Everyone's mouths dropped open in surprise. Leon thoughtfully scratched his chin and agreed that the formula was indeed strange, because the professors would not expose them to such danger. Everyone huddled together and began to listen to the necromancer. He said that teachers had no need to do this to the children of noble families who entered Eldian. The guy looked ahead melancholically. He thought that Reinhofer was right, but what did the others think? Penelope looked intently at the white-haired man. She didn't want to admit it, but he was right. She turned to the circle and again noted that the formula was very unstable. It was easiest to assume that someone from the outside was involved. A red aura appeared around the princess while she was thinking that her brother had done this. Leon turned to her and said that they should get out of here quickly anyway. The young man felt the dark energy and said that they should not stay in such manner for too long. Ichina looked at everyone and mockingly said that the dark families were trying to take everything into their own hands. She clenched her fist and said that Reinhofer should prove his words first, but the princess stopped her. She looked away and said that they were all right, and if they stood in the vortex of unstable mana for too long. She closed her eyes and added that they would simply die. The commoners began to feel fear. More and more people agreed with the opinion of the dark families. Paracelsus coldly watched everything from the side. He turned back abruptly. His hand lay on the hilt of his sword. He immediately waved his weapon and ordered everyone to be quiet. He turned to the bodyguard and asked if they could smell blood. The boy walked forward and said that it was at least a mid-rank monster and that he was located there. Then Yu-chan with purple eyes stepped forward and said that he was above them. Then a four-winged raven flew out of the foliage and screamed. The student made a dash. He delivered a crushing blow and climbed behind the creature. He cast a cold glance at the other students and ordered them to get ready. One of the wings began to ooze blood. The monster fell to the ground. A wave appeared from the force of the blow. The hero turned around and declared that in such a dangerous situation, he would take command. Everyone stared at the hero in surprise. The students' faces expressed bewilderment, because everyone considered Reinhofer good for nothing. Penelope anxiously clenched her fist to her chest. The player defeated the monster that she did not even feel. He was the first to know about it. He, the good-for-nothing Reinhofer. Experienced students were thoughtfully silent. Everyone played the moment of the monster's battle in their heads and asked themselves, why did he change so much? Meanwhile, there was silence on the plains. Bernan stood with a watch and asked, did the students really not know how to ride horses at all? The wind drove the torn leaves. None of the first-year students had returned yet. This was the worst result in history. Then one of the academy members galloped up to him and shouted that they had problems. The professor threw up his hands and asked why Ras had come here, since he had a lesson with the second year. The man clenched his fists and anxiously asked where the students were, and he explained that they were having a horse riding lesson on the plain. Then the professor froze. He felt a strange feeling. Ras waved his cloak and said that someone had used demonic energy in the academy. 3 hours ago a huge magic circle had been activated, and the tracks had led them to the plain. Bernan frowned and shouted that everything had happened exactly when the dean was not around. Then Carl ran up to them. The professor stopped him and saw a note attached to the horse. He unfolded the piece of paper and read the information that a demon man had appeared at the entrance to a nameless forest, and that they urgently needed help. The man stood there for a few seconds and thought over his plan. Then he passed the information on to his comrade. In a moment, they were both galloping at full speed towards the nameless forest. It would take them at least 2 days to reach the nameless forest. It was too late for teleportation magic. The teachers continued to gallop, They could only hope that the students would be okay. Meanwhile, the students were still standing near the defeated monster. Yu-chan was calmly wiping his sword. Ehaina looked at him tensely. She did not want to admit it, but she would have to, because the hero makes the right decisions. The guy continued to fiddle with the sword and replied that he did not need strained apologies. Then he turned to the princess. He looked at her and said that this incident was a continuation of the previous one. He asked to give him the right to command the students. Penelope looked at him thoughtfully and warned that this could be dangerous. She frowned and explained that she would be personally responsible for the students. Yu-chan nodded understandingly and turned to Pell, thinking that this was creating problems out of nothing. He turned to him and asked to tell him the protocol for emergency situations. The guy raised his hand and began to say that the main priority was to protect the imperial family, and command would be given to the strongest knight or mage. Yu-chan waved his hand, addressing the princess. She was the only representative of the imperial family. The girl silently looked at him. The hero added to himself that she was another of the strongest characters who would help defeat the demons in the future. Because the mana of light and the power of punishment that she possessed is transmitted only within the imperial family. Everyone looked at each other again. The young man said that therefore, even if everyone here died, they were still obliged to protect her, because such is the law of the empire. Penelope shrugged her shoulders, wanting to resist the cold calculation. Everyone looked closely at the hero. He decided to clarify that he was the first to react to the attack. He spread his hands and added that he figured everything out too. The girl looked at him in surprise. The guy again asked to give him the right to command. Reinhofer smiled and began to wait. Talia jealously pursed her lips. She watched the player from the side. He wanted to become a leader who would control their lives. The hero turned around, while his friend thought that she was right, considering him a true knight. The player stared at the girl in love and surprise, unable to understand what was wrong with her. He turned around, raised his hand and said that if there were no other candidates, then he would become the leader, and if they did not agree, they must prove that their abilities are superior to his. Yu-chan smiled contentedly, put his hand on his hip and said that if they succeeded, he would gladly pass this role to them. The students looked at him tensely. Among the others, there was one who was smiling slyly at the moment. Penelope looked at the people around her. If something happened during all this, then the leader would be the one to answer. The guy continued to stare at the player. He thought that even if he did well in this role, he would not be able to predict everything for sure. He slowly began to sneak up on him from behind and thought about how Reinhofer was currently drinking poison from the Holy Grail. He coughed into his fist and quietly whispered for him to do whatever he wanted, and also called him an idiot. Yu-chan turned around and looked the guy in the eye. The villain immediately turned away and noted to himself how scary his look was. The hero made a dash and said that it was already decided. He pointed to the side. From now on everyone must follow his instructions, and if they refused, they would be punished according to the law. The princess and her bodyguard stood next to him. Echaina looked around with displeasure. Yu-chan looked at the rest of the group and suggested that they start moving and follow him. Eleanor walked next to the player and asked him to tell her where they were going. The hero gave her a dark look and said that he was explaining poorly and asked her to keep up. He began to make his way through the bushes and mentally said that they would be horrified if they knew how many times he had gone through this chapter. The sun illuminated the upper branches of the forest. Yu-chan imagined himself as a creator and mentally answered himself that he was a veteran of this damn game. After a while, a cave appeared ahead. Several people managed to stab an animal there. Ruger adjusted his hair, watching them. He was sitting on a stone throne. A floating stone covered in dark mana appeared next to him. A voice came from there. The demon stood up. The mana began to spread even more throughout the cave. An ominous smile appeared in the darkness. It ordered to devour the people of Eldian. Many eyes began to appear above it. The master ordered to get rid of all the unblown flowers. The servant reached out his hand to the dark mana and smiled. The darkness began to flow into his hand. The veins began to swell. Ruger was all bent in pain. The master said that he would share his power with him despite the fact that he did not deserve it. He clenched his smoking fist and answered yes to his lord. A satisfied smile appeared on his face. The demon promised not to disappoint his master. The communication stone emptied and fell to the ground. Ruger was left standing alone in the middle of the cave with new power in his hands. He turned around and promised to take revenge on him for abandoning him. The observation sphere began to fill with red. The name Ras von Celestia was spoken. In the sphere, he saw two teachers who were riding at full speed to help the students. Ras looked forward seriously. Ruger smiled, seeing a familiar face. Dark mana began to emanate from his cave. The day was drawing to an end. The students were cutting up the carcasses of the cursed monsters. Yu-chan turned around and said that they now need to divide the roles. Leon and Paracelsus exchanged glances. The two of them will help him. The warrior smiled inside. The hero had defeated him, so he would play along for now. Leon bowed and said that he most likely lacked skills, but he would be happy to help and would do his best. Paracelsus began to yawn. The player thought that he had the strongest first years on his side. Yu-chan turned around. there was still work to do. He spread his arms in front of the other students and said that there were 2 ways to get out of this forest. He said that they needed to destroy the barrier from the outside, or defeat the magic caster. Penelope approached the leader. She wanted to discuss something, but it could be too dangerous. The princess looked at the guy with concern. He said that they didn't have much of a choice. Professor Bernan would need about 2 days to get here from the plains if he went straight, and the best option would be to try to survive and try to kill the magic caster. Yuchan looked down. In fact, he already knew that the first way would not pass this event. He introduced Ruger and said that if they wanted to get out of here, they had to kill the spellcaster, a demonic man living in the forest. The students all stopped and looked at each other. Reinhofer nodded. First they had to get food. He looked at the corpses of the monsters and said that this would be enough for 2 days. Paracelsus approached the leader and asked if he was really offering them to eat this. The hero calmly said that it was just pork. Didn't he like it? The warrior chuckled nervously. He knew that Yuchan was no slouch. But then it began to seem to him that he was a little mistaken. He noted that they were in the hunting grounds of the nobility. He put his foot on the carcass and said that they cannot eat demonic beasts because they are poisonous. Reinhofer knew. He looked around. He also knew that they should not eat the plants here. The Sword Emperor shuddered and asked why he was telling them to eat this then, how they should eat demonic beasts. Because even in the East during the famine they did not stoop to such things. He put his hand on his stomach and asked if the youth knew how sick he would be later, but he was apparently only worried about the pain in his stomach. The hero turned away, deciding that it was better not to talk to the guy again. He told him to shut up and said that he knew what to do. He collected some plant branches. He turned to Leon and asked to summon the undead and ordered them to protect the boys from the monsters. Reinhofer stood up and put his hands on his hips. He wanted him to protect the princess. Despite his chatty mouth, he is a skilled swordsman. Paracelsus trembled with anger and promised to definitely kick the player in the future. After finishing, he turned around and went to the imperial princess. The young man looked around and decided that it was time to begin. His hand grabbed the stone. The master class on working with plants and demonic meat began. The students looked in surprise at the source of the smell that touched them. The leader stood near a made stove on which many pieces of meat were fried, but the people did not like the color. They thought that if they tried they would definitely die. Without listening to anyone, Yuchan sprinkled the meat with fragrant herbs mixed with manna. The students came closer in surprise to see the color of the meat had changed greatly. The hero turned and explained that he simply used a plant to neutralize the poison that was in the meat. He was talking about the raspberries agresinic. It can neutralize the poison contained in the meat of monsters of medium rank and below. He pointed to the meat and explained that the horned boar belongs to such species. Many people smiled with relief. Someone now remembered that they read about this in one book. The dagger cut up the juicy meat. People began to discuss how Reinhofer knows this. Yuchan turned to the princess with a smile. His eyes became languid. He asked what kind of roast the princess preferred. He sat on his knee in front of the fire pit, excluding the option of well-roasted. Everyone, drooling, began to approach the delicious meat, while the player remembered that in this game with such options, meat is thrown away. The sparkling juicy roasted meat was just waiting to be eaten. Penelope pressed her lips and came closer. A nervous droplet ran down her face. The teachers continued their way to the students, trying to contact the dean on the way. Bernan looked ahead angrily. He shouted that they had a half-demon of at least mid-rank. That was an emergency for the academy. The sphere flew up to his head. The man reported that he was now heading to save the children together with Professor Rass. The riders did not spare the horses. The rest of the professors had gone away on business in the morning. Then the instructor got overwhelmed when he realized that he could hear the sound of chomping. Rass looked at the device in surprise. While Bernan chuckled, he knew that she was crazy. But in such a situation it was clearly too much for him. The ball spun. The voice asked if they had really heard everything. The professors looked at the communication sphere with annoyance. The dean laughed and asked them not to panic. Nanwon took another cookie and said that the children would return without problems. She bit off the corner of the star and began to listen with a smile as Bernan said that the children were not even second years. He shouted that they were first years, plus they had only just started training and were still very green. Rass looked at the sphere with concern and said that they didn't even know defensive magic. The sphere simply beeped in response. The men looked at each other and cursed, realizing that the dean had disconnected. They pulled on the reins and said that there was nothing to be done. The instructor bent his hand and shouted that they had to do everything possible. Accelerating, he broke away from his partner. Rass shuddered, realizing that among the children, his favorite was Reinhofer. Sunset came. The man thought that he would not let him die there. At this time, the students were resting by the fire. Everyone noticed that Yuchan was drawing a barrier. Leon looked at the leader and asked why he was spilling the blood of a horned boar around the camp. Paracelsus explained that if you use the blood of a strong monster, the little ones won't even stick their noses in. He looked around and added that they often use this in the East. The rest of the students grouped together. The swordsman said that travelers are most vulnerable when they set up camp for the night. At that moment, the princess approached the hero. She nodded and said thank you, because thanks to him they were all safe. The player looked at her and decided to clarify that it was not the end yet. There were hordes of monsters all around and that magician they had to catch. Everyone was sitting by the fire and nodding off. A long night lay ahead. Penelope looked at the camp and said that it was just a fact that no one had died yet, for that it was worth thanking him. After these words, she looked away embarrassedly. The wind began to play with her hair. The girl apologized for the behavior of her bodyguard. She was a little biased about the dark families, because many people were against them. The hero looked at the girl in confusion and did not like where everything was going. Leaves flew over their heads. The leader asked not to worry about the feelings of someone like him, and there is no need to thank someone who is considered a black sheep in his own family. Their family will be shocked if they find out. Penelope looked at him even more closely and said that she thinks otherwise. The wind blew over both interlocutors. If the princess can save more people, even if she gets entangled with the devil himself. Her eyes turned cold. She said that she will do this without hesitation. Yuchan looked down and said that these are quite dangerous words. Penelope turned away and grinned. She was just joking. Reinhofer folded his arms across his chest, not understanding what was happening to her. He thought about this character. She will be known as a good-natured princess, but she has a flaw in the form of excessive pragmatism. The NPC remained standing in thought. She was an unpredictable character who would easily sacrifice her life for the sake of her beliefs. So this kind-hearted princess can easily become a heartless tyrant. The player took the bag in his hands and sent mana through it. Everyone looked at him. He gave the order to split into groups of 4 people to build huts. He had a couple of extra sets of clothes. They could come and take one each. How good it was that he had a spatial bag. But people began to discuss his family, and the hero made a patient smile. According to rumors, the Reinhofers pushed children off cliffs at the age of 5. He did not understand where such strange rumors came from. After a while, tents were set up. Yuchan peered tensely into the darkness. They needed to be on guard. He folded his arms across his chest. When Talium asked what was going on, he said nothing. He gathered everyone around a common fire, and since everyone agreed to take turns on duty, they would guard this place in turns. He looked at the students' faces. There was one hitch in the second part of the episode with the attack. If they do not kill the mage who created the mage as soon as possible, this stage will not be passed. Everyone divided the tasks among themselves. Many were already yawning from fatigue. Someone curled up by the fire. Yuchan grabbed the sword and slowly began to go deeper into the forest. He understood that if no one killed that mage, his character peered into the darkness. The player knew that otherwise this story would not continue. The dome emitted a large amount of energy into the external environment. The villain woke up from an unknown sound. He stood up abruptly and grabbed the hilt of the sword. He began to wave his arms and wake up the entire camp. Penelope came out to him and asked what happened. The guy reported that a huge number of creatures with mana were heading straight here. Dark mana was actually drawn to the camp. China immediately drew her sword and ordered to stay behind her. Paracelsus grabbed his sword. He noticed that the strong monsters still didn't care about the blood of horned boars. He turned and asked what he intended to do with. Talia began to look around and ask where Reinhofer was now. A magic book flashed in the darkness. Leon stepped forward and said that the hero was away on important business, and he entrusted this fight to him. China shuddered and angrily noted that the guy was begging for authority from the princess, but he himself had disappeared somewhere. Leon continued to leaf through his book and said that the hero had left, but had not run away. Monsters began to appear. It was starting to become too dangerous. Motley creatures came out to the border of the camp. The student approached the necromancer and said that the bodyguard was right. They could no longer cope with so many monsters. But the guy assured her that everything was fine. A green magic circle appeared behind him and a green column of light flashed. Penelope opened her mouth in surprise, not expecting to see such a huge magical power. Leon calmly looked forward. He was curious to think about Reinhofer. He remembered how he gave him the magical artifacts. The young man looked at one of them in surprise. In his hand lay a dark stone. He asked what kind of person the player was and why he entrusted this matter to him. A green whirlwind swirled around the student. As the current head of the Marvis family, he said. His eyebrows slightly frowned. The guy said that the outcome of this fight. At that moment, a huge wolf rushed at the man. Then he was hacked to death with a green sword. An unknown person in plate armor hacked the first monster. He knocked the carcass to the ground. Dead people covered in green mana began to crawl out of it. The guy pointed his hand at them and asked to leave this matter to him. A bright night stood above the forest. Near the half-demon's cave, protective symbols hovered in the air. Yuchan boldly walked through them. His foot touched the edge of the magic circle. A message from the system appeared above his head. The genius of magical perception removed the restrictions in magic. The damage increased. The hero took out his sword. The half-demon was already watching him. How long will he hide? Ruger smiled evilly. He found it interesting. He jumped to the ground. In front of him was an ordinary student. The enemy's eyes flashed. He noticed that the student was not only able to detect his location, but he was still stupid enough to challenge him to a fight. Blood splashed into the player, the master of acting activated. He smiled and said that he would open his mouth only when he himself was worth something. Ruger looked in surprise at the man who told him to know his place. He gritted his teeth in anger and asked how dare he. He immediately rushed to attack. His claws reached for his snow-white face. Yuchan blocks this attack and forcefully throws the demon back. Ruger looks dumbfounded at the smoking hand. He looks at the student and asks who the hell he is. The player points his sword at him and says there is no need to talk. The veins on the monster's body began to bulge. He released a large amount of mana and promised the man to tear a confession from his dying body. After the words, he immediately rushes to attack. His mistake or salvation was to put his right hand forward. An instant cut off his hand. Ruger looks at the flight of his attacking hand in shock. Yuchan stands in front of him in a fighting stance and asks him not to be distracted. He realized that he does not even need to use skills. The half-demon's hand slaps the ground, splashing everything around. The servant of the devil freezes in thought. Having come to his senses, he begins the regeneration of his right hand. Despite the presence of demonic powers, he was still a man. His hand gushed with biomass, but gradually took shape. Ruger demanded not to tell him that the hero was already celebrating victory in his thoughts. His hand stretches out to a great distance to reach the student, but he is much weaker. Yuchan parries the attack again. His eyebrows frown, glowing purple. He advances, activating the genius of close combat. In close range, the player points his hand at the half-demon and casts a dark sphere. The shot tears the enemy's flesh. Ruger falls to the ground, and the student activates the acting skill. He glares at the enemy and asks if he thought that this would work. In his hand is a monster's hand. The servant of the devil looks at him, writhing in pain. Sweat runs down his face. He decided that he should have been more careful from the beginning. The white-haired Reinhofer held his broken arm. He was the one who ruined all his plans. He plunged his sword into his back and braced his leg against his torso. Ruger writhes and asks how dare he humiliate him, the one in whom the blood of the Duke flows. Yuchan swings his sword at him and says that he has had enough. The mage writhes and clenches his teeth. The student turns around at the scream, without striking. Ras finds him, runs up to him, and asks him to stop. The man freezes and says that Ruger is his student. The hero lowers his sword in surprise and asks again. The professor bows and apologizes for allowing this situation to happen, but the man underneath him really is his student. Ruger looks at the teacher and asks him not to talk nonsense. The man looks at him. The half-demon asks if he considered him his student for even a second. Ras abandoned him, and he, who lost his arm in the battle for the Empire, was heartlessly expelled from the academy, since he had lost his value. Ruger arched his back and asked if he really called himself his teacher, then insults began. Ras clenches his fist. He really did expel him from the academy. He comes closer and says that all this is not because he thinks, he actually did it because he was worried about the future of the student. The professor looks remorsefully, and says that he did not want the fate of his son to befall him. The prisoner now silently looks at the old man. He says that he decided to expel him from the academy, because he was too persistently eager to fight. The former student squints his eyes and shouts that they have the right to choose their own fate. And Ras made him a rejected laughingstock, stroking his vanity by helping. The professor closes his eyes and shakes his head. He did not know that everything would be like this, but the hero sees the mark of Baal on his back. The teacher asks the student, was the magical power that he so desired really like this? Was it worth his dreams? Ruger remembers himself during his studies. His face becomes calm, after which he smiles evilly. He looks forward and says that he already knows that it is over for him. Suddenly he turns around and tries to attack Reinhofer. But in fact, he tears off his own hand and runs at his teacher. There is rage and resentment on his face, a dagger in his surviving hand. He screams that he must take his teacher with him to the grave. Ras fearfully puts his hand in front of him. Blood and a dark aura mix. The man stands frightened with his hands raised. A moment later he opens his eyes. Yuchan stands with his back to him and says that the deeds that he has done, and which can no longer be corrected. He stands in front of the professor, covering him with his back. He says that he also has such deeds. The next moment, the hero finds himself near the half-demon. He turns around in fear, not understanding where this speed comes from. The system activates the acting skill and increases the synchronization of the character and the player. Yuchan smiles, swinging his sword, and says that this is an extremely unpleasant feeling. After his smile becomes slightly crazy, Ruger shudders. His sixth sense sounds the alarm. Everything is shaking in his eyes. The system informs that the player may lose his mind. At this moment, the half-demon is cut through. The player makes a dash forward. The possessed one manages to follow him with his gaze. But at this moment, his body falls into two parts. The student looks at him with a terrifyingly cold face. The corpse begins to decompose into dark smoke. Particles break off from it and evaporate. Ras falls to his knees and looks at the remains of his former student. He is shaking all over. His head drops in a sorrowful look. Reinhofer looks forward seriously. He turns to the fallen professor. The old man looks forward and asks the student what he should do. The guy comes closer and asks him in confusion what he is talking about. Ras sits in front of him with a gloomy figure and says that the hero should already know about his research and thesis, which exist only for the weak. He pressed his palm to the ground and said that he is no longer sure. His fingers scraped the ground. The professor began to lose the meaning of his research. He bowed even lower to the ground. He couldn't even protect his disciple, and now he doesn't know if he should continue his work. The man looked at his hands devastatedly and said that he had lost his way. The hero stared at him coldly. He wiped the dust off his face, getting ready to give his answer. He came closer and said that he didn't know how he was connected to that demonic man. The old man shuddered for some reason. The player thought that all this was the lesser evil. He needed to make Ras publish his thesis so that the game would open up the possibility of creating artifacts and the ability to enhance the system. The disciple continued to look coldly at the sad old man. He wanted to make him continue his research. His hand hung loosely. He clenched his fist and asked himself, "Is this really all?" Yuchan looked around with displeasure. Suddenly his eyes flashed. The system reported that his emotions had leaked into the character, and the genius actor staggered. It began to rain slowly. It poured from the rare clouds in the sky. The hero finally said that for him such a thing was not important, however. There was a pause again, but now the rain covered the silence. The player thought that he really believed that using Professor Ras was the best solution. The character's hair got wet. He said that he did not think that his research was useless. For some reason he doubted it. Ras looked away and said that the student now saw for himself how powerless he was. Yuchan smiled and agreed with this. He said that the professor looked like a real weakling. He looked away. Now he understood. The NPC had pierced his skin. A puddle began to form under his foot. Yuchan doubted, because his words had an effect on him. The student looked at the pathetic old man again. Drops were running down his face. He himself is very lazy, he said. Ras looked up at him in surprise after the young man asked not to be too hard on him. The guy sighed and said that he did not like tea and preferred coffee. He looked away and said that he did not need money or fame. The cheerful man looked up and asked what he was talking about. The hero smiled at him and said that his research was completely different. Reinhofer smiled and said that there was meaning in it, and he was sure of it. At that moment, the barrier began to crumble like glass, while the player thought that a veteran like him was simply jealous of someone who brought love into this world. The guy kneels in front of the old man. His pants get dirty. "Mr." Ras looks at the young man in bewilderment. He looks him in the eyes and says that he will become his student. The man shudders. Yuchan watches the character's reaction closely, his back, which he saw through the monitor, and he, an atypical thinker, says that if there is a need, he can catch up with the teacher. The young man smiles again and says that he can support him, while he regretfully talks about his son. The barrier is almost completely destroyed. The student stood in front of a new pile of corpses. The fight is over. Paracelsus was removed. Leon stood in front and looked closely at the bodies. The swordsman rolled his eyes and said that Reinhofer was not the only psycho here. He remembers the avatars that the necromancer summoned and notes that this magic was on a different level compared to the usual. He looked at Leon's back and thought that he and the hero are completely different. Penelope was telling her bodyguard off to the side that she found it hard to believe that someone had the power to control such an army of the dead. The princess looked into the void in shock and said that the dark forces are truly capable of destruction, although she did not want to admit it. The girl turns around and says that the rumors that the House of Marvas has returned turned out to be true. She closes her eyes and decides in a businesslike manner that she needs to remember a necromancer named Leon. The bodyguard bows and promises to monitor his actions. At that moment, the guy was closely examining the crystal that the hero gave him. Drops were running down his face and hair. If not for the stone, it was not a fact that he would have been able to win. He squeezed the stone in his hand and thought that Yuchan seemed to have seen the future. At that moment, a rumble was heard from the forest. Bernan jumped out into the crowd and began to examine the students, asking if anyone had died. Penelope approached him and reported that no one had died, but some had left the battlefield. Bernan's bald head flashed and he bowed. He apologized for not greeting him right away. He was in too much of a hurry. The instructor came closer and asked if he could know who was missing, and the girl reported that they were talking about Reinhofer. She smiled and added that it was unlikely that the hero was in danger now, since they had only held out for so long thanks to him. The professor looked at the children in surprise and asked if it was true, and Leon immediately confirmed it behind him. The necromancer came closer and said that the mana crystal that the hero had given him had helped them. The teacher looked ahead, dumbfounded. The other students stood thoughtfully to the side and discussed how Reinhofer had turned out to be not such a piece of trash. But some of the girls added that he clearly had problems with women. One of the guys scratched his chin and added that he behaved like a good-for-nothing, and that he had a bad relationship with the servants. Bernan shuddered, realizing that they were talking about the white-haired man again. He froze, deciding to connect the disappearance of the barrier with the player's actions. Some time later, in the Academy mansion, The hero was sitting in his office and doing paperwork. The pen squeaked on the paper. His acting skills were activated at an average level. The young man frowns. The system reports that he will not flinch. His eyes look closely at the words, white strands falling down. After that incident, he had to become a student. Strange Professor Ras. The man sat next to him and looked at his fist, humming a melody to himself. Yuchan patiently kept his eyes closed. The professor turned red and languidly breathed on the boy's thin throat. In order to unlock the system artifact, he needs his research. He remembered that in the game, Professor Ras did not die, but now everything is different. Suddenly, he hit the old man in the face with his elbow. He understood that if he did not save him, he himself would suffer. The student coldly looks at the professor's face driven inside and asks for forgiveness. He attacked him so hard, that is, he simply reacted to an unexpected touch. Ras suddenly laughed and gave a thumbs up. Everything was fine, he assured. He knew that the hero did it on purpose, so he didn't have to pretend to be a goody two shoes. The teacher wiped the blood from under his nose. The young man asked why he was acting like that. Since he knew him so well, he said that the laws of the empire also had articles about sexual harassment. Ras spread his hands and walked up to him. For someone who pretended to be a good-for-nothing from a noble family, he knew too much. The man smiled dreamily and said that if you look at the relationship between the nobility and the commoners, you can understand that the laws were broken a long time ago. He walked away. The hero looked at him. It seemed to him that a professor of the Eldian Academy, which is under the direct jurisdiction of the imperial family, shouldn't say such a thing, but at least the student hadn't snitched on him yet. The player looked away with annoyance and thought that this NPC was really crazy. Ras was twisting the bracelet in his hands. He smiled and said that he recommended the hero along with Leon. The bracelet rose into the air and began to emit mana. The old man was talking about a recommendation to visit the treasury and get an artifact. Yuchan turned around in surprise and asked if he really did it. The teacher proudly took out a book and made a note, reminding him that the guy knew how much he could persuade. He smiled sweetly again and said that doing something like this for his student was nothing. Then Reinhofer jumped up with red cheeks and asked who said that he was worried. His hand clenched into a fist. Since he tried so hard to give him a gift, he would gladly accept it. Ras looked warily at his student and reminded him that he looked much happier than when he first became one. Yuchan's hand trembled with impatience. He slyly slid his gaze across the office. The game gave him an unexpected jackpot. After a while, the player decided to use the treasury. The guy entered through the large doors. This place belonged to the imperial family and the house of Rivellin. There were many interesting artifacts here, but he knew the one that would be the most effective. Beautiful chandeliers hung from the ceiling. If Yuchan got this artifact now, he would be able to develop several times faster. He stopped. Someone appeared behind him and said that he would never have thought that Reinhofer would enter the Eldian treasury. Eleanor smiled sarcastically. She assumed that the hero was in good standing with the teacher. Yuchan frowned and told her to think what she wanted. He knew that her share in the Rivellin merchants was confirmed, so she went with her. He turned around and sighed nervously, hoping that the girl would not cause problems. She shook off her suit and said that the guy was deeply mistaken if he thought that she was not ready to sacrifice her artifacts. She wanted the hero to receive a well-deserved reward for saving her. The guy turned and noticed that she was complicating everything as always, but she just smirked and asked if he heard how everything worked from Professor Ras. She inserted the key into the keyhole and opened the doors to the next halls. She turned, smiled, and asked which Reinhofer was going to take the artifact. The young man smiled slyly, lost in thought. Then the merchant's indignation spread throughout the treasury. She frowned and decided to ask again what the hero wanted. The player put his hand on his belt and asked if she really wanted him to repeat it. Eleanor hugged her hands. She was just surprised that the guy needed such an antique, although, perhaps, for the son of a rich family this is not so surprising. But Yuchan replied that before saying this, she should first give the artifact to him. The girl smiled and asked him not to rush. The merchant lowered her hands. She needed to check whether the hero was worthy of taking the item from here or not. Yuchan bent over nervously. He was not told anything about this. It was a special right of the merchant, as a person who donates artifacts here. She rubbed her hand and reminded him that the Rivellin merchants had power in the Eldian Academy. Sparkling mana appeared in the air. The white-haired man turned his head. The main mass of the smoke accumulated above his head. The player frowned. He realized that there was spatial teleportation magic around him. He had seen it many times in the game. The merchant turned slightly to him and asked if he was not surprised, to which he replied that he had seen more interesting things. Eleanor pointed to the sofa and told him to sit down. There were a lot of expensive things around. The girl sat down opposite him and suggested not to waste time and to start the test right away. Yuchan looked at her coldly and told her to begin. He closed his eyes and pressed his lips together. He decided that since it was a formal test, it wouldn't take long. Eleanor pointed at him and asked why the guy saved her. Reinhofer's eyes widened. He looked at his classmate and asked if it was really a test, but the girl said that it was up to her to decide what question to ask. Yuchan folded his hands together and thought. He looked away and slowly began to speak. Suddenly Eleanor slammed the door. She forgot to say something. She smiled and warned that lying wouldn't work on her, although the hero probably already understood that. Yuchan gritted his teeth in irritation. He forgot something. In the game, the difference between a genius actor and an ordinary one is that a genius actor can see through another person's lies. He leaned forward slightly. Realizing that the girl's words were true, he squeezed out that she was a real pain. Eleanor raised her hand and said that the player had already said that. A nervous smile appeared on Reinhofer's face. He did not know what to do. The merchant crossed her legs and noticed that she had thrown the hero off track, but he told her to shut up. Apparently she had lied about wanting to personally hand him the artifact. The NPC smiled and asked if it was important now. She propped her face up with her folded hands and reminded him that what was important now was that he would lose if he did not answer her question. The guy looked at her silently. His eyes flashed, his eyebrows frowned. It was too risky to let the artifact go now. And the girl would clearly begin to suspect him if she tried to simply leave the meeting. A drop of sweat rolled down his face. The player understood that the best solution would be to deal with this issue directly. Eleanor stared at Reinhofer, who asked the question again. Yuchan looked away and replied that he had saved her because it was necessary. Eleanor concentrated and began asking leading questions. The guy pursed his lips. Then the girl's eyes widened when the player said that she was needed to implement his plan. She leaned on her hands and began asking about the plan, but the hero decided that he did not have to talk about it. The merchant frowned. She squeezed the hem of her dress and warned that there would be another question. A slight sadness fell on her face. Her mouth opened slightly. She returned to her childhood memories and asked if he remembered what happened then at the ball. Little Eleanor embarrassedly approached Reinhofer. The girl looked away and asked if he saved her because he felt guilty about that incident. Yuchan looked at her coldly and said no. Eleanor tensed, trying to understand what Reinhofer meant by the plan. The player looked at her and clarified that everything he said was true, but she knew it herself. The merchant shook her head and said that it was not good to have many secrets. She pursed her lips. The guy reminded her that she also had a lot of secrets. She turned away and said that many people say that he has changed. Yuchan stared at the girl and waited for him to continue. Eleanor turned away in fear and said that she did not believe it. Even though he saved her, she still remembered what he told her then. Her cold eyes stared at the player. He nervously shook his head and told the girl to do as she knew. He closed his eyes and said that the merchant could blame him as much as she wanted. Eleanor froze. The guy said that she was free in her feelings, which meant she could act as she liked. Reinhofer looked away and said that her attitude towards him would not change anyway. He stared at his interlocutor. That was how everything should remain. He stood up and said that since she had finished, he would go take the artifact and go about his business. Eleanor sat in deep shock. Her eyes stared into space. In her mind she said that the hero really had changed. The player headed to the treasure room. Rick approached the merchant who decided to drink tea. The student looked at the reflection of the tea and asked why Reinhofer chose this particular artifact if there were much more suitable options. The boy smiled and said that this artifact was not bad, but not perfect. He looked away and added that he really did not know why a knight like him would need an orb. Eleanor looked ahead and said that she could not understand what he was thinking at all. She frowned, reminded herself that there were many interesting artifacts in the treasury. Swords, elixirs, shields and armor of the highest quality. But instead, the hero chose an old orb. She looked ahead, doubting that the player did this so that she would remain in his debt. The possessed man smiled. He thought that the lady should not think about it so hard. After all, the hero did not harm her in any way. The girl put the cup on the table and asked herself if it was possible to take it so lightly, but she had no choice. She looked ahead again and asked how things were in the merchants. The boy said that the capital's nobles and nobility from the coupon were buying Revelin products in huge quantities. Eleanor turned her gaze to him. The servant said that all this was thanks to her. The merchant was glad to hear this. She wanted Rick to continue to watch Reinhofer. The servant bowed to the young lady and promised to report if anything happened. He smiled and gloomily asked her not to worry. Returning home, Yuchan took out the sphere. He smiled contentedly. The system reported that he had received an advanced rank artifact, the highest rank sphere of the great sage. Windows appeared in front of his face with a description of the item and information that it revealed to the owner. The player looked at the sphere. He was very lucky to have received such an item at this stage. He used magic to lift the sphere into the air. The ball began to hover under the ceiling. Eleanor probably did not even suspect how good this item was. He knew a special way to use it, but the conditions were not fully met. Dark mana retreated from the sphere. It was necessary to call the name of its original owner. A girl who held this artifact appeared in his head. This was one of the 4 elders who would appear in the future. This is a character whose student the guy often became in the game. Yuchan rubbed his chin and decided that it was too early to activate it yet. Jitri stood peacefully by the wall. If the hero activates the artifact, he will reveal his location to the elder, and at this level, the current effect of the sphere will be enough for him. The maid looked at the master and asked why he chose this sphere. She looked away and assumed that there were just a lot of artifacts in the Eldian treasury, and she also heard that many of them are suitable for knights. The boy smiled and asked if he had never told her that. The girl shuddered at the words that the master would use magic too, so he needed both types of items. He looked at the maid and decided that he simply forgot to tell her. Yuchan nodded contentedly, greatly frightening the lady. Jitri smiled nervously and asked herself what she should do with him. She looked at the boy and asked if it would not be difficult to learn both swordsmanship and magic at the same time. She did not doubt his abilities, but Reinhofer smiled and said that if he failed, he could just take money from his family and live his life. Jitri was embarrassed and said that she had just been praising his hard work lately. Yuchan looked at her with a smile. Had he asked her to do that? The maid giggled and said that the master was sometimes too nasty. Yuchan shrugged and reminded him that he was good for nothing and asked her not to forget about it. Jitri closed her eyes and added that the hero often plays with women. He scratched his head and said that these were just accusations. The girl introduced the patriarch and told that he was once a real ladies' man. Yuchan looked at the girl in surprise. She said that now he repents of his mistakes. The player smiled sincerely because he did not know about this. He fell onto the bed. Jitri remembered something. Reinhofer opened one eye. The servant said that he had received a letter. She took it out and noticed that it was from the imperial family. They insisted that the hero read it personally. Yuchan stood up abruptly. He did not understand why he needed to write. He accepted the envelope that China handed to the servant. The player opened the sheet of paper in surprise. He did not understand why the princess was paying so much attention to him. There must be no more deviations from the original story. The letter was elegantly designed. The princess greeted Reinhofer and wrote that thanks to his actions she was able to survive. Therefore, according to the laws of the empire, she would like to reward him. She would like to invite the player to the capital of the Talonpfizer kingdom to personally receive his reward. Yuchan stood up. His departure would be in 3 days at 9 in the morning. He put the paper back into the envelope. He waved it and said that the princess wanted a member of the Dark family to go to the capital. He did not know what kind of reward she was talking about. Jitri clenched her fists with excitement. Considering the conflict between the Dark and Divine families, this could be a trap. She jumped up to the master and warned that his trip could be too dangerous. Yuchan looked away and thought about the fact that they would want to call him at any time, and that meant something. He looked at the servant and told her to stay here. He calmly clarified that this was an order. Jitri brought her hand to her chest. She was too worried. The player turned away and thought about the place where Emperor Esteban and the Imperial faction established a base. He imagined the views of Talonpfizer. This place was under the control of the Divine family, which was equivalent to hell for the Dark families. His lips curled. The player could not believe that the princess was calling him there. What was she planning? Penelope was now the only thing in his head. When the hero played the game, he noticed a couple of interesting points. Firstly, no matter how useful the main attribute is for the player, if you choose the genius of the sword in battle, you will go the way of the sword. And if you choose the genius of mana sensing, you will go the way of magic. The carriage arrived 3 days later. Yuchan sat inside and thought. He thought about the warring camps. The player needs to make a choice between the opposing sides, and his participation led to certain results. Yuchan looked at his reflection. Penelope was sitting opposite. She asked if the hero had any business with her. Reinhofer looked back and replied that such an insignificant person like him simply could not have business with her. The girl was embarrassed and asked not to say that, because it hurt her. Yuchan looked at her carefully. Among the camps of the game, the strongest is the Imperial faction led by the princess. The opposing faction is controlled by the Dark families. And there is also a trade faction, which has huge sums and determines the dynamics of the continent. Each of these factions handles things differently. But one thing is certain, the deplorable relationship between the Reinhofer house and the Imperial family. The hero did not know the details, but the relationship between them can be called the worst in the game. Penelope smiled and assumed that the hero was thinking about going to the lion's den. Yuchan frowned, deciding that the girl was trying to test the waters and, as good for nothing, he could not retreat here. The princess laughs embarrassedly when the hero says that he is not very happy about visiting this place. The girl assures that the gentleman cannot worry. They are going to the capital only so that she can give him a reward for helping her. Yuchan looks at her carefully and says that she is taking her light too far. Penelope smiles slyly and asks if she was caught. After a while, they arrive at the palace. Reinhofer looks at the lady and asks what they want from her. The NPC silently looks at him, smiles and says that everything is simple. The carriage stopped. The passengers got out into the fresh air. Penelope turned around in fear. Her brother's voice said that he had heard that a guest was coming to them and he was waiting for him impatiently. The gentleman walked towards them and said that it was unexpected. He smiled slyly. Yuchan noticed anxiety on the lady's face. Therefore, he decided to bow and greeted Prince Louis. Penelope looked away tensely. She had heard that the prince had to leave for the Northern War. Louis laughed and said that the plans were cancelled. He pointed his hand at Reinhofer and said that they had an important guest, which meant that he had to meet him. He smiled and said that he would tell the emperor about it himself, then he turned to the guest. The player puts his hand on his chest and bows his head. The prince smiles slyly at him and offers to start meeting him more often. The player bows and says that it is an honor for him, but he cursed under his breath. He froze for a few seconds, not understanding why he met this psychopath right now. Luz is the first prince of the empire, and the only person standing ahead of Penelope in the line of succession. A bead of sweat rolled down his face. Luz smiled with a fox-like face. Yuchan knew that in front of him was the main creator of bad endings in his game. Luz walked on. Yuchan frowned as he walked away. Penelope walked forward, deep in gloomy thoughts. Ichina stepped forward and asked if she was okay. The princess waved to her and said that she was just a little tired. She smiled and turned to Reinhofer. Deciding that he was surprised, she offered to go ahead and talk inside. The hero looked at her and said, well, just like in the game, Penelope and Luz's relationship is at a bad level. The hero frowned and decided that he would use this. Night fell. The hero intended to get out of here alive. Yuchan was lying on the wide bed provided. He looked at the ceiling. Tomorrow was the day of receiving the reward, and while there was time, it was better to rest. He sighed and said out loud before the assassins came for him. With these words, the character closed his eyes. But as soon as there was a noise, one eye opened. Yuchan stood up and grabbed his sword. He forced his hearing to concentrate. A woman's hand knocked on the door. Penelope and Ichina stood outside and asked to open the door. The hero shook his head irritably. A little while later, he opened the door for the night guests. He calmly examined their cloaks and asked what brought them here at such a late hour. The girl looked at him and said that he himself should understand that he should not keep her in the corridor. She smiled at him and said that she would come in. Ichina frowned at the player and said that the princess wanted to offer him something. She entered and said that she would protect this place, because in the imperial palace there are eyes everywhere. Yuchan nodded briefly to her. He let her in and closed the door. The princess took off her hood and offered to sit down. Reinhofer looked away with displeasure and agreed, not understanding why she decided to come to him herself. His eyes slid around the room. Only one idea came to mind. The NPC looked at him and asked him not to worry, because she would not take much of his time. She looked at him intently and said that the hero would have to promise her one thing. The guy came closer. The princess said that depending on how he answered her question, it depends whether he can return to Eldian. Penelope looked out the window and sadly noted that there was a chance that he would never return to his native estate. Yuchan eagerly looked at the lady. She began to order him, with the power given to her. She looked at him and asked to become her representative behind the scenes. The hero nodded. He expected something like this from her. She needs someone who will deal with the first prince, and for this a representative of the Dark family, with whom she has no connections, would be ideal. The guy sat down opposite, realizing that the princess needed a tool and wanted to make him her pawn. He looked forward. The princess said that everything was exactly like that. She looked at the young man in surprise when he said that there was one but. Yuchan folded his hands on his legs and said that if the lady thought that he had no choice, then she was deeply mistaken. The hero smiled slyly. After a while, he was kneeling in front of the throne. Esteban stupidly looked into the void. He leaned forward and gasped. The hero looked at the floor and greeted the son of their empire. The emperor barely raised his hand to greet the guest. The player glanced at him briefly. He remembered that Esteban was a knight of light and lightning, who earned a brilliant reputation in the past. He was a legend of the Archaeum Empire. The gentleman slowly grabbed his head. From that moment he lost his mind, and now they call him the stupidest Esteban. Penelope stepped forward and bowed, greeting the son of this empire. The prince was watching Reinhofer closely at this moment. He heard that the hero had a request for his father. He smiled and said that it was necessary to reward the man who saved a member of the imperial family with dignity. Yuchan nodded and said that he was only doing what he had to. He himself thought that Prince Luz became the new head of the house after Esteban left his position. The sword of the empire smiled. The player understood that he needed to be careful. The prince spread his hands and promised that the imperial family would reward the knight of the Reinhofer family for saving his sister. He extended his hand to the savior and said that if he wanted something, then let him speak. The guy nodded, agreeing with his highness. He looked ahead and said that if there was such a possibility. From what he heard, the gentleman staggered. The hero asked if he could visit the Ark River. Sweat appeared on the servants' faces. The whole crowd dispersed away from the dark nobleman. Their reaction was expected. Ark is a mystical river that only the imperial family and divine houses have access to. It has an incredible effect, namely, it randomly increases characteristics. The prince regained possession and noted the unimaginable impudence. He squinted at his guests, noting that all the idiots from the dark families were the same. The crowd began to point their fingers at him and shout that they cannot allow this. How can they let a person from a dark family into the Ark River? One of the gentlemen threw up his hands and said that even if he saved the princess, this cannot be allowed. Everyone raised their fingers and importantly said that only divine houses have access to this river. The hero looked down coldly. As expected, everyone opposed. He closed his eyes. He said this so as not to say that he did not need a reward. He decided that this would be enough. Penelope looked sternly forward and said, "What impudence." She looked at everyone present and began to ask how they all dared to raise their voices in front of His Majesty. The hero looked at her in surprise. The princess said that there were no laws stating that only divine families had access to the river. A drop of sweat rolled down the guy's face. Something went wrong. Why was Penelope suddenly standing up for him? He looked at her. He told her that he was not going to follow her plan and hoped that she would simply leave him alone. One of the gentlemen came out to meet Penelope, but the lady said that she did not like his tone. Silence fell in the hall. The girl found the strength to smile. Yuchan gritted his teeth, expecting a setup now from anywhere. He was worried about what she told him the night before leaving. She put the cup of tea on the table and said okay. She looked at the young man and promised that she would leave him alone for now. She stood up, walked up to him and asked him to remember the following. Rienhofer looked at her coldly. The princess leaned towards him and said in a gloomy voice that sooner or later he would have to choose. If the time came when he would have to choose between two factions, he would have to support the princess, and not the main antagonist. Now the player was looking around, but he could not make this choice obvious. He looked at the prince and asked if he would fulfill his request. Luz made a face of disgust. But then he overcame himself and smiled. Everyone present stared in shock at the heir, who noticed that his sister's words made sense and there were no laws prohibiting dark families from visiting the Ark River. The player looked at him carefully. Luz put his hands behind his back and said that one cannot so easily break the rules that the imperial family and ministers had followed for so long. The gentleman pointed at the guest and suggested a test. The princess shuddered. Luz wanted to see if Rienhofer was worthy of visiting the Ark River. Yuchan looked at the throne in shock. He did not expect such a turn of events. He introduced Eleanor and noted that they all loved tests. He raised his head and asked if he could find out what the test would be. His Highness clenched his fist and ordered him to have a training duel. The player looked at the NPC in bewilderment and asked again. The man smiled at him. From what he had heard, he had incredible sword skills, so it would be logical to fight him. Everyone looked at the heir. He said that the Ark River was sacred and only the worthy could access it. Yuchan looked at him coldly and decided that the NPC thought he had a great idea. He smiled and accepted his challenge. Luz responded in kind. He walked closer to the stairs and announced that they would meet at the training ground in an hour. He could use any weapon he wanted. Yuchan watched him with excitement and replied, "Well, Your Highness." Penelope looked at him with concern. The player promised to give it his all. Yuchan stood up and walked away after these words. The princess rushed to catch up with him. The player turned around. The character asked with concern, did he really want to die? She looked at him angrily and asked, does he not understand what his brother wants? Whether he wins or loses, the result will not matter. Her brother just wants to show off. Yuchan looked at her silently, while she screamed that her brother was going to trample him to humiliate the Rienhofer family. The guy looked away. He knew everything. Even if he wins, the prince will blame him for the fact that the youngest son of the Dark family decided to harm His Highness. And if he loses, the villain's reputation will be strengthened and he will say that he has defeated a new talent. The hero smiled and said that her brother will probably tell the others, but why did he agree then? Yuncha put his hand on his belt and asked what if he tells her that there is another option. Penelope shuddered and asked what option he is talking about. Yuchan raised his hand and confidently said that he is talking about the option in which he wins and does not die. He lowered his hand and asked if the princess will support his choice then. At this time, the maids were equipping Luz for battle. They adjusted the armor to fit him, carefully and painstakingly. The blonde called one of the maids to him. She looked at him with fear and he asked who he was. The girl bowed and called him the second son of their empire. The man smiled contentedly and added that he had a prominent position in the talent visor, so no one dared to ignore him. He frowned and said that there was something wrong with his opponent. He straightened up and said the name of the Dark family, but the maid doubted that the hero deserved his attention. She bowed and asked the master not to worry. She immediately received a slap in the face from the prince. He turned to her and asked if she really thought he was worried. His eyes filled with rage and he asked if the girl really thought he was capable of such a thing just because the player was from a dark family. The maid grabbed her face in horror and began to ask His Highness for forgiveness. The prince scratched his head and asked her to behave more reasonably. The corners of his lips drooped. The man said that his father Esteban, called the son of this empire. How long did she think he had left to live? The maid froze in fear. Luz turned around and proudly declared that soon the empire and all its honor would pass to him and in the future it would simply be necessary to sometimes hold such performances. Did she understand him? The maid looked at him and promised that she would never make such a mistake again. Luz replied that it was natural and called the head butler. He pointed his gaze at the girl and ordered him to get rid of her. The men grabbed the girl. She began to kick and beg for another chance. The blonde gave her an angry look and asked again. He went forward and said that chances were only given to people of his level, and even if she was born a noblewoman, this blood was different from the blood of the emperor. Did she not agree? The maid straightened up and tried to talk. The prince turned away from her and said that no matter how amazing the hero's talent was, he could not turn around a match whose outcome was already predetermined. An evil manna was released from his highness. He wondered what kind of face the player would have when he cried. An hour later, they gathered on the training ground. The princess and the emperor sat down in their places. Luz confidently looked at his enemy. Yuchan gave him his calm. The prince spread his arms and suggested giving it his all. He looked askance and thought that he would have to play his role in his show. Yuchan closed his eyes and said that he understood, His Highness. The judge waved his hand and announced the start of the fight. His Highness raised his sword. And then he rushed to attack, releasing yellow lightning, deciding that the player would not be able to go against the imperial family anyway. The villain swung and thought that no matter how special this degenerate from a dark family was, he would not be able to raise his sword against the prince in the palace, where there were many divine families, including the imperial family itself. A swing flashed. But suddenly Yuchan blocked the prince's blow with his sword. Luz smiled nervously and shouted that the idiot dared to raise a sword against a member of the imperial family. In response, Yuchan threw his highness back with a powerful swing. The villain looked at him dumbfounded. The hero stood in a fighting stance with a smile and reminded him that he himself asked to give it his all. He made another strike and threw the prince back. He stopped and looked at the player, indignant that he was about to point his sword at the main heir of the empire. His eyes narrowed in anger. He asked how a runt from a dark family dared to challenge his authority? Yuchan looked at him in surprise and said that he was simply following his orders. His highness gritted his teeth and offered to play his game. He swung. Lightning flashed that absorbed the light. Luz promised that the player would not get off easy now. Yuchan got into a fighting stance. Even if he had a good reputation in Eldian, he was still a brat. The prince smiled. He decided that a nobleman would definitely not defeat him. After all, he had an education at the level of the imperial family. The referee looked at his master with excitement. He raised his hand and explained that the match would end when one of them fell or gave up. Luz spread his legs covered in lightning. And he rushed to attack, putting the sword aside and reaching his left hand towards the white-haired man. Then he suddenly attacked, but the guy managed to block. Yuchan calmly looked at the trembling swords. Although Luz was the main culprit of bad endings, his level of combat skills was not that high. He took a step to the side and swung to attack. Maybe the prince did have talent. The gentleman managed to track these movements, but he was far from the player's character. Reinhofer looked at him and attacked. The blonde shuddered, realizing his situation. He closed his eyes. A moment later, he carefully opened his eyes. The dark nobleman was putting his sword back in its sheath. The prince didn't understand why he stopped. He glared at him and asked what he was doing. The hero smiled and said that he had no complaints about the rules of the match. Luz looked closely at his enemy, who suddenly said that he found it rather boring to fight when there was nothing at stake. The prince asked what he wanted. The gambler raised his hand and offered to bet on the winner. His highness glared at him. He smiled and decided that he would easily get what he wanted. He lowered his sword and agreed that it would definitely not be boring this way. Reinhofer smiled and offered to announce the conditions after the match. Luz smiled, apologized and said that he was rather impatient and would tell you right away. The hero frowned and said as you wish. The heir smiled and said that if he won the match. He extended his hand and said that then the young man would serve him and not his sister. Yuchan frowned and asked what he meant by that. The lord lowered his hand and asked him not to make a fool of himself. He smiled and said that his sister had bewitched him, and that was why he had saved her in the forest. The player smiled nervously and thought about how the prince was an idiot, because he had completely misunderstood everything. He scratched his head and replied that he was simply following the laws of the empire. Saving the princess was his duty, and he had no other intentions. His highness smiled and said that in that case everything was much simpler. Lightning flashed around him. Luz offered to become his knight. He wanted him to become his shadow, not the shadow of the Reinhofer house, and he would also have to swear allegiance to him. Yuchan adjusted his sleeves and replied that this is exactly what he would do if the lord won. Luz looked around contentedly and thought that if he was wounded, he would shift the blame to Eldian and Penelope. His sister watched everything tensely from the side. The prince rushed to attack. He prepared his sword. The outcome of this match was already decided before it started, so he could only blame himself for this stupidity. He put his sword out to stab. It was immediately obvious that his sword could not penetrate these artifacts. Yuchan dashed back. He could not hurt him now. There was a smile on the young man's face. The sphere artifact began to glow and emit light. New windows from the system appeared. He smiled, knowing that everyone would be surprised, since he learned the name of the owner. But nothing could be done. The most important thing for him now was survival. The hero dodged another attack of the knight. He put the sword at face level for protection and closed his eyes. There was only one way to destroy this ridiculous armor. He looked forward with a smile and said that the owner of the sphere is Astrid von Callowwood. The sphere absorbed the light, the username was registered, the character's mana temporarily increased. The sphere rose into the air and smoked purple. From the flow of mana, His Highness was forced to put up a block. He glared at his enemy and asked what he was doing. The guy smiled and reminded him that they said it was a match. But they didn't set any restrictions on the use of magic. Luz shuddered, not understanding what was happening. He gritted his teeth and squinted, amazed that Reinhofer was using magic. The sphere was releasing powerful streams of mana. Yuchan held his hand up. He said that everyone understood that it was a magic projectile. Luz lowered his hands and just watched. A dark portal opened under the ceiling. Projectiles began to come out of it. They all rushed at the prince. The hero hoped that he would be able to dodge them. Yuchan calmly smiled, turning to His Highness. The prince closely watched the projectiles flying at him. They began to hit the ground and destroy the floor. The prince began to dodge. Magic flared near his face. Something was wrong. He created a shield and one of the projectiles ricocheted. The first one managed to hit the prince's back. The enemy did not understand how the hero did it. Wasn't the Reinhofer family famous for their swordsmanship? The prince was able to stand on the ground. The heated surface was evaporating. Luz wiped his mouth. He noticed the opponent's talent for magic. But talent cannot explain something like this, which means he was born with it. Yuchan pointed his hand at him. Magic stones hung above his head. They began to swirl, creating new vortices of mana. The hero clenched his fist and said that it was not easy. The stones rushed to attack. The guy said that this is not at all like wearing his armor. Luz looked at the enemy indignantly and asked how a good-for-nothing runt from a dark family dared to laugh at him. The shells flew at the prince, who started it all himself. The player smiled and said that His Highness wanted to ridicule the dark families and prove that his results are worthless. That's why they challenged him to a duel, isn't it? The girls watched the fight with great interest. Who would have thought that the gentleman would try so hard? Having an undeniable advantage, he said that the honor of the imperial family is no longer worth anything. From these words, the prince froze. His veins on his forehead bulged with anger. He summoned a cubic sphere. He put it in front of him. The battle zone was covered with a blue barrier. The man called the player a psycho. He understood that others should not see this. Yuchan lowered his hands and asked what the gentleman was going to do. Luz waved his hand and replied that the guy had no right to ask questions. He laughed and said that he heard that he was a psycho, but he could not even think that he would dare to go against him. The hero looked at him coldly. The prince said that when the match was over, the imperial guards would kill him. The player smiled. That's what His Highness said. He took out the communication sphere and asked the director if he would allow his cute student to die in such a place. The prince shuddered. Mana began to emanate from the sphere. She absorbed the energy. Namwon said that she would fulfill his request in any case. Luz bit his lips. The voice seemed familiar to him. The sphere asked, "Have they really not met yet?" The dean's hologram appeared from the artifact and looked at the prince. She said that although Inkan was far from cute, he was her dear student, and if they tried to get rid of him with the power of the imperial family. The elder smiled and said that she, as one of them, would have to destroy him. Luz made a face of surprise. Yuchan waited silently. A smile appeared from under his white hair. Before that, the student went to talk to the dean. He told him that the imperial family wanted to give him an award. The player raised his hand and explained what it was for saving the princess. Kanwon smiled and said exactly that. Yuchan shook his head irritably and said that if he went there, he would be killed there. The director bit off a cookie, listening attentively to the student. He folded his hands together, sighed and said that no member of the dark family had ever returned from there alive. The elder smiled and said that it seemed true. Suddenly, the young man snatched the cookie from her hands. He raised it higher above his head and asked if she was seriously sharpening the treats now. The girl tried unsuccessfully to reach them. The guy closed his eyes and asked if the director could help him. He returned the treat to her and said that just one word and the princess would stop pestering him. Nanwon smiled and noted that the hero would not receive a reward then, and if he did something good, he should receive a reward for it. Yuchan folded his arms over his chest and said that it was better not to receive a reward than to return back without a head. He did not know how difficult it was. The elder raised a finger and said that magic was now in its heyday, so lost limbs can be quickly returned, but she did not know if it works with the head. Yuchan smiled nervously and asked if she was serious about telling her student such a thing. The lady sat down on the sofa and said that in that case, if there was a way to get a reward and return from the capital alive, would he try? She created a sphere, while the hero said that he doubted that such a solution existed. Reinhofer grumbled at his reflection. Now he was looking at the hologram of his director, the crystal she gave him, a kind of tool for long-distance communication. Unlike ordinary artifacts, it can transmit mana to the other side. The guy looked at his enemy. His armor was starting to crack, even he could not go against Director Eldian and one of the 4 elders. The player smiled and noted that the elder is rarely useful. In response, the girl smiles evilly and is going to leave him if he does not need help, But since he does, the player bashfully turns his head away and says that he needs help. After which he looks at the prince. Luz smiles nervously. The couple stared at him in silence as he yelled that it was just a misunderstanding. If he knew that she valued this student, he wouldn't have done something like this. Nanwon looked at him coldly and asked who his principal was and asked him not to pretend that he knew her. She was close to his father, not him, and he wasn't her student. Luz looked at the principal indignantly when she called him a brat. He raised his hand and asked what he needed to do to calm her anger, and she told him to beg. A frightening smile appeared on the small face. The elder told him to beg her disciple for forgiveness, and if he did so, she would turn a blind eye to this situation. Yuchan smiled embarrassedly. He certainly did not expect this. The prince was shaking all over. He was sweating all over and with a short sigh said the word forgive. The hero smiled and replied that he would generously pardon his highness. Nanwon said that she would watch this fight, so she hoped that it would end fairly, and she wanted the barrier around to be removed. Luz looked around and agreed. The hero made a dash at that moment. While the prince was talking to the dean, he swung his sword to strike. And struck. The air staggered and his eyes rolled back from the blow. The barrier fell just at the moment when everyone saw Yuchan in front of the fallen knight. All the gentlemen jumped up and began to ask how this was possible. Penelope leaned forward in surprise, speechless. She jumped up and asked how the hero had arranged all this. Echina frowned and asked if Reinhofer had hidden a spare life. The princess leaned forward and said that this was not an occasion to allow thoughts. The hero must clearly have some kind of ace up his sleeve. She stared at the player. The power of the Dark Clan extends to the Arheim Empire? She thought about the elder and decided that there was something else the hero could believe in. She raised her head and said that it must be in his hands. The bodyguard looked away, although she did not want to admit it, but Reinhofer's abilities were incredible. In the forest and at the entrance ceremony in addition, from this fight, it was clear that he had no intention of joining the faction of the first Prince Louis. Penelope thought about it and smiled. She turned to the bodyguard and said that they should allow it now. Ehaina looked at her in surprise and asked if she could inquire about her plans. The princess leaned towards her and whispered softly. The girl's face trembled at what she heard. The gentleman had already begun to descend into the arena to check on his highness's health. The captain of the guard looked ahead and ordered that the first prince be moved to the infirmary, and that no mistakes be made. The maids descended into the arena to pick up the wounded man. The butler turned to the others and ordered that no one be told a word about this. The princess watched the commotion around her brother with satisfaction. Yuchan stood quietly to the side. He turned around and walked away. Night fell in the palace. The young man sat on his bed and placed his sword next to him. He tiredly touched his face and summed up that he had barely survived. Memories of the battle were scrolling through his head, and in his eyes, Luz became a sick royal puppy. He said that one should not rush headlong towards a bad end. The prince always attacked with a crazy face. The hand reached for the sphere. Astrid appeared in the head. The player decided that she was now useful. Yuchan threw the artifact in his hand. This thing would be useful to him not only at the beginning, but also in the middle and second half of the game. Mana was released from the device. It was undeniable that it made it a little easier to resist the prince. The young man looked at the ceiling and smiled. Next time he should not even dream of such luck. There was a knock on the door. The player suddenly tensed up and looked towards the door. The corners of his lips dropped. The thought immediately appeared that the first prince had come to take revenge. The hand took hold of the sword hilt. The guy approached the exit and asked who was there. Penelope and Echina were standing on the other side of the corridor. Echina clenched her fist and said that the emperor's daughter wanted to see him. Yuchan looked at the door in surprise, not expecting such an outcome. He looked away irritably and said that he would open it now. The bodyguard frowned and ordered to open the door immediately. The player nervously pursed his lips. Anyway, there was a matter that he did not want to deal with. But he still approached and opened the door. Penelope was already standing in front of him. She walked inside with restraint. Echidna remained to guard outside. Reinhofer turned to the heiress and asked what she wanted from him. The princess slowly took off her hood. If she wanted to question the hero about the battle with the prince, then they had already come to an agreement. The girl smiled at him and asked the guy not to act like an idiot. Yuchan looked at her in surprise and asked what she was talking about. The princess laughed and asked if he was drawing a picture of her and her brother sitting at the same table. The guest remained silent, and then the emperor's daughter offered to sit down. The player sat down opposite the NPC. He looked at her sullenly and reminded her that it was almost midnight, and if it was not important for her to discuss it now, then they could talk at any other suitable time. Penelope smiled and said that she wanted to talk now. Yuchan was wary. He did not understand how it was possible to discuss something at such a time. And if strange rumors appeared later, then who would take responsibility for it? The lady calmly looked at him and asked if he was worried that scandalous rumors could be spread. The hero bowed his head and said that the fact that the princess was in the room of a person from a dark clan when the clock passed midnight was a problem in itself. The princess smiled and asked if he was thinking the same thing as she was. Penelope put her hand on her chest and said that rumors would definitely start, that's why she came. The dark nobleman shuddered and mentally asked the crazy NPC to explain herself. The lady closed her eyes and smiled. The guest asked for a specific explanation, then Penelope addressed him by name. Reinhofer looked at her and answered. The girl kept her eyes closed for a while. They slowly opened. The lady addressed her savior. She smiled shyly and said that Yuchan should marry her. A bloody moon shone in the sky. Its light poured through the bars. The council sat in the dimly lit hall. Luna raised her head and began to speak. She frowned at the other members of the council and asked if it was true that their incredible newcomer went to the Ark River. The dark man looked at her and said that it seemed true. It was the initiative of the imperial family. The woman lowered her head and asked if he simply trusted them and went. Did he really not care at all about the humiliation he might endure there? The blue-haired girl smiled and said that she knew it. Marin spread her hands and said that children were always a bad choice. She smiled and said that she understood that the leader had his own reasons for taking him in. But she personally wasn't sure. The dark-haired man asked her to watch her language. Kyle glared at her and asked if she really thought the leader needed her approval to accept someone. The girl jumped up and said that she didn't mean that. The guy looked at her and said that disrespect was unforgivable, especially for people like the Konis, who were persecuted by the imperial family. Luna looked up grimly and told them to stop discussing the new guy. Suddenly, a man appeared and scratched the walls with a hook. He smiled and turned to the leader. Gregor grinned and said that he partially agreed with Marin's words. He approached the table and said that the sleepers hadn't recruited new people for a long time. Why did they suddenly decide to accept someone? The girl looked at him sternly and said that she was interested in him, that's all. Gregor put the hook to his chin and said that he didn't think she was attracted to such a child. Maybe it was his family? The blonde frowned and said that the Reinhofers had nothing to do with it. She remembered her last meeting with the guy and said that it was true that Theo had collaborated with the sleepers somehow, but this new guy seemed to hate his kind. Kyle looked down and said that it was rather strange. Marin looked at the leader and asked if they should investigate this case. She frowned and said that they needed to find out the reason why Reinhofer decided to join a criminal organization. Luna thought about it. She looked up and said that what the girl said made sense. The fire flickered on the chandelier. The blonde crossed her arms over her chest and offered to give him a mission and see if he could handle it. Marin looked at her in shock. She pursed her lips in resentment and thought that even she had not been given missions in her first year of being a member. The girl closed her eyes, thought that this was a forced measure, and agreed. The man frowned and also agreed. Kyle looked at the leader and joined the others. Gregor smiled and said that he was intrigued by this. Luna looked at the girl and said that she would have to involve her in this. She extended her hand and said that she would be his mentor. She blossomed and thought how cool it sounded. The girl smiled predatory and thought that she did not know what kind of person he was, but she would show him their power. Red light illuminated the hall when she asked what kind of mission it would be. The palace was illuminated by the sun. Luna said that it would be a secret floor under the academy. Dark magic spread when the leader noted that they received a report that the academy managers were hiding something in that place. The crystal was absorbing the power of dark magic. Luna guessed that it was the demonic essence of Paimon, one of the 72 demons. Each of the council members was in their seats when the blonde said that they would ask the new guy to buy them time, and they would steal the stone. She looked at Marin and asked if she could handle the new guy. She jumped up and confirmed. Suddenly, a voice appeared behind her. Ezel smiled and congratulated her on finally not being at the bottom of the ranking system. The woman smiled and asked her to try. The blue-haired girl put her hand to her temple and said that she would do her best. The princess looked at the hero calmly. She put her hand to her chest and said that she wanted him to marry her. Nox looked at her in shock. He was sitting on the couch when he asked what prompted her to make such a decision. The girl looked down and said that he was probably aware of her current position in the imperial family. The hero pursed his lips and thought that he was already afraid that she had fallen in love. The blonde looked at him and said that their family was divided into two castes. She remembered her father and said that there were a lot of rumors going around the palace. They said that her father was already in poor health and would soon pass the throne to the heir. Penelope raised her cup and reminded him that many were leaning towards her brother's candidacy. She introduced her brother and said that this was the strongest faction. She smiled and said that there was also her faction. The hero frowned and asked why she was telling him this. She put her cup on the saucer and said that she did not have the necessary support. The prince smiled at the masquerade ball when she said that he had more compelling and legitimate reasons to take the throne than she did. Not only was he the eldest son, he also had more connections in aristocratic circles. The nobles smiled when the princess said that the high society was already dividing up the rewards for putting Louis on the throne. Nox looked at her seriously and asked if she really wanted to become empress that much. The woman smiled and said that she did, but in reality she just couldn't watch her brother destroy their empire. She looked down and said that the hero had seen for himself how unprincipled he was and how he treated the people. Nox frowned and agreed, thinking that it was not for nothing that he was the main character of the bad ending. Penelope stood up and said that she needed strength. She walked forward and said that her brother would start to reckon with her, and no one would be able to take power away from her. The hero gritted his teeth and asked if she was talking about him. She confirmed. He frowned and thought that he couldn't contact the princess like that and that he should refuse. Penelope smiled and said that if he wanted to say that he was not strong enough for this or that he was already engaged, she would not accept such an excuse. The system windows appeared and reported that his acting was temporarily not working, as he was shocked. The guy exhaled and thought that she seemed determined. Was there no way he could refuse? Without looking up, he asked if she was against his candidacy. Penelope turned around. She came out to meet the hero and said that now she would tell him her plan, so he should listen carefully. The princess came up and asked, wasn't it he who saved her back in the nameless forest? She put her hand on his and said that despite the fact that he was a representative of the Dark family, he tried his best to help her. Nox recoiled and thought that he didn't like where she was going with this. The girl smiled and said that they would declare it a love marriage and all that was left was to choose which of them fell in love first, he or she. The hero was shocked and asked if she was serious. The princess took his hand and said that in this world, anything is possible. According to imperial law, a member of the imperial family has the right to personally choose a spouse. Nox looked at her in shock. The blonde looked at him slyly and asked who knows, maybe she really fell in love with him? The residential building of the academy appeared. The young man was lying on the bed. The assistant, standing next to him, called out to him. Holding a newspaper in her hands, she explained that apparently people needed his explanation. The news had a photo of the guy and a headline about the princess falling in love at first sight with a knight of the enemy faction. The hero, grinning, noted that he was already being described as a knight and the princess's courage was simply frightening him. The maid, opening her mouth, explained that she had heard that a lot had happened, but she did not understand how it all led to this. The player, standing up, said that it was obvious, because the princess was simply being manipulated in the fight for the throne. She, opening her mouth wider, asked again about the fight for the throne. Introducing the girl with the crown, the young man explained that she had a reason to remove the first prince and become the new emperor herself, and that was why she was using him and that was the reason why Her Highness suddenly chose him as her husband. The maid, crossing her arms over her chest, explained that he had heard rumors that Prince Louis, the first prince, had recently created a large number of alliances. His eyes were covered by his hair when the assistant said that she never expected the princess to decide to unite with a person from a dark family. As a servant of the Reincarnates, she did not even suspect this. The young man, looking at her, began to say something about the reason for all this. The guy, looking away, explained that it was all because he was a scoundrel. The girl began to smile. The hero, rubbing his head, said something about the princess. Squinting, the protagonist explained that she knew that he was an outcast in his family, and therefore used him. Suddenly his gaze was directed somewhere to the side. The blade was already in his hand when the assistant tried to call out to him. The protagonist, approaching the window, asked her to remain silent. Looking out the window, the young man could not understand what it was and who could come at such a time. A red and full moon appeared. Someone was standing on the roof. The hero immediately looked up. Grinning, the guy said that it had begun. There was this smile on his face. Immediately in front of the window, a message appeared that he had a new task in which he needed to meet an ally in the academy library. The girl's mouth fell open in surprise. She looked out the window, not understanding what was happening. The young man looked somewhere down. Someone was sitting on the roof. The man was looking through binoculars. Marin, with her mouth open, noted that he really was as handsome as the rumors said. Looking out the window, she also added that he was still just a boy who looked too sickly to be accepted by Luna. Smiling, the leader realized that she had no choice and should test him properly. The girl, looking ahead, said that they should see if he could become the new star of their chapter. The academy library appeared. One of the students was carrying books. The young man, holding a book in his hands, said that the professor had better go back. The guy, slamming it shut, noted that if he did not do so, he would not be forgiven. The man, opening his mouth, sharply replied that the rector was looking for him and he needed to go urgently. Handing over the books, the teacher apologized and explained that he would leave the cleaning to the student. The teacher waved his hand as a farewell. The young man, frowning, called the man names, and the girl asked him to stop, because how could he address his elders like that? The guy, turning around, asked if she really did not understand the difficulties the graduate student was going through. The hero, turning away, noted that being a senior student turned out to be much more troublesome than expected. The protagonist, closing his eyes, asked her to shut up, because it was driving him crazy. The library room appeared. The student was walking along it. The girl, turning around, called out to him. The young man, standing by the shelf, explained that he was not interested if she was going to chat about something meaningless. She, opening her mouth, said that this was not the case, because it seemed to her that they did not like each other. The knight, looking at her, noted that she should think about her actions. The interlocutor, putting one hand on her waist, apologized for the princess, and he just needed to understand her. The protagonist, turning around, asked what she meant, because he did not understand why she was acting like that. The interlocutor, opening her mouth, explained that she already knew that she had proposed to him. The student, still standing in front of him, said that the princess did not want to make him unhappy with such an act. The young man, frowning, noted that he was a little surprised by this proposal and asked why she was apologizing for this. The girl, raising her hand, said that there was no other reason and this was not a request from someone from the dark family to support this side. Looking away, she explained that she simply did not want him to know that Her Highness was not the kind of person to do such a thing. His eyes opened wider. Lowering himself, the hero asked if she really cared about the princess so much. Imagining these people, the guy realized that these characters and stories turned out to be much more complex than those he had encountered in the game. Looking at his hand, the knight realized that this was nothing more than a feeling of constriction. Looking down, the young man thought that it was some kind of excitement, or excitement like a gamer or something like that. The player clenched his fist and said that he didn't care, and that everything happened for a reason. The girl's mouth dropped open. The fighter, looking at her, said that the only thing he could do was figure out this damn book organization and asked her to stop worrying about it. Her eyes immediately widened. The student, closing her eyes, sincerely thanked him. The guy, smiling, told her to just continue doing what she was doing and that he didn't need these awkward compliments. One of the books suddenly started glowing red. The young man immediately picked it up. Words appeared on it that the contact had been completed and he had a task. The protagonist, squinting, realized that he hadn't expected the contact to happen like this. The hero, without turning around, asked her to wait a bit, because he still needed to check something. The student left the library. Putting his hand on one of the pages, the knight learned that the demon sealed during the night of the massacre in the past was inside the magic stone under the academy. Also, an image of the chapter appeared and the words that in order to steal it, it was necessary to pass on the internal information of the academy and eliminate as many students and teachers as possible. Smiling, the guy realized that it had finally begun. Imagining the academy, the young man knew that this was the first chapter of this hellish game. The hero clenched his fist tightly, thinking about it. His eyes glowed red. The night sky covered in a red glow appeared. In some rooms of the dormitory, the lights were still on. The maid opened her mouth. She, holding her hands in front of her, asked if the miss was okay. Looking in that direction, the assistant explained that she had been sitting like that for 2 days and asked if she was sick. The girl did not turn around. She took hold of the blanket. The maid, holding out her hand, could not understand how the young master of the dark family could be connected with the princess. Closing her eyes, the woman understood that even though he was handsome, how could she choose someone from a dark family as a husband? The maid also remembered the girl's father and realized that if the head of the family, who was crazy about his daughter, found out about this, he would try to get rid of the young master. Frowning, the assistant knew that this could lead to a conflict between the families. Extending her hand, she asked the mistress to stop. Suddenly, the girl stood up. The maid, opening her mouth, asked what had happened to her. She immediately took a step. The woman's mouth was open. The mistress, opening her mouth, addressed her. Emma, trembling with fear, did not understand what was happening. Talia, smiling, explained that today she finally became an adult. The maid, looking ahead, asked what she meant. The interlocutor, hiding her eyes, said that she realized that someone could take what belonged to her. The student explained with a grin that this time she realized that her father was right when he said that. Looking somewhere down, she said that only by becoming strong, she would be able to prevent anything from being taken away from her. The maid, standing in front of her, tried to say something. Opening her eyes wider, Talia asked about her assistant's opinion. The woman, with her mouth open, could not say anything. The girl was still smiling. She began to walk towards Emma. The maid, with her mouth open, realized that the protagonist had better run. The demon's face appeared and someone said that Duke Paimon was the main villain of the night of the massacre, during which the hero's mother died. Her lifeless body also appeared. The image of the dean of the academy immediately appeared and words appeared that the one who turned back time, turning her into a child, and the murder of this monster is the basis of the first main scenario. The young man stared somewhere intently. There was a fountain not far from him. The guy, slightly bowing his head, knew that with his current strength, he simply had no way to kill that demon. He immediately remembered some water. The hero was in it, and remembered that his stats had accidentally increased while he was immersed in a criver. His hand had also touched the water. The protagonist smiled, as he received notifications that his stats had accidentally increased by 2 points. Looking at the fountain, the knight also noted that it was not over. Opening his mouth, the student began to cast the spell. Immediately, a glow began to emanate from his hand after a notification appeared that the player was learning a forgotten ancient magical language of rhetoric. The guy, looking down, understood that if it were not for the marriage proposal with the princess, it would have been a great achievement. Someone appeared behind him and said words about the fighter arriving just in time. That girl from the roof was standing behind him. Turning around, The hero asked if she was Marin. The leader, smiling, answered affirmatively. Raising a finger, the girl also noted that he was speaking informally and asked him to listen more carefully. Marin, pointing her finger, explained that she was his senior mentor and added that she was also 2 years older than him. The young man, looking up, asked about the meaning of such formalities and immediately realized that in fact this person was one of those with whom he had the most difficulty dealing among the members of this group. A system window with basic information appeared above her, and messages with her characteristics and traits also began to appear, the positive of which was her frequent cheerfulness, admiration, steadfastness, genius and sensitivity to mana and also attractiveness. The negative ones were her prejudice against people, inferiority complex, young conservative and motion sickness, and also a window with skills, which were archery enhancements, auto-aiming and water shot. The young man frowned and thought about the trait he disliked the most. The girl, smiling, said that this meant that from now on he was her junior and should speak to her respectfully. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if she was a conservative. Marin, opening her mouth wide, shouted a question about when she had behaved like a boss. Frowning, she explained that this had never happened before. Pointing her finger, the girl said that this whole world was going to hell. The protagonist, looking at her, noted that she simply loved to shake the air in vain. The leader immediately jumped to the ground. She began to approach the recruit. Marin, smiling, asked him to simply treat her with respect. Closing her eyes, she also added that she had joined this group much earlier. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he had heard her the first time and asked if the interlocutor really expected respect from such a black sheep. The girl, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that there was a chain of command in the sleepers. The guy, raising his finger, asked her to keep quiet, since they needed to move away because of the approaching people. Her eyes turned white with anger. Snapping her fingers, the leader explained that since this was his first mission, his oversight would be forgiven. A scroll immediately appeared above his head. The archer, raising her hand, suggested that he move to cover and asked him to tear the scroll. The hero, smiling, realized that it was a low-ranking teleportation scroll. The young man, tearing it, thought that this world was not so different from the game one. Immediately, some light energy began to emanate from this sheet of paper. 2 silhouettes disappeared from this place. A purple flash appeared in another place. Everything was swimming in the eyes of one of them. The girl, closing her eyes, said that no matter how much she used this teleportation, she still could not get used to it. Putting her hand on the table, she asked him to sit down and immediately explained that the purpose of his first mission was revealed only in general terms, and therefore now everything will be explained in more detail. Marin brought her fist to her face. Smiling, the leader asked if he heard about the night of the massacre. Immediately after, an image of a certain red crystal appeared. The guy, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. Introducing the demon, the hero said that the Dean, the Sword Emperor, and Celsus and his father worked together, but even they barely managed to seal Archduke Paimon, and since then that event is called the Night of the Massacre. The girl, looking down, answered affirmatively and added that Paimon is an extremely dangerous entity. Introducing him, she explained that it was a monster that even the strongest warriors on the continent could not easily defeat. Introducing the crystal behind him, she explained that the problem was that the crystal containing the demon's essence was hidden from everyone. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked if they had really been looking for it and had found it under the academy. Standing in front of the table, the knight also said that he had asked if the group now really wanted them to distract attention, while the others destroyed the crystal with the essence, and the interlocutor noted that he was smart. Smiling, Marin added that despite his informal speech, he could actually be useful. The hero, looking away, asked her to drop this empty chatter. With his mouth slightly open, the young man asked if the date of the sortie was already known. The girl, looking ahead, answered affirmatively and explained that they were going to do it on Eldian's self-study evening. Imagining that day, she said that her protégé would have to gather the students and teachers in one place. The young man, looking at her, replied that it was not difficult and asked if he could do it. The warrior, with his mouth open, said that it would be a disaster if Paimon broke out when his crystal was destroyed. Marin, smiling, said that he seemed to underestimate their mistress Luna. Introducing her, she explained that this woman was the youngest pillar of the Savior's sword. The leader, looking ahead, noted that her fears were simply groundless. The young man, turning around, realized that he would be happy if everything were exactly like that, but it certainly would not go so smoothly. Imagining the demon, the hero remembered that in this episode Paimon would inevitably break out. He also remembered the destroyed academy and realized that although the monster would be weakened, the slightest mistake would smash the academy and its immediate surroundings into pieces, and this is the first chapter of the main plot, in which some of the newbies die, called the Night of the Massacre in the Labyrinth. The knight, closing his eyes, thought that he would again have to take the rap for the main character and the villain in order to save the key characters. The guy, looking to the side, decided to concentrate. The hero, opening his mouth, said that he heard everything that was required of him for the mission. Some overgrown room appeared. Someone was walking there. An image of a man appeared in the red crystal. Rick stood over the red ball. The guy, smiling, said that all the preparations were already completed. Looking at this ball, the servant explained that the Archduke only had to raise everything to the ground, as he had done in the past. The ball emitted a red light and words were heard from it that it sounded great, because it was not easy for him to be reborn because of those damned rats. But this should be enough for him, and asked if his henchman's name was Rick. The young man, closing his eyes, answered affirmatively. An eye appeared inside the ball when the demon said that if everything worked out, then he too would soon become a real demon, and asked not to let him down. A smile appeared on the man's face. His mouth opened in an even wider smile. The students gathered in the auditorium. The guy was looking somewhere. The girl crossed her arms over her chest. There was a barely visible smile on the princess's face. Talia bowed her head. Penelope, opening her mouth, apologized and added that she hoped for understanding between them. Raising her hand, she explained that people are not subject to emotions at all. The young man, turning around, asked her again. Immediately looked the other way. The eyes of her former comrade were hidden under her hair. A smile suddenly appeared on her face. The hero suddenly clenched his teeth from the realization of what was happening. Looking at her, the guy realized that he had completely forgotten about this girl. She was smiling. The young man immediately looked away. Closing his eyes, the protagonist tried to understand how everything happened this way. Many students gathered in a certain room and someone asked if they had heard the news. The student, raising his fist, explained that the 7 best students had already been chosen. The second, raising his hand, asked if these were the students who were chosen for night independent studies, because if they were chosen there, then they could get bonus points later. Another student said that if he had simply done better on the test, he would have definitely gotten there. The guy, looking at the others, noted that this was not true at all, because he had not even reached the middle. Another student added that from the very beginning all the places were occupied by aristocrats. The student with glasses, opening his mouth, explained that people like them, commoners, even with good grades, would not get there. The second one looked at him and agreed with him, and then his comrade said that these aristocratic bastards only cared about themselves anyway, although they used to talk about equality and justice, and now they do this. They looked at the children of aristocrats when someone asked how this was different from the real world. The student, with his mouth open, asked how they could understand what those higher-ups were thinking. The girl, covering her mouth with her hand, asked who was in the top 7 and what the criteria were. The guy, rubbing the back of his head, answered that apparently it was all based on grades, and his comrade noted that wherever you go, only grades will decide. Someone was walking through this room when they were talking about some amazing student. The protagonist appeared in this place. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. All the students were looking at him. One of them, looking at him, asked if the girl meant this scoundrel from the Reincarnates family. The knight, looking away, realized that his name was mentioned as always and thought that he did not want more attention than necessary. But now he simply could not do anything about it. The guy looked in the other direction. Imagining the academy and the beam of light, the young man remembered that the most important thing for passing the Paimon episode was grades. The hero immediately imagined the best grade. He also imagined a reporter with a negative grade and realized that if a student had bad grades, he would not be able to participate in the Night Independent Studies event, and if so, the person would simply not be able to maintain other grades. The students, standing behind, said that the student from the Reincarnates family was a lucky bastard. One of them, gritting his teeth, asked if it was really all about appearance and connections. His comrade, opening his mouth, assumed that it was. The guy, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this man was an enemy and they could not protect him. The student, coming up from behind, asked if he had not heard the latest rumors. Coming closer, the young man said that he was now the princess's fiancé, and one wrong move by someone from the outside could lead to death. Another man, opening his mouth, asked what would happen if he heard them. The hero, looking away, understood that he could hear everything perfectly well. Immediately after, the protagonist closed his eyes. Having imagined the leader of the group, the knight knew that he could not break relations with them. Looking up, the warrior understood that for him, who was planning to escape from the Reincarnates family, such an opportunity was a lifeline. His gaze was riveted to the tablet with his name. Immediately after, the young man turned around. As he left, the guy thought that on the last day of the 7-day night classes, Paimon would be revived and he would need to stop him. They were standing in this large auditorium. The hero, looking ahead, remembered that he forgot to check who was on that table below him. An image of that table appeared in his mind. The protagonist, bowing his head, thought that this was similar to the drama from his original world. Imagining 2 students, the knight realized that this was a conflict between an ex-girlfriend and a current one. Clenching his fist, the warrior realized that this was the worst situation, and the worst thing was that nothing bad had even been done on his part. Thalius had a smile on his face. Squinting, she said that she understood the princess. Looking at the ex-boyfriend, the girl noted that perhaps it was rude of her, but this man was really good. The student, opening her mouth, explained that it was completely natural to have such feelings. The princess, smiling, thanked her for understanding. Suddenly, she bowed her head. Penelope's gaze was still fixed on her. Talia, putting her hand on her chest, said that she didn't think she could just back down. The assistant gritted her teeth in anger. Smiling, the student said that her family placed special importance on seizing things. Looking ahead, she added that this even applied to people. Penelope, smiling, wished her luck. Closing her eyes, the girl also noted that she had heard that this was an arranged engagement between families. As she left, Penelope wondered if one of the parties was more serious than expected. The hero looked at this girl. His gaze suddenly turned to the side. A red glow appeared there. Words appeared in front of him about coming to the shelter, because there he would be given the details of the plan. The young man continued to look in that direction. The knight was already there. The leader, sitting somewhere above, called out to him. It was Marin. Opening her mouth, she asked who he was. The partner immediately jumped down. The member of the organization, with her mouth open, asked what he was doing, that there were rumors that his wife was Princess Hero. Looking away, he explained that he also did not quite understand what was going on. Looking at her, the protagonist said that apparently Penelope wanted to use him as a tool to restrain the prince. The interlocutor, frowning, asked if he really thought that he was called here to listen to some obvious story. The guy, with his mouth open, suggested that she move on to discussing the mission. She, with her mouth wide open, shouted that she first needed to know something, because this was help for the leader. Pointing her finger, Marin explained that they could not simply accept someone like him, whose identity had not even been confirmed. The young man, still looking at her, noted that this had already been decided by his superiors, and the leader said that the assessment of newcomers was her direct responsibility. Taking the bow, she also added that she needed to check whether he was suitable for joining the organization. The guy bowed his head. Immediately after, the hero took the weapon in his hand. The knight, holding it in front of him, asked her not to say that she had not been warned. Immediately, the opponent took the arrow in the quiver. The knight's sword was still in front of him. She immediately pulled the bowstring to shoot. Immediately after, the warrior parried it with a swing of the blade. The girl was behind him. The enemy was preparing to shoot again. The guy's mouth opened. Marin, opening her mouth, said that she would be careful with him and asked him not to die here. The arrow was already heading straight for him. Dodging, the guy realized that this man was not bluffing at all. Imagining a certain creature, the hero understood that she was a descendant of a race that had disappeared from legends, the marine race. She was preparing an arrow to attack again when the fighter thought that ancient blood was flowing in her veins and that her water shot was extremely terrifying, since even Luna, the head of the organization, could not completely reflect this attack, and immediately a notification appeared about the activation of the acting master. The young man, jumping back, understood that it would be better not to provoke her. The arrow was right in front of his face. Blocking it with his sword, the guy realized that it was simply impossible to gain her trust with his current abilities. Looking forward, the hero knew that then there would be a high probability that the episode would end in disaster. The warrior stood in front of her. The protagonist, with his mouth open, said that this fight should end with his unconditional victory. A black and purple aura began to appear around him. The girl frowned and said that maybe he had attracted the attention of the leader, but he was still at the very bottom of the ranking table. Looking at him, Marin asked why on earth he was acting like that. Opening her mouth, she said that she needed a clear and concise answer about his relationship with the princess. Water streams began to appear around her after she said that she also needed to know about all those events surrounding his person. Several water columns rose into the air. The enemy, waving his bow, asked if he would claim that all this was really an accident. The young man, holding his sword in front of him, asked if she really just didn't want to believe him and added that in that case there was no point in trying to prove anything. The opponent, preparing an arrow for an attack, said that they would see how much longer he would pretend to be great and powerful. A huge wave appeared right in front of the protagonist. This stream was circling around one place. The guy was right in the center of it. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked if she really thought such a small trick would work against him. Immediately after, the fighter made a slashing strike with his blade. The water began to disappear. All the liquid immediately turned into steam. The girl was behind him. Preparing the arrow, Marin explained that she had not counted on this at all. Releasing it, the enemy said that she simply needed a small gap. She flew forward. The young man turned to look at her. A huge clock appeared behind him after using the Hour of Genius skill, which slowed down his perception of time. The projectile in front of his face began to slow down. Dodging it, the guy understood that he did not want to open all the abilities, but in such a situation there was nothing to be done. The arrow flew past the target. The girl, gritting her teeth, could not understand how he managed to dodge, because there were less than 10 meters between them. The hero had already raised the blade above his head. A bright cut appeared in front of him. A black wave went forward. Marin gritted her teeth in surprise. The protagonist was still standing in place. The enemy, appearing behind him, asked who he was. As she approached, she explained that a 15-year-old teenager simply could not have such strength. Looking forward, she asked the enemy why he wanted to join their organization and what he wanted from them. The guy held the blade in front of him, not answering. The girl, smiling, noted that it was no longer important. Opening her eyes wider, she explained that she would deal with everything herself. 4 projectiles immediately soared into the air. Those same water columns appeared around the young man again. A black and purple sphere immediately appeared in his hand. 5 such projectiles soared into the air. 5 purple arrows cut through the water in their path. The girl's mouth opened wide in surprise. Fighting him in the air, Marin realized that this man was dangerous. Clouds of steam came from her mouth. As she watched another attack of hers being blocked, she thought that even if he had no ulterior motives, he was strong enough to pose a threat to the leader if he decided to betray them. Looking in that direction, she also realized that her enemy wasn't even trying. Her eyes began to glow blue as she tried to figure out why he was doing all this. Because was the man intentionally trying to win her over because she was also a member of the group? The boy raised his sword and asked if her head was burning from the rush of thoughts, since he was already tired from holding back his strength. Marin, standing in front of him, asked how he dared to fool his seniors. Looking away, the leader realized that she couldn't win and assumed that there really was such a big difference between their skills. Clenching her fist, she realized that if she didn't give it her all, then she would definitely lose. After introducing the rest of the organization, the girl also thought that any of the group members could face defeat. With her mouth open, she called out to her opponent. The young man looked away, listening to her words about how she could not recognize him as one of them. Pulling back the bowstring, the archer explained that he was indeed exceptional in skill, but his motives were too unclear for her. Frowning, Marin said that according to the internal protocol of the organization, she recognized him as a dangerous person. The boy, spreading his legs, prepared for her next attack. The arrowhead glowed brightly and the hero realized that this was the water shot, the secret technique of her race, and if this arrow hit him, then death would definitely await him. Looking ahead, the protagonist realized that he could hardly dodge. This powerful arrow had already been released. It was flying straight at him. Suddenly, a certain dagger struck her. The girl's mouth opened in surprise. The projectile bounced off the wall, and a question was heard about what Marin was doing here. Someone, holding out a hand, reminded her that she had simply assigned her a routine joint mission with a newbie. The leader, lowering her hand, asked at what point her ward decided to take the law into her own hands. The hero also turned around. The girl, with her mouth open, called out to the leader. The young man, turning around, greeted the leader. She, standing above, also greeted him. They both looked in her direction. Luna, frowning, explained that if they both did not explain themselves right away, they would be severely punished. Immediately after, the leader jumped down. Having landed, the woman noted that she had given her the task of distracting the students and teachers together with the new member of the organization. The leader, with her mouth open, explained that she did not remember asking her to start a fight here. Marin, looking down, said that it was her fault and added that she simply wanted to make sure of his loyalty to the organization. The leader, standing in front of her, explained that only she had the right to decide such things and that her ward was taking on too much. She had a dagger in her hand. Picking it up, she asked her to look at it, and explained that the blade was damaged, despite the fact that it simply changed the trajectory of her attack. Holding it in her hand, the leader said that given the strength of her blow, it could be argued that she intended to kill the newcomer, and asked if this was true. Marin looked away. Luna, looking at the young man, noted that she could understand her, because he was clearly hiding a lot. The leader, with her mouth open, explained that such actions on the part of her ward were too much, since the murder of an organization member by another member is permissible only in one case, and the girl should definitely know about it. The ward, looking down, said that this could only happen if a case of betrayal was recorded. The woman, still frowning, explained that she would not allow such a thing to happen again and that this was her first and last warning. Turning around, she also noted that this also applied to the newcomer. Marin was still looking away. The leader, looking at the hero, called out to him. Opening her mouth, she offered him a walk. The young man, looking ahead, accepted her offer. A full moon was visible in the sky. Luna, walking forward, said that she hoped for understanding, since she had to limit herself to a warning in the name of discipline in the order. The guy, bowing his head, replied that there was nothing wrong with that, since he had already heard enough speeches about discipline in his life. The girl looked away, thinking about it. Walking next to her, the protagonist explained that there was nothing wrong with that, since Marin had simply decided that he was not worthy of trust. The interlocutor, slightly opening her mouth, noted that her ward did not usually behave like this, and it would be difficult for her to explain the reasons to him in detail. A smile appeared on her face. The young man looked away when she said that after today he owed her his life. Remembering that shot, the leader said that if the ward's shot had hit, they would not be talking now. The guy, also smiling, noted that it sounded extremely creepy. The leader, looking at him, asked if this surprised him, and the protagonist replied that his life had hung by a thread so many times that it had become habitual. Luna, smiling, said that it was too boring, and now she understood why the ward did not like him so much. Suddenly she frowned and said something about that shot. The knight, turning his head, asked again. Stopping, the leader said that the reason why Marin was taken into the group was her shot. Imagining this attack, she said that its destructive power was incredible, despite the rather long preparation period. The woman, opening her mouth, explained that the shot was so powerful that even she would not be able to block it completely. The hero, looking at her, realized that his sword would have shattered into many pieces. Imagining this girl, the young man could not understand why Marin did not leave traces during the course of the main story if she had such power. An image of a representative of her race appeared in his head after the interlocutor's words that this girl was her last representative, who had perfectly mastered both archery and the power of water. Looking away, she said that this is why her shots are so powerful. Suddenly, the leader closed her mouth. Squinting, the guy looked at her. Remembering the book, the young man realized that this race was a special species among those who disappeared on the continent, and they were sometimes mentioned during the story, but never had a direct impact on the plot. The knight, raising his hand to his face, explained that if he had to face her again, she simply would not have time to use the arrow. The interlocutor, smiling, called him disobedient. Putting her finger on his forehead, the leader explained that he did not need to think about fighting her at all now. Luna, standing in front of him, asked if he knew how dangerous Marin was when she lost her temper, and reminded him of what she had already said and also repeated her words about him really being able to die. The young man put his hand on his head. The protagonist, looking to the side, noted that this place was more spacious than expected. Grinning, the guy realized that one powerful attack could become a pretty strong card that could be used. The woman took a couple of steps forward. The hero turned to her. The knight turned to her, listening to the words about him being really strong. Standing in front of him, the leader explained that he was quite capable of defeating Marin before she could do anything. Looking away, the leader added that the newcomer was also cold-blooded and calculating enough to kill an enemy without hesitation. The guy, smiling, asked why she was complimenting him so much. Frowning, the interlocutor explained that she would have one request for him. Standing in front of him, she began to say something. The woman, with her mouth open, said that if he realized that Marin was about to get out of control during the mission, then he should kill her. Looking at him, the girl explained that only he could do that. The students were sitting in the audience. The man, pointing to the board, said that one can become a great mage or knight only by revealing the potential of one's upper, lower, and central energy cores. The professor, looking away, also added that talent is important, but only perseverance and training can help them reveal it. The students had their textbooks in front of them. Talia was looking at the boy. Looking back, the boy couldn't understand what they had done wrong, because she could have at least given him a chance to explain. The princess smiled and asked if that man's gaze was burning him. The hero, with his mouth open, asked her not to even start this conversation and thought about how he didn't even want to sit down with her. The girl was standing next to him. With her mouth open, Penelope was saying that since they were engaged and would be sitting separately, the others might suspect something. The protagonist, looking away, realized that this man needed to be able to separate work and his personal life. Covering her mouth with her hand, the princess noted that everything wasn't so bad, because at least Prince Louis wouldn't touch him after the hero had been chosen as her betrothed. The boy, with his mouth open, understood that he had nothing to say. Penelope turned around. Talia immediately looked away. One of the students stood up from his seat. The man was going down. The young man turned to look at her. The girl, opening her mouth, said her name. The knight, looking away, remembered that Yana was the next head of the satyr succubus family. Having imagined her in the future, the fighter knew that they were famous for being able to suck out male energy with their charm skill and were also able to strengthen themselves and others. Immediately after, the hero turned away. The student, opening his mouth, noted that apparently they would have to do self-study every night, and who would have thought that he would have an additional lesson after the main daytime ones. The student, turning her head, explained that there were only 3 lessons left and asked if he could stand it. The guy, looking away, noted that it seemed to him that these lessons would hardly pass. The comrade, turning around, asked what he meant. Suddenly, the chandelier on the ceiling shook. All the students jumped up from their seats, trying to understand what was happening. Immediately, the lamp fell to the floor. The girl, with her mouth open, asked what was going on here. The young man also stood up from his seat. Frowning, the hero realized that this was the beginning of the main scenario episode for suppressing Paimon. Black energy was escaping from somewhere. Rick was standing in front of the crystal. There was a smile on his face. Looking at the demon, the guy shouted that it had finally begun. The warrior, sitting at the table, asked if their mission was to distract the teachers of the academy while the organization destroyed the demonic crystal, and the leader noted that he was a quick learner. Smiling, the girl explained that as soon as the barrier separating the 2 dimensions was destroyed, this place would become a labyrinth in which all the students would be trapped. Extending her hand, Marin said that he needed to buy as much time as possible. Exposed wires hung in the air. There were many fragments of the chandelier lying on the floor. The whole room shook again. The girls covered their faces with their hands. The others silently looked in different directions. The hero, turning his head, realized that the leader had tried her best. Looking forward, the protagonist remembered that now it was his turn to stall for time here. Leon, opening his mouth, explained that it was dangerous for them to stay here. Looking to the side, the student also added that he could feel the activation of 2 spells. The student, opening his mouth, said that the first was a spatial barrier spell that locked them inside and cut them off from the outside world. Raising his hand, the guy also added that the second was a layer-by-layer transformation spell that randomly modified the floors in the building so that they could not get out. The young man, opening his mouth, said that they should first figure out the layer-by-layer transformation spell and realized that he understood everything too quickly. The princess, looking forward, agreed with him, because in the current conditions, it would be impossible to destroy the spatial barrier. The student, looking to the side, agreed with them. She, standing behind, said that it looked like a type of transformation that was often used on buildings. The hero, slightly tilting his head, remembered that this person should not interfere with the events of the main episode at all and could not understand why she suddenly became so active. The protagonist, closing his eyes, assumed that the plot line of her character also began to deviate. The guy, standing in front of them, asked them to listen to him and explained that they first needed to destroy the spell. Then someone asked again. The young man, looking to the side, said that everything was exactly like that, because the purpose of this magic was obvious. Looking at the girl, the knight realized that he was not surprised that she did not understand anything, because thinking like that was not at all about her. Presenting the door with a lock, the fighter said that they could obediently follow their goal or destroy the spell structure and get out anyway. Leon, with his mouth open, noted that there was a high risk that, regardless of their choice, nothing would happen. The hero, putting his hand on his side, said that they first needed to check the condition of the entire building. A group of 3 girls appeared. The second company also appeared after the protagonist said that they should split into 2 teams and check everything. The young man, with his mouth open, suggested that everyone meet in an hour to gather and discuss everything. The girl ran up the stairs. Looking ahead, she thought that their newcomer was making smart moves and it was no wonder that he managed to defeat her. Looking at the students, Marin remembered that large-scale magic did not catch him off guard at all, and he also easily gained the trust of those around him. She immediately jumped somewhere. Her feet immediately found themselves on this surface. The organization member, standing on the head of the statue, noted that it was already time to face the second zone of the labyrinth. Grinning, the girl remembered that this place was called the Labyrinth of Dreams and Deception. Remembering how she poured a certain liquid, the archer knew that the illusionary charm, which required the blood of demons, deprived the traveler of common sense, showing them sweet dreams. The girl drew some symbols with her hand. Looking down, Marin understood that even the most sensible students of Eldian would not be able to do this easily. Looking at the vapors in the air, she realized that with so much blood spilled, her efforts should last for an hour. Her eyes suddenly opened wider. The hero was trembling, lying on the floor. Tears were streaming from his eyes. The girl, with her mouth open, said that everything should not be like this, because he should be able to resist such magic. Taking the bow, Marin realized that this was a big problem and she would probably need to intervene. A full moon was visible. 2 people were hanging in the air above the academy. The leader, with her mouth open, called out to her ward. He, standing next to her, listened to her words that they needed to start already. Red beams went straight to the doors of the academy. They found themselves inside. The man, looking to the side, asked if everything would be okay, because the dean of this place was strong. The leader, looking forward, said that she knew it. They appeared in a certain hall. Immediately after, they flew past the room with stairs. Daff, standing behind, said that they had arrived. Looking at the barrier, the warrior explained that this was the place where the warriors were laid to rest. The girl came closer to it. She immediately passed through it. A crystal appeared ahead. They looked in one direction when someone said that he knew about their arrival. The man, biting off a piece of cookie, noted that this thing simply could not help but interest them. The dean, standing in front of them, said that in front of her was the captain of the sleepers and one of the 3 new pillars of the Empire's sword. Looking at Luna, the girl said that she was the last heir to the lunar fencing technique. The leader, standing in front of her interlocutor, asked her to step aside. Taking out a blade, the woman explained that this crystal was a threat to the whole world. Nanwon, opening her mouth, asked if the guest knew her answer. The leader's blade began to glow red. She immediately swung it. Her blow hit the floor in front of her. Her enemy was no longer there. The fighter's eyes suddenly opened wider. They looked in one direction when they heard their opponent speak. Several ice arrows were already aimed at them. The girl immediately blocked them with her sword. The dean, appearing behind them, explained that she really loved fighting strong opponents. Smiling, she added that Paimon was the strongest of them. The leader, holding the sword in front of her, asked if that was why the enemy left it, giving her a chance to wake up, to fight again one day and restore her honor. Nanwan, squinting, called the leader a child. Luna's eyes began to glow red after the words that her opponent would die. The dean, smirking, asked why she was going to do this. The girl, frowning, answered that it would be for the sake of the future. She immediately rushed forward. Their weapons collided. The crystal near them began to emit some kind of energy. A man appeared in the reflection. The guy reached out to the stone. Cracks immediately appeared on it. Clear water appeared. Yuchan stood on the shore of the reservoir. The next movement the young man turned around, wondering if he was here. In an instant the guy was very surprised. A man appeared in the middle of the water. The fighter was taken aback by what he saw. Stretching his hand forward, the protagonist realized that he needed to go. A moment later the warrior rushed to the water. Moving further and further, the magician thought about how he could bring that woman back. The wave rose quite high. The blonde froze with his hand outstretched forward. The man stood alone in the middle of the water. Tears flowed from his eyes. The student looked at his hand. The student turned to the bright sun in the distance. The warrior looked into the distance, thinking that he needed to calm down as quickly as possible. Yuchan suddenly woke up. The girl was sitting next to her friend on the ground. Wiping his cheek, the young man asked if he had been crying. Frowning, Talia answered positively, adding that she was really worried about what had happened to him. Putting his hand forward, the boy wondered why he was crying and what he saw in that dream. Remembering the woman on the water, the blonde thought that the memory was blurry. But he remembered the woman. It seemed she was trying to say something. The student looked away. The guys were watching him. Closing his eyes, the interlocutor said that he seemed like a fool and asked to forget about it, because now he needed to move, after which he thought that now was not the time to indulge in such thoughts. Looking at the monsters, the student thought about the second labyrinth. The players stared at the monsters. Talia used her fire power. Leon then used his book. 3 skeletons appeared. The skeletons rushed to attack one of the monsters. This spawn threw one skeleton to the ground. 2 skeletons were nearby. One of the assistants rushed at the enemy. Many skeletons were approaching the enemy from different sides. The necromancer silently watched from the side. The opponent was directed by the power of one of the heroes. The protagonist grinned, thinking that the big guy was not dangerous. The young man turned to his friend. The man stepped on the girl's foot. Standing nearby, the student apologized, saying that it was his mistake, thinking that they also should not forget to keep track of time. The guys were standing next to the monsters. The academy student wiped his mouth with his hand. Looking at his hand, the young patriarch said that they somehow managed to get through this. Turning to Yana, Penelope said that she looked a little tired, to which she received the answer that she was still inexperienced. Embarrassed, the mage asked if everything was okay with Yuchan. Closing his eyes, the protagonist replied that everything was fine with him, adding that he should not be compared to such weaklings. Smiling slightly, Eleanor said that less than an hour had passed since he cried and asked if it was too much to pretend to be strong. The princess closed her eyes and said that it was a bit inappropriate to say that to her future husband. The merchant smiled and apologized for her rudeness. Ehaina frowned and wondered what was in store in the third labyrinth. The bodyguard opened her mouth and said that it was a bit worrying since the second one was already difficult. The protagonist grinned and thought that it was finally his turn to get involved. Taking a step, Yuchan thought that the third one was the flower of the labyrinth, namely the boss monster. The blond man bowed his head slightly. The student smiled and thought that this boss monster was himself. Crystals appeared, with words in the background saying that someone was finally awakening. The stranger extended his hand and called out the name Paimon. A hologram of the protagonist appeared and addressed Rick. Holding a jar in his hands, the servant replied that everything was under control, so there was no need to worry. Smiling, the fighter ordered to make sure that everything was as it should be, because this was his only chance to become a hero. Looking at the hologram, the assistant replied that he understood. The boy, smirking, said that it was stupid. Looking at the open can, the dark-haired one wondered about defeating the revived Paimon alone to restore the fallen honor. The red mixture poured out of the can, while the young man thought that although Paimon was weak immediately after resurrection, it was difficult to fight the demon alone. Throwing the can away, the guy said that it was only to his advantage. The can broke into small pieces. The large crystal began to crack. Pieces of the crystal began to fly in different directions. The Lord's hand appeared. Looking at his hand, the demon introduced himself, saying that he was pleased to meet him. The monster smiled widely. Without moving, the monster said that he was reborn in a very pitiful body. Staring straight ahead, the big guy said that it was probably a miracle that he had come back to life. The boy knelt down in front of the Lord. Looking at his hand, Paimon said that he felt something. As Luna rushed to attack, the demon said that he smelled the familiar scent of people behind the wall. The dean used her power against the student. While Nanwan smiled, the opponent wondered if this was one of the 3 people who sealed me. Without moving, the Lord ordered to speak. Raising his head, Rick answered positively. Lord Paimon became very angry. A clone appeared, along with system notifications that the moon shadow artifact effect was activated, while the hero was thinking about the final 3 tasks to pass the labyrinth. While pressing something on the screen, Yuchan thought that in fact, it did not exist in the first place. Smiling, the young man wondered why. Raising the corner of his lips, the guy answered himself that it was because he had already killed it. Remembering the dying boss, the protagonist thought that the reward for the monster was too tempting after all. The dead monster lay on the ground, while a system notification with basic information about the hero appeared. Holding the sword in his hand, the knight thought that the reward for the boss was a random increase in characteristics by 0.3. At the same time, news system notifications appeared with information about characteristics, statistics, skills, and that the player's remaining lifespan was 147 days. Looking at the screen, the fair-haired one thought that thanks to all this, both magical power and health were steadily growing. Pressing something on the screen, the boy thought that getting characteristics was certainly good. Looking somewhere to the side, the student understood that his role as a member of the Sleeping Ones was to delay, not allowing others to leave the labyrinth. Staring at the screen again, the student thought about the method he had come up with. Looking at his clone, the fighter thought about placing a clone modified by the Moon Shadow artifact. The clone went somewhere deep into the room. The young man, pursing his lips, thought that since this was his clone, he, naturally, should be stronger than the boss. The girl, standing opposite, asked where he had been, to which the young man replied that it was none of her business. Crossing his arms over his chest, the guy decided that he would simply lose with them and delay them. The dark-haired one, standing nearby, ordered them to stop. Without expressing any emotions, the hero said that they would not pass from here. Talia, surprised, asked who he was. Frowning, the protagonist thought that he could think and make decisions, but only his clone, based on his own consciousness. Frightened, Yuchan realized that if this conversation dragged on, they might suspect something. Without moving, the boy said that a creature with such sinister magic could not be a human. Frowning, Ichina said that she knew that something was wrong with his face. Clenching her hand into a fist, the heroine asked who he was. Shane, opening his mouth, introduced himself, adding that he happened to be here next to the Eldian when the magic was activated. Presenting her fist to his face, the woman said that he seemed strangely familiar, as if they knew each other. The warrior silently watched the guys. Putting his weapon forward, the student thought that he was talking too much nonsense, saying out loud that, in the end, he was just a monster. Swinging his sword, the fighter said that they should not listen to what he was saying, they should just kill him, thinking that if he continued to talk, they would understand. The interlocutor dodged the blow. Jelly swung his sword again. Both assumed combat readiness. Clutching the sword in his hand, the knight said that it seemed to be quite strong. The girl used magic. A magic ball appeared in front of her. The opponent dodged the other's magic. Smiling, the red-haired girl said that it seemed that her friend's sword had just slowed down. Several skeletons appeared. The friend rushed into battle. The magician dodged the blow again. The dark-haired one decided to attack. Several skeletons were getting closer. The young man rushed forward. The clone swung for a blow. The magic power passed through the skeleton's skull. Talia again headed towards her enemy. The guy once again dodged the blow. The opponent ran for the next blow. The blow hit Shane. Both people felt the fight from the blow. The friend turned to Yuchan. The girls turned around and asked what happened to the protagonist. Grimacing, the warrior replied that everything was fine, realizing that he had overlooked 2 things. Grabbing his side with his hand, the student realized that the clone had taken 50% of his strength. Clutching the sword in his hand, he also realized that this meant that his stats were now reduced by 50%. The man watched the ongoing fight. The clone was wounded in the shoulder. Simultaneously feeling pain in his shoulder, the student realized that he felt pain at the same time as his clone. Frowning, the young man realized that everything was more difficult than he thought. Standing to the side, the warrior wondered if he could hold out until the right time. The woman rushed to attack again. 2 people stood next to each other. Luna was very surprised. The monster was standing nearby. Paimon smiled widely. Lunatic silently grimaced in response. Turning to her friend, the captain said that she had ruined everything. Angry, the heroine asked if saving humanity was important to her at all. The girl raised her sword up. A large flow of power appeared. The blonde lowered her sword. Crossing her arms over her chest, Nanwon realized that she had not fought her seriously. The dean silently looked somewhere. Remembering her battle, she thought about the countless times she had tried to destroy the monster. Remembering the shining crystal, the leader thought about the only way to destroy the great demon Duke's magic stone. The girl frowned, realizing that the only way was to defeat the demon when it was reborn. Turning to the monster, the woman thought that she did not expect it to be reborn so quickly, but now, she saw Luna's abilities. Putting her hand out to the side, the heroine realized that now she too must show herself. The swordswoman struck the ground first. The dean called upon her magic power. A huge number of icicles appeared in front of the demon. Mooney slammed the ground again. A huge amount of magic power was directed towards the enemy. Lord Paimon smiled widely. The magic power lightly grazed the spawn's shoulder. An explosion occurred instantly. The blonde was very surprised. Nanwon frowned at what she saw. Taking a step forward, the resurrected one asked if all she had was a helpless witch and a puppy. The monster clenched its hands. The monster used its power, shouting that they would die here. An even more powerful explosion occurred. The clone tried to use its power. Talia thrust her weapon forward. The dark-haired one was wounded in the shoulder. The skeletons were getting closer to their target. Shane began to defend himself from the attacks. Holding a book in his hand, the mage said that they should not let go of the one who possessed sinister magic and offered to take care of it properly. Holding his shoulder, the protagonist thought that his double looked strangely excited. Putting his hand forward, the warrior thought that it did not matter, because it should be enough to buy time. Cracks appeared on the floor. Yu-chan was very scared. The guys stared at the cracks that appeared. A deep hole appeared. The girl's leg jumped into the hole. Eleanor fell into the pit. The friends ran to the cliff, calling out to the fallen one. Someone ran across the stones. The red-haired girl closed her eyes. In an instant, she opened her eyes again. The young man next to her asked if she was okay. The heroine was embarrassed while in his arms. Without moving, the woman asked why he was doing this for her. The guy ran across the stones to a safe place. Having lowered her to the floor, the fighter asked if she was hurt. Her hand lay on the man's palm. Watching from the side, the protagonist thought that his clone was crazy. Taking a step to the side, the student thought that the one who saved Eleanor was Yu-chan to the point of obsession. Even if it was part of his consciousness, it really does all sorts of strange things. People were standing near the hole. The student stared into the dark corridor, realizing that something was wrong, because he felt some kind of energy. The protagonist opened his eyes wider, realizing that this was the energy of the archdemon Paimon. The man moved from his place. The young man ran further and further into the dark corridor. Stunned, Talia wondered where he was going. The blonde man was moving further and further away from the others. Grinning, the fighter wondered where the problems began, thinking about what would happen if the monster was not stopped. Holding the weapon in his hand, the warrior realized that this could lead to the end of the game. Some kind of glow appeared. Luna was dragging something behind her. The girl suddenly stopped. The heroine was surprised by what she saw. A man was lying under a large rock. Closing his eyes, the stranger said that he was fine and that they needed to take care of the Duke first. The blonde bared her teeth. Turning around, the woman called out to her friend, adding that she would hear the explanation later. Putting her hand out to the side, Nanwon said that these were very carefree words, adding that now was not the time to be distracted. A demon was standing nearby. The dean was using her magic power. Turning her gaze to the one standing next to her, the sleepwalker thought that she was only saying this. In fact, she had little magic left. Taking a step forward, the captain thought that it seemed that the same spell as before could be used a maximum of 2 times. Clutching the sword in her hand, the woman thought that she had also just used the moon sword twice, so she was not sure if she could hold out any longer. Paimon smiled widely. The girl was surprised to hear the phrase that they were weak. The lord used his power, saying that he was having fun playing with them. Without moving, the demon added that he had an even more fun idea. Waving his hand, the spawn said that there were many students, asking if they were her students. The two were very scared. Grinning, Nanwon replied that her mouth had become quite rough while she was not looking, adding that it was very dirty. Using his fire power, the monster ordered them to look closely. Swinging his sword, the monster asked if he saw how weak ordinary people were. Directing his power far ahead, Paimon added that this was why humans could not stand up to demons. Frowning, Luna shouted no. The heroine jumped high to attack. The blonde swung her sword. The lord extended his hand forward. Luna struck. The tip hit the enemy's horns. The dean also rushed to attack. Nanwon directed her power to the entire area. Moving towards her, the opponent shouted that it was useless. A second later, the enemy was already close. The girl began to cough up blood. The blonde was thrown aside, while she thought about how she couldn't protect people. A memory of many people running through the fire, asking for help. A young girl running in her arms with a child. The girl, sitting on the floor, called for her mom and dad. The mage pressed her hands to her chest. The child cried loudly. Putting her palm out in front of her, the fighter realized that she didn't want to lose anything anymore. Grinning, the heroine thought about the power she was so eager for. The dean landed on the ground. Nanwon slightly bowed her head, realizing that that power couldn't reach the demon. The student rushed back into battle. Crying, the leader realized that it was too late. A purple stream of power appeared. Luna headed to the epicenter of events. Alien forces met together. Another fiery explosion appeared in the distance. Mooney covered her mouth with her hand. The captain turned around, thinking about the attack. Sitting on the ground, the dean asked what was going on. The protagonist, approaching, asked if she had given up again. The mage frowned, hearing the phrase that if she, who had lost her family, lost her students this time. Taking a few more steps, Yu-chan added that in that case, she would be left with nothing. Surprised, the blonde asked how he knew. Putting his sword forward, the young man swore an ancient tradition of the black sword. The student clenched the sword with both hands. Freezing, the warrior said that they must kill Paimon. They quickly rushed through the forest. The mask in the protagonist's hands glowed. Yuchan looked at it, and thought that he had managed to get it back. But the young man clenched his teeth, wondering if this was a problem. The player continued to run, cursing through his teeth, and Marin thought that she could not believe in Paimon's awakening. The girl also clenched her teeth, trying to decide what to do. The archer looked down. She knew that the demon was on par with the Luna commander. Realistically, they had no chance. The warrior looked at the younger one's back, thinking about her options. Yuchan turned around when the mentor said that she would do everything to save him, and demanded that he stop thinking about nonsense. The girl looked at the hero in surprise when he added that he would not run away, because a member of the Reinhofer family would never shirk responsibility. The archer's face showed panic, and she reminded him that this was not something they could decide on their own. The protagonist's gaze turned dark when he asked if the mentor would be okay with the Luna commander dying. The warrior's entire body shuddered. The young man continued to run, reminding himself that Marin had the admiration and unwavering faith traits. It must be the feelings she developed for Luna, who saved her and rose to her position on her own. The player stopped when he decided to use every trait of the elder to the fullest. The boy pulled out his sword, and said that he heard that Luna was the one who saved the girl from suffering in the lab. The protagonist turned to the archer, and mentally reminding himself that he was a villain and a scoundrel from the prophetic dream, he asked out loud if she was going to let such a person die. The warrior clenched her teeth and tried to object to Yuchan. Marin came closer to the protagonist and asked what he was proposing. The girl clenched her fists and reminded him that Paimon was someone that even 3 sword masters and a sage could not handle. The youth frowned and asked to shoot the bow. At that moment, a wave of demonic energy covered both of them. The archer panicked. The player frowned at the source and assumed that Paimon had appeared, and if they did not work together, he would be impossible to stop. The warrior's face became tense and asked if Luna had told the boy about the bow. The protagonist looked at Marin with displeasure and stated that there were more important things to focus on right now, and in his mind he realized that she was hesitating, as he had assumed. The girl threw up her hands, exclaiming that Yuchan knew the power of her water shot and saw how destructive it was. The archer gritted her teeth and added that the hero could have died. The young man looked at her, remembering that the warrior had inherited the abilities of the Hainer race. The player abruptly turned around and said that Marin was overestimating himself. He could not die from someone like her. The girl looked at the protagonist in confusion, while he asked to prepare himself, and he himself admitted that even he could not block her bow. The guy squeezed the hilt of the sword, mentally adding that it was necessary to stop the end of this damn game. The archer clenched her teeth and fists. Yuchan waited. Then he grinned and clarified what was wrong with her. The hero's gaze became mocking when he assumed that she had already become attached to him. The warrior's eyes widened. Marin pulled the bowstring and advised the newcomer not to regret it. Streams of water began to gather around the girl, and the young man was surprised by her thoughts that he would regret something like that. The archer took aim and noticed that the player did not give up until the very end. Now she understood why the Luna commander called him an impudent newcomer. The guy grinned and admitted that he personally did not like it very much. At this time, a wave of flame was approaching them through the thicket of the forest. The protagonist directed mana into the blade, while the storm petrel sucked it to the limit. Marin was preparing to attack, counting the seconds. On the count of 3, the arrow was released, and a stream of Yuchan's mana rushed after it straight into the fire. A loud explosion was heard. The girl's water arrow clashed with the demonic flame, but it began to intensify. The protagonist breathed heavily while the sword continued to absorb his mana. The archer's eyes glowed, water continued to collect on the tip of the arrow. The young man clenched his teeth. The projectile was released. The player jumped to the side. With a nervous smile, the guy declared that the mentor was disqualified as an archer. The protagonist glanced back and added that shooting such deadly arrows at his junior was low. And then he jumped away from the stream, cursing out loud. Yuchan landed on his feet. Then he looked into the hole left right in the bushes. The hero sternly looked ahead and asked Yen how long she was going to hide. And clenching his teeth, he asked if the respected daughter of one of the 3 great dark families turned out to be a voyeur. But he heard footsteps, and the girl objected that this was not so. The succubus almost cried, realizing that her surveillance had been noticed. The young man dodged another arrow, and said that he had a request. The player looked back and thought that if he remembered correctly, Yana was on the same level as Paracelsus and Leon. The protagonist looked at the archer, came to the conclusion that the student would be able to control her current one, and asked to use her charm magic to stop this woman. The succubus brought her index fingers together, and said that she understood, because she also did not want to die. The girl's gaze reflected confusion. Yana put her palm on her chest, and said that later the guy should help her restore dark magic. Yuchan winced. The way the succubi restored magic, to be honest, did not delight him. The hero raised his sword, said that he agreed, and asked to start, and he would go stop her. The succubus barely managed to dodge the water arrow. After which, with a smile, she extended her hand, activating her ability. At this time, the young man reached the ruins of the building. He noticed the dean from afar. Nanwon was sitting with her head down. Rushing to the woman, the player remembered the death of her family and friends, mentioned in the character's lore. The guy abruptly slowed down, thinking that the sorceress might seem crazy, but she was a character with the deepest pain. The protagonist squeezed the sword, asked if the dean was going to give up again, and silently decided to support her now. Nanwon turned to the student, who expressed confidence that having lost her family, she would hardly want to lose her students. He turned around and swore to kill Paimon here, hoping in his heart that she hadn't broken down and given up on everything. The woman's eyes widened in surprise when Yuchan asked her to give it her all. The hero frowned when he saw the enemy. Paimon was holding a fireball in his hands. He recognized the one who had changed the trajectory of his attack. The demon looked at the boy and said that he could smell a familiar scent on him. The magic was saturated with deep darkness, and he recognized the sword too. The villain looked at the player with a frown, finally realizing what was happening. Waves of demonic energy covered the guy when the enemy used the negative trait fear on the player. Nanwon and Luna looked at Paimon with a mixture of fear and hatred. The demon narrowed his eyes. He realized that in front of him was the son of Tail. The guy narrowed his eyes in response, his strong mind neutralizing fear. Then he put his weapon forward and made a wide swing. A wave of mana from the mana destroyed the cloud of energy in the hands of the enemy. It was difficult to tell from the demon's face what he was feeling when the protagonist asked what he would do. The protagonist turned to Duke Paimon with a cheeky smile. Yuchan leaned forward and said that he heard that the enemy standing before him was one of the weak demons sealed by his father. The Duke of Hell trembled in anger as the boy added that the head of the family said that even the title was too much for him. Paimon frowned and noticed that the boy was saying interesting things for a mere newbie. The player watched the enemy closely, noticing that he was extremely emotional, as described in the game. The boy's eyes flashed as he decided to use this to his advantage. The demon was shaking until the protagonist was able to read all of his stats. The hero continued to smirk, even realizing that this guy was superior to anyone he had ever met. The hellfire he had just blocked was a straightforward attack that drained life force using fire. And the flame of calamity was a kind of damage over time skill, probabilistic but extremely dangerous. Judgment was a skill in which the demon attacked enemies with a sword made of fire. Yuchan let out a tired sigh, realizing that every skill his opponent had was simply monstrous. The newcomer flinched when he was addressed. The young man looked back at Luna in surprise, who was asking if he knew where he was. He turned his full attention to her, and thought that if Luna and Nanwon were here, defeating Paimon would not be difficult. But only if he had the right items. The player glanced tensely at the demon, and reminded himself that he should have defeated it now with what he had, so he said out loud that there was a way to defeat it, but he needed help. The boy's eyes widened when he heard Marin's name. The commander, gritting her teeth, asked if the archer was alive. The protagonist frowned, and replied that yes, he had promised. At this time, Paimon summoned his fire sword, and asked how the newcomer dared. And making a wide swing, the demon demanded not to be distracted in his presence. The hero immediately raised his sword to defend himself. He gritted his teeth as a stream of flame hit the blade. The force of the attack threw Yuchan to the wall, and he realized that this is what the judgment skill looked like. The young man rose to his feet. He understood that his plan required Marin. As Luna ran towards the enemy, the player expressed confidence that she would be able to overcome her injury and control her power. Paimon turned around. The commander swung her sword with a battle cry. The Duke of Hell had to block the girl's blow. The blonde gritted her teeth, and expressed hope that the demon had not forgotten about her. Luna continued her series of attacks, and shouted at the impudent newcomer that she trusted him, since it was better than all of them dying here. The guy turned to the dean, and clarified that she could use a large-scale spell 2 more times. The hero looked at Nanwon with a frown and asked to create a barrier around the first sector. Yuchan straightened up and added that no one should get inside. The woman activated the spell and asked if the newcomer had asked her to protect the students. The young man turned away in irritation and suggested that he think as he wanted. The dean stretched her hands forward with a smile and smirked that the student was still not being frank. The player rushed forward when Nanwon rose into the air and remarked that it was even cute. A bright flash of light illuminated the forest. It seemed to pour from all sides. Paimon threw Luna away from himself, shouting that pathetic tricks would not work against him. The demon kicked off the ground with his foot. The villain raised his blade to strike, wondering if the human really thought that he could stall for time against him. The protagonist parried the attack of the flaming blade. A wave like an explosive spread from the opponents. The protagonist chuckled and stated that if this was all the great demon could do, he was not impressed. Paimon increased the pressure, indignant that the youth had blocked a couple of attacks, and was already comparing himself to his father, and tried to use fear on him again. Sparks flew between the blades, and the Duke of Hell added that the boy's father was tens of times stronger. The demon's face distorted with anger when he added that even Theo could not kill him, but only sealed him. The fire flared up stronger, and the villain promised to destroy the newcomer in the blink of an eye. Yuchan began to bend under the pressure, but his strong mind neutralized the fear again. And with a smirk, the youth said that they would only find out by trying. The player's face expressed fighting excitement when the system announced that the Storm Petrel had absorbed his mana to the limit. The guy threw the enemy away with a powerful blow. But then he coughed up blood. At this time, Nanwen finished setting up the barrier. The cells lined up in neat rows and froze. The protagonist wiped the blood from his chin and realized that the barrier was complete. Yuchan followed the edges of the defense and realized that they were almost there. The young man watched as the commander again entered into battle with the demon and thought that they now had only one plan to destroy it. The hero clenched his teeth, mentally begging Marin to get up. He was already at his limit too. But the girl at this time was still standing with the bow launched. Yan's vines surrounded the archer. The succubus extended her palm forward, preparing to charm. The vines began to embrace the girl. All this time, the player thought that even if she was just a secondary character in the game, a creature that was supposed to die and disappear, he did not want her to die. It was even ridiculous to say that he wanted it. The protagonist clenched his blade, and even when the system began to consume his lifespan instead of mana, he thought that Marin had the right to survive. He swung the blade, mentally adding that the archer had the right to fight for her life. Yuchan rushed forward with his sword at the ready. He ran straight at Paimon. The opponents clashed in battle again. The young man clenched his teeth, mentally begging Marin to get up. At this time, the archer was caught by Yan's ability. A tear rolled down the girl's cheek, while the protagonist mentally called out her name. The scientists surrounded the capsule containing the experimental sample. Marin was unconscious. Suddenly, she opened her eyes. The girl realized that her first breath after birth was not a breath of clean fresh air, but something strange, smelling of medicine. The researchers looked at her through the glass. The child looked away. Next to her, capsules with other test subjects lined up in a row. There were bloody instruments on the table, which inspired horror. The scientists who conducted the experiments put the sample on the table. They were the scariest of all. Marin's eyes lit up. Knowledge was downloaded into her head through wires. Binary code flew before her eyes. The girl understood some things right away, even before languages and sciences were implanted in her brain. A haze enveloped the capsule with green liquid. The child came out of it and realized that this laboratory was her home, where she would have to prove her importance. The scientists approached her. In front of her was a chair for experiments. The test subject obediently sat in it and decided that this was the only way she would survive. Marin was lying on the bed when someone called her. The girl stared at the ceiling and thought about the fact that she was given the name H210. The child got up from the bed and answered the elders. The woman took her hand and led her somewhere. The heroes passed by the capsule. The test subject realized that she was one of the subjects who were trying to be instilled with the power of the ancient race. An ugly body was floating in the green liquid. Marin always knew that all her friends were war orphans, whom no one even expected. The man took the tablet in his hands and asked her to try to move the block. The girl smiled, knowing that she had to behave perfectly. The cube in her hands rose into the air. The scientists watched her through the barrier. The child understood that she had to show that she had managed to get used to the blood of the aquatic race better than anyone else. The cubes flew around her in the empty room. The block fell apart. The test subject decided to do everything possible so that the fate of the missing children did not befall her. But one day, someone came to her. The stranger smiled. The woman put her hands in her pockets and said that from that day on, the test subject would live with her. Jay adjusted her glasses and introduced herself. Marin looked away, and after that they moved in together because she had no other choice. The girl narrowed her eyes and realized that she could only do what she was told, like a cow being dragged to slaughter. Picking up a pen, the research assistant asked if the lab was fun, and suggested that the subject had been through a lot. The scientist began running around her, trying to find out what she liked. There were pipes running along the ceiling. Sitting behind her, the researcher stated that H210 was some sort of string of letters and numbers, not a name. While combing the orphan's hair, the woman noticed that it looked like aquamarine and suggested a new name. The child looked away and realized that she did not expect anything, because up until now people had treated her like a monkey in a zoo. The subject looked in the mirror in shock at her new hairstyle. Sunflowers grew in the meadow. Running through the grass, Marin decided that Jay was the only one who treated her like a human being. The research assistant sprayed her with water from a hose. The girl smiled happily, finally feeling like more than just an object. At night, the stars shone above the house. The child asked why she was so nice to her. Lying in bed, the subject explained that everyone thought she was a monster. The scientist's mouth dropped open when her charge called herself a weapon that was only useful on the battlefield. A smile appeared on her face. The researcher stroked the orphan and decided to share something with her too. The woman closed her eyes and told her that she was working there because a member of her family had been taken hostage. Marin frowned and asked if her friend missed him, and she answered in the affirmative. Jay looked down and wondered if the subject would miss her if something happened to her. The girl grabbed her shirt and asked if she really wanted to leave. The research assistant pressed her head to her forehead and explained that this was what family meant. The heroes were lying on a bed next to the windows. The child looked up and asked if her caregiver was kind to her because they were family. The scientist smiled and confirmed this and said that she had another reason to protect her. The researcher covered the subject with a blanket and called her an ordinary child. The woman hugged her and explained that adults should always protect children and that in the future she would also protect her younger ones. The subject snuggled up to her chest, feeling the stability throughout the time spent together. Marin summoned water energy around herself. It became much clearer to her how to use this power. The heroine sat on the blanket. The girl realized that there was no time in her life happier than the carefree days of childhood. They happily read a book. One day, their house was destroyed. A chair fell to the floor. Happy times always end very quickly. The cultists surrounded Jay, wanting to know how much longer they had to wait. The villain pointed at the child and explained that they needed the power of water creatures to increase the power of the imperial family. The research assistant hugged the orphan and asked her colleagues not to call her a creature, because she had a name. The subject shed tears when someone said that this was not a person. The man gritted his teeth angrily and said that this was a weapon that should be used in wartime, like now. The villain grabbed Marin by the arm and ordered her to stand up. The scientist extended her hand and asked him to stop. The cultist slapped her across the face and ordered her to shut up. The researcher fell on her back. The villain ordered his subordinates to get rid of her. The woman narrowed her eyes tensely. The soldier explained that she had gone against the will of the emperor, so she could be executed without trial. The man looked back and asked his comrades to take her away from here. The girl broke free from his hands. The child got into a fighting stance and asked her offenders to stop. The villain pulled his sword from its sheath and asked if another tool really thought itself a man. He grinned maliciously and asked if she would like something like this. The subject saw how the cultist chopped off Jay's hand. The villain lowered his bloody sword and declared that the thing should behave appropriately. The soldier left a cut on the researcher's cheek and threatened to cut off her other hand. The subject opened her mouth wide and asked how they could do something like that. Surrounded by their ill-wishers, Marin said that the scientist was a human being like them, and asked how they could make her suffer. The man frowned menacingly and declared that a weapon should not ask questions. The girl frowned sternly. She looked up and refused to go with them. The child summoned a wave of water energy and called the villains monsters. A whirlwind swirled around her. The researcher raised her hand and asked her charge not to do it. The subject picked up the water bow and pulled the string. A powerful arrow shot forward. The house burned to the ground. Marin lay on the ground, looking up at the sky. Then the girl rose to her feet. Someone approached her with a document in their hands. Luna stepped forward and said that she saw her name on the report. The girl raised her eyebrows and introduced herself. The child's mouth dropped open in fear and wondered who she was. The subject spread her legs wide and asked if the research assistant who was looking after her was okay. The woman frowned sternly and reported that Jay had died. Marine's eyes widened in shock and asked how that was possible. Standing in front of her, the captain said that she had one more unfinished business. The commander looked sternly at the subject and called her a murderer. The girl stared at her in shock. The child raised her eyebrows and said that this couldn't be true. The leader of the lunatics turned away and told her that they were assigned a case involving an attack on an imperial research facility that was kidnapping children and experimenting on them. Standing in the ruins, Luna explained that the case had ended before they had even arrived. A girl had been walking along a path some time ago. Someone had raised a trembling hand and asked her to stop. The scientist began to shake and asked for help. A test subject was lying next to her. Marin closed her eyes, and the researcher asked the stranger to take care of her. The woman frowned and asked if this was the test subject that had fallen into the researcher's hands. Lying by the rubble, Jay declared that her charge was innocent. The girl's hair was bubbling. The research assistant called her a victim who had been forcibly tested, and asked the warrior to take her with her and give her a normal life. The scientist narrowed her eyes and added that she had not killed anyone. The captain looked down tensely. The commander frowned sternly and accused the test subject of causing the deaths of all these people. The child covered her mouth with her hand in horror. The subject clutched her head and remembered the moment when the researcher died from her attack. Waves of water energy crashed down on the villains. Marin released all her power to save Jay, but it didn't work. Enveloped in streams of water, the girl realized that she had turned into the weapon that the research center so stubbornly wanted. The child frowned when the head of the lunatics invited her to her place. Luna looked away and promised to help her take revenge on the emperor who brought all this torment on her. The subject frowned sadly. A black silhouette was reflected in her eyes. Marin remembered that in fairy tales, the devil always offers a sweet fruit when he notices a person's sick soul. A blood moon was shining in the sky. At that moment it was impossible not to agree to it. Lowering the corners of her lips, the girl decided to follow the lunatics and thought that revenge would not bring anything good for her. The child's brows furrowed in determination and she wanted to be part of the organization. At that moment she was driven only by guilt over Jay and the pain of losing her. The girl took a step forward. The woman approached the subject and asked to call her commander. Her words were nothing more than a chance to save her. The captain gave the orphan a stern look and stated that the first rule of being a sleepwalker was to have strong skills and talent. The subject realized that this power did not belong to her at all. The leader put her hand on her shoulder and promised to promote her in rank if she could learn to use her abilities. Marin frowned and realized that she should follow them like a moth follows a light. The girl clenched her fist. The child pursed her lips and decided to do it for Jay. Gusts of wind lifted fallen leaves into the air. The girl lay on the ground. Yana smiled and greeted her. The woman narrowed her eyes and remembered her name. The leader of the sleepers rose to her feet and realized that the magic shot should have hit her. The student raised an eyebrow, and the captain wondered how the child had survived. The student raised her hand, suggesting that her ally didn't understand what was going on, and explained that she had blocked the attack with her power. The succubus looked at the quiver and asked her not to worry about anyone getting hurt. The commander imagined the girl summoning thorny vines, and decided that she had managed to stop the attack with a memory-erasing charm. Looking around, Marin assumed that her comrade had entrusted her to this sorceress, and asked where the knight was. The girl looked at Yen in amazement when she said that the battle was still going on. The woman immediately began to run, and the student warned her that it was very dangerous out there. The leader of the sleepers gritted her teeth. The protagonist stood shoulder to shoulder with Luna. Namwon was floating in the air above the ruined palace. The captain smiled resolutely and dashed forward. Moving through the forest, the commander concluded that the newcomer was fine. Waves of fire enveloped Paimon. Yuchan assumed that the charm effect would still be in effect. Marin continued to run forward. The boy dealt several powerful blows and asked her to shoot her. The girl stopped and asked what it meant. The demon dodged all the attacks. The boy explained that it was impossible to hit him even if you aimed very well. The knight blocked the enemy's attack and said that he would hold him back and that his ally should shoot him. The woman narrowed her eyes and asked why he decided to expose himself like that. Holding the weapon in front of him like a shield, the swordsman said that he was not going to sacrifice himself. The leader of the sleeping ones asked who in their right mind would tell her to shoot him. The captain frowned sternly when the protagonist asked her to trust him. Yuchan grinned and promised to stay alive. The commander squatted down. Marin approached the edge of the ruined wall and asked if she could trust the newcomer. The boy answered in the affirmative, continuing to hold back the enemy's onslaught. The girl smiled. The woman raised her bow in front of her and wondered why his words sounded so calming. A powerful water energy appeared in her hand. Pulling the bowstring, the leader of the sleeping ones said that she would aim straight at the top of her friend's head and asked him to get ready. The monster looked back and was outraged that the mortals who wanted to regain their former strength could not even touch him. A wave of fire rushed towards the young man. The knight's eyes widened. He managed to dodge the stream of flames. The fiery arrow crashed into the protective barrier. Many cracks appeared on it, smoke rose around. The swordsman frowned and began to breathe heavily. Luna approached him and assumed that the newbie had already figured it out. The girl pulled out a weapon and said that Namwon's defense was at its limit. The dean raised her hands in front of her. Her strength was already running out. The barrier began to collapse. The woman explained that they could stop the enemy's attacks 1 or 2 more times. The captain looked at her comrade and asked when he was going to use all those cool moves that were discussed earlier. The protagonist squeezed the hilt of the thunder god in his hand. Yuchan frowned sternly and replied that he would only do it once. Paimon was approaching him. The guy asked his ally to make a hole in his barrier, which was covered in 3 layers of high-level magic. The young man looked sternly ahead and realized that he could not withstand the attacks of such a creature. The commander took a fighting stance. The knight decided that all their attacks were pointless because they could not pass through the barrier. The lunatic leader raised her weapon in front of her and hoped that his plan would work. Waves of bloody energy enveloped her. The demon raised his hand and declared that his opponent had no idea about this world. The monster rushed forward. The monster concentrated fire in his hand and shouted that the enemy did not know what he was getting into. Luna lowered the corners of her lips and used the skill Total Eclipse. The girl plunged her sword into the ground, standing under the crimson moon. The lord looked around in confusion. Suddenly, a bright flash appeared behind him. Paimon turned to face it. The demon raised his hand and erected a barrier. A wave of energy made a hole in his defense. The woman lunged forward and swung her sword. One blow shattered the protective field into pieces. The monster opened his mouth wide and declared that they still failed to touch him. The swordsman approached him from behind. The monster said that it was only the first layer of the barrier. The lord swung his hand and called the enemy a weed that came out of the lowest class. The beast cut the air with a fire sword and asked if the enemy really wanted to commit suicide. The protagonist opened his mouth wide and ordered his ally to open fire. Marin pulled the bowstring along with the water arrow. Blue energy swirled around her. The leader of the sleepers shot the arrow forward. Yuchan grinned. The guy with the golden gear in his eye asked who was going to kill whom. The young man looked back and used Hour of Genius. A bright flash froze in the air. Based on the skill description, the minimum speed of the projectile was 400 kilometers. The knight frowned sternly and thought that the shot was fired from a distance of about 300 meters. A whirlwind of water energy raised a cloud of dust. The swordsman realized that even in the worst case, the arrow would reach its target in 3 seconds. The protagonist looked at the bright flash and decided that his calculations were still not entirely accurate. Yuchan smiled and realized that he trusted his intuition, which helped him survive in this terrible world. A powerful projectile approached him from behind. A powerful explosion of energy was heard on the battlefield. The water arrow rushed towards Paimon. Blood gushed from his mouth when the projectile pierced his chest. The guy looked back and noticed that his enemy had also lost a lot of strength. Standing in front of a cloud of smoke and dust, the young man decided that it could not be any other way, because when using such a technique, a very large amount of mana is consumed. The demon grinned maliciously and laughed. Light particles flew in front of him. The monster declared that the enemy was still unable to split his last barrier, so this is his victory. The knight grinned and asked why he thought the barrier was not broken. The swordsman, covered in black energy, used the artifact restoring the entire team lunatic. His dark blade began to shine. The system reported that the artifact calling the storm had restored health to the maximum. The protagonist raised his hand in front of him and increased his attack power thanks to the special effect of the artifact. A bright flash flashed in his hand. A huge amount of energy rushed into the sky due to the use of the Limit Breaker skill. Yuchan smiled. The system warned that the attack could cause heavy damage to the player's lifespan and that the black ring would not be able to absorb it. The guy resolutely knit his eyebrows and activated this skill. Powerful energy concentrated above the tip of the sword. Paimon gritted his teeth and called the enemy weak. The demon swung his fiery blade and declared that all efforts were in vain. The monster struck and shouted that nothing had changed. Their swords crossed, and waves of energy of different types swirled around the heroes. The young man managed to throw the enemy back. The monster looked at his hand in horror and asked what it meant. The knight made a dash towards him. He cut the air with his blade several times. The swordsman opened his eyes wide and activated the first half of the day. The protagonist swung his weapon and flashed his burning eyes. The blade of the sword appeared right in front of the shocked beast. The barrier was destroyed, and a deep cut appeared on his chest. Paimon dissolved into thin air and was indignant that all his efforts were pointless. The demon opened his burning eyes wide and called his opponent a scoundrel. The monster evaporated, and the sun illuminated the destroyed academy. Yuchan lowered his weapon and trembled. His lifespan began to rapidly decrease. The guy lost his footing and fell down. His cloak flew into the air. The young man fell to the ground. The knight let go of the hilt of the thunder god and lost consciousness. Marin's eyes widened in surprise. The girl lowered the corners of her lips and asked if this was the power of one shot. There was a huge crystal lying on the ground. The woman frowned menacingly and remembered how fast her bow shot could go. The leader of the sleeping ones opened her mouth in surprise and wondered how her comrade could dodge the shot at such a distance. The captain looked at the ruins of the academy and wondered if the human eye was capable of something like that. The main character was lying on the ground unconscious. Smiling widely, the commander remembered him and concluded that she had gotten her hands on a rather interesting newcomer. Marin brushed her hair behind her back and thought that his father also had extraordinary abilities. The girl ran forward and wondered why the student never revealed or released his incredible power. In the memory, the guys were whispering behind Yuchan's back. Running through the forest, the woman assumed that he was worried that his suppressive abilities would one day become a big problem for others, and hid his true power behind a loser's mask. Jitri stood next to the guy. The leader of the sleepers understood why the student always walked with a maid. The captain smiled and concluded that the newcomer was not only very attractive, but also very cunning. The sun was shining in the sky. The commander decided that together with him and the lunatic squad, they would be able to overthrow Esteban. The emperor sat on the throne under the state emblem. Marin imagined Penelope praying and wanted to kill her first. Nanwan lowered her gaze. Pieces of red energy rose into the air in front of her. The girl approached the giant crystal. A bloody haze emanated from it. Luna approached her ally and realized why she had allowed Paimon to wake up. The warrior frowned and concluded that it was all for the sake of destroying the mana crystal. The head of the lunatics narrowed her eyes sternly and asked if that was true. The captain turned away and said that she found it very strange. The child was sitting surrounded by corpses. The commander was surprised that her ally had gone through so much suffering and pain because of the devil, but still allowed him to wake up. Luna looked away and asked what it was, revenge or fooling around. The woman looked down sadly. The dean smiled and said that she actually wanted revenge. The professor looked back and explained that even her skills were not at the same level as the newbie. The teacher raised her hand. The warrior replied that she understood everything. The heroines went their separate ways. The leader of the lunatics explained that she would like to be warned about everything next time. Nanwon waved her hand and asked her not to worry. The captain said that she needed to recover as much strength as possible, and warned that the enemies were going to bring even stronger soldiers. The girl sat down next to the protagonist and promised to take care of him. The commander frowned sternly and said that it was time for her to go. The woman leaned on her hands and looked after her. The dean thoughtfully lowered her gaze. The professor looked at Yuchan and thanked him. An ice barrier shone above their heads. At the same second, it shattered into pieces. The shards swirled in the air under the gusts of wind. The academy staff came forward and asked if everything was okay. With his arms outstretched, Bernan reported that the seal on the mana crystal in the basement of the museum suddenly disappeared and asked how this could have happened. Nanwon closed her eyes and replied that it just happened. The man opened his mouth wide and asked what had happened to make the mark suddenly disappear. Lars looked at the guy in horror and asked someone to bring him back to consciousness right away. The mages raised the fragments of the walls into the air. The brute approached the boss and asked who was able to defeat Paimon if her powers were weakened. The professor frowned sternly and assumed that it was her student. The girl smiled broadly and wanted to hear his opinion. The teacher raised his eyebrows in surprise and understood from her expression that she would never tell him anything. The teacher looked down and asked how they could report this incident to the emperor. The colleagues looked at each other in confusion. Bernan asked his comrade to say at least something. The wizard waved his hand and declared that he would not do that. The woman took a step forward and realized that the seal with the mana crystal could not have disappeared without a reason. The dean's brows furrowed and she decided that someone was behind this. The image of Prince Lee's grinning appeared in her mind. The sorceress pursed her lips in displeasure. Standing in the middle of the ruins, Nanwon realized that this incident clearly indicated that the emperor was involved. There were pieces of walls everywhere. The professor looked away in fear. She opened her eyes wide and thought that the devil's minion had decided in vain to touch her lands with his dirt. There was a bright light in the room. Someone asked if their comrade would really die. Talia raised her hand and said that they should immediately inform their father about this incident so that he could bring medicine. Jutri explained that they should first observe the young master. Eleanor crossed her arms and asked why everyone was running here like moths to a light. Leon asked her not to say that because they were very worried. The guys were standing outside the window of the room where the protagonist was lying. Yuchan opened his eyes and said that he was afraid to wake up for the first time. The guy looked at the ceiling and concluded that the recovery was very fast. The young man squinted and decided that he had no other choice, because Luna and Nanwon gave him the strength to recover. The guests gathered for a banquet. The knight realized that the academy openly supported the emperor. The swordsman imagined the mask in his hands and realized that he had joined a gang of criminals. The dean directed a beam of light at him. The protagonist assumed that she had cured him in order to extract some information from him. Yuchan frowned and decided to pretend to be asleep in order to gain as much time as possible. The guy closed his eyes. A gust of wind lifted the curtains. At night, the full moon shone in the sky. The young man squinted and realized that he immediately fell asleep. The knight got out of bed and noticed that everyone had already calmed down. He looked away when Eleanor stated that she knew her friend was awake. The swordsman closed his eyes and sighed heavily. The girl frowned in displeasure. The protagonist asked what she needed at such a late hour. The woman lowered the corners of her lips and said that she only had one question. Standing by the bed, the merchant remembered Shane, whom they saw in the palace. The merchant lowered her gaze and asked what kind of relationship they had. The student cast a stern look at her classmate. Yuchan raised his eyebrows in surprise and imagined the boy's face. The protagonist froze, looking at the girl. He frowned, asking what she wanted to say. The girl leaned over, saying that he understood everything himself. Smiling, she said that when he lies, his pupils dilate and his hands shake a little. Squinting one eye, she said that his voice also becomes calm. The protagonist, seeing how Eleanor closed her eyes, realized that she had lied. Sitting on his bed, he tried to figure out if his acting skills couldn't outplay this lady's genius skills. The boy closed his eyes and said that they had a connection with Shane. The girl, opening her eyes, asked if they were brothers. The boy frowned when Eleanor said that their eyes were very similar. Thinking, the girl said that now she understood everything. It was the brother that the family was hiding, putting him on a chain. Crossing her legs, she said that she heard that in the Rainhafer family there is a child called the hunting dog. It seems that the same situation is with Shane. The protagonist chuckled, mentally saying that no matter how vile the family was, they would not stoop to such a level. Remembering the past fight, the girl said that in fact, from the very beginning it seemed strange to her, because from the first minutes it looked like he did not intend to hurt them. Yuchan, slightly hunched over, asked what she wanted from Shane. The lady, smiling, said that she wanted to repay him. Then she bowed her head, saying that she liked Shane very much. She was thinking of luring him to their temple. The young man, narrowing his eyes, asked if it meant that she was going to forget old grievances and unite. Nodding, Eleanor said that the boy was very talented, so he would be very useful to them. Curling his lips, the protagonist asked if she thought it would be easy for her to steal such a talented warrior from his family. Standing up, Eleanor said to tell her brother to come to them in the main cathedral of Revelin in a week. Winking, she said that it was time for her to go. Jitri, following the master, said that he was very reckless. She had warned him several times already, but this time he did not get it either. The maid parted her lips and said that it seemed like the leader should also remind him separately. The boy interrupted her, telling her not to tell her family. He did not want to get into trouble. The girl looked away, saying that she had already sent them a telegram with the news. She could not do otherwise, because it was her duty as a maid to report on every action of the young master. The protagonist slammed the door, entering his room. He sighed and raised his head, complaining that he had not lay unconscious for a little longer. The boy abruptly opened his eyes, hearing someone else's voice. Yana, approaching the young man, said that he probably already heard, since she was half a demon succubus. Then in order to use dark magic, she needed help. Embarrassed, the girl said that there was only one way. Could he help her with this? Yu-chan immediately imagined the girl as a succubus. These creatures were known as demons that come to men in their dreams to steal their souls. Looking at Yana, he mentally said that there was no such thing as the sexual intercourse that people had invented, because Inner Lunatic, a creation of the academy that belonged to a good spirit, could not possibly have inserted such a scene with a succubus here. Frowning, he asked how he could help her. Yana, clasping her fingers, said that it was enough for her to hold her hand for 10 minutes. The young man, surprised, asked if that would be enough. The girl excitedly waved her hands, saying that it would be enough. Remembering how she had run after him, the guy asked why she had chased him then. The succubus tilted her head. Flicking her fingers, she said that they were from similar families of black magic, so she had a few questions. Blushing slightly, she said that the gentleman had changed a lot recently. He used to be different. Taking off his cloak, Yu-chan asked what he was like before. The girl shuddered and asked for forgiveness. The protagonist sat down on the bed, telling Yana that she needed to regain her strength first. The succubus sat down carefully next to him. The young man closed his eyes, mentally saying that this girl was too innocent and young, not at all like a succubus. Yana nervously grabbed the young man's hand. Yu-chan involuntarily imagined Yana as a succubus. Thanks to one incident, he knew a completely different side of the girl. When the student pressed his hand to her chest, the guy said that she would pump out energy for exactly 10 minutes, no more. Dark mana enveloped the girl's body. The guy squinted, watching her. A weak smile appeared on Yana's face. Standing up, the young man said that the time had come. Now it was time for him to go. Suddenly, the girl grabbed him. Holding his hand, she said that she still needed very, very much. The protagonist immediately called up the system panels, checked her status. At the moment the girl fell into a state of duplicity. Her character changed dramatically. Yu-chan fell onto the bed, mentally saying that all this was happening at the very moment when he could not regain his strength. Yana sat on him, then the protagonist told her to calm down, because later she would regret it. Slightly loosening the knot of his tie, the succubus said that it was very strange that he did not like her. Putting her hand on the boy's chest, she said that she had never met a guy who did not like her. Abruptly lowering herself, Yana said that she would help him fall asleep. He only had to tell him what kind of girls he liked. Approaching his face, the succubus said that he should at least kiss her and hug her. He would feel better in her arms. Marina abruptly burst into the room. Clenching her fist, she said that while the others were busy investigating the case, this little one was having fun with a girl. Yana shuddered, asking who she was. Marina squeezed the mana in front of her. A moment later, her attack hit the girl. She immediately began to fall. The protagonist, getting up, asked Marina what she was doing. Looking at the sleeping girl, the lady said that she had only calmed her down a little. Nothing would happen to her from such a blow. Then she smiled broadly, asking if he was glad to see her. The young man turned away abruptly, saying that he was glad to see her, although he did not want to admit it. When he began to dress, Marina asked what his condition was. The guy, adjusting his coat, said that he had lost his strength a little, as she could see, but everything else was fine. The girl looked at him, puzzled. She looked away. Slightly embarrassed, she moved her lips, saying that he had saved her. The young man, buttoning up the buttons and adjusting the edges, said that he did it primarily because it was his job. Marina stared angrily at the leaving guy. Her lips involuntarily stretched into a smile. The protagonist smiled as she shouted, saying that his problem was that he was so impudent. Did he really think she was that stupid? She was actually 2 years older than him. The events take us to the Rainhafer family estate. Luna stood in front of Theo. The man, looking at the blonde in front of him, asked if she was sure that the young Yu-chan was able to cut Paimon. He frowned. The girl also frowned, saying that it was true. The butler, who was standing to the side, began to sweat. He looked away, realizing that this could bring trouble to the family. Theo released his aura. Rudval frowned deeply. All three of them in the office froze. The man clenched his jaw, thinking. Clasping his fingers, he said that he also did not know what the boy was thinking. He frowned, mentally saying that if he were to guess, then probably about the death of his mother. On the night of the debacle, everything was on fire. The demon lifted Nox's mother up with his hand. The boy personally witnessed his mother becoming a victim. He gritted his teeth. After that, the boy seemed to go crazy. All he did was act like a fool, not caring at all about being among people. He often beat up the servants. However, now he fought the demon. The man chuckled, mentally saying that Yuchan decided to personally avenge his mother's death. Luna, frowning, said that she thought he was lying about everything. Looking at the man who released the aura, she mentally said that she did not know what kind of dirty tricks he was planning, but the power that can only be obtained through blood affiliation with the Reinhofer family is the revelation of dark magic. Theo narrowed his eyes. He knew that the dark power appeared only when this energy accumulated to the limit, then it would break out of the body, forcing the carrier to experience torment. The girl stood motionless, thinking that after he was accepted as a newcomer to the lunatic headquarters, Theo started his game. He would not leave the guy alone. The head of the Reinhofer family clasped his fingers and thought. Smiling, he said that even parents cannot fully know what is in the minds of their children. Opening her lips, the blonde asked since when he became such a caring father. She involuntarily imagined Garen members of the demon sect. Leaning over, she told Theo that his first son had already switched sides. He joined the demon sect and now fully serves on that side. The man, turning to his interlocutor, said that the threat of bloodshed was approaching their lands. Luna suddenly appeared near the head's table. She turned to the patriarch of the family, saying that she hoped that he would not forget his promise. Dissolving, she said that although he was his son, if he became an obstacle to her plans, she would have to kill him. Her pupil flashed when she said that these were the methods of the sleepwalker, her contract with him, so he needed to put aside his personal feelings. The patriarch of the family closed his eyes. He stood up from his chair. Walking to the window, he said that he knew all this. The man frowned, saying that for the sake of the fall of the Huan Empire and the destruction of the 72 demons, he would wait. The events take us to the Revelin family mansion. In her room, Eleanor told the interlocutor that she was interested in him, so she asked him to make a contract with their temple. Raising a cup to her lips, she said that the reward would not disappoint him. Putting the paper on the table, she said that he only needed to sign here. Shane, sitting opposite her, thought about it. He parted his lips, saying that he had family matters. Smiling, the girl said that Yuchan had already told her about his family matters. She seemed to glow, saying that he could not worry, because they had received permission from him too. The protagonist grimaced, not understanding when he had given his permission. Shane turned away, mentally saying that he had already been put in charge, and he had received more than enough abilities for free, and now they were telling him about working in some temple. The young man turned his gaze to the ice in front of him. Parting his lips, he addressed the girl as a lady and wanted to refuse her. Eleanor, moving her lips, said to call her simply by her name. The guy bowed his head, saying that he was more comfortable that way. The lady narrowed her eyes, saying that he had a similar trait to Mr. Yuchan. She adjusted her hair, saying that she did not want to complicate things so much. Squinting, she said that Reinhofer's son considered the family's dirty deeds his job. Looking at her reflection in her tea, she asked him what he thought would happen if Principal Nanwon heard that he was on a secret mission. Smiling, she asked what he was planning to do now that he had illegally entered Eldian Academy. Shane, who was sitting opposite, said that he did not think of her as someone who would take advantage of others' weaknesses. While sipping her tea, the lady said that she was the boss here, so she had no reason to be kind to everyone. Frowning, the protagonist asked what he needed to do. Putting her cup on the table, the girl said that she needed a signature. Placing her hand on the contract, she asked if he would sign the contract now. Night had fallen outside the Revelin estate. The youth stood in the middle of the square. In his hand was the amulet of the spirit of red fire. The guy looked at the amulet in his hand. He was able to get this fake artifact while being between life and death. Eleanor, opening the box, said that it was her gratitude for saving him. Closing her eyes, she said that it was a gift from her, as well as payment for the contract. Picking up the amulet, the young man said that the amulet was covered with several layers of the highest spells. Hiding the artifact in his pocket, the guy said that this was, of course, glorious. Now they were on the other side. It seemed that Eleanor was clearly hooked and would not let go of his bad deeds in the past. The protagonist closed his eyes and cursed mentally. Even after Shane left, there was a service and spices on the table. Eleanor was sitting on the couch. She glanced back when her subordinate said that she really liked this guy. Rick, raising his hand, said that it was the first time he saw her personally inviting a person to offer him a job. Turning around, Eleanor asked since when he was keeping track of her work. The guy waved his hands, saying that he didn't dare to treat her like that. He chuckled and said not to worry. He knew very well that she was not stupid at all. The girl frowned, mentally saying that Accountant Rick, no matter what, he was not dangerous at all. The only strange thing about what happened after Director Nanwon began to rule over him was his aura. The girl frowned even more. From the outside, the young man seemed innocent, but for some reason she had a bad feeling about him. When Rick was about to leave, Eleanor told him to be careful with his words. Smiling, she said that no matter what choice he had, he should be more careful. The young man smiled. He closed his eyes, saying that he would be more careful in the future. The boy walked along the corridor. Walking along the hall, he said that his guesses were correct. He involuntarily imagined Yuchan, saying that this guy was dangerous. Approaching the gate, he said that he needed to quickly deal with him. It would be good to get rid of this stupid emperor at the same time. The hair covered the young man's eyes. He did not know what Yuchan's goal was. Suddenly Rick grinned, saying that this time nothing would work out as he planned, because he was about to be dead. His corpse would remain behind him, lifeless. Nox in the original story died in a battle with demons. This new name Yuchan received in this world, in fact, it once belonged to someone else, and looking at his body, the boy understood this. Now this name and this identity were given to him. He involuntarily approached the mirrors. The youth's pupils sparkled. He eventually got used to the role of an aristocrat. The gears rotated when Yuchan activated the genius time. In the complete darkness, full of gears, a timer of 5 minutes appeared. Using this skill earlier, he attacked the soldiers. The gears stopped. The youth stopped with his sword raised. A moment later, blood spurted. A lot happened in Yuchan's life. He even fought a red-skinned demon. He had to confront a crowd of monsters. He even saw an angel, albeit a silhouette. She appeared before him, a goddess, or an angel. She gave light to believers, as if carefully holding them in her hands. Tears rolled from the boy's eyes. He began to remember the many people who promised to stay by his side. However, the more reliable acquaintances appeared, the more the boy suffered from loneliness. The boy barely opened his eye through the veil of darkness. He found himself in his chair. The boy turned around. Now he was in his room before reincarnation. Looking at the computer, he froze. Standing up, Yuchan tried to understand what this feeling was. He grabbed his head. His eyes twitched. If you think about it for a while, it was all very strange. Something like this happened to a loser who only played video games, sitting alone in a room filled with trash. The boy froze with wide eyes, not knowing who he was. Yuchan grabbed his head. Looking at the computer on the table, he did not understand what connection there was between him and Nox, why he was reincarnated in his body. The boy suddenly fell to the floor. Only he knew that nothing really belonged to him. This made Yuchan grit his teeth. Beads of sweat began to roll down his face. Imagining Nox in himself, he said that because he could not get out of his shadow, he was still torn apart by this pain. His soul seemed to freeze, being in horror. He grabbed the sheet. The bottle of pills fell. His hand dropped, the uncertainty breaking him. Now, in Nox's body, he would accept it. Looking in the mirror, he realized that he, Yuchan, was still an outcast in this world. Thanks to the connections he had made, he already had friends around him, and he had become a person who was completely different from the Nox he knew. Opening his lips, Theo said that he wanted to ask him something. Frowning, he asked why he had risked his life and killed Paimon himself. Was it all because of his mother? The boy frowned. On the night of the debacle, he had been forced to watch her die. The father, looking at his son, said that after that moment, he began to lose his way. The boy did not move, trying to figure out what Nox would say if he were in his place. Frowning even more, the man said that he was only pretending not to remember, but it was all a lie. The boy jerked his legs sharply. He attacked, asking his father if he had told him that he was hiding his power. The man, turning his gaze to him, said that it was exactly like that. The protagonist stood up, gritting his teeth. He swung his sword, using Ebony Sunset. The name Nox was originally his, and although he was treated as a villain, ridiculed, and destined to die in the end, the boy couldn't help but remember how the maids whispered, mocking him. The butler smirked, assuming that he bribed the professors and blackmailed everyone. Then he passed by without saying anything. Theo reflected the sickle of energy. He smiled, saying that he would show how to use this technique. He swung his sword, using Ebony Sunset. A wave of darkness struck Yuchan. The youth knelt down. He knew that even though he only had a short time, he must continue this story. The protagonist smirked, activating the genius skill. Standing up, he took a stance, mentally saying that this was why he understood how desperate he was, and if there was one thing he had to overcome, it was the death that was constantly approaching him. He lay on the bed almost the entire time. The guy frowned, realizing everything. The system was asking him to immediately restore his lifespan, otherwise his corpse and the corpse of his maid would lie on the floor. The girl, pointing to the map, said that they were currently in the northeastern region of Chatters. Did he plan to continue moving in this direction? The guy, approaching, said that they would be heading northeast. Christopher, rubbing his chin, said that it was quite dangerous, because the kingdom of Tagilin, which was Rayhafer's enemy, was an even greater threat than the monsters. This kingdom, like its capital, was located in the middle of the desert. Turning around, the protagonist said that this was exactly why they were heading there. The girls' mouths dropped open, clearly amazed. Alina and May turned around when Yuchan said that he was planning to visit their neighbors, so they should send them a message. Jitri froze, looking at the master's back. He smiled and said that they should inform him that the son of the House of Rainhafer would be visiting. The protagonist crossed his arms as the system informed him that he had 27 days left to live. He bowed his head, asking how things had turned out like this. After his life was absorbed by the storm petrel to kill Paimon, part of his life had dissolved, scattering into the sky. When he had very little time left, Yana, who had then revealed her succubus personality, came to him and knocked him down. Afterwards, he dealt with Eleanor, who had decided to recruit his clone into her guild. If he did not restore his lifespan, things would be sad, and he frowned as he realized this while in the clone's body. The youth closed his eyes, not understanding why something like this kept happening. Summoning the pendant, he looked at the artifact's characteristics. This artifact always tracked his location, and the condition for using it was Eleanor's favor or her love. The youth stared at the accessory in his hand. He hid it in his inner pocket, silently saying that it could be called a relief that the tracking effect would only activate after equipping the artifact. When his mana reached 15 or more, he would be able to summon a high-class spirit to help him. When his mana was over 20 and his stamina was over 15, he would be able to make a contract with the King of Spirits, Salamander, the Fire Lizard. Walking over to the suitcases, the boy said that the problem was only in the binding to the owner. His clone would not be able to wear it. Putting on his suit, he said that once he equipped it, it would be revealed that Yuchan and Shane were the same person. Eleanor had a genius for acting that surpassed his acting skills. Adjusting his suit, the boy said that she could not be fooled by any implausible lies. Taking the suitcase in his hand, he said that the academy would need at least 2 weeks to sort out the situation that had happened. As he approached the door, he said that he should go back and start making plans first. As he walked down the stairs, Yuchan thought about how long it had been since he had been home. As he got into the carriage, he said that he hadn't seen Ron, May, and Ellen for a long time. The boy frowned, worried about the many questions Theo would ask about this incident, but what worried him most was his lifespan. The young man smiled nervously, realizing that something had to be done about it. Yana was lying on her bed. She closed her eyes, feeling the cold. When she was a child, her mother had told her that she couldn't believe that she still couldn't pull magic out of a person's body. How could he still think he had the blood of the Seder house? Opening her mouth, the woman said that it would be better if she had a sister who had inherited the blood of a demon. The girl bowed her head, feeling sad and sorrowful. Yana suddenly jumped up from her seat. She grabbed her head. Sweating, she couldn't help but wonder what she had done to Yuchan. She remembered how she had pressed herself against him, telling him to kiss her and hug her. The girl began to roll around on the bed, remembering nothing but the kiss. Looking at the window, she screamed. Yana's whole body was shaking, falling off the bed. She began to slowly get up. Walking to the mirror, she saw her second personality. The succubus was smiling. The girl's eyes widened in shock. The succubus, releasing her aura, asked if she had finally realized everything. The carriage entered the Rayhafer family estate. The butler, meeting the young master, asked if he had been living well. The guy, adjusting his suit, replied by saying that he had lived well, and now he would like to meet the head. Raising his hand, the man said that the patriarch was now in his chambers, he would accompany him. So the guy and the maid followed the butler. The maids standing to the side were whispering. One of them said that many were saying that the young master had become number 1 in the academy. The servants chuckled, saying that the boy probably bribed the teachers or something. The protagonist, ignoring the whispers, walked forward. Standing in front of the patriarch's office, the butler told Yuchan to enter. The door opened. The protagonist immediately felt Theo's aura floating in the office. The youth frowned, mentally saying that Theo was truly a monster, so strong that he couldn't even believe that he dared to contradict him in the past. Opening his lips, the man said his son's name. Sitting at the table, he told his son that he had grown quite a lot. Frowning, Theo said that he was able to maintain his composure even after sensing his presence. Apparently the reports about him were not lying. The boy opened his mouth and said that even if he panicked, he would have confirmed the truth of the reports. Besides, he had already told him that he did not plan to do anything that would harm the family. Theo slightly bowed his head, saying that he heard that he had become the princess's fiancé and was able to defeat Paimon. Yuchan shuddered. His acting skill began to waver. The man sitting at the table told his son that he was hiding a lot from him. The boy looked down and said that he had only made the final attack, he was just lucky. Theo suddenly released his aura and pressure, asking Yuchan if he was trying to deceive him. Standing up, he said that even the vassals of their family said that he deserved to be punished. The boy looked away and said that if he wanted him to answer for his actions, then he would humbly submit. The man moved his lips and asked if he knew. The young man opened his mouth and asked what exactly. Leaning his hands on the table, the patriarch said that he knew how to stop and justify all these deceptions and betrayals. Leaving the table, he said that for everything you need to become strong, so strong that no one would even dare to look you in the eye. Approaching his son, he asked if he hadn't said that he wasn't interested in becoming the head of the family. The guy immediately confirmed it. The man smiled. The protagonist's eyes widened. He didn't believe that this man could smile. Taking his cloak from the butler, Theo said that he would show him something. Smiling and adjusting his clothes, he said that he would show him what was behind the position he was refusing. Then he followed, telling him to follow him. Soon, father and son found themselves in the arena opposite each other. Frowning, Theo told him to pull out his sword. The guy looked away. He reached his hand for the sword. When he drew his sword from its sheath, Theo told him to block his attack. The boy, opening his mouth, said that he did not have the skills to do so. Theo did not wait and attacked. Frowning, he said that he would hold back. The boy barely held back the onslaught of his father's sword. Suddenly, his father threw it away with one swing. Dark mana rushed towards Yuchan. His knees buckled. Theo, straightening up, said that this was the second technique of the family sword, the crescendo of the dark blade. Smiling, he asked his son if he was interested. The boy wiped his sweat. He smiled. Releasing his aura from his body, he said that now it was his turn. The two heroes fought each other. The young man became angry. The protagonist swung his weapon at his opponent. The father frowned in response. The fighter prepared to strike. The boy used his magic power. The old man's eyes widened. The swordsman extended his weapon forward. While the warrior leaned on the hilt of his sword, the opponent asked if this was his limit. The father looked away when he heard his name being called. Putting his hand to his chest, the butler said that he thought he had gone too far. Bowing his head, the man continued, saying that he was sure that even young Master Garen would have difficulty handling techniques of this level. Theo looked away, answering that he understood. Slightly smirking, the gentleman thought that he had unknowingly put too much power into his sword. He was surprised. Taking a few steps, the fair-haired man said that they could finish for today. Clutching the weapon in his hands, the boy asked where he was going. Yuchan rose from the floor. The warrior stood in the middle of the room. Without moving, the student said that he had not learned anything yet. The father looked away. In the eyes of the father, the silhouette of his son appeared, who ordered to attack him. In an instant, the young man rushed into battle. The heroes began to fight again. Yuchan rose up. Theo swung his sword again. Opening his mouth, the mentor said that it was amazing that he was asking for more instructions. Concentrating, the student replied that he would consider this as permission to learn. The fighter used his magical power. In an instant, the protagonist flew to the side. Stopping, the teacher asked him to ask him something. Standing still, the gentleman asked him why he had risked his life and killed Paimon himself. The son stopped, hearing the question about his mother. The memory of a dead woman, with words in the background about how on the night of the defeat he had to watch her die. The old man showed no emotion. The protagonist pursed his lips, hearing the phrase about how he began to lose his way after that moment. Angered, Theo said that he was only pretending not to remember, but it was a lie. The boy rushed from his place. Having approached close enough, Yuchan asked if he had said that he was hiding his strength. Browsing to the bridge of his nose, the father answered that it was true. In an instant, the son swung his sword. The magician used the spell Ebony Sunset. The blond man began to defend himself. The man smiled slightly. Having struck, the gentleman said that this is how Ebony Sunset is used. The boy was suddenly surprised. A second later, a huge stream of magical power threw the hero aside. The younger one was kneeling not far from his father. Yuchan leaned his hands on the sword. The next action of the fighter was a grin, after which a system notification appeared that the player's characteristic called Genius had been activated. The student accepted combat readiness, along with which system notifications appeared that the hero had learned the second technique of the Merciless Blade of Darkness, and the understanding of the Merciless Blade of Darkness had increased significantly thanks to sparring with a strong opponent. The protagonist rushed into another attack. The young man used a new magical power. Theo defended himself with his weapon. Looking at the clashing weapons, the father thought that it was very surprising that he understood the second technique just by looking at it. The master went on the attack. Two swords flew to the side. The man did not move. The son bent slightly. Holding his sword, the fair-haired man began his speech. Looking at the sword lying to the side, the opponent said that he wanted him to use this sword to pierce his heart one day. Opening his mouth, the mentor ordered his son to kill him with his own hands for failing to protect his mother. Yuchan frowned. In the same position, the father added that he should take the position of the head of the family, and he is able to manage this house. The ceiling of a certain room appeared, along with a system notification that it was possible to start a new game. The protagonist woke up, wondering about the place where he was. Looking around, the young man wondered if this was really his room before reincarnation. The guy decided to get up from the chair. Scratching his head, the player wondered what this feeling was. The fighter grimaced slightly. Raising an eyebrow, the student thought that if you think about it for a while, this is all very strange. Remembering the moment when he was sitting in the office, the student thought about being abandoned by his own family, and having lost his memory with fatal diseases. The protagonist stared at the computer monitor. Clutching his head, the warrior wondered what the chances were that all this would happen to one person. White monitor screens were visible. Having fallen to the floor, Yuchan realized that he did not remember his name before reincarnation. Angered, the boy wondered what his name was. Rolling his eyes a little, the young man remembered his name in the game. A bright light appeared from the window. The blonde was lying on the bed. The fighter was silently staring somewhere in front of him. The guy's eyes were wide open. The young man, lying on the bed, could not understand what had happened. Having gotten up, the hero said that he was sure that he had dreamed of something very important. His gaze immediately turned to the side. The assistants were standing there. There was a smile on the alchemist's face. The maid was also smiling. Ron's face was serious. The protagonist, closing his eyes, asked them to speak in turn. Jitri, with her mouth open, noted that not a day could pass without him getting into some kind of trouble, and at this rate any maid next to him would die of a heart attack. Turning away, the knight said that it happened that way. One of them, standing next to him, explained that he should not constantly get involved in all sorts of dangers. She took his hand. The girl, smiling, asked if he really didn't understand how much they were worried about him, while her friend asked if she had gotten drunk again. The guy, pulling his hand away, replied that he understood everything and asked not to take his hand anymore, while the potion maker began to ask her to hold it a little longer. The maid, frowning, noted that the young master was apparently uncomfortable because of this. The girl's mouth opened wide. The young man continued to look at them. Looking at Ron, the boy realized that something strange had happened. Continuing to look at her, the hero realized that normally she would have already pounced on him and started to pester him, and remembered that he had something important to announce besides all this. The knight, bowing his head, noted that since they were all here, they should hear something important. Their mouths dropped open in surprise after hearing the words that from tomorrow on, they would all be accompanying him on his way to one of the regions of Chatus. Remembering how he had returned, the guy knew that this was part of the plan that had been hatched since he returned to his family. His gaze was directed somewhere ahead. Imagining various monsters, the protagonist understood that destroying the strong beasts of this region would increase his lifespan, because it was time for him to do this, since his health had not recovered since the battle with Paimon. The guy looked down, receiving a message that the character had 27 days left to live. Raising his hand, the young man explained that since they had heard everything, they could go free for now, as he wanted to rest a little more. The maid bowed and replied that everything was clear to her, and in that case, preparations would begin. Sunlight was pouring through the window. The hero was looking in its direction. Turning his head in the other direction, the knight inquired about who had come to him. The girl, standing at the door, explained that she needed to tell him something. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, asked her to come in. The maid went inside. The boy was looking in her direction. Tears were streaming from her eyes. The maid sat down next to the bed. Sitting in front of him, she began to say something. Her mouth opened. Remembering the night of the devastation, Rona began to talk about the death of his mother. The boy's eyes were fixed straight on her. The girl, looking up, asked if he remembered everything about that night. The ruined estate appeared. Someone was walking through one of the rooms. The monster, looking ahead, said that he smelled blood. The blow hit the door after his question about whether they really thought that they could hide from him by simply hiding. There was a woman with a child standing there. Her eyes were hidden by her hair. Suddenly, a bright light began to emanate from her hand. Spreading her arms, she asked if he only needed her life and immediately asked him not to waste time. The demon looked down. The monster, swinging his arm, screamed that her insignificant light would not help her in any way. His hand reached straight for the woman. Raising it, the demon asked if she really thought that she could drive anyone away like that. Bowing his head, the monster noted that they needed more than just her. A shudder immediately ran through her body. The girl opened her eyes wide when the magician called out to her. The mother, looking at her, asked her to take care of the hero, because he was born with special powers. The boy looked out from behind the girl. The woman, with her mouth open, explained that this is why he would need her help. Looking forward, the mage also added that her son's memories would be erased. A golden cross appeared near her hand after she said that even if he became different from the one she knew after losing his memory, she should protect him. The girl looked up. The mother, smiling, said that this was all so that her son could return. The place was filled with bright golden light. Sunlight was still pouring through the window of the room. The girl, sitting in front of the bed, explained that he already knew what happened after that. Imagining how she spoke to the other maids, Rona said that she spread all sorts of rumors. She remembered how he left his brothers and said that it was so that the young man could distance himself from the family's claims to power or the struggle for inheritance as far as possible. She also remembered watching him being held and explained that it was terribly painful for her to do so, but she had to protect him. The girl was standing in a certain room. The maid was crying and saying that it was still the last promise she had given to his mother. A candlestick appeared and she was heard saying that everything was okay now. She opened her mouth and said that since the master had regained his memory, someone like her, who had lied and hidden the truth, had no right to stay near him. Her mouth opened wide after his question about whether he had really said anything about it. The assistant, raising her hands, explained that she could no longer be near him, while the hero said that all of that was in the past. The protagonist, opening his mouth, asked if she knew why he didn't hate her. Looking at her, the young man explained that every night when his body was chained to the bed, she sat next to him and worried. The girl looked at the other two maids. She raised her hand and said something to them, and then the hero said that although she slandered him, she always tried to protect him, mentioning that the master was not a bad person at all. The young man, looking away, explained that he now understood her actions, since he knew that he was not the person she always served and followed. Turning his head, the hero asked her to relax and thought about how he knew firsthand how meaningless rumors often burden the soul the most. Tears began to flow down her cheeks again. The guy looked ahead, thinking about something. The knight, lowering his head, wanted to know how much his father loved his wife and how much his character loved his mother. Looking at Ran, the young man also wanted to know what feelings she had for him. The girl, bowing her head, cried. The hero looked at his reflection. The protagonist, lowering his gaze, tried to understand why his character had become a villain. The boy opened his mouth and started to say something. His father placed his sword on his shoulder as he introduced himself to someone as a member of the respected Reincarnates house. An army of knights appeared and his words were heard that they had received permission from the head of the family to hire soldiers and form an anti-demon squad. The fighter, with his hands on the hilt of his blade, explained that those who wanted to follow him should come to the octagonal training hall in a week at noon to pass the test. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, said that if the participant defeated him or was recognized as a guest, they would be rewarded with silver in the amount of a month's salary. The people looked at the document on the wall. The mouths of several of them were open in surprise. The ceiling of this room appeared. One of them, with his mouth open, asked what all this meant, and his comrade noted that apparently their troublesome young lord was bored again. The man, smiling, noted that it was unlikely that anyone would sign up for this, because it was just nonsense, while the second said that if they paid well, then it was worth a try. The man, spreading his arms, asked if anyone in this place could really beat the young gentleman. Smiling, the man said that even his 4-year-old daughter could handle it. Someone, opening his mouth, noted that everyone in this place was somehow having too much fun. They all turned to look at this man. The guest, standing in front of the others, asked if they should place bets. There was a bag of gold coins on the table. The stranger, raising his hand, explained that he was betting that almost no one could handle this man's test. One of the people, opening his mouth, noted that just by looking at this man, one could tell that he was a spoiled child from a rich family. Smiling, the man also asked if he hadn't heard the rumors about the youngest son of the Reincarnates family. A smirk appeared on the guest's face as well. One of the guests, with his mouth open, asked what funny thing he had heard, and the other explained that they were telling him this because they were worried about him. The man began to smile even wider. The stranger threw his head back and began to laugh loudly. The guest, taking hold of his hood, asked who would be worried about whom else. The people's mouths suddenly opened wide in surprise. It was Garen, and one of the people noted that he had heard that he had gone to train in Chatters. The fighter, standing in front of him, offered to keep everything that had happened a secret and added that his offer had not been cancelled. More coins immediately poured out of the bag. The guests, with their mouths wide open, listened to his words about his bet being 50 gold coins. Grain explained with a smile that the bet would be on his brother. Many people had gathered in the training hall. The hero's hand was on the hilt of his sword. One of the people looked down and asked if this was the same person who was the weakling from Reincarnates, while another noted that the fighter was the best in the academy's class. The challenger asked with a smile if all those rumors could be lies, while the other agreed with him. The protagonist stood before them in silence. The youth, looking down, could not understand why things had suddenly taken such a big turn. Remembering how he stood in front of the townspeople, the boy knew that he had left an advertisement for soldiers to serve in killing monsters in Chatters. Standing in front of them, the hero realized that he had not expected so many people to come here. They all looked at him when he suggested that his reputation had suddenly increased. His gaze was fixed on his brother, and the boy realized that this idiot was the instigator. Looking away, the young man thought about what he was doing without even being asked. The hero, with his mouth open, asked if there would be anyone else, and the assistant replied that everyone was here, namely 1,192 men and 126 women who had applied. Looking down, the knight realized that it wasn't that bad, because with such a number, someone capable should definitely show up. Someone raised their hand. The man, with his mouth open, asked how they would be evaluated and asked him to finally tell them. The hero immediately smiled. Looking at the man, the boy thought about his perseverance and physical fitness. He also noticed the aura emanating from him and realized that he couldn't even believe that someone like him had decided to enlist in these ranks. Remembering his brother, the warrior assumed that this man was one of his minions. Smiling, the fighter realized that his older brother was wary, but it was in vain, because a man with such strength could not compare to him. The young man, raising a finger, said that it was time to tell them about the conditions. The windows of this training ground appeared. The guy, holding a blade, explained that the rules were simple and said that they could use any methods, trying to attack him and kill him. The enemy frowned, listening to his words that even if they took his life, they would not be blamed for it. Looking ahead, the warrior thought that something was wrong, because this man must be a black sheep of the Reincarnates house. Remembering how he was hired, the man realized that back then he thought that this would be an easy job. Sweat came out on his face from not understanding why the organizer of this event had such a confident demeanor. The assistant, spreading his arms, asked the fighters to take positions. The mercenary looked somewhere down. There was a barely visible smile on the guy's face. The referee, opening his mouth wide, shouted that they could begin. The man immediately swung his blade to strike. His eyes showed the reflection of the enemy. Gritting his teeth, the fighter understood that he would not even have time to react and could not believe that such a worthless person wanted to form a squad. Approaching, the mercenary decided to show him what real strength looks like. The guy's gaze was directed forward. Immediately after, the hero raised one leg. Thanks to this, he was able to turn. The blow landed right in front of his face. The man looked at his opponent. His mouth suddenly opened wide in surprise. The protagonist, grinning, noted that his movements were too sweeping. Swinging his sword to attack, the knight asked if this was really his way of fighting. The opponent's blade appeared. The weapon flew far back. The man immediately turned around. The young man's blades were already at his neck. The mercenary, gritting his teeth, listened to the enemy's words that he would be given another chance. The hero, opening his mouth, ordered him to attack with all his might. The knight, holding his sword in front of him, added that otherwise he would lose his hand. The man immediately fell to the floor. The young man, looking down, asked if he had not heard him and ordered him to raise his sword. A tremor ran through the warrior's body. The protagonist raised his fist to strike when the enemy apologized for his rudeness. The attack landed right on his face. The opponent's body flew back. The rest of the people widened their eyes in surprise. The guy, opening his mouth, explained that he did not need cowards who lacked courage. The fighter, looking forward, asked who would be next to dare to challenge him. The people silently looked at him. Among them was his brother. Grain, grinning, realized that no one could have thought that the younger one could grow so much. Looking at him, the brother understood that even he had nothing more to teach this man. Remembering his bets, the boy also thought that that bet would most likely bring him a considerable profit. A smile appeared on his face. Looking to the side, Grain knew that his brother was his salvation in the family. The young man walked forward. The elder, looking at him, understood that now that he had begun to reveal his true strength, the further path would go very smoothly. The hero looked somewhere ahead. The brother, smiling even wider, realized that his reputation would grow proportionally to the reputation of the protagonist. The young man stood in front of the candidates, when one of them apologized for his arrogance, and said that he would go continue to do farming. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, ordered them to remain in their places. The knight, bowing his head, asked who allowed them to leave, because the application for the position of his soldiers had already been submitted. Grinning, the fighter explained that if they surrendered, their lives would turn into a living hell. Their mouths dropped open in fear. The fighters' bodies flew to the walls. The guy ran after another warrior. This man also began to fall to the ground. Looking at another one, the hero said that he had passed, and the man asked if it was really not a disgrace on his part. The young man, standing in the middle of the arena, explained that it was all up to him to decide. Grinning, the protagonist asked him not to rejoice in advance. The guy, turning around, added that from now on he would balance on the edge of life and death. The man, looking ahead, noted that it seemed to him that he had made a terrible mistake by coming here. A certain pine forest appeared. They were all going somewhere. The alchemist, smiling, said that she wanted to ask the young gentleman something. The knight, opening his mouth, asked May to help her sober up before asking questions. Her friend, holding the potion to her mouth, asked her to open her mouth, and she said that she did not want to drink it. Her body was covered in a green glow. Looking away, the potion maker asked why the young gentleman needed to return to Chattis, since he had supposedly bought her. The young man, closing his eyes, explained that it was because he had a plan for developing that territory. The sorceress, opening her mouth wide, reminded her that the soil in that place was barren and unsuitable for farming, and added that there were also monsters wandering around there. The guy, without turning around, asked her not to worry, since he already had a plan. The girl, closing her eyes, said that she really liked stubborn people, and the young gentleman was so majestic and attractive to her. The friend, shutting her mouth, said that she had already talked enough for today. The hero rode forward on a horse, thinking about his companions. Remembering Rona, the young man understood that even she, the family maid, went with them. Looking back, the protagonist assumed that perhaps the maid felt guilty because of what happened to her mother. She, suddenly opening her mouth, called out to the horse. Introducing her, the assistant asked about when she would finally get to ride on his wonderful back, and the leader thought that his worries were groundless. Looking back, the guy remembered that hiring soldiers for the murder went quite well, when suddenly the man next to him said that he did not quite understand his intentions regarding Chatters and added that after the publication of the professor's latest work, much became clear to him. The knight, smiling, noted that the young gentleman definitely deserved the place of the head, since he already had an extremely sharp gaze. The hero turned his head and asked him to put this discussion off until later. The carriages were parked in front of the estate. The father was standing in front of them. The young man, standing next to this man, thought that perhaps Theo was worried about him, and that was why he assigned a bodyguard. Looking at him, the protagonist realized that this man was a knight, whose height exceeded 2 meters, who also had strong skills. Looking back, the hero realized that his talkativeness was sometimes annoying. The girl, with her mouth slightly open, said something. A fortress appeared ahead. May, smiling, noted that a lot had changed since then and that it looked completely different from before. Her friend, with her mouth wide open, exclaimed that all those people here had tried hard. The knight, raising his hand to his face, said that progress was moving slower than expected and suggested that apparently nothing could be done about it, since development here had only just begun. Looking at the leader, Christopher noted that these lands were notorious for their crime and it would be difficult to attract people here. The leader agreed with him and explained that this was why only soldiers came here. Smiling widely, the knight exclaimed that there was a special reason for hiring them back then. The boy, with his mouth slightly open, answered affirmatively and added that they had to do something before reviving this place. Looking forward, the young man began to talk about monsters. After introducing them, the hero explained that they first needed to reduce their number. Looking to the side, the leader thought that the reason was indeed beautiful, but in fact, this was not what he needed. Frowning, the protagonist realized that he first needed to take care of himself, as he received a notification that the character had 27 days left to live, and he should immediately restore his lifespan. Someone was already meeting them in front of the gate. Grain, putting his hand in his pocket, said that, of course, he planned to give everything to Yuchan. Extending his hand, the hero added that this award was received thanks to their one and only young talent. Smiling, the brother said that his decision was the only correct one. The young man pursed his lips and thought about the fact that he was giving him money for his efforts. Looking at his interlocutor, the younger one thought that he had not expected such generosity. This act was too flattering. Closing his eyes, the fighter thought that he had planned to use him anyway and asked how the development of Chatters was going. Making a serious expression on his face, the opponent replied that there were still not very many visitors. While the cart with horses was driving along the road, the man continued to talk about how, after Professor Rass's announcement, some young people were thinking about moving here. Looking at the soil, the guy added that because of the local soil, crops grow rather poorly, local animals are dangerous, and there are no normal roads here. Frowning, the fair-haired man also said that therefore it was difficult to quickly move here, thinking only about the possibility of development. Opening his mouth, the warrior replied that there was no need to worry about it. Looking at the squad, Yuchan added that it was not for nothing that an anti-demon squad was sent here. Smiling instantly, the interlocutor replied that since his younger brother said so, he should trust him. Without moving from his place, Grain asked when they planned to start acting. The journey was quite long, so it was time to rest. Looking at his brother, the protagonist replied that they were going to start acting now. The knights, standing in the same place, wondered if it was really right now. Grinning, the young man said that they were moving out immediately. Part of the room appeared. Crossing his arms over his chest, Theo said that such a trained knight wanted to follow his son. The knight pressed his hand to his chest. Leaning on his arm, the father said that he was already treated well in their family, so he did not need to go anywhere. Looking back, Christopher replied that it was all because he saw the light. The blonde remembered the skills of the young master. The warrior's eyes widened and he saw it as an opportunity to hone his own skills. Grasping the hilt of the sword, the boy added that he wanted to help the young gentleman develop his swordsmanship. Holding the weapon forward, the other man continued that he was doing this not for someone else, but for himself. The man frowned even more. Opening his mouth, the old man began his speech. Recalling the snowy terrain, the father asked if he meant learning the snow paths, the northern sword technique. Browsing, the opponent answered positively. Without expressing any emotion, the gentleman said that his candidacy was approved. Holding his hand forward, Christopher thought about how he had set out on this journey in order to make the young gentleman a better knight, and wondered what he was seeing now. Standing next to the girl, the hero asked if she knew about this, to which he received the answer that the protagonist had recently begun to show interest in magic. While Yuchan was using his magic, the woman added that she never expected him to succeed so much. Magic symbols appeared above the building. Evil animals were visible. A stream of magical power hit the ground. There was a flock of animals nearby. One of the animals, looking at the sky, screamed. The blonde, surprised, asked how such progress was possible in just a few months. Alina was thinking about the young master. Yuchan got angry. After killing the monsters, system notifications appeared that he had killed a gnoll, due to which the lifespan was increased by 2 hours. Putting his hand to the side, the fighter wondered why only 2 hours, because gnolls are considered strong mid-level monsters. The young man looked to the side. While the animals died one by one, the mage thought that the stronger the opponent of the owner of the artifact, the more lifespan you can get for killing. Looking at the ground, the player realized that he had become too strong. The blonde waved his hand. A huge magical barrier appeared. A powerful stream of magical power hit the ground, after which a system notification appeared that the character had 14 days left to live. Pursing his lips, the protagonist thought that he had killed a lot, but only received 4 days, so he needed to come up with something. The man looked at the knights. The two boys were very surprised. The sorceress took a couple of steps forward. Throwing herself into his arms, Alina said that the young master was incredible. Blushing, Christopher said that he thought that Yuchan was so talented only in the art of the sword. Who would have thought that his magic skills were excellent, and this was truly amazing. Clenching his fist, the knight added that he was beginning to doubt where the limit of his powers was. The youngest son looked emotionlessly somewhere to the side. Putting his hands on his hips, the young man realized that the others did not yet know that he was good at magic. Standing in the middle of the boys, the guy said that he learned all this from Professor Rass. Remembering the mentor, the fighter said that he was incredibly well versed in theory. The girls looked back in surprise. Frowning, the player said that if they were not satisfied with something, they could not take his word for it. Closing her eyes, the heroine said that they would discuss this issue later. Pointing her finger at the map, the woman said that they were currently in the northeastern region. Opening her mouth, the green-haired girl asked if they were going to continue moving in this direction, to which she received the answer that they were heading northeast. Putting a fist to his chin, Christopher said that it was dangerous. The hero remembered the strong magical powers of the master. Scratching his head, the knight added that he did not think they would be a problem. A majestic kingdom appeared, with words in the background that Tagelin, who is an enemy of the Rienhofer house, poses an even greater threat than monsters. The magician, without expressing any emotions, replied that this is why they are moving there. The girls were very surprised. 2 more mages watched in silence, when suddenly they heard a phrase about Yuchan planning to visit the neighbors. Turning away, the protagonist asked to send a message to the neighbors. Adjusting his sleeve, the fair-haired man ordered to inform that Theo's son would be arriving for a visit, so let them get ready. The palace of this kingdom appeared. One of the rooms appeared. The man went up to the bed. The prince looked at his reflection in the mirror. There was a long scar on his body. Someone appeared behind him. The old man, raising his hand, noted that there were rumors that the youngest son of the Reinhafner family would soon arrive here. The assistant, opening his mouth, said that this man was extremely impudent if he really thought that his father's influence would reach Tahalin. The guy, opening his mouth, began to ask his interlocutor a certain question. Memories of the head of the Reinhafner family standing over him immediately appeared in his head. He also remembered the many corpses and said that Theo had killed his father and all his brothers that day. Remembering how scared he had been, the prince explained that he remembered everyone who had been there to protect him. The old man looked ahead. The young man, without turning around, began to say something about his brand. The ruler, raising his blade, explained that he knew the truth, that he had simply wanted to relieve him of some of his royal duties, when he had to writhe in pain from the loss of his entire family. The assistant was still standing behind the screen. The prince, opening his mouth, asked the name of their guest and said that he would kill him. Raising his dagger, the young man explained that then the head of Reinhafner would understand how deep his pain was. Opening his mouth, Kushin said that he also needed to understand how he had managed to survive in this hell. The old man, bowing his head, replied that he understood everything and added that he would go get ready. The interlocutor suddenly smiled. His eyes immediately turned black after the words that since he had made such a difficult decision, he should rest. The territory of this city appeared. The guards were standing at the entrance. Suddenly, the eyes of one of them opened wider. The guard, gritting his teeth, shouted a question about who had come there in order to identify himself. In front of them was a large group of people. One of them opened his mouth. The hero, removing the hood from his head, asked whether he had to introduce himself. The man, opening his mouth wide, apologized for their rudeness. The guy, slightly bowing his head, said that he was angry about being in the heat for a long time and was so angry that he wanted to kill someone. The guards opened their mouths wide and one of them ordered his comrade to urgently take this man inside. The protagonist walked through the city. His gaze was directed forward, when suddenly notifications appeared that his character had 9 days left to live and a message that he needed to kill a demon and restore his lifespan. The young man, looking down, realized that while he was walking through the desert, his time had completely deflated and he realized that this was why he had come to this city. Imagining some ruined buildings, the hero remembered that he needed to get an artifact from the ancient ruins in the north of Tahalin. He also imagined the image of a demon and realized that he would also need to kill him. Smiling a little, the guy knew that then he would not only be able to extend his life, but also become stronger in a much shorter period of time. Suddenly, the knight covered his mouth with his hand after receiving notifications that he had received a negative countdown property due to his lifespan being less than 10 days. And because of this, his physical characteristics were reduced by 20%, and the chance of chronic diseases activating increased significantly. The player frowned. The assistant, with her mouth wide open, called out to him. Tears appeared in her eyes. The young man, wiping his mouth, whispered a request for her to keep the secret, since he had to come here to restore his body and realized that he would now have to deal with these damn weakenings. The girl, standing next to him, answered affirmatively. They were standing in front of a large arch. The knight, covering his mouth with his hand, noted that he should be careful in this place. Smiling, the fighter also added that he would guard him well and he had nothing to worry about. They began to walk forward. The prince was sitting on the sofa. His sister was sitting next to him. The ruler raised his hand and said that he had received their letter. The blade was already in the boy's hand. Suddenly, the hero struck the table in front of him. There were shards on the floor. The Kushin's eyes widened when the guest asked if some prince, not even a king, from a vassal state could say hello while sitting. The boy, looking down, asked if he really wanted his state to be wiped off the map. The protagonist, looking at this man, ordered him to kneel right there. The hero, with his mouth open, explained that otherwise he would wipe him off the face of the earth personally. His family's estate appeared. His father was sitting at the table. The butler, with his mouth slightly open, asked why he had not stopped the young master when he decided to go to Tokulin. The leader, holding a piece of paper in his hand, asked again. The old man turned around and explained that if he went to that place, he could be in mortal danger. Theo, with his mouth slightly open, explained that he thought his son could handle it. The man, propping his head up with his hand, noted that the assistant's insight was truly unrivaled. The butler looked in his direction, listening to the words about how he could easily read minds. Imagining his son in his place, the leader said that he had decided that he would become the heir and take that place. Theo, looking away, noted that this was precisely why excessive attention to him was truly dangerous, because until he reached the proper level, he would not be able to simply protect himself. Rudval, with his mouth slightly open, asked if this was the reason for assigning a guard from the Black Knightly Order to his son. The man rose from his chair while the assistant was talking about how he always liked to play it safe. Walking away from the table, the leader explained that a knight of the Black Order with outstanding skills would join the fight if something happened to his son. The father looked out the window. Memories of their battle appeared in his head. He also remembered the blade on the floor. He remembered his face and the words that the son would one day have to pierce his father's heart with this sword for failing to save his mother. He remembered the look of the young man. The leader, opening his mouth, said that then he would take the place of the head of the family, and he would succeed. The leader, looking down, called out to his assistant. Sunlight was pouring through the window. The man, opening his mouth, asked if he understood that the end of the chapters was near. The old man silently looked at him. Immediately after, the butler looked away. Rudval, bowing his head, said that he would always be with him. A certain blacksmith appeared and the hero remembered that in games there are various annoying situations, an example of which is the breakage of an item when trying to improve it. Imagining a player crying because of a notification that the upgrade had failed, the young man realized that this was indeed familiar to many. His gaze was directed downwards. Looking at this man, the boy understood that there are moments when insignificant characters try to jump above their heads, not knowing the limits of their own strength, and this is terribly annoying. The prince looked at him silently. Imagining this man as a child, the protagonist remembered that this is a character whose entire family, except for his sister, was killed by Theo. The man rose from the sofa when the knight thought about the fact that they even said that he harbored a grudge against his family. The eyes of his companions opened wide when the fighter tried to understand that some prince of the kingdom that served them really wanted to express his feelings in such a way. Looking down, the boy knew that if he wanted to get the item hidden in Tagilin, then he definitely needed to lure this man to his side. His gaze was directed forward. The young man, with his mouth open, asked if he wanted the order repeated to him, as he understood that he first needed to break the spirit of the interlocutor, so that it would be easier to manage him. The man, smirking, noted that he was apparently offended by the fact that guests were greeted sitting down. The prince immediately knelt down. The hero looked at him silently. Looking forward, the protagonist received messages about the general information about the person, characteristics and also traits, the negative ones of which were his tendency to self-destruction and self-condemnation, excessive sense of duty, indecisiveness, compliance, irascibility. The prince bowed his head when another message with his statistics appeared. The interlocutor opened his eyes after the message appeared that his hostility towards the Reincarnates house had reached its limit. The guy, smirking, asked him to sit back down. The hero was already sitting in front of him. Looking at the man, the knight understood that his main traits were that he was prone to self-condemnation and emotional immaturity. Imagining people on horses, the fighter remembered that during the 27th playthrough of the game, he managed to find out that Kremser was the prince's closest advisor and was also a demon who had completely fooled this man. His gaze was riveted on this old man. The demon was looking somewhere. Imagining the body of Kushin, the young man remembered that in the end, he had collapsed. Smiling slightly, the hero realized that he would be able to prevent this tragedy, and that was why he had to come to Tagilin. The interlocutor, with his mouth slightly open, asked why they had come to their kingdom. The protagonist, with his mouth open, replied that he wanted to admire the local beauty and explore the ruins, and added that he did not need to know more. The knight, looking ahead, asked him to take care of everything and asked if he understood everything. The prince raised his hand and answered affirmatively. The old man beckoned the girls with a gesture. Turning around, Kushin told them to finish the conversation by giving the young gentleman a tour of the kingdom, and if he needed anything, they should treat such a request with respect. The hero, with his mouth open, asked him to wait. Grinning, the boy explained that he would choose his own guide. The interlocutor's mouth opened wider after the guest said that he needed the girl sitting next to him. The young man, looking at her, offered her to accompany him and show him these lands. The prince, with his mouth open, tried to say something. The protagonist, smiling, asked if he had any problems with this. The interlocutor, looking away, answered negatively and asked her to try hard, accompanying the young gentleman. The girl, looking down, answered affirmatively. Rona, with her mouth open, asked what they should do, since their leader had apparently finally laid his eyes on the girl, while her friend explained that the instructions had said nothing about it. The sorceress's mouth was closed when she said that another girl had appeared next to the young gentleman, while May asked her to be quiet, since she should keep quiet in such a situation. The young man, looking away, thought that this had caused a real commotion. With his mouth slightly open, the hero realized that in their place he would have misunderstood everything too. Someone was standing near his sofa. Imagining a snake around the girl, the protagonist knew that she was under some kind of spell. The knight, sitting on the sofa, turned to his companions. Alina smiled broadly when she was called out. Looking at her, the guy explained that she was coming with him. Looking the other way, the hero said that Christopher was also coming. The assistant, smiling, replied that he understood everything. Beaming with happiness, the comrade said that he had received the task of accompanying the young master, and this touched him to the depths of his soul. Jitri, with her mouth slightly open, asked if he was sure that everything would be alright without her. The guy, looking away, noted that she was being too protective of him. The hero, closing his eyes, said that everything was going according to plan and asked her not to worry. She silently watched him go. They were standing near a certain building. The prince's sister was next to them. The young man, looking away, noted that apparently they had all already figured out who she was. The man, looking at her, answered affirmatively and explained that she was the only sister of Kushin. Christopher, with his mouth open, said that she was widely known for her unrivaled beauty, and the protagonist asked him to get to the point. The knight, looking at her, said that Arya was under the effect of an illusion spell. The fighter looked away and answered affirmatively. The eyes of his companions widened after he said that from that moment on he would have to remove this curse from her. Christopher raised his hand and asked if the young gentleman would be able to do it, since it was clearly the effect of dark magic. The knight glanced away and noted that if something happened to her, all of Tagilin would immediately be alarmed. The guy turned around and asked them to first move away from prying eyes. The buildings of this city appeared. They entered one of them. The girl greeted them with a smile. She smiled broadly. Bowing, the hostess explained that their tavern was not at all suitable for such noble persons. The young man, looking somewhere down, understood that they needed to do 3 things here. Looking at his new companion, the hero knew that they should first remove the curse from her. He also looked at the sorceress, and remembered that they would need to awaken Alina's abilities later. A grin suddenly appeared on his face. The worker's eyes widened after his question about how their preparations for the uprising were going. Suddenly, she quickly rushed forward. There was already a dagger in her hand. Her blade hit something. Christopher blocked her attack. Opening his mouth, the fighter asked where she had pulled out her knife from. The knight, looking at her, noted that apparently she had not been taught etiquette at all. Her gaze turned to the side when someone called out to her. 3 flasks with potions appeared near the sorceress after she said that the enemy should not dare to attack the young master. One of them, standing in front of her, noted that she would do better to listen to them. The hero, opening his mouth, asked if she thought so. Looking at the man, the protagonist knew that this was the point of contact for a special unit called Lisa. The professor, pointing to the board, said that removing a spell was a process of reverse calculation of the formula that makes up the structure of the spell. The man, raising his finger, explained that it was like untangling a ball of thread. Imagining how the man did it, the teacher noted that even so, it could not be called a simple process. The young man, propping his head up with his hand, listened to his words about how it was better not to get involved in this matter without experience, because if the deadline was tight, then it was better for them to turn to experts. The teacher, imagining a creature of a certain race, said that they could turn to the ancient race of elves. The girl was still standing in front of them. The guy, standing behind his comrades, asked them all to lay down their weapons. Christopher, opening his mouth, noted that she had tried to kill him. The protagonist, bowing his head, explained that he wanted to talk to her alone. The knight, looking away, said that if the young master ordered, then everyone should leave. The young man, looking at him, noted that he would also have to leave. The assistant, opening his mouth wide, exclaimed that he was his accompanying knight, and his duty was to protect him. The hero, looking at the magician, added that she could stay, because he would be able to protect her in case of unexpected situations. Night hung over the city. The girl, opening her mouth, asked if they knew who she was. The guy, opening his mouth, answered affirmatively. Her eyes opened wider after his words about the mistress being a representative of a now extinct race. Her hair suddenly began to change color. Her eyes also took on a yellow tint when the guest said that she was a member of the Estel clan and a great spirit caster. The elf, smiling, noted that apparently they really did know everything. Standing in front of them, she said that in that case she simply had no reason to hide. She stared at the guest. The guy opened his mouth, listening to her words about how he was probably a descendant of the Reincarnates family, judging by the color of his eyes and hair. The young man, standing next to the mages, explained that he knew that the owner of the establishment was organizing resistance, and their base was right under the tavern. The elf, looking ahead, asked why they came. The protagonist, looking at his companion, explained that he came to ask to lift the curse from her. Liz, opening her mouth, asked about whether they were really asking her to save the princess when she was planning a coup of the current government. The girl looked somewhere down. The fighter, opening his mouth, noted that her actions could completely destroy Tagilin, because even if successful, the kingdom would fall before the empire. The interlocutor silently looked ahead. The young man raised his hand and noted that such an outcome was not beneficial to either of them, and then the elf asked what they really needed. The rebel, with her mouth slightly open, asked why the Reinhofner house, which had defeated Tagilin's army, needed to lift the curse from the princess. A grin appeared on the hero's face. Immediately after, the hero bowed his head, activating the master of acting. The protagonist, holding out his hand, explained that he knew perfectly well what this kingdom meant to her. The elf, standing in front of him, asked what he was talking about. The young man's gaze was directed somewhere ahead. Liz frowned. A drop of sweat appeared on her face. A certain magical forest appeared. The girl held her hands in front of her. The elder elves stood around her, when it was said that even among mana-sensitive creatures, this girl was the most gifted, unrivaled spirit caster. Butterflies appeared in her hands when someone told her that she had created many connections with spirits when she was a child. An adult elf stood in front of a certain being, and it was explained that at the age of 16, she managed to make her first contract with a high-ranking spirit, thanks to which she received the title of Great Sorceress. Someone ran through the forest. Some people were chasing the elf. Her gaze was directed back when someone explained that talent without a clear goal can sometimes turn into trouble, because she was born into a small and weak clan of Estel. Liz was in a certain city and was told that her parents did not really protect her, and she had to wander around the continent for years. Someone stood in front of her when it was explained that spirit magic is extremely useful, although its combat power is relatively low, and therefore there were more than enough people who wanted to get it. A giant stood in front of her. The man bared his teeth. The elf's mouth opened wide in surprise. She started running away from him, and it was said that this led to a life of endless pursuit. Liz found herself in the desert before Tagilin. The girl was already in the city when it was told that endless pursuits led her to Tagilin, although up to this point she was being pursued by mercenaries and her life was on the line. Someone extended a hand to her and called her to him for shelter, and it was said that the elf grabbed the first outstretched hand. The woman, smiling, explained that she would say that she ran on. Many children were around them. 2 of these children were peeking around the corner. Orphans were stealing from the counter, and it was said that thanks to Saran, the elf was able to stop and catch her breath, as this man was a natural leader and a symbol of hope for the orphans on the street. The girl looked at her and thought that this man was truly amazing. One of the children was lying on the bed. There was a wet bandage on his forehead. Liz looked at her friend and called out to her. The sorceress, with her mouth slightly open, asked if they really needed to continue stealing, because they really had no other way. The comrade, smiling, explained that their choice was limited, because if they did not do this, the orphans would simply die. The children smiled widely. The friend also smiled, and it was said that this man resorted to theft, crime, and eternal fear of being caught in order to protect disadvantaged children. A barely visible smile also appeared on the elf's face. Some green energy enveloped the wooden fragments on the ground. They rose into the air, and it was explained that the magician began to look for a way to help her comrade and decided to equip the slums with the help of magic and built a small, dilapidated tavern. The girl looked at the sign. There was a smile on her face. The elf was running away somewhere again. Her eyes were wide open. Serene's legs were hanging down, and it was said that her dreams were not destined to come true, because her comrade was hanged on the gallows. Tears flowed from Liz's eyes. Looking at the 3 hanged bodies, she understood that she did not even have time to see the tavern. The young man, with his mouth open, said that the fish rots from the head. The girl lowered her eyes. The hero, introducing the city, explained that an attempt to change something with the help of an uprising would lead to even greater devastation. The hostess, with her mouth slightly open, asked if they knew the reason for the appearance of so many orphans on the streets of this city. With her mouth open, she said that it was all because no one wanted to take the throne. Introducing the highest ranks, Liz said that without the government of the aristocrat, they began to behave outrageously. The girl opened her mouth even wider, shouting that if the ruler had restored order, then all this simply would not have happened. Liz began to squint. Looking down, she explained that then Saran would not have died. The guy, looking forward, answered that she was right. The interlocutor, standing in front of them, asked in what sense this was, because why did they start supporting her? The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, told her not to let revenge cloud her mind. Her eyes widened at his words about her method being extremely crude, as she should think about how exactly to protect everyone. The hero stood on the floor of the tavern. The knight, with his mouth slightly open, explained that this was her duty to Saran as well. The second floor of the room was visible, and he could be heard saying that he knew that she had a friend from the human race who saved her. Her eyes widened at his words about how he also knew that she was dead. The young man, with his mouth slightly open, said that he understood that all of this happened due to the absence of the ruler. The girl silently looked ahead, listening to the guest's words about how her methods would only make the situation worse. Looking ahead, she asked how he was going to solve the current situation. Imagining the king's chair, the hero explained that he would put the prince on the throne. Introducing him, the protagonist said that if he took this place and fulfilled his duties, the country would become much better. The elf, with her mouth wide open, asked not to make her laugh, because if Kushin was brave enough for this, things would not have taken such a terrible turn. Clenching her fist, she noted that the only way to change everything was to rebel. The hero, frowning, said that he would offer her to leave the country, but she would not do this, because Saran loved this place. The market of this city appeared. The friend, with her mouth slightly open, asked if Liz had never thought that Tajulan would one day become beautiful. The orphans were eating something when she noted that it would be difficult to implement now. The city appeared when the comrade said that she only needed to imagine a place with such a beautiful sunset and the blessing of the king, where they could have a peaceful rest. Serene, smiling, explained that until that day came, she did not want to leave here. The elf, crying, asked how he knew what her friend felt. The hero, with his mouth slightly open, asked if his friend really wanted this country to fall. Looking at his companion, the young man asked permission to ask one last question. The princess looked down when the knight asked if Liz thought that the blame for all this lay with this girl. The wall of the palace was visible. The prince was sitting on the bed. Sash, covering his face with his hands, asked what he should do, because what would happen if Arya was lost too? The old man, with his mouth slightly open, asked him not to worry, because they were doing everything possible to ensure the safety of the princess. The demon, squinting, understood that their guest was extremely dangerous, and they needed to finish him off as soon as possible. Immediately after, the assistant introduced the Archduke and realized that it was so that Gemori could be reborn in peace. A smile appeared on his face. The prince, gritting his teeth, said that he was a coward, because he gave him his own sister, and he should have protected her, even if it cost him his life. The servant, looking at him, suggested that perhaps there was a reason why he chose Arya. Kushin's eyes widened after the old man said that when the guest arrived today, poison would be added to his dinner. Kremser, taking the dagger in his hands, asked the youth to use the blade of the last king and execute the youngest son of the Reincarnates house. The old man, standing behind, explained that only he had the ability to carry out this revenge. The demon, grinning, said that then he would be able to return Arya to her former appearance. The hero walked along the corridor of the castle. His gaze turned back when he was called out. The servant appeared behind him and asked him to follow him to dinner, and the boy asked who he was. The old man, closing his eyes, introduced himself as a court magician and explained that he had been sent to him by order of the prince to help him with everything. His eyes opened. The magician, opening his mouth, asked where Lady Arya, who was with him, had gone. The protagonist, slightly bowing his head, explained that he had found an excellent tavern for her and that she had decided to stay there. The schemer, opening his mouth, laughed and replied that he understood everything. There were already many different dishes on the table. The maids were already sitting in their places. The other assistants were also there. Chitri, smiling, noted that parrots really are wonderful creatures, and then the bird said the same thing. The maid, looking back, said that it was amazing, because the creature was able to repeat every word she said. The maid, with her eyes closed, said that if she had the opportunity, she would like to take one with her, and her friend noted that there were many useful materials and plants that only grow in the desert. Rona, with her mouth slightly open, whispered a question about whether the leader was feeling well, and he answered in the affirmative. The old man, with his mouth open, said that he was glad to hear that they had enjoyed their time in Tajulan. Pointing with his hand, the assistant also added that he had prepared a dish that would further raise their spirits, and asked if they would like to try it. This dish appeared and the magician called it the tails of silver-armored scorpions. The demon, looking at the young man, explained that they served this dish exclusively to important guests. Sticking out his snake tongue, the old man said that he hoped that they would like it. Night had already hung over the palace. Someone's shadow appeared. The hand of this person was visible. The door opened slightly. Taking the dagger, the boy knew that when he managed to pierce the guest with this blade, then everything would be over. Opening the door, the prince knew that this was all because of the offense for his father and brothers. Kushin, looking ahead, thought that he would finally be able to pay back this bastard Theo. Sweat came out on his face after thinking that this was the best opportunity. The man was approaching the bed. Standing next to it, the ruler understood that if everything went according to the assistant's plan, then he should have already been paralyzed by poison. Bending down, the prince knew that if he already wanted to finish him off with one blow, then he needed to act right now. Swinging, the young man screamed that he should blame his father for this. The blade was approaching his face. Suddenly, the hero's eyes opened. The protagonist immediately blocked the blow with his hand. A tremor went through the opponent's hand. His eyes immediately opened wider. The prince immediately jumped back. Kushin held the weapon in front of his face. The young man dodged another of his attacks. Immediately after, the fighter swung his fist. This blow hit the opponent's body. The man fell to the floor. The enemy, with his mouth open, asked how this was possible. The hero, grinning, asked how he managed to move after being poisoned. The enemy, frowning, listened to his words about having nothing to explain to the one who tried to kill him. The blade began to appear in the guy's hand. The protagonist, holding the sword in front of him, asked if he agreed with him. The fighter and his assistant walked along the dark streets. The young man stopped and called out to her. A flask with a potion appeared in his hand, and the guy explained that it was the poison of a silver scorpion, and usually it is not fatal, but in combination with certain foods it can kill. The knight, looking at her, said that they wanted to try to poison him with this, and she needed to prepare an antidote in advance. Elena, with her mouth wide open, asked how he knew this. The protagonist, with his mouth slightly open, asked since when she started asking questions and told her to just do what she was told, and realized that he had simply seen this scene in the game hundreds of times. Elena, with her eyes closed, said that dominance in his performance sounded too cool. The young man, looking at her, understood that even if the enemies connected the army, it did not matter. His gaze was directed to the side. There were some people on the roofs behind him, and the guy realized that he was being watched by black swordsmen, who were the elite force of the Reincarnates house. These people looked down when the fighter thought about the fact that his father must have assigned them to him. The corners of his lips rose in a smile after the thought that this even brought tears to his eyes. Imagining these people, the warrior remembered that even in the game their secrecy was at its best. The knight tilted his head slightly, realizing that they could not fool the eyes of someone who had seen them in action dozens of times. Another squad of swordsmen appeared, just as the young man was thinking that even an army would not be a problem with them. The young man, with his mouth open, called his opponent an idiot for trying to kill a descendant of Reincarnates. The prince looked at him. His eyes suddenly widened after the fighter asked if this was really a good revenge for his father. Kushin suddenly frowned. The enemy, rushing to attack, asked how he dared to talk about him so casually. The young man dodged this blow. The young man ducked to dodge the next attack. Then he had to dodge again. The prince, looking away, remembered that he had been informed that the younger Reincarnate was an ordinary empty shell. The ruler, having made another unsuccessful attack, could not understand how he could fence like that. A smile appeared on the young man's face. Holding the blade in front of him, the hero realized that his opponent was, after all, the prince of the kingdom, and his sword skills were at a decent level. The enemy was preparing to attack again when the protagonist thought that this would not be enough for him at all. The enemy's gaze was directed somewhere ahead. The fighter, having pinned him to the ground, understood that he did not even need to use his skills. The enemy hit his back on the floor. The guy's blade was already right in front of his face. The young man, opening his mouth, asked who had advised him to do this. Kushin, looking ahead, answered that he had made this decision himself. The protagonist, grinning, asked if he was really going to hide it until the last minute. Christopher appeared behind him right after the protagonist called him. The knight, smiling broadly, said that he was always on guard and ready to jump into the very hell, but the guy asked him to shut his mouth and teach this man a lesson. The fighter, crouching down near the enemy, apologized to him. Kushin frowned. The guy, looking down, noted that his gaze showed offense. The enemy looked down. The hero, looking at his interlocutor, asked who had let him down, this kingdom and his younger sister. The enemy, still looking down, was silent. The protagonist, holding the blade, said that then he would be asked another question. The young man, opening his mouth, asked if he was doing everything correctly in his place. The prince, opening his mouth wide, asked who his guest was to judge this, because he was born in the greatest noble house and had never known need for anything. The guy, still looking down, noted that it is not necessary to know need in order to understand something. The knight, standing in front of him, asked if the opponent understood why he would not be killed. The fighter, looking somewhere ahead, explained that the fated throne that the opponent occupied still represented a certain value. The Kushan, opening his mouth wide, shouted that this was useless power. The prince, looking up, also shouted that he had never wanted this throne. The hero, closing his eyes, explained that his desire had no effect here, because he was born with this power. Frowning, the protagonist asked who, in his opinion, should take his place. The enemy immediately looked away, trying to say something. The young man, standing in front of him, was talking about him becoming the king of Tajulan. The guy, looking down, noted that if he agreed, he would be told the whole truth. The enemy silently looked down. Looking back, the hero began to talk about a certain first truth. The knight, opening his mouth, said that he had done nothing bad to his sister. The girls' mouths fell open in surprise. The prince, standing up, asked again. The girls were dancing in the center of a certain room. The aristocrat, opening his mouth, asked why the son of the Reincarnates house had come to them in Tajulan. The companion bowed his head and noted that even after digging around they had not been able to find any clues. Another man slammed his fist on the table and exclaimed that this was simply ridiculous, because even if the guest was from a noble family, bringing soldiers here like this was an insult to their country. The old man raised one hand and asked what they could do about it, because this man was the son of that same Theo and they only had the opportunity to watch. Someone smiled and answered negatively and explained that this was a good opportunity for all of them. The aristocrat looked around and asked what the elder meant. The servant closed his eyes and said that the time had come to get rid of the prince, and now was the perfect opportunity to do it. One of them, with his mouth wide open, asked again, while the second noted that the moment was indeed excellent. The man raised his hand and asked if it was too early for them to do it. The elder, standing before them, said that the prince was a disgrace to their nation. The old man, grinning, asked if they could not all see it. One of them, with his mouth slightly open, asked if he meant the moment when Kushan knelt. The man behind him agreed with him. After all, it was a disgrace for the prince to bow to some aristocrat, and the people's discontent had already reached its peak. At that moment, the servant struck the floor with his cane. Kremser, holding out his hand, asked why they did not simply get rid of the prince along with this impudent guest. One of those present, standing at a distance, asked if they would be able to kill the younger Reinhofner. The old man, grinning, explained that he had already poisoned him, since a paralyzing poison had been put into his food, and the prince had undertaken to end his life with his own hands. The nobleman opened his mouth and said that they would then simply pin the death of Theo's son on Kushan and use it as a pretext for war. The elder smiled widely as the others praised him. The silhouettes of these people were visible in the distance. The boy, peeking out from behind the curtain, asked him what he thought about this. Turning around, the hero explained that this was his ugly truth. The prince did not open his mouth. Frowning, the fighter said that this was simply disgusting. Arya was diving under the water, while the traitor's voice asked how she thought His Majesty and the Queen had passed away, or whether she really did not understand why Tajulan had suddenly fallen. The girl's gaze was filled with despair when she was told that it was all because of her worthless older brother. Kremser stretched his hands to Arya, continuing to say that a weakling and a coward did not want to take the throne. The princess began to resist, trying to scream that it was all a lie. But the traitor smirked and began to convince the girl that she just needed to let go of the situation, that it would get easier for her, and that he would figure it out. Images of her family appeared before Arya's eyes, when Kremser promised to leave her in a long and sweet sleep. The princess's face seemed tired. She understood that it was just a deception. But she could not move, she could not even speak. The girl lowered her gaze, deciding that this was the end. Arya shuddered when she suddenly heard someone calling her name. The princess turned around sharply and asked who it was. The girl pressed her fists to her chest, begging the owner of the voice to get her out of here. Light poured through the water, and Arya heard that if she wanted this, he would do so, and that he came here for this very reason. The princess looked at her hands in surprise, feeling how the strength was returning to her body. She looked up, trying to understand what was happening here. At this time, Kushan was kneeling and lamenting that he trusted his servant so much. About politics, morality, the life of the people. Yuchan looked at the prince with contempt and said that it was his own fault that he weakly believed other people's words. The young man looked down and admitted that this was why it was difficult for him, wondering what he could do to fix it. The protagonist looked away and said that this was not a question for him. But then Liz came up to the guys, bringing the princess. Arya smiled and turned to her older brother. Kushan looked up at his sister and said her name in surprise. The prince grabbed the girl by the hands and began to ask if she was okay and how this happened. The young man turned around when he heard from the player that the princess was under Kremser's mental control. Kushan's eyebrows crept up. He did not immediately believe it, but the interlocutor claimed that everything was exactly as he thought. The protagonist, with a face full of hatred, said that the traitor was a demon. The prince grabbed his head and groaned in pain. Yuchan extended his hand to his interlocutor and said that he was also partially under the influence of the villain. The guy could not stand on his feet, but the hero said that after some time he would feel better, and he would even come to an understanding of what he should do. At this point, Kushin's eyes widened. Liz punched him in the face with all her might. The prince froze in shock, and the girl told him that if he did not do it right now, she would personally impale his head on the palace spire. The elf screamed angrily that this was all because of the cowardice of the young man and the tyranny of Kremser. The player looked at the sorceress clenching her teeth, mentally noting that her reaction was quite expected. The protagonist frowned and added to himself that such was the traitor's side story. The court mage Kremser, who was slowly destroying the country by brainwashing the royal family. His true identity was a fearsome demon, and he sought the revival of one of the 72 demons named Gremry. The king and queen of Tageline fell victim to his spell, rebelling against the royal family. Outraged by this fact, the authorities of Arkheim played into the villain's hands. They ordered Rienhofer to suppress Tageline's rebellion. In the end, thanks to the ruthlessness of Theo, Rudveld, Christopher and the other Black Knights, King Tageline and many other inhabitants lost their lives. Yuchan looked down, remembering that when he first discovered this story, he found it quite shocking. While Liz glared at the prince, the young man thought that even their rage and weakness were just consequences of those events. The hero looked up, and said that they both suffered from the same thing. The boys looked at the player in surprise when he added that there were no winners or losers in this war. Arya and Kristoff's looks also became surprised when they heard that nothing could be changed, and there was no point in blaming each other either. The young man looked calmly at the assembled group when he said that it was important to at least now understand who was the cause of all their troubles. Liz frowned and exclaimed that there was nothing to understand. Let them look at this indecisive scum of the Kushin. The sorceress's gaze was filled with despair as she shouted that if the prince had even a drop of courage to take the throne, Saran and those children would not have died. The player looked gloomily at the girl and reminded her that nothing could be changed now, they had to move on. The elf looked at the protagonist in surprise when he added that even if the world around was unsightly and miserable, they had to continue living. And behind the image of the young man, Liz saw the image of her lost friend when he called her name. Tears rolled down the sorceress's cheeks. She knew that he was the same as she was. The elf looked at Kushin and knew that he was devastated by the loss of his loved ones, carrying a huge burden, desperately wanting to run and hide, just to not continue living in this nightmare. The prince looked up when his sister addressed him. Arya pressed her hand to her chest, and promised to be by his side this time. The young man looked at the princess with hope, and realized that there was still something left that they had to protect. Kushin smiled and thanked the girl, and at that moment, the player received notifications about receiving full loyalty and fealty. The eyes of both the prince and Liz filled with determination, as they simultaneously decided that they would not run away anymore. The protagonist smiled contentedly, realizing that he had recruited both Kushin and the elf. He knew that they were very useful combat units, and he helped them, as well as Marin. The sorceress closed her eyes, and thanked the hero, thanks to whom her anger found a target. And with a smile she added that he was not at all like the rumors said. The princess also turned to Yuchan, and thanked him for saving her and her brother. The young man grinned and replied that he had only opened their eyes, the rest was up to them. At this time, a warlike crowd had gathered in the palace square. People were waving their fists and demanding the removal of the worthless Kushin prince, welcoming a new era. The player and his friends watched from the wall as the people demanded that Lord Kremser ascend to the throne. The young man grinned and concluded that it was too early to thank him. And without changing his expression, he added that they needed to prepare for battle with the real enemy. The people continued waving their fists. The people with angry faces demanded that the prince and princess be brought here, shouting that they were not fit to rule them, and only one person could save them. Lord Kremser smiled contentedly, hearing his name. The old man squinted, thinking about how long he had waited for this day. He thought back to his impoverished childhood, thinking about how only a few people were given the chance to be born into a noble family, while most would never have a good life. Talent without a family was like barren land, just an insignificant nothing. And then he heard her voice, telling him of his weakness. The demon smiled as she spoke, that she saw the desperate desire in the depths of his eyes. But unfortunately, his background limited him. The boy then looked around as the voice continued, that wandering without the ability to achieve his goals, he would inevitably dissolve into the sands of time. Gremry lifted the scales, noting that it was unfair, opportunities should be equal for everyone, so she was giving Kremser a chance. To rise, the scum would have to do everything possible. Even if it meant walking over others. Or selling their souls. The time had finally come to reap the fruits of his desperate struggle. With the great power bestowed upon him by the Gremry Lord, he would not only become important, but would subjugate the entire kingdom. The people asked among themselves if the prince had been captured, but they were looking for him. But he came out to meet them and said that it was not worth it. Kremser raised his eyebrows when he saw Kushin. The youth did not look at the former servant, asking what he was doing. The old man tensed. He looked at the prince and found it strange that this guy, consumed by the thirst for revenge, had not yet broken down, because only a couple of hours ago he was a coward, whining in despair, unable to get out of his shell. But what kind of spirit the traitor sensed in him now, he could not understand. The villain clenched his teeth when he realized that the minds of the heirs were freed from his spell, and wondered how it happened. The prince looked at Kremser with anger, and said that he trusted him as if he were a member of the family. But in the end it turned out that he was not trying to protect the kingdom at all. The young man turned his gaze to the crowd and added that the traitor simply wanted the land that his father and predecessors had built. The old man spread his hands and suggested that His Highness had not yet realized the situation and asked who he thought had wasted the last 2 years. The people watched the proceedings while the scoundrel suggested looking at the countless citizens of the country who were shouting about the unfitness of the heir. Hadn't he seen the indignation that filled them? Kremser added with a grin that even the late king was probably cursing his son from the grave. The crowd began to shout again. The old man narrowed his eyes in satisfaction. He was sure that at this rate the angry crowd would tear the prince to pieces without him even having to get his hands dirty. But then the main character spoke up, warning that it was not that he wanted to interfere in other people's family affairs, but still. The people's mouths opened in surprise when Yuchan asked permission to emphasize one thing. The young man smirked when he said that this guy was just fooling everyone around him. The traitor was indignant that he said such a thing. The scoundrel clenched his teeth and thought that the boy was just lucky to be born into a rich family, and his arrogance was through the roof. Kremser looked up and shouted the player's name, demanding to know what the precious descendant of Reinhofer could possibly know about him and this country. The protagonist only smiled. After which, without changing his expression, he said that the old man in front of him was truly unprincipled, since he referred to the king, whom he himself had put in the grave, organizing an uprising 2 years ago. The traitor froze in shock when the youth called him a true servant of the devil. The crowd looked at each other in horror, whispers ran through it. The hero looked down at the assembled people, and told the stupid scum that they did not understand that they had started treason, and advised them to think about it, if there was anything else to think about. The hero threw up his hands and asked since when the late king and queen suddenly started to stir up hostility between Tajalian and the Arheim Empire. The villain looked around at the indignant people in confusion when Yuchan reminded him that it all started when that idiot Kremser became the court mage. People in the crowd started to grab their heads in pain when it began to dawn on them, and this broke the spell. Soon, no one could understand why their heads seemed to be about to explode from pain. Kushin clenched his teeth. He remembered that when the mind spell dissipated, his head began to hurt badly, which meant that not only he and his sister were under the influence, but also most of the courtiers. Kremser got angry and shouted that they were trying to fool the people. This was the son of the very tyrant who personally destroyed Tajalian. There was no faith in Reinhofer's words. The old man pointed at the crowd and asked what evidence they had that he was a demon worshipper. For such slander he no longer guaranteed their lives. The young man raised an eyebrow and asked not to make fun of him. He jumped down straight to the crowd. Christopher shouted fearfully to the gentleman that it was dangerous, because there were enemies everywhere. But the player landed on his feet and doubted it. With a calm look, the guy said that it was just the opposite. The guards drew their weapons, but the protagonist said that even if he went down alone, none of these talkative cowards would dare to attack. They were all simply deceived by the sweet words of the scoundrel about untold riches and the opportunity to exploit the people. Yuchan straightened up and asked if they really thought about organizing a coup without risking anything. And drawing his sword, he said that this was truly disgusting. The people were outraged that they dared to insult them. The descendant of Reinhofer had no right to tell them such things. One of the traitors rushed forward, shouting that if the hero was alone, he could be killed. But the player only frowned. With one blow of the blade, the guy cut the attacker in half, and said with a dark look that anyone who drew a sword against him should be prepared to die. The crowd began to get angry again. People shouted that an outsider did not dare to interfere in the affairs of the kingdom, even if he was from the Reinhofer family. The protagonist placed his palm on the hilt of the weapon, and said that they should understand who was pointing their swords at him. Kremser clenched his teeth when Yuchan added that he was trying to throw dust in the eyes of the people. The hero turned to the prince who jumped down, and addressed him. The youth lowered his eyebrows, and declared that this night Tajilan should find its king. Kushin took out his daggers, and when the player suggested that he show it to them with his own hands, he agreed. He then rushed forward through the crowd of those who had betrayed him. His gaze was full of rage. The crowd looked back at the palace, not understanding what was happening. Liz extended her hand to the side, and announced that it was time to attack. The resistance rushed into battle. With their swords they pressed the crowd towards the palace. The old man clutched his staff, shouting that these worthless people did not dare. But soon Alina and May burst into the vanguard. Even the princess did not stay away from the battle, covering Christopher. The villain clenched his teeth, and tried to think of how to seize the initiative. But then his gaze fell on Jitri in the heat of battle. The old man gathered demonic energy on his staff, intending to kill the girl. She looked back in fear. But the next moment the protagonist's sword stopped this attack. Yuchan's gaze filled with anger. Jitri fearfully called out to the master. The protagonist turned around and ordered the maid to step back. The villain clenched his fists. He did not understand how this was possible, because the young man destroyed his magic with one blow. Kremser panicked. How boldly this laughingstock of the Reinhofer house did this to him. The traitor's followers ran to him, begging for help. But he scattered them to the sides to create a magic circle, calling them pathetic fools. The prince was outraged that the old man was attacking even his followers, and Liz noticed that the circle was opening a portal, and shouted that they could not let him escape. Kremser poured magic into the circle with all his might, deciding that if he retreated and regrouped, he could resist them. At that moment, an arrow of mana flew through the air. It crashed right into the seal with a roar, destroying it. The traitor opened his mouth, not understanding why his portal was broken so easily. Yuchan grinned and asked if this was the signature spell of the court magicians. And dispersing the cloud of mana, he added that it was so pathetic and clumsy. The villain looked at the young man in shock, not believing that he could actually remake his magic circle just by looking at it once, and in such a short period of time. The hero moved forward, explaining that thanks to one professor who had been driving him crazy in magic, all this was a mere trifle. The player's face became confused for a moment. He could not even imagine that he would be grateful to this maniac obsessed with magic. The guy grabbed Kremser by the collar. All the people turned around when the protagonist addressed them. Yuchan lifted the old man higher, and announced that he had irrefutable evidence that he served the devil. When someone else's mana began to cover the villain's body, he demanded that it stop in panic. The veins on his face began to swell. The demon worshipper vomited a dark liquid. Several people guessed that Kremser was spitting out mana, but this form frightened everyone. The traitor's true nature was now clearly visible, and the protagonist declared that the court mage Kremser was a demon and a worthless piece of trash. The villain's supporters gaped, and the youth added that of course those who followed him were even more trash. The old man grabbed the player's hand. The boy glared at the old man as he began to curse his head, once again calling Reinhofer a disgrace. Kremser gritted his teeth, and shouted that these worthless insects had no idea who exactly he worshipped. It was none other than Gremry, one of the 72 archdemons. The villain smiled, continuing to say that as a loyal servant of Lord Gremry, when will she realize that such worthless people dared to touch him? The protagonist interrupted this speech, plunging his sword straight into the old man's chest. The traitor panicked, begging him for mercy, promising to give him everything he wanted. Yuchan gripped the hilt of his sword tighter while Kremser listed the wealth, fame, and powers of the archdemon. Then he cut the villain in half, and declared that he did not need it. The traitor's body crumbled to dust right before his eyes. Kushin came closer, surprised by such an end. The hero looked at his friend and explained that Gremry was a devil, and for the overwhelming power of demons, the body and soul forever passed to them to serve after the death of a person. The looks of the traitor's supporters were filled with horror when the young man added that the same fate awaited them, and until they eradicated this infection, dawn for Tagilin was impossible. Kushin and Liz responded with serious looks at the message that they had to suppress the rebellion for now. The prince rushed through the crowd of enemies, cutting down everyone in his path. The player was also not far behind, swinging his trusty blade, while the system showered him with notifications about life extension. The guy thought darkly that these people did evil on the orders of Kremser, but it was still killing their own kind in order to live at least a little longer. The protagonist frowned, mentally adding that his disease was vile. And then dawn came. When the knights entered the city, they could not believe their eyes. Rudval looked around tensely, because he hurried with all his might to protect the young master, but the rebellion in Tagilin was suppressed in just one night. The butler looked around. Noticing Kushin, he addressed him. The prince lowered his dagger, recognizing the man, but he said that there was no time for a greeting, and asked where Nox was. The knights drew their blades when Rudval suggested that the young master could have been harmed. The butler towered over the young man as he threatened that in such a case, no one would escape death. Then the protagonist appeared and ordered the man to lower his sword. He immediately recognized the young gentleman who was covered in blood. Rudval looked at the young man with concern and said that the family was worried about him, and he noted that he could already see, judging by how many knights he had brought with him. The butler closed his eyes and said that in order to protect the blood of the Reinhofer house, they were obliged to take the best of the best to the operation. The player looked at the man and asked if he had thought about the consequences. His father would not like it. It was probably his personal decision. The guy thought about it and added that if there was a punishment for this, let Rudval tell his father that it was he who had called them, and they had no option but to come. The butler looked at the young gentleman in surprise. Then he bowed and said that his father was aware of it. Yuchan's eyes widened in surprise. He even asked again, but heard the same thing in response. The protagonist closed his eyes and thought that such an order from Teo was something new, and the man asked why he was suddenly on the same side with the Kushin prince. Rudval turned around when the prince replied that he had joined the young master. The young man hit his chest with his fist and said that Lord Nox saved the kingdom of Tagilin. He opened his eyes to the true virtue of the king when he lost his way. The player looked at his friend in surprise when he continued that he was shown mercy. Having been raised from the very bottom, he considered it a true blessing, and that he would never be able to repay this debt. Then he knelt before the protagonist and asked to accept his endless devotion. Yuchan, holding back his laughter, reminded that the king of Tageland swore allegiance to the shame of the house of Reinhofer, and clarified that it did not matter that people would then forever condemn him. The prince looked at the young man and replied that he had sworn allegiance not to Reinhofer, but directly to him. Liz said with a smile that she agreed. While Arya hugged the sorceress by the hand, she clarified with her whether that was really correct. The player smiled, realizing that he had recruited new supporters. Rudval looked at the young lord in shock. The butler narrowed his eyes, thinking that he had harbored a tiny shadow of doubt in the boy for quite a long time, but today it had finally dissipated. Looking at how Nox was ready to take responsibility for the actions of his subordinates, and at how steadily he increased his authority, the man's face smoothed out when he thought that he and the lord did not even have time to look back. And while the protagonist was leaving surrounded by friends, Rudval mentally added that he had transformed into a true leader. At that moment, Yuchan staggered, and the system reported a short-term restriction. The protagonist pressed his hand to his mouth, not understanding why the restriction, which had been activated for 10 days, now required as many as 30 to remove it. A frightened Jitri ran up to the gentleman to find out if everything was okay with him, and he irritably thought that he could not write a complaint to the developers who could not fix the error. The young man sighed, replied that everything was fine with him, and he thought to himself that soon his life expectancy would increase so fatly. When the system reported that the player had 9 days left to live, they got out into the desert. The guy coughed from the sand. He sat on a horse and thought that of all the possible restrictions, he had a fatal disease. The protagonist sighed and mentally added that this was truly self-destructive. Alina looked at Yuchan with concern and asked if he was unwell. It was understandable. They were racing through the desert without any rest. The girl smiled coquettishly, and asking why he was torturing himself like that, she offered to rest on her lap, but in response she heard that he did not need it. The hero looked tiredly back at his companions, and realized that he could not even say how sick he was, how tiring it was to play the villain. Christopher built a tent in the blink of an eye, and asked the young gentleman not to worry, and the young man had to ask him to stop clowning. The player pursed his lips, irritatedly thinking that the characters here were just brainless. How could they be so frivolous? However, he admitted that things were going well so far. The guy looked ahead, and thought about the demon of Sorrow Gremory, one of the 72 demons who did not appear in the main storyline. She hid in the depths of the desert, having built a barrier around herself. Most gamers pass the game without even suspecting its existence. But with the right approach, she could do a great favor to the protagonist. He was hunting not so much for life expectancy, but for a powerful trump card. Soon the group stopped the horses. They saw a huge structure in the middle of the desert. Yuchan looked back at his companions, and said that from now on they act only on orders. Christopher hit himself on the chest with his fist, and the prince simply reminded that he had already sworn allegiance to his master. Alina clasped her fingers in a lock, and said that she was already ready to obey every word of her lover. At this time, the protagonist examined the barrier and found that it was advanced. As he thought, Gremory was hiding somewhere nearby. The girl clenched her fist when the player asked her to help, and agreed. The sorceress stretched out her hand forward and began to call on the spirit of the earth, the dwarf, to come to the call of his mistress. A flash of light flared above Ellen. In the game Prophetic Dream, there were many fighting styles and bonuses corresponding to them. Among them, the summoning of spirits occupied a special place. This power required extreme stats with relatively low combat power, so experts usually avoided this class. If Ellen developed the summoning of spirits as a side class, she would certainly become irreplaceable. The protagonist watched the girl with a smile, remembering that this was exactly why she was one of his favorite characters. Liz's fire spirits were slightly stronger in combat stats, but they were of little use in the desert. Yuchan watched the summoning, thinking that the sorceress would be needed a little later, when he unlocked the characteristics associated with her summoning. Finally, the ball of light began to thicken, and the contract spirit gnome, similar to a white ferret, appeared. Christopher squatted next to the animal, surprised by the gnome. The hero rubbed his chin, remembering that usually the spirits of the earth, gnomes, were imagined as bearded short men in hats. But in the prophetic dream, they were cute. While the young man was tying the rope to the gnome, Alina asked if she had done a good job. The player turned around and said that when she was sober, she did her job better, to which the girl was indignant that she actually hoped for praise for her knowledge of summoning. The guy sighed tiredly. He stroked the sorceress's head. Alina froze when she heard that she was doing well. While the girl was jumping around in embarrassment, Yuchan asked the others to tie this rope around their wrists before they started, so they wouldn't get lost, and if they were in danger, let them pull it. After which the protagonist put his palm to the barrier, and the system warned that they were entering the domain of the lower demon of Sorrow Gremory, about the deadly fog and the danger of getting lost. The young man looked back at his companions again, asked them to be careful and not to let the sandstorm carry them away. It was extremely difficult to move forward. The player squinted. The sand disaster greatly limited his view. What's worse, the entrance to this location changed every hour. But the nimble dwarf confidently led the group through the storm, and he was also able to continue the return journey. Suddenly, the animal took off at full speed. Alina grabbed the guy by the hands and said that the spirit wanted them to follow him, but he begged them to let go. The squad continued to follow the dwarf. Suddenly, the animal stopped near the abyss. Christopher opened his mouth in surprise. The knight looked inside and assumed that it was some kind of dune, but the height differences were not very life-affirming. The sorceress asked the spirit something with gestures and sounds, and it began to answer. The blonde extended his palm forward and clarified what the animal had told the girl. Instead of answering, the sorceress jumped straight down and advised her to simply follow it without asking questions. The hero felt the rope tighten and thought that he had not counted on such a guide. Soon the entire squad was sliding down, as if from a hill. Christopher even liked it. He laughingly shouted that it reminded him of an exercise that he and the squad had done in nightly lessons. Yuchan winced as the knight told him that he remembered the moment when he was pushed off the cliff. The same goosebumps, he realized that this fool was just being bullied. Suddenly the slide ended, and the adventurers flew down in a free fall. The blonde asked anxiously if they wouldn't crash like that. The protagonist extended his hand and summoned the mana shield that Professor Ras had taught him. A glowing ball surrounded the team. When they managed to land, Yuchan remembered that it was still difficult for him to use this spell in battle, but for moments like this, it was good enough. When the shield disappeared, the guys looked around the cave. Christopher smiled and noticed that these ruins were so vast, and as expected, the master's insight was beyond praise. He was even trembling. Kushin took out his daggers and ordered them to be quiet, because something was approaching. The ground began to shake under the friends' feet, as if many paws were pounding on it, and a giant praying mantis towered over the guys. Everyone drew their weapons, and the player admitted that there were more insect-like monsters than he had expected. The enemies clicked their mandibles. The knight clutched his sword and asked how these worms dared to approach the young heir of the Reinhofer family, asked not to be afraid, and promised, as a loyal servant, to deal with them in an instant, and he would not have to get his hands dirty. But the protagonist took out his blade and said that he would also fight. Yuchan took a fighting stance. There were few opponents, but now every minute of life was worth its weight in gold. At this time, Gremory watched what was happening in her lair. The demoness extended her palm and muttered that she had great plans for Kremser, but because of some stranger who came from nowhere. The woman clenched her fist and admitted that everything had gone to hell. Gremory examined her palm and added that now he dared to invade her own domain. She had to teach young Reinhofer a lesson. The demoness pressed her hands to the stone she was sitting on to begin the honor and grief ruins test for the guests. The protagonist swung his sword and the system reported that his lifespan had increased by 14 days. A moment later, 2 system windows appeared. The system warned that the restrictions were still in effect, and in order to remove them, he needed to restore his lifespan to 30 days. Yuchan's group killed monsters, not yet knowing that the countdown was a restriction that greatly hindered players by reducing stats by a percentage and imposing all sorts of penalties. The insect's head exploded. The youth swung his sword, mentally saying that even after killing so many enemies under this debuff, his lifespan had barely increased. The corpses of the monsters fell to the ground. Kushin, standing in front of the group, said that they seemed to have killed everyone. Yuchan, looking at the boys, realized that not only Kushin was a master of the sword, but so was Christopher, although this was expected of a knight. The youth smiled and raised his sword. Icy Sword was a swordsmanship of 9 forms that combined both strength and refinement, and Christopher was a master of swordsmanship using this fighting style. The protagonist glanced at Alina next to him and said that she had worked hard. Her summoning skills had proven indispensable to them. The girl smiled, saying that this meant that her training with Mei had paid off. Yuchan smiled nervously, realizing why the girl had been poisoning and healing her friend all the time, and why she had endured it. Leading them to a huge gate, the girl said that they needed to go here. The guy immediately opened the gate. Inside was a huge statue of a demonic lion. Kushin, frowning, said that there were a lot of monsters here, and grabbing his sword, told the prince to step back. He swung his sword sharply, saying that he was still full of energy for the fight. The lion's limb, which had been unexpectedly destroyed, began to regenerate. A moment later, the demon had completely recovered. The knight looked at his sword in shock, saying that he had clearly seen the sword go right through him. Yuchan waved his hand and told everyone not to move, because most of what they were seeing was not real. Kushin turned around and asked how they could know if what was in front of them was an illusion, a statue, or a real monster. The boy frowned and mentally said that the veteran of the game knew a lot. A newbie would get lost in this labyrinth full of monsters, but using certain tricks, one could easily get through here. The main thing was to ignore mirages, like this lion. Elena, following the gentleman, asked how he was so good at determining the way. The young man turned around and smiled. He knew the trick. The group needed to follow the direction of the skeleton decorations. This was the direct path to the boss room. The protagonist stood in front of the skeletons. He summoned his sword, telling them to prepare for battle, because the monster in this room was real. Yuchan attacked the monster first. It was quite easy to tell if the monster in front of them was real. You had to look at the index fingers sticking out of the skeleton's walls. There were rings there that blazed with mana when the monsters were summoned. The test was designed to blur the boundaries between illusion and reality, gradually cutting off communication with the outside world. The young man flashed past the monsters. The guy smiled. Tricks and deceptions did not work against him. He stretched out his hand to the door, mentally saying that the honor and sorrow test only becomes difficult if you turn the wrong way, but for him it is not relevant, because he is on the right path. The door of the hall opened. The skeleton sitting on the throne said that he no longer needs to hide, because the stupid creatures have safely reached the center. He sharply opened his jaw, ordering the group to fall into eternal sleep. A sandstorm rushed towards the group. The lower parts of the team members' bodies became invisible due to the abundance of sand. The protagonist turned around. All these special effects were just decoration. The system notified him that he saw through the landscape illusions, and he also ignored the poisoning. The youth's eyes widened. He swung his sword, telling the skeleton to stop with its useless tricks and show itself. The creature sitting on the throne froze. The skeleton stood up, saying that it was probably not by chance that he emerged victorious with his Cropsy. Christopher, frowning, asked if this was a demon. The boy confirmed it, saying that this was the archdemon Gremory. The demoness revealed her true form. She was one of the 72 demons, and the cause of the beginning and end of the tragedy that befell Tagilin. Grinning, Gremory said that he was the first person in these ruins who was completely unaffected by illusions, and she was very curious about how that was. The prince grabbed his sword, saying that he would put an end to the lies with which she poisoned the world. The girl, sitting on the throne, said not to make her laugh, for a society in which hierarchy decides so much is doomed to fall from the very beginning. Raising her hand, she said that reality is more cruel than any illusion. On the contrary, she was trying to restore justice. Kushin, angry, shouted, asking why she did it. The protagonist, approaching the throne, said that there is nothing more pointless than asking a demon why he does what he does. Grinning, he said that all demons strive for rebirth in this world. Gremory laughed and, closing her eyes, said that the young master knew more than the prince. The youth's lips stretched into a smile. Raising his hand, he said that he knew many things. Keeping his hand raised, he said that he even knew that she was sealed by an archangel in the past. The demoness's body trembled slightly. Sitting on her throne, she asked how he knew about this, since he was just an ordinary person. Taking a sword in his hand, the guy said that he was indeed just a person, but also someone who knew all of her weaknesses. Concentrating mana, the girl said that she was an archdemon. She could break a person like him without straining herself. Yuchan closed his eyes, saying that it was time for them to end the games. Cutting his finger, he said that he knew it from the moment her idiotic test began, that this final room was the room she was sealed in. The demoness's eyes widened in shock. Suddenly, morning stars burst out of the floor. As the chains wrapped around her, Yuchan said that she could no longer harm a human because of that angel's pact. Falling off the throne, Gremory said that this stupid pact attacking on its own was not fair at all. Alina gaped, seeing a demon in front of her that could not attack humans. Looking at the shackled demoness, Christopher said that he had always found it strange that a demon of that level relied on illusions and a trial instead of appearing in person. Pointing his sword at Gremory, the protagonist said that if she answered all of his questions, then maybe he would spare her. Parting his lips, he asked what the name of the angel that sealed her was. Looking at the blade in front of her, Gremory said that she did not remember the names of the angels that sealed her. The boy's eyes lit up as he said that he remembered cutting down a narrow-minded demon like her. I think his name was Paimon. Seeing the sword flash, the girl said that she could only describe the archangel. The guy, having stopped sending mana into his eyes, said that she was thinking quickly. Now she should tell him everything in detail. Gremory frowned, not understanding how this man dared to humiliate her like that. Looking at his eyes, she felt that she had heard this tone and voice somewhere before. Waving her hand, she said that the angel had huge white wings, 2 meters in length when spread out. Yuchan, slightly raising his sword, said that this was too obvious information, like the fact that demons have horns. If she decided to fool around to stall for time, he would kill her right now. Gremory gritted her teeth. She frowned. Raising her hand, the demoness said that this angel looked like him. Reaching out to the boy, she said that he had beautiful, lavender-colored, gem-like eyes. The boy looked down. Angels were godlike beings that often appeared in legends as a symbol of justice. They were opposed to demons, the creatures of evil, in terms of morality, and they also fought against them. There were angels in this world, too. They lived in their heavenly palace. However, it was unclear why demons regularly appeared throughout the story, but angels did not appear at all. Their factions seemed to have disappeared. Yuchan squinted, saying that if angels were mentioned at all, it was only as Easter eggs or in item descriptions. He had spent a long time digging through in-game dialogues and game files while sitting at the computer, and found out something. The angels that people admired were the key to one big secret in the game. He knows that Gremory was sealed by an archangel and locked in the ruins for a long time, which means that she clearly has an idea of what kind of entities these are. Yuchan himself only saw an angel once. She was beautiful. And so, holding out her hand, she told him that the angel had exactly the same eyes as his. The guy parted his lips. He sharply pointed the sword at Gremory, saying that her knowledge was useless. As far as he understood, the girl screamed, asking him to remove this ominous thing from her face. Closing her eyes, she said that if she had any valuable information, she would have gotten to him herself by now. All the demoness remembered was the shining light that pierced her dark world and the scent of the sun. A woman with lavender eyes and large wings descended from the sky. Then she abruptly struck. Since then, her demonic powers have been chained. Then, trembling all over, she asked to just kill her. Gremory gritted her teeth and asked the angel why she had spared her life. The angel did not move. She parted her lips and said only one thing before disappearing. Frowning, Gremory said that the angel had said that she would have another chance to repay that debt. The protagonist lowered his sword. The lavender eyes in the game were the characteristic shade of the eyes of the Reincarnates. He couldn't help but imagine his father and the archangel together. He narrowed his eyes, trying to figure out what connection there was between the two. Turning around, he said that they still had to continue the interrogation. Moving his lips, he said that he wished to undergo the trial of honor and sorrow. 3 system panels appeared, showing Gremory's stats, description, and even bonuses with limitations. The protagonist smiled, mentally saying that her most valuable feature was the mouth of truth. Ironically, this red-haired demoness never lied, but for Yuchan, this was good. Putting away his sword, the young man asked her to explain in detail what kind of test this was. Snapping her fingers, the girl said that the test was quite simple. He only had to answer one question honestly. As soon as he entered that gate, she would ask it. Standing in front of the entrance, she said that it was up to him to decide what he would offer in exchange for the test, but the more valuable his investment, the greater the reward. Christopher, approaching the master, said that it sounded too good. There was clearly a catch. Smiling, the demoness said that she would ask a question about a loved one. The most important thing was that he would learn what he would say about him. Waving her hand, she said that, for example, she could ask if he wanted to abandon a chatterbox in the middle of the desert. While he was getting there, his sincere answer would be transmitted directly to his ears in the form of a demonic whisper. The boys' faces twisted. Coming up, Yuchan asked in what case the test would be failed. Gremory responded by saying that if he lied, he would fail the test. Smiling, she said that the more valuable the contribution, the harder the question would be, but the reward would be greater. The protagonist looked away. It all sounded simple, but the most difficult part was not even the question. It could have been a question like whether he wanted to kill the emperor and take his power. Then upon learning the answer, the emperor would rise from his throne and take action. The demoness could also have asked if he would be able to poison his girlfriend for a better one. Would he kill his brother to gain power in the house? If he answered yes, the person in the question would definitely know about it, and he might die before the end of the story, but Yuchan still stepped forward. He opened the door, mentally saying that true feelings are pretty dirty content, secrets and weaknesses are revealed here, this is the real test. The light dispelled some of the darkness. A true gambler was always ready to take risks. The young man smiled, telling himself that even if this test cost him everything, he was ready to take the risk. 3 system panels immediately appeared, informing him that he had taken part in the test, and now he needed to place a bet. Opening his lips, the guy said that he was betting his life, betting everything he had left. Alina rushed forward after hearing his answer. Tentacles of darkness burst out of the passage. The system panels appeared again, informing him that his bet had increased the difficulty of the test to the maximum level. Only Yuchan and Gremory remained in the empty space. The demoness smiled and said that his bet was higher than she expected. Didn't it frighten him that he could die because of a simple question? The protagonist frowned at her. Turning to her, he said that it was time for her to ask. The girl, holding out her hand, said that they would begin the test. She narrowed her eyes, asking if he could kill his father, Theo Reinhafer, if necessary. Yuchan's eyes widened in shock. His pupils sparkled. Suddenly, his consciousness became clouded. And yet the young man wondered what kind of question it would be, imagining his acquaintances, thinking that it would be something like whether he could overthrow the imperial family, or whether he really trusted his people. Even if they hated him for his question and turned away, it would mean nothing. After all, he tried to go through history according to the canon for their sake. He was also not the real Nox. He was Yuchan playing the role of this type, which meant he was initially prepared for universal rejection, and that he needed to turn around and leave. The guy frowned. The question was specifically about his father. Remembering his father, he tried to understand what Theo even meant to Nox. This stern man fought with him. He frowned and scolded him for every misdeed. However, he looked at him with care. Even when they crossed blades, he did not look at him with contempt or anger. The protagonist found himself in his subconscious, trying to understand what his father meant to him. Smiling, Gremory said that it was time for him to answer. The guy looked down. This question reminded him of his true goal. He closed his eyes. Yuchan was leaving everyone. He was an outsider in this world and must find his memories and find out why he was dragged here, and also leave this world in the end. The young man stared at his reflection. Opening his lips, he said that he could kill Theo. Even if he was his father, he would kill anyone who stood in his way. Gremory, who was standing in front of him, froze. The darkness around them began to dissipate. Soon, the group members were able to see them. The protagonist turned around. Theo's hand trembled. Rudval, who was standing in front of him, asked if something had happened to him. The patriarch of the family froze, sitting at the table. He frowned deeply. The man did not move in his place. He looked at his hand as the demonic voice spoke to him. Theo released his aura when the demon told him that his son, Nox, would kill him if necessary. Ink flowed out of the pen. The butler, worried, extended his hand, asking if everything was okay, his gaze murderous. Theo closed his eyes, saying that everything was fine. Opening his eyes, he tried to understand why he shuddered, because he knew that this day would come sooner or later. He knew that the secret and the curse that every head of the house goes through would inevitably catch up with him, like his father and grandfather. They would all live in the cemetery. To break the vicious circle and prevent a future tragedy, Nox must kill Theo one day. The father imagined his son's furious gaze. His hand was shaking. Theo knew his fate, so he inadvertently glanced at his son. He turned around, and when he saw his son's growth and ambition, he never ceased to be amazed. The patriarch's pupils reflected his son's silhouette. He did not understand why it was impossible, like other houses, to transfer the title voluntarily without slaughter, why he could not just go out into the hall and transfer the title. Theo closed his eyes again, mentally saying that he lived, ignoring unnecessary emotions for Reinhafer, but it seemed that he had softened, and out loud he suggested to the butler to take a walk. Rudwell followed the master. With his hands behind his back, the patriarch asked him how long he thought he had left to live. He responded by saying that he didn't quite understand. Continuing to walk, Theo said that he had been there himself, so he understood better than anyone. He must have seen how much Nox hated him, the one who didn't protect his mother. Lowering his eyelids, the man asked how long he had left until he could pierce his heart and lead the family. The butler frowned, saying that he wasn't sure about that. Theo turned around. Then Rudval, looking down, said that it might happen sooner than they thought. The man looked at the rain outside the window, expressing understanding. Raising his head and walking to the window, he said that his end was near. Smiling, Gremory said that even she, a demon, couldn't understand such a thing. With her hands behind her back, she asked how a child could be so cold to her parent. The protagonist frowned and said to close his mouth and give the reward. The girl snapped her fingers, saying that he was boring. At that very second, a ceiling mirror appeared. When Yuchan took it in his hands, the demonist told him that it was an incredibly dangerous thing. He should be careful with it. The young man grinned. He called up the system panel. Looking at the effect of the mirror, it turned out that this mirror sealed the defeated enemy, weakening his strength. The girl shuddered with her whole body, asking if he was really going to use this on her. Pointing the mirror at Gremory, the young man said the activator command. The system immediately notified about the use of the artifact. Dark fetters enveloped Gremory's limbs. 3 system windows appeared, notifying Yuchan about receiving 131 days of life thanks to the artifact. Soon the demonist disappeared. Turning to Kushin, the protagonist told him to take the mirror, as she had almost destroyed his kingdom, but would help him hunt demons from now on. The mirror glowed slightly as Gremory began to rant. The boy simply held the mirror up to the sunlight, causing the demonist to curse in pain and anger. Smiling, he told her to shut up, but if she continued, he would fry her. Christopher, frowning, said that the demon was still a dangerous creature. Raising his hand, he said that keeping it could cause big problems. It would be better to get rid of it. Lowering his eyelids, Yuchan said that as long as no one knew, there was nothing to discuss. Alina, smiling, said that everything was fine with her, as long as he was safe. She trusted his every decision unconditionally. The knight suddenly stepped forward, saying that they trusted him as well. The guy looked at the mirror in his hands, mentally saying that although Gremory had almost no strength left, and was useless in battle, she would serve as an excellent compass in the future demon hunt. The ring of black flame squeezes the most life force from demons, not just monsters. Thanks to the demoness, he had already restored enough. Having decided that it was time for them to return, the group began to walk towards the exit of this castle. The coup in Tajilan was successfully resolved, as was Yuchan's problem with extending his life. Having arrived in the city, the protagonist ordered Kushin, Ari and Liz to focus on stabilizing the situation in the country. After finishing all the affairs, they would all be enrolled in the academy. The trio looked at each other, the girls smiled, rejoicing at the outcome. Alina took the invitation letter in her hand. Wanting to pull Alina and May there, Yuchan gave them invitation letters. Only 3 recommendations were allocated for each house, however, as long as there was money, any issue could be resolved, so he could arrange a whole rain of these letters. Kushin, approaching the gentleman, said that he would stay here and wait for further instructions. the young man replied, saying that he would contact him at the first opportunity. The guy smiled nervously. Looking at the endless sands around, he wanted to howl. Sitting in the carriage, the young man wanted to scrape himself off completely upon returning and bury himself in a soft bed. Events transfer us to the Rainhafer estate. The protagonist, entering inside, froze and was taken aback. Talia, standing opposite him, said that they had not seen each other for a long time. The young man, looking at the girl, asked what she was doing here. His eyes widened when he heard a strange voice asking him if he was that same Nox. Going down to the hall, the man said that he made his daughter run. Smiling widely, he said that he had to admit, he was quite handsome, reminded him of the old days. Leifer was the head of the Stylane family, one of the most powerful ducal houses. He was also known as the Knight of the White Flame, the Phoenix Summoner, and he was also the father of Talia, the girl who was engaged to him. The protagonist bowed, asking what brought the head of a noble house to them. The man frowned. Releasing his aura, he said that he wanted to speed up the marriage negotiations. The young man stood up, stunned. The boy's mouth dropped open, realizing that it had been so long that he had forgotten to break off the engagement. When Leifer stood before him, Yuchan said that such a big matter should be discussed with his father, not him. The man responded by saying that he had already talked to his friend, now it was his turn. Opening his mouth, Yuchan said that he thought the engagement was invalid, as the princess had her eye on him. The man smiled widely, telling him to stop prevaricating. His eyes lit up as he asked if he had purposely gotten along with the princess to break off the engagement with his daughter. The boy frowned, feeling the pressure. He had crossed the wrong person. The man in front of him was the strongest knight in society. Looking at Leifer in front of him, he knew that if he said something wrong, he would be dead. He would have to squander all the days of his life he had saved with such difficulty. Besides, he was slightly obsessed with his youngest daughter. Leifer turned around when his daughter called out to him. Talia, walking around him, asked why he was pressuring Yuchan. The father froze, also falling into a stupor. He closed his eyes and laughed, saying that since his daughter said so, he would not do it. Putting his hands on his hips, Yuchan mentally said that he knew something like this would happen after Penelope's antics. Raising his eyelids, he tried to understand why they would even bother with the princess's chosen one. Would it not create unnecessary difficulties? And what was Leifer's motivation? How did he convince Theo in the first place? Talia saw that the guy in front of her was gloomy. She laced her fingers, saying that she only wanted to visit him, but Dad followed her. She had no choice. The protagonist, seeing the man smile at his daughter, saying that he only wanted to see who she was so worried about, realized that she was not lying. Leifer extended his thumb, telling Yuchan to relax. He knew that his business with the princess was a forced measure. His pupils sparkled dangerously when he said that he only came to chat a little. The guy bowed his head, and he just returned, and already a total Armageddon was looming. Talia was nervous, staring at the young man. Rudval wrote a letter in which he told Yuchan that he sent this letter because he had important news. The head of the House of Stylane arrived at the mansion with his daughter Talia. They want to discuss the engagement. Since there were rumors about his breakup, the atmosphere of the conversation was tense. Chitri, standing in front of the master, said that the butler had sent this letter the moment they returned from Tajulan. Opening her lips, the maid said that the heads of the families had already agreed that there would be no alliance with the princess, and that the first engagement was still in force. The young man smiled nervously, saying that the princess was against the duke's daughter. And why would she need such trouble? Chitri, moving her lips, said that the Stylane family would not leave this so easily. The young man, looking away, said that she was right. They had to somehow talk Leifer into it. Bowing, the maid said that he should first emphasize that he did not want the engagement to be broken, and that she and the other servants would do everything they could to appease him for him. The protagonist, turning his gaze to her, mentally said that she was a true genius of service. Genius of service was an incredibly rare characteristic that could only be found in a couple of characters in the entire game, and usually in the second half of the story, which makes Chitri a bit of a cheater at this point, along with one old man. If the relationship with the princess was the will of the palace and everything was sealed, then they could justify it. If the queen would get up from her seat and make it official. But there was one problem. He would probably be very angry upon hearing that he was ready to kill him if necessary. The protagonist was shaking at the very thought of meeting his father soon. Rona, throwing up her hands, asked how he could do this. How many ladies had he already seduced? The protagonist, taking the sword in his hand, told the maid that she seemed eager to see hell from the inside. He would take her there, maybe pave the way further. Suddenly, Talia knocked on the door, asking for permission to enter. The guy froze after knocking out Rona. Chitri asked him what he would do. He turned around and said that he would go out, because there was no choice. Stepping towards the door, the young man mentally said that Talia was the only key to getting out of this situation, although he had also prepared a trump card. The young man smiled. This was his trump card. His pretty face should have helped to win the girl over. He went out, slightly frightening the lady. The guy, trying to radiate an aura of beauty, asked what brought her so suddenly. The girl, parting her lips, suggested that they walk and talk, At this time her thoughts were seething. She was struck by Yuchan's beauty. Leifer clenched his fist. The protagonist, noticing the old man, asked Talia if she was sure that they should walk at such a late hour. The father's eyes lit up. The girl, leading the young man, said that she thought it was more romantic this way. Yuchan meanwhile was trying to understand whether one psycho would burn down this entire mansion. The old man gritted his teeth in anger. Soon the couple went out into the courtyard of the mansion. Talia, folding her hands in front of her, said that the moon was very bright today, and the stars were twinkling beautifully. The young man, smiling, agreed with her. Seeing the lady's smile, Yuchan mentally said that things were very bad. Although he diligently played the villain, people's perception of Nox began to change lately. The protagonist frowned, realizing that they had overcome only one plot arc, but he was already forced to pay for not breaking unnecessary ties with them in time. The guy, stopping, asked Talia if she really didn't care. When the lady turned around, Yuchan said that since their parents had agreed to keep the engagement, this could entail the wrath of the imperial family. Talia rubbed her chin and thought. Just recently, Theo Leifer was shouting in the room, saying that this was a humiliation of his family, even if it was the will of the princess herself. Clenching his fist, he said that there was not a single objection from the Reinhafers. It was outrageous. The patriarch of the Reinhafer family frowned. His comrade Leifer also frowned, looking at him. Looking at his daughter behind him, he said that they should talk alone. That Talia was in the hallway. She looked at the floor, trying to figure out what they were going to talk about, and they could start to sort it out with swords. The butler approached the girl. Leading her father, he said that their engagement was valid, as promised. The father smiled at his daughter, saying that he told her he would sort this out. Talia hugged her father, saying that from now on she would always tie a scarf for him. She was happy then, that she had not even really thought about it, but soon her head was filled with questions, and she stopped smiling. Imagining how they were talking, she did not understand what to do with the princess, what Dad and Lord Theo had agreed on. The protagonist, standing next to the girl, said that the most important thing was not the orders of the palace or the agreements of the families, but only her own will. So what does she want herself? The lady bowed her head, saying that she had not thought about it, because she herself lacked a lot. Looking away, she said that she was not against this marriage. The young man, moving his lips, expressed understanding, but mentally he said that this girl in the game was a walking disaster. This knight in armor kills Nox at the end with a cold, but strangely sad look. They were tragic lovers, obsessed with this connection, but they always turned away from each other. The young man looked at Talia again when she asked him if he had something he should do. Bowing her head, she said that she felt it, judging by how he was straining himself at the academy. He spent his nights in the library or on the training grounds, swinging his sword endlessly. She realized while watching him that he was striving for something with all his heart. She saw his expression. He was full of determination and malice. Now, standing next to the boy, she said that if he could sometimes walk with her like this and have heart-to-heart talks in private, then that would be enough for her. Closing her eyes and smiling, Talia asked if she could be a little cheeky, being his fiancé. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. There was no point in denying it. He saw the difference between this Talia and the one from the game. The girl put her hands behind her back when the boy called her naive. She suddenly hugged his hand, agreeing with him. Holding his hand, the lady said that he probably already knew, but she had an older sister. Introducing her sister, Talia said that she was very strong, although probably not his equal, but for some reason she hated her. Clenching her fist, the lady said that he might think she was stupid, but she still wanted to get along with her, to learn from her the reasons for her hatred, and to do that, she had to be as strong as her. Turning around, Talia said that she was not like her father or sister, less talented and more stupid, but she believed that one day she could become stronger. Her hair was tousled by the wind as she said that she would not give up on her or him. And so the night ended in the Reinhafer mansion. Talia, adjusting her father's clothes, told him not to remind her of what she said when they were babies. Crying, Leifer said that she was so sweetly upset about not being able to marry him. Then he asked if that guy did something to her. Because he had such a terrible reputation, the daughter interrupted her father, saying that Yuchan was not like that at all. He was much more amazing, strong and purposeful. The father smiled. He touched his daughter's hands. Frowning, Leifer told him not to let his sister's feelings hurt her. No matter what happened, they were both his precious daughters. She just got very tired over time. Talia smiled, saying that she would become strong enough for them to have a heart-to-heart talk. Yesterday, the protagonist, standing in front of her, said that if she wanted to catch up with her, she needed to forget about the pain, throwing away unnecessary thoughts. She could definitely do it. The girl's eyes widened in shock. Turning around, the boy said that the Talia he knew was very strong. Smiling widely, the daughter told her father that even her betrothed believed in her. The man frowned sharply. Opening his mouth, he said that he wanted to strangle that bastard with his own hands. Screams were heard from the mansion. The servants and Talia tried to calm the man down. Leifer walked down the hallway. The protagonist stood in his way. Yuchan bowed and apologized for the trouble with the engagement. With a gloomy expression, the old man said that Talia had become very attached to him, so he would not interfere, and besides, his father was the leader of the dark families. Opening his mouth, he said that he knew that he was planning a rebellion against the royal family. Narrowing his eyes, Leifer said that he sincerely hoped for their success. Then he went on to say that if the royal family fell, his daughter would no longer have any rivals. The young man bowed his head and thanked the head of Stylane. Now he realized that when they met, the two heads of the families discussed the uprising. Apparently, the house of Stylane had figured out Theo's plans for the uprising, and the head of the family stood before him. When you come to the church, you can hear many say that the first god was Arden, who created people. Therefore, her sanctuary can be found on the territory of any family estate. At the moment, the wedding of Yuchan and Talia was taking place. The couple held hands. They had a secret wedding. Standing next to her husband, Talia said that she herself did not know that her father would insist on holding the ceremony. The priest, raising his hand, asked them to exchange sacred symbols in honor of their wedding. The symbol of the vow was a ring filled with mana. It is capable of storing about 10% of the owner's mana. Talia smiled, looking at the ring. Christopher was sincerely happy, seeing how the gentleman put on the ring. He suddenly beamed, saying that seeing his beautiful wedding ceremony filled his heart with emotion. Jitri approached the blonde. She closed her eyes and startled him by whispering something in his ear. The boy turned around and hunched over sadly. The protagonist turned around, trying to understand what had just happened. Rona, crying, said that she knew that the young master would settle down one day, but it was so sad. Her friend, standing next to her, asked if everything would be okay, since this wedding was taking place in secret from everyone, even from the imperial family. Rona, smiling, said that she did not understand the master at all. He was definitely not capable of loving one woman for the rest of his days. She was sure that he would have a couple more concubines. Yuchan rubbed his fist. This girl was just asking for a spanking. Elna cried, holding wine in her hands. May sighed and asked him not to get completely drunk. Suddenly the door flew open. Carl, holding a rose in his mouth, rushed inside. Theo started to get up, seeing the whole mess. Yuchan looked after his father. Looking at his back, he realized that he really did harbor a grudge, but even so, he was proud of him, which was somehow strange. The guy involuntarily narrowed his eyes. Leffen, approaching him, thanked him for accepting his offer. Taking his sword out of its sheath, he told him to take good care of his daughter. The young man closed his eyes, saying that he would do it. He opened his eyes when the man said that he would love her. Opening his mouth, he said that even if he couldn't love her yet, he would definitely love her in the future. That's how Talia was. The protagonist looked away, realizing that her wife's father understood everything. Looking at the girl, he mentally said that this old man found out that he does not love his daughter, and that his thoughts are in complete chaos, and yet he must resolve all the troubles and not hurt her heart. The young man bowed his head. He had to live this story to the end. Putting his hand on his hip, he said that now everyone can go. Then he looked at the bride, saying that now she should go too, because it is time to return to the academy. The events take us to the Eldian Academy. Lars smiled widely, greeting Yuchan. He raised his hand, saying that he wanted to discuss a lot with him. At the last conference, he presented a document, and reviews came. Yuchan, looking at the papers, smiled, saying that he has not changed at all. The protagonist must gain as many lessons as possible to prepare for the second arc of the plot, because, in essence, this game is about an educational institution. In order to raise his stats, he had to stand up to the granite of science, so the young man studied diligently. Lars, clenching his fist, said that he shouldn't be surprised by something. Raising his hand, he said that the dwarves had contacted him. The protagonist's mouth dropped. The dwarves were a race. Among them there were dwarves known for their blacksmithing. In the fourth sector, the trade stronghold of the academy, several dwarven shops had already opened. Thanks to Lars's research, they were now able to extract monster attributes and use them to enchant artifacts. Yuchan smiled. Walking down the street, he mentally said that his 10 luck points had not been used for a long time, but now his unlucky days were over. Looking around the streets, he said that now it was possible to properly strengthen yourself with equipment. Jitri, who was following him, said that thanks to his and the professor's research, the fourth sector had flourished. She put her hand on her chest and said that he seemed to have grown up, and as his loyal servant, she was truly glad about that. The young man turned around and asked if he was still worried about him. The boy mentally noted that he was glad about it. If he hadn't saved her, fate would have mercilessly trampled the poor servant. Now, walking down the street, he was glad that he had been able to intervene. Walking down the street, he mentally said that even in the conditions of the changed future, he still had to cope with the role of a villain. Soon they came to the dwarf's shop. The man spat. Continuing to hit the hammer, he asked the boy what he wanted. Closing his eyes, Yuchan said that he came to make equipment. Twirling his mustache, the dwarf said that if he thought that weapons came out of nowhere, then he had better leave. Yuchan immediately poured out the materials. The dwarf involuntarily extended his hand to them, surprised by their quality and quantity. Scratching his nose, he told the guy to pass. Waving his hand, he introduced himself as Urson and asked to remember him, because it was disrespectful to address him by the name of the race. The protagonist, crossing his arms on his chest, said that he understood him, after which he called Urson a dwarf again. The blacksmith's eye flashed. He got angry, imitating a volcanic eruption. Urson shouted, saying that he was too impudent, calling him as he pleased. He would also call him a freak, a shorty, or a bearded gnome. The guy grinned. He was waiting for this meeting. These guys are the best for teasing. They flared up like matches, and they were very much burned. Even among the gaming community, they were specifically called that for this reason. Urson crossed his arms on his chest, being angry. Extending his hand, Yuchan said that he would not joke for now. He knew that he was not the only student who visited his workshop. Covering one eye, the blacksmith said that he was the second one to bring something worthwhile. Jitri, smiling, said that in fact, the young master was a polite person. He just liked to joke from time to time. Smiling, the dwarf asked the boy what house he belonged to. Yuchan, turning his gaze to the dwarf, said that he was from the Rainhafer house. The man's eyes widened in horror. He politely asked what he would like to make. The young man standing in front of him asked what caused such a sudden change in behavior. Raising his hand and clearly nervous, Urson said that he always communicated like this. The protagonist lowered his gaze, understanding the reason for the change in behavior. A few years ago, Theo had put an end to the war started by the Dwarven King, when he had completely crushed their army while fighting in the front lines. Urson was a descendant of the former king, and the mere mention of his family name caused a natural reaction in him. Putting the blueprint on the table, Yuchan said that if there were no problems, then they should continue. Will he be able to make such armor for him? The man's mouth dropped open in admiration and shock at the sight of the materials. Yuchan brought him a griffin heart to enhance the wind attribute, 2 feathers to increase agility and speed, and the cores of stone and iron golems to balance durability. Taking the blueprint in his hand, Urson said that it was a bit wasteful, but brilliant. Most dwarves would never dream of creating something like this. Yuchan smiled contentedly. This was his special development for the early mid-game, built through trial and error and meticulous gameplay. The main beauty was that this armor increased the hidden dexterity stat to 10 points, which extended his key skill, Genius Hour, to 10 minutes. Clenching his fist, Urson said that they should not chat. He would start forging immediately. Dvar and Yuchan turned around abruptly when someone interrupted him. Eleanor, smiling, said that this deal was off. He should first fulfill the order of the Revelin Merchant Guild. Dvar stared at the protagonist in horror. He frowned, asking if he could not make his order first. The girl raised her hand and said that they had already signed the contract. Besides, it was a bulk order. Even if he used the rights, they would only take effect in 3 months. The man turned around and hit himself on the forehead. Smiling, Eleanor said that it was unfortunate. The protagonist frowned. In the original, he couldn't contact the dwarves so quickly. Perhaps it was a side effect of his interference in the main story. Summoning the system panels, the guy looked through all of Urson's stats and skills. The dwarf, hitting his forehead, said, "Don't get him wrong. Usually their brother has everything under control, but not now." Yuchan turned around abruptly, mentally saying that this was bad. Only Urson, who had both a genius for creating artifacts and unrivaled manual dexterity, was able to make this equipment. Closing her eyes, the girl told the guy that he also seemed to have some business with this dwarf. The young man, looking at her face, mentally said that this lady is an excellent judge of talents. She is obsessed with finding talents. Opening her lips, he asked what would happen if so. Raising her hand, Eleanor offered to discuss everything. Lowering her hand, she said that if the Nox Trading Guild sells them the attributes of monsters from their bins, then she would give him the right to order equipment first. Yuchan was taken aback and frowned, not understanding anything, but a moment later he imagined his second older brother, realizing that this guild was created by him. The guy nodded, mentally saying that judging by her kindness, she only managed to sign the contract, but there was a problem with providing materials. Looking at her, he said that all this looked strange. Most of the materials at the early to mid-game are supplied by chatters. Considering that he controls this region, Eleanor cannot have enough materials for wholesale production. Most likely, this is all a bluff from the beginning. Turning sharply to the dwarf, Yuchan told Eleanor and the dwarf that they should sit down, as the conversation would be long. The girl's mouth dropped open in shock at the boy calling the dwarf by name. Soon, the 3 participants sat down at the table. The red-haired girl parted her lips and said that she never thought that he would name the guild after himself, and also successfully passed the intricate process of approving trading activities. The young man bowed his head, saying that it happened that way. The girl, turning her gaze, said that founding a trading guild based on the monsters caught by chatters was a brilliant idea. The protagonist frowned, not understanding why she was deviating from the topic. Putting a hand to her chest, Eleanor said that they were ready to purchase the entire list of attributes of the monsters that they sell, and they will pay accordingly. The guy stared at the lady in front of him. He stared at her, mentally telling her that she was especially meticulous when it came to anything that brought profit. As a child, she was desperate to get her father's attention, And in the end, it turned into a thirst for more. To impress others, she didn't want to go back to being the girl who went to her room alone. In many ways, she was a tragic character. Unfortunately, Nox was part of her trauma, plunging the girl into darkness. Yuchan did not blink, mentally telling her that this was not a reason to sell all his goods to one guild. If one family monopolized the attributes, the others would no longer have enough materials to develop. If his goal was short-term profit, then there was nothing better than signing all the documents and selling everything to Eleanor. But at the moment, money was not so important. The progress of his party was more important. Therefore, Yuchan instructed Garen in advance before returning, so that he would not sell everything in one go. Then, standing in front of his brother, he explained everything to him. One cannot allow one to have more than 15% of the goods. Wide trade in artifacts on the market will help save many lives, and in the third chapter, where the captain becomes critical, it will pay off especially. The protagonist, standing on the balcony, understood everything perfectly. Opening his lips, he told Eleanor that he would not give her more than 15%, she cannot simply buy up the entire market. The girl frowned, saying that in fact she was aware of the remaining reserves and chatters, selling the said share should not be a problem. The young man sitting opposite her said that he did not care, because he did everything not for money. Eleanor, thoughtfully, asked if he wanted to say that the development of chatters so far has nothing to do with the thirst for profit. Leaning forward slightly, the guy said that not everything can be bought with money. She still would not understand, at least not now. The red-haired girl pursed her lips. She closed her eyes, saying that she would be frank. Tapping her finger on his fist, she said that he was too different from the man she knew, for she could not even imagine what great goal he was pursuing now. Narrowing her eyes, she asked what he was really after. The boy looked away, saying that she did not need to know. Frowning, Eleanor asked why she did not need to know. The boy glanced at her, saying that if she was not interested in the deal, they should part ways. Even if it took 3 months or 3 years, he would look for other options. In his mind, Yuchan said that this round was his. Eleanor simply could not know that only Urson was capable of making the armor he needed, and in the trade, knowledge is the greatest advantage. If a person entered the market, then knowing what and where to buy, you can save a lot of money. The redhead crossed her arms and said that she would take 15% and give priority to making equipment, since without these materials nothing could be produced anyway. Urson's eyes sparkled with joy when he asked if it meant that he could work on the equipment for the young master first. Eleanor nodded, saying that it was true, he should complete the order of this client first. The blacksmith was happy, even his spirit was inflamed. He pointed to the anvil and said that they should not wait any longer. The protagonist, taking the crystal in his hand, said that they would deal with the product a little later. First there would be an upgrade. The dwarf froze, looking at the crystal in the boy's hand. This crystal was an upgrade stone that could be randomly obtained while hunting monsters. Due to the unstable drop rate, reckless upgrades were a waste of material. Urson, clenching his fists, asked Jitri if she could dissuade her master, and would he survive at all if he made a mistake? The girl smiled, saying not to worry, because the gentleman probably has a plan for all occasions. Eleanor grinned, unable to imagine the guy as a gentleman. The protagonist began to take out equipment, realizing that the time had come to create and improve equipment items. Smiling, the guy said that he should start by improving this one. The dwarf, taking the cloak in his hand, said that 1 improvement stone is enough for this. The protagonist, after thinking, said to put 100 stones into it. Urson frowned and cried out in shock. Eleanor, frowning, asked why he would spend such a crazy amount on some form. Even for him and the newly formed guild, such a quantity of materials is too much. The protagonist, looking at the stone in his hand, said that he was paying in full in advance. Taking the hammer in his hand, Urson said that since the gentleman wanted it, then they would begin. The dwarf struck with a shout. When the enhancement process started, the stone glowed brightly, surprising everyone. Urson swung his hammer for another enhancement. His hammer fell on the uniform. Within a second, the uniform had been enhanced 3 times. Taking the suit in his hand, the dwarf laughed, saying that all enhancements were successful. The protagonist, standing in front of him, said that now there were 97 enhancements left. Taking out the enhancement stones, he told the dwarf that they had a lot of work, so they had to hurry. The hammer in Urson's hands was shaking. The man was sweating heavily. The stone glowed again, the enhancement process started, and the system reported the successful completion of the enhancement. The dwarf, picking up the uniform, laughed, saying that it was a masterpiece. Extending his thumb, he told Yuchan that he did not even remember the last time he was so lucky with an enhancement, that he was really lucky. The young man mentally said that it seemed so because he was not aware of how the in-game system worked. With Urson's genius talent and his 10 luck stats, enhancements up to 7 times have an almost 100% chance of success. After that, the chance decreases by 5% with each level. At the last stage, when the 25th enhancement is carried out, the chance of success is 1%, then a lot depends on the hammer strike. The protagonist took the uniform in his hand, mentally saying that this uniform pumped up to the maximum is worth it, considering how much he wears it. Putting it in his pouch, the guy said that in addition there is an increase in physical and magical damage by almost 30%. The young man clenched his fist. Now he can screw a skill there. Urson, stroking his beard, said that he had already forgotten the feeling of delight. Smiling, Yuchon said that improving some form of the academy should not stop him. It will not make a blacksmith famous. The dwarf frowned. Looking at the sphere in his hand, he asked what kind of expensive thing it was. The youth smiled. Eleanor should definitely recognize it. In his hand was the great sage's sphere, which he took out from her storage. The dwarf swung his hammer to strike. He raised the object when he was able to improve it 10 times. The man closed his eyes, saying that he felt incredible. Jitri, closing his eyes, said that fortune was indeed on his side, but he should not try his luck in a gambling house and lose all his money. The youth, closing his eyes, said that it sounded very tempting. The maid immediately approached, saying that it was beginner's luck, and gambling was a direct path to ruin. The dwarf, raising his hand with a hammer, asked if he had any treasures, because he felt that today he could improve all the artifacts of this world. Eleanor, parting her lips, said that one could go crazy. She frowned, asked how he could improve such expensive things without hesitation, why he was so calm, despite the risk of complete destruction of equipment in case of unsuccessful improvement. The protagonist grinned. This discouraged look warmed his soul. Turning to the dwarf, the guy said that he disposed of his things as he wanted. Still smiling, he said that he wanted to discuss the artifacts with Urson alone. The girl frowned, clearly offended. The young man glanced at the girl and mentally said that he could not call her an ally yet. Because of their tense relationship, she had no place in his squad, just like Talia and the others. The young man narrowed his eyes. He was not going to make the girl an enemy. The thing is that the Revelin Trading Company is the only one that does not belong to any of the factions, and only takes the side of the winner. Someday he will have to prove his usefulness to lure them to his side. The lady, looking away, said that she was taking her leave, because she herself was not interested in participating in a conversation, the details of which she was not going to be involved in. Jitri, approaching her, asked permission to see her off. She, closing her eyes, said that she did not need to try to butter her up. Adjusting her hair, Eleanor said that she could see through any impure intentions. The protagonist, watching the girl leave, mentally said that it was not surprising. Most likely, Jitri's feigned behavior would only increase her wariness. Thoughtfully, the guy said that the nickname of a money fox suited her after all. Looking away, he told the dwarf that it was time for them to return to their artifacts. The man, smiling broadly, said that he would create a real masterpiece from the materials. Summoning his sword, Yuchan said that he would like to ask for one favor. Even Yuchan, a veteran of the game, had never seen the sword of the first head of the family, Stormcloak. Holding out the sword, he said that this sword was passed down to him by his father. It absorbs the mana of the owner, and then releases it with a double return. Raising the sword, he said that he would like to know as much as possible about it. The dwarf took the sword in his hands. His eyes widened. Looking at the young man in front of him, he asked if he had heard anything about the White Dragon. Hearing a negative answer, he began to tell. A long time ago the White Dragon was still called the ruler of the skies, but now it disappeared without a trace and no one has seen it again. The protagonist stared at Urson. Even after playing the game many times, this was the first time he heard about the White Dragon. Examining the sword in his hand, the blacksmith said that this sword seemed to be forged from its scales. Moreover, judging by the marks, it was forged by one of the distant ancestors of his family. The guy raised his eyebrows, mentally saying that this sword turned out to be much more valuable than he thought. Only a dwarf could handle such material. Frowning and thinking, Urson said that upon closer inspection, the state of the sword is terrible. To damage such a noble weapon, something more than a local conflict is required, perhaps a battle with dragons, and not two, but a whole crowd. The protagonist did not move for a while, looking at the sword. Taking him in his arms, he thanked Urson for the information. Opening his eyes, he mentally said that he must thoroughly understand everything while there is such a chance. Why Theo entrusted him with this sword, who is the first head of the family, and what kind of white dragon. And there is also that angel with lavender eyes that Gremory mentioned. The events take us to the hall of the academy. The instructor, having gathered the students, asked if everyone was here. Bernan, crossing his arms over his chest, introduced himself, saying that he was their favorite fencing instructor. From today he would teach them the basics of the Imperial Sword Archive. Yuchan stood opposite the instructor. The Imperial style was fencing that required dexterity, a sense of rhythm and precision. Each swing was calculated. Pointing at the students, the man said that it was better to see once than hear 100 times. Now he would select a couple of students for them to practice. Then he called two guys with sour faces. The protagonist was slightly puzzled. Paracelsus, on the other hand, was open-mouthed. Then, taking a closer look at Talia, Bernan said that she would also demonstrate everything, because among all the scum, at least she looked passable. 3 students stood in front of the professor. He frowned, although he himself called these guys, but they really were formidable. Paracelsus, scratching the back of his head, was a genius swordsman, an icon among the commoners. Talia was the youngest daughter of the Stylane house, whose talent was overshadowed by the glory of her older sister, but the red-haired one still possessed outstanding abilities. The man narrowed his eyes. The last opponent was the heir of one of the three great families of darkness, a real genius and the best of the best in the academy, this silver-haired youth. Baring his teeth, he shouted, telling the students to watch carefully so as not to miss a single move. He began to warm up his fist, telling them to attack him all at once. Paracelsus took out his sword along with Talia. Bernan rushed forward. The protagonist blocked his attack. The guy, holding back the professor's onslaught, mentally said that he found it hard to believe that the sword that cuts through the air with such a sound was wooden, although compared to Theo, this was nonsense. Yuchan jumped back. He slid along the floor, saying that he hadn't warmed up for a long time. Releasing mana from his body, he said that he couldn't parry this attack. To be continued.